water adventures, savour delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick-on-Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced, and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation. Whether you're a startup or an expanding business, the Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
And you're very welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon for our 2024 local election coverage here from the Leitrim County Council elections. Voting, of course, took place yesterday. The counting of the votes is getting underway now in earnest in the three municipal districts. Council staff have just come back from their lunch, which ended just a few minutes ago. Round about less than an hour, everybody was away. And we're now getting ready, as I mentioned, for the counting of the votes. And that is going to take place in all three municipal districts simultaneously. If you're waiting for counts, well, we have been reliably informed that we expect some of the counts to start coming in round about the 6 o'clock mark, give or take. And that's when we should be filling maybe some of the first seats on the council executive. In case you're just joining us, we have some major stories breaking from all three municipal districts throughout the course of the morning, and these are all based, by the way, on tally figures. So we're going to concentrate initially on Manor Hamilton, and joining our panel now for the second half of the day is outgoing Fine Gael councillor Sean McDermott. The big story of the day so far in this municipal district has been the performance of James Gilmartin, the new independent candidate, who very much is really romping to victory here. 21% of the vote, tally figures suggesting 1313 in relation to first preference votes, and he is very much looking like he is going to be a dead cert for the new council. There's also a strong possibility Phelim Gurn could be returned as a councillor. Eddie Mitchell could be voted in. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan and Pádraig Fallon and Phelim Gurn, four of the other outgoing councillors, expected to be returned. But again, a health warning on all these figures. What those predictions will tell you is that we are now looking at a municipal district in North Leitrim where Fine Gael are about to lose the two seats held by outgoing councillor Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan. Sean McDermott, as I mentioned, is here in our studio. Let's get underway on that point, Sean. The demise of Fine Gael in North Leitrim. It proves in many ways, you know, yourself and Frank Dolan had a very solid vote there over many years. Was it always going to be a big task for two new candidates to come in and secure one or maybe both of those seats? But there was a real expectation that at least one of the seats would be secured and retained.
Yeah, John. That's right, John. You know, sorry that I'm a bit hoarse. And yeah, it's very disappointing. And I know that my own vote, and I'd say Councillor Dolan's vote as well, was a personal vote. You know, it certainly was Fine Gael vote, but it was a personal to a certain extent as well. And that's been proven now, you know, on this occasion. I wouldn't rule out Fine Gael getting one of them seats yet, but it's not looking good, John.
605 and 691 votes respectively the last time, 612 and 612 the last time round, I think, from those figures in 2014, then 2019. And those votes, you held a very solid vote there over a period of time, both Frank and yourself. You've mentioned the fact that it's a personal vote, and that's, I think, is something that nobody could deny at this stage. Where does the rebuilding start now for the party after this in North Leitrim?
I suppose there has to be a post-mortem on this, you know, where we find ourselves now. It's not looking good. And I'm sure the party will and members of the branches in especially North Leitrim will have to examine the situation and see how this can be addressed, because it is a bad day, a bad show. There's no doubt about that. And indeed, you know, you mentioned their votes. I know there was about 1,200 votes every time that myself and Frank was in the race, you know, between the two of us, over 1,200 votes. and they're probably going all over the place now, and you can see that.
Well, Katrina Bergen, we're looking at 272 by the tally figures, and in relation to Kevin Keskey, 430. So that's a significant drop. That's a significant drop on the combined totals that Frank Dolan and yourself would have had. The other glaring question, and I know people are going to be shouting at the TVs and shouting at the radios and wanting me to ask you now at this stage, did Fine Gael simply miss a trick by not running Eddie Mitchell, who, again, as the indications are, will certainly be in the mix for the final seat at this stage? I think that's fair enough to say. It's safe enough to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose to a certain extent. I know that when I was going the last time for the election, Eddie Mitchell was my proposer, in Marehampton at the convention.
Mm-hmm.
And
we've heard from Finola Armstrong Maguire, who was one of the first people that congratulated her when she was elected as a Fine Gael councillor. Many would say he was Fine Gael through and through, a true blue shirt.
Yeah, the family would have a Fine Gael tradition. They came from Kilty which is close to myself, and definitely Eddie was. I'd love to have had Eddie on the team, but it just didn't work out.
The baton that will continue on making sure that these projects were developed. Is that a concern, obviously, for you? Never mind the fact that Fine Gael have lost 2 seats here or could lose 2 seats here. Is that a concern for you, maybe, that local projects could suffer as a result of this?
Well, John, there's a huge concern in North Leitrim, and I can see it. I have seen it happen over the last number of years. There's an imbalance where when money has been delivered, north and south, and I hate talking about north and south, but the reality is that North Leitrim isn't getting its fair share of funding, and that has to be addressed. And I would be talking to the councillors that's elected in North Leitrim. That's an issue that has to be faced head on. And indeed, Katrina, who I was working with during the campaign, she had that as one of her main issues. This issue of north-south regarding funding, and that needs to be addressed and sorted out.
And I'm Katrina, who would probably maybe have been seen as perhaps the replacement from your end of it, and maybe Kevin Keskey more for Frank Dolan. Again, we're hearing somebody who was very much involved in the community, an excellent person in relation to sorting out, say, community applications for grants and stuff like that, had skill sets for that would be beneficial. You would have known the two candidates well here, Kevin Keskey and Katrina Bergen. Both of them came across as very impressive, and that makes it all the more surprising why there has been such a poor reflection of that in the tally figures, at least so far.
Yeah, it's very hard, John, to explain that, and how do you read into that? Certainly the Fine Gael vote has dropped, and at an alarming rate, in fact. Like when I was canvassing with Katrina, she was very strong on the doorstep, and people bought into her.
Excellent on interviews, I felt, throughout the campaign.
Yeah. And she had 5 or 6 bullet points that she was very strong on.
Okay.
And people just bought into it. I thought of her first preference vote would be a lot stronger.
Talk to me a little bit, if you will, about the performance of James Gilmartin in this election, picking up votes everywhere you look. You can look at tally figures, and he is picking them up all over the place. It's very much could be the day of the independence. What's your take now on the James Gilmartin performance? We were gauging. We got the sense that he was going to be there or thereabouts. We didn't get the sense maybe that it was going to be this impressive.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, the first preference vote that James has got, like. And but James is a nice guy, and people bought into him all over North Leitrim, and that was obvious by the vote that he got when the votes were counted in the day on first preferences. It was unbelievable for a first timer. I suppose as well, he was.
Would you put it down to the fact that he was very much on the campaign in relation to the issuing of the prospecting license for gold mining? Obviously, Eddie Mitchell had this long background in anti-fracking as well. I know they were campaigns, and let's not forget Tony McLaughlin was hugely instrumental in fracking being banned, the former Sligo Leitrim deputy, and you were very much vocal and had concerns about that. Did they very much align themselves to those big environmental issues? And maybe the candidates that succeeded you in Kevin Keskey and Katrina Bergen could have been more of almost an environmental manifesto to their campaigns, do you feel?
Maybe, John. I would say, John, the environmental issues are a bigger issue in North Leitrim than South Leitrim, and that has been the because the fracking was a big issue for North Leitrim, so momentum built up there and has continued. So I'd say it's a bigger issue in north of the county than it is south of the county, and that's why I always thought, when James was in the field and Eddie, they would it wasn't possible to elect two of them.
Okay.
And I thought one would compromise the other. But that hasn't been the case, John.
All right, okay. Stay with us, Sean. There's plenty more that we want to discuss with you throughout the course of the evening. I just want to remind our listeners and viewers as well that the only tally figures we hadn't were from Kilty Clogher National School. And Pádraig explained that just before we went on break, that some of those figures were not brought back for the tallies people. And as a result of that, there was a little bit of a gap left on the figures. But Pat Feely is the campaign manager for Phelim Gurran. 96% of the figures have been tallied now at this stage. The dust has settled to a certain degree on the tally figures, Pat. You're still looking at them, you're still digesting them, you're still crunching the numbers now at this stage. I suppose an hour and a half, almost 2 hours on at this stage now. What are those figures? What is the data telling you?
Yeah, well, what the data is highlighting, and James Gilmartin is the story of the day. If we look at the tally votes that we have, he is 21% of the overall votes cast in the municipal district, which is a huge vote. And then if we look at just a few observations, if we take our three independents there, they're counting for 40% of the overall vote of the 689 votes. Fianna Fáil is coming out with 25%, Fine Gael 11%, Sinn Féin 18%, and Labour about 1.5%. So if you look at Gilmartin at 21%, it's a phenomenal.
It is.
It is. And I suppose really, if I look where he's getting votes in Askill, Honlish, that's all areas down in Tullahan. Okay, he's under the instructions and guidance and coaching of Marion Harkin, which is a big thing. But also, a lot of those votes in that area probably would be ex-students. And he voted exceptionally well in all the booths.
Yeah. Is that one of the things about him, Sean McDermott, that he ticks so many boxes? We mentioned the Marion Harkin factor. We mentioned the fact he's a teacher. We mentioned his GAA background. We mentioned his agricultural background. We mentioned his environmental background. Goodness gracious me, when you look at it, sure, he ticks every box going. So the man should run for president.
Sure, Pat referred there to Askill. And Askill would be a very strong Fianna Fáil area, and it's amazing the number of votes that Gilmartin got in Askill.
He's gone into Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil heartland, and he just literally pulled out votes everywhere.
He did.
What about Sinn Féin? Are you feeling the whole loss that is in many ways Miriam Kevlahan? Is there any bit of a swing here from Sinn Féin vote going towards the independents as well in North Leitrim that we're looking at for the time being?
Yeah, it's very hard to see where there'd be a swing now at this stage. I mean, as I say, the Gilmartin's lead is just so phenomenal, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of analysis done over that to figure out what
those numbers will be crunched in details.
Storm, as you're describing, a lot of things coming together, because sometimes when you have like that Venn diagram of different networks, school community, sporting community. His wife's teachers, that's a different network, and when you superimpose them all on top of each other, and some of the environmental work, that can scale your access to different, I suppose, subcultures. Yeah. And geographically also spread, because, I mean, he was covering quite a big area of ground as well.
And just in relation to the Sinn Féin candidates, Councillor Pádraig Fallon looking very much like he's going to retain his seat. Michelle Brennan Chayabo, who also put in a strong campaign for a first-time candidate. What would the general, I suppose, I don't know if you got an opportunity to speak to many people from Sinn Féin during the lunch break, but what's the general feeling on the ground out there at the moment?
Well, I suppose the general feeling on the ground, first and foremost, is that it validates the decision to run a second candidate. It certainly didn't in any way harm the first candidate, and it is allowed to develop, I suppose, at the other end of the LEA, at the Kinloch side, a Sinn Féin presence there as well. It's quite a populous area. So again, for a new candidate going out, at least she's established herself there. So there'll be another run at that, no doubt, for the likes of her.
And there was even speculation. It's amazing how opinion polls changed, because there was even speculation at the very beginning of the election that Sinn Féin could have even maybe ran a third candidate that would have been Manorhamilton based, and would have had candidates, say, based in Drumkeeran, Manorhamilton, and down then obviously in Kinlaw. But for what you're saying, and I suppose the figures is backing that up, it was the right decision to run too.
Yeah, that speculation actually never was held within Sinn Féin.
Really?
There was speculation outside of Sinn Féin.
Outside of it, right, okay.
But from the very get-go, there was actually a lot of discussion, to be very sure that there was even a justification for running a second candidate. There was never, ever a prospect of running a third
candidate. Well, that's
yeah.
fairly.
So
that's conviction in the answer there.
Yeah, exactly. So but having said that, because we all know, it is risky, and maybe even as Sean was saying earlier, and I suppose that's the second story, as well as is the collapse of the Fine Gael vote, and I'm sure they won't be disappointed if Eddie Mitchell happens to pick it up, because at least it'll be a Fine Gael ally, but it'd be minding it for it,
Yeah.
But certainly that I'm sure they will be doing an awful lot more dotting I's and crossing T's and analysis on what.
Would there be a school of thought or an argument that could be made now? And I don't know how Eddie Mitchell will feel about this. We'll have to talk to him yet. But would there be a school of thought now, maybe within Fine Gael circles, that should almost hand out the olive branch and say, hey, look, we made a mistake, come back into the party fold?
I'm sure that conversation will happen, but I suppose Eddie has to talk to his team on the ground too,
Okay, so you're saying there, and this again could be a story, as a senior Fine Gael member in the area, you're saying that you wouldn't rule out, you would have no problem in any shape or form with Fine Gael approaching Eddie Mitchell if he secures the seat and maybe holding talks about him coming back into the party fold.
I wouldn't see a problem, no.
Okay, all right.
The electorate might have a problem with it.
Possibly.
Well, they might feel that was a sleight of hand, because sometimes they may have selected, knowing the politics, but not necessarily the Fine Gaels. That's another consideration.
All right, it's all speculation.
I have said there, that he'll probably talk to his people on the ground, the people that his campaign team, to see how he goes forward. But Eddie has to get across the line yet now.
Okay, he has to get across the line. That's a fair point, and everything is kind of hypothetical that we're speaking about at the moment. But you could see it maybe from the sense of having that Fine Gael representation in the area. It's something that maybe they might totally rule out.
No, I wouldn't rule it out totally, no.
Nothing ruled in or nothing ruled out. Have you been talking to Phelim Gurran over the course of the day much? And what's his reaction to everything that's going on? I presume he's glued to a smart TV, keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, he's been known to watch the television, all right. And he is. I just had a brief word with him. He was very
happy with the Manorhamilton vote.
He was exceptionally strong. He got over 450 votes there in Manorhamilton. And we'd like to thank the people of Manorhamilton for coming out and supporting him there. And I suppose the big issue I would see here is James Gilmartin surplus. Where is that going to go? Like James, will some of that go back towards Kevin Keskey, the Fine Gael candidate? Will some of it come Eddie Mitchell's way? Eddie Mitchell and James would have been involved in different campaigns together. The fracking and
I would say that's a natural route for the James Gilmartin votes to go would be to Eddie Mitchell. And indeed, I call a spade a spade. There was probably a lot of surprise maybe at the very outset that both James and Eddie, who would be deemed to be very similar, were both going to contest in this election. So therefore, the point that you make about transfers going from James is surplus could well go to Eddie Mitchell, both environmentalists, both independent, and that could very much put him in a very strong position.
I think that will be the defining point in the surplus here, where that 400 odd votes goes.
Sean McDermott, come in on that point.
And I would probably agree with that, but then the two guys are neighbours, and that might make a difference,
Yeah.
also there's plenty of speculation today and a lot of opinion that votes tend to nearly more or less stay local than transfer within the party at local elections. Was that your experience, Sean?
It definitely was. In years gone by, maybe there's a difference now. This year, there's issues have come into it with Eddie and James, and they've got a lot of votes to the environmental issues.
Okay.
I would think.
On Phelim, and we just spoke about Manor Hamilton and the votes that he pulled out of there, just to look at those figures. They were hugely impressive for him. I would presume he'd be happy with them in some of those boxes, 151, 123, 165, and in those Manor Hamilton boxes there. And that's taken on board, obviously, that James Gilmartin was running there too.
And I suppose as a compliment to the people who came out to support him, his vote is up on the last time around. And particularly with two independents running a mile either side of him, we are happy that he has maintained his vote. And when you look at James Gilmartin running in Diffreen, pulling 225 votes out of 400 votes, over 50% of it, Phelim.
And just on Phelim, and it's always good maybe to recap with numbers. Back in 2014, he was elected in the fifth count with 782 first preference votes. He was elected behind Councillor Porrick Fallon and Councillor Mary Bohan, ahead of Councillors Dolan, McDermott and Warnock at the time. 5 years ago, he had 693
and he has
first preference.
728 in the tallies. So he has held his vote and he has improved on it.
And that's to improve on it with three other independents.
Correct,
in the field.
yeah.
That is a significant achievement.
It is done. He has done very well. We have gained votes in areas which we'd be very happy with. We're a bit disappointed in some areas where we
Drumahare, for instance, and how proactive he was in the various Abbey Manor campaign.
Yeah, we thought we might have done better in Drumahare. But having said that, we'd like to thank all the people that came out and voted for us. The transfers, I do think, I was watching in one box there between James Gilmartin was polling very well, and a lot of number twos was going towards Keskey. So I wouldn't rule anything out in or out yet,
Miriam made a great point earlier on here during our analysis in the first part of the programme that maybe we're putting too much of an emphasis on Drumahare. Now, Kevin Keskey would have been, fairly much on the ground there too. I suppose would have been on a similar trajectory to maybe Mary Bohan and Phelim Gurran on this. When you look at the votes that Kevin has picked up in different areas, and even in Drumahare there, what would your take be on that, Sean?
Well, I suppose Kevin had a very strong campaign, I have to say. He was everywhere.
He was.
And he used social media a lot.
And he was very high profile from agricultural circles.
He has a background in agriculture and been very much involved in the IFA. And a lot of people would have known him, because he's on the ground for a long time, Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned there about Phelim, or Pat was saying there. Phelim got some votes in areas in my area because Marhamden and Dunfermline is very close, and Kiltyclar, Phelim done a lot of cams in Kiltyclar as well, so he picked up votes there in areas that I would have been getting, But you mentioned about Phelim there. I know Phelim has a little dog, and when Phelim's going away, he does put a video on for the dog, a dog video.
Yeah.
So he's probably doing that now.
He's probably along those lines. Well, look at it, it'll be a triumphant arrival. It seems when he does. But again, these are tally figures, and there is this kind of a health warning that goes with it. Sean, can I just ask you as well? I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at what else is going on across the region today. The other municipal districts, Indamagloin, somebody you would have served in the council, going very well in the Ballinamore municipal district, expected to take a seat there. Ita Reynolds Flynn probably expected to come back in as well and take a seat. Any comments about that? Any comments about how they're performing there at Manor Hamilton, the Fine Gael candidates?
Yeah, and in fairness, in the Ballinamore area, Enda's very strong. He lost his seat some time ago and fought and got it back, and he has gone from strength to strength since then. He does a lot of work around Drumshanbo, and that's clear to be seen. Drumshanbo is catching up in Carrick-on-Shannon, actually, and that's paying off for Enda. Ita, I think she will hold her seat, surely, and
Maeve Reynolds is looking as if she'll probably take a seat in Carrick and Shannon as well. The only Fine Gael candidate running there. It brings me back to the question now that, again, going by the figures and predictions, that we're going to be going back into a new council with only 3 Fine Gael councillors.
That may be the case, indeed. 3 or, which is amazing. Maybe 4, we'll see. But it's a big come down from our present figures for Fine Gael, and we'll have to look at the situation and see where we go from here. And indeed, I was very close with Katrina, and I would like to thank everyone that voted for Katrina and give her a preference vote as well, because I think she's one for the future.
Yeah.
To be honest, because she has done a lot of work, working with around Murrayhampton, and has got money into Murrayhampton, and hopefully that will continue as well.
Yeah, and probably maybe needed that campaign. I know election days, there's an awful lot of personal stories about them as well. As somebody who's been here and who's wore the T-shirt, who's been a councillor, how are you feeling at the moment coming into a council and turning your name down on the ballot sheet? Relieved? Emotional?
Well, I certainly didn't canvass as much as if you're canvassing with yourself, you canvass more. But I would have been out a lot with Katrina, and I enjoyed the doorstep again. Meeting people. I think when the dust settles, I'll be sad, because I met so many good friends over the last 20 years, unbelievable, and I'll be someone that would be looked upon as, enjoy a bit of fun, but if things weren't being done, I would get.
You weren't afraid to rattle a chain.
And to be honest, I've rattled the chain many times.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of months as well, And but look at. I'll be still around. I'll be still around with my own community group, and we'll see how things develop. But I suppose I am saddened, to think that our vote has dropped.
Yeah.
11%. And I see Fianna Fáil is down to 25%.
Yeah.
So there's a big drop for the two bigger parties.
It is, and it's a drop for the party, and it's going to be disappointing for the respective candidates as well. John Edison is standing by. We'll be hearing from John again in a few minutes' time on the overall play of things. Pat, anything else before we leave Matter Hamilton now at the minute? Just on those figures that we didn't get the tally from, and we explained that in Kilty Clogher.
Yeah.
Is there anything there that you would say could shape or change an outcome in any shape or form?
Not really. I looked at last year's figures, and I think from memory, just Sinn Féin had about 50 votes.
Okay.
It was 12 Fianna Fáil, and I can't see that. I would see Eddie Mitchell probably picking up some votes in Kilty.
Oh, yeah.
On his late mum's side. There is a family connection there.
Okay.
And it's adjacent to Ballymena or Zinver. He might pick up some votes there. But in the overall picture of things, I can't see it making any major difference.
Anything majorly significant. No. So at this stage, Sean, I know these predictions maybe were never anyone's forte and could be difficult to do, but if we're looking at it at this stage now, all the evidence that we have here would be suggesting that we will be looking at, obviously, James Gilmartin, the two Fianna Fáil councillors going back in, and Phelim Gurran and Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan. Phelim Gurran, we're expected to go back in, obviously, Pádraig Fallon. That's 5. And from what you're seeing at the minute now, I'll try and call it honestly, would you say Eddie Mitchell for the 6th?
I would say that he's in a very strong position.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Pat?
I would be slow to make a prediction at this stage.
On the final seat?
On the final seat, because James Gilmartin's surplus at the moment, there's over 400 votes there. There's between James and the next candidate, there's 478 votes.
Okay.
Where are they going to go?
Yeah.
That's a huge, that surplus. Okay, I know it's only a certain amount of them, but will they go Gilmartin or will they go Keskey? Will they go Mitchell or will they go Keskey? That will determine. Mm-hmm. I think.
If you're harbouring a guess, would you say Mitchell?
I looked at one of the booths there in Dromahare, and the ones that was going to Gilmartin, the 2s was going to Keskey.
Right.
Yeah, which was a bit surprising.
Yeah.
But my gut feeling would think that those votes might swing towards Mitchell, and if they do, that's the determining issue.
Yeah, that's what I would be expecting. But that's interesting what you said there now about that box in Drummer here. Miriam, how would you go along those lines as well?
Pretty
There,
much. And I suppose when it's the one thing about having eyes across the barrier, where you can, when you do the tallies, you can also see maybe where the number twos went. So that is kind of interesting that you would maybe that maybe some of Gilmartin's surplus, which is going to be significant. And if that goes to Keskey, that could change things yet
it could
again.
change things. And there's an agricultural connection between both candidates as well, strong agricultural connections there. So, you're always looking for these little subplots and areas to see where they will be going. One of the things that I suppose we haven't talked about in any great detail yet, because of the other stories, maybe the more things change, the more they stay the same. But the performance of Mary Bohan again, she's really one of these candidates, Sean. You would have remembered the older elections maybe prior to, I think it was up until 99 when we had the Drumahare electoral area. And really that alignment took it up as far as Drumshambo, almost up to Drumcong, that direction in the Drumahare area. But there was almost more of a natural alignment when, say, from Drumkieran down within with Manor Hamilton. And Mary Bohan, I would say, very much has consolidated her position as a result of that. Has done her no harm.
She has been very strong this time, and she was in our country, down in Kilty-Clower country. And I suppose, in fairness, Mary wouldn't have been seen much there when I was in the field. But she was out and about and picked up votes, in all them booths. She's well got, and I suppose the post office job in Dunkirk is help as well. But she's a good person on the ground and a good worker, and she's one when she goes into a debate. You know that she's fighting for her area, and I always predicted that the four remaining councillors after myself and Frank was gone out of the race, that they were going to get elected. I was very confident they would get elected, and that last seat, it could be a long night.
It could be a long night, and of course, the last time round, all 6 councillors were returned from the 5 years previous. Mary Bohan's longevity in our political career, something that can't be lost with the emergence of James Gilmartin, and we still have to maybe look at the tried and tested of what's been there for a long period of time.
Yeah, definitely. Mary has her track record speaks for itself, and I suppose when you look at where she picked up votes, she done very well in Drumahare. She got 210 votes in Drumahare, which was a very, very strong performance. It's up on her previous election. And I suppose...
Just bring you a bit closer to the mic, Pat. Apologies.
In the Manor area too, she was canvassed strongly in that area. She got, I see, 52 votes in the Manor Hamilton connection, which was very strong. Mary has delivered, and in local elections, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely, and she's very much...
And I have yet to be at a football match and not see Mary Bohan.
Well, correct. She's the first person you meet every time you arrive at a venue. She really is.
Even at local games or at national games, I was down in Portlaoise in the rain. I seen her there.
That's right.
She's there every place, and she has her finger on the pulse. And I suppose it's like anything. There's nothing like experience.
Nothing like experience. And in many ways as well, Miriam, she's done so much, as the most, where we keep going back from time to time and talk about the gender balance and the relatively low representation on the council of Leitrim of females. But, Mary has been there over a long period of time, doing it on a consistent basis.
Oh, absolutely. And I know when people talk about gender balance, and I know you mentioned it earlier, it's almost like it's something that has to be done, as opposed to something that is, we're still talking about it, and something that should be pretty uncontroversial. But she has held that seat. She earned it. She has maintained it very well. She's not getting it on any concession. It's not a concession to her and her longevity. And I mean, more than that, on the canvases, I mean, you could nearly, if you didn't feel like going out canvassing, you'd say, well, let's spy Mary Bohan, because in the most backyard places and background places, Mary was out on this campaign everywhere. She was so ubiquitous. And I think there's probably a bit of succession planning going on there, which again, I think a lot of the parties can probably,
Okay. All right. Okay. And I think we're going to take a very quick commercial break. Come back to us again. Plenty more discussion to come here from the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon. We're live at the Leitrim local election counts for 2024. It's just gone 3 o'clock. We'll take a break. We're back after these.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savor delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
Well, you were saying, I want to
And you're very welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon, live for our 2024 local election coverage. John Ellis has come back into our presentation podium here. And John, we were just making the point there with Miriam just before the commercial break in relation to the female representation on the local executive in Leitrim. Fionnuala Armstrong Maguire obviously was going to be stepping down. It looks like Maeve Reynolds will be returned there. Ethan Reynolds Flynn could be returned in Ballinamore. It's a strong possibility. And obviously Mary Bohan in Manor. Again, I don't think I'm missing that. It'll probably be 3 female candidates again on the council, or 3 female councillors again.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I think that gender balance is important. But if you study it, all those that are Ethan Reynolds, Mary Bohan, Fionnuala, they all made a tremendous contribution, and they would help to balance the agenda when it would come to local authority representation, because you do need balance. Now, the biggest problem is that a lot of women, especially younger women, are very afraid to get involved because they just basically don't have time. Life has become so fast out there, especially for younger people, that they don't want to give the commitment. They can't, and many times, young families, it's not easy done.
What about this current election in relation to a lot of female candidates, in fairness, running? I suppose probably in the areas where there's going to be 4 sitting councillors, as is the case in Carrick-on-Shannon and Manor Hamilton, going back in, can be very difficult to dislodge them, and 4 in Ballinamore as well. It can be difficult to dislodge the councillors, regardless whether you're male or female. Sean, was it always an advantage when you were there and you were a councillor and you had the profile and you were on the radio and on the papers? Is that a big help now running into elections, having that profile?
John, it is. And I suppose if you think back to the last council election, the 6 sitting councillors were fairly confident of getting elected. It was going to be hard to dislodge any of the councillors, and that's the reality. But with the changes this time around, so many new candidates coming in and so many stepping down, there was always going to be changes, and there had to be changes, you know. So, but it's good to see, as John says there, to see women coming into the field. And I was just thinking there earlier on in my own area, you had I think it's in 1925 there has been a councillor in the Kilty or Glenfarne area, so that's an end of an era now, except for one period. And indeed, funny enough, Paddy McGowan was a Fianna Fáil councillor, represented Kilty Clogher for quite a long time. He started in 25. And actually, funny thing about it is Eddie Mitchell is related to Paddy McGowan.
So many of these stories and histories repeating itself. You made a very interesting point, and it's great that we have John Ellis back on board for this as well, because John obviously is a former TD in Leitrim. You touched on the fact here that, you know, this, and I know you were reluctant to bring it up, that there was almost this kind of a north-south divide. And I suppose when you look at the improvements in infrastructure in Carrick-on-Shannon, you look at Leitrim Village, you look at Drummond, you look at Drumshambo, we're not seeing the same tourism-led developments taking place in North Leitrim, Pat. Sean has made that point already. As a North Leitrim man, how do you feel about that? Is there a north-south divide, or are you the poor relations in the county?
Well, I suppose from my humble experience and listening to, since Phelim got involved in politics, I would know that Sean and Frank Phelim and Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan, they would have worked very much as a cohesive unit. When it came to looking for support, they would have worked as a unit. And I was I wouldn't be aware of that up until, let's say, the last decade, until I got involved with Phelim. And I think from once getting across the line or getting elected, that's the big thing for any candidate. But then when it comes and you get on the council, you're very much working as a team. And unless you work as a team, you won't get any success. And I would like to compliment Sean here on my left for the tremendous work he has done in supporting all sorts of projects in Manor Hamilton. And I know he's been working on the Greenway with Phelim very strongly, and Frank in our local GA pitch there brought in tremendous funding through the Fine Gael representation. And again, Sean's great achievement there in the funding for the project there in the Glenfarne Wood.
All right, okay. And those are the types of projects that we're referring to. John, let's bring you in, and this is a proud South Leitrim man, if we can say that, but a Leitrim man first and foremost.
Was this to North Leitrim, believe it or not?
was this always here, John? That there was a kind of a divide between, or is it the way maybe that some areas in South Leitrim have deemed very much to prosper? Now, you could say maybe Ballinamore and Bohan haven't maintained the level of development that we're witnessing, say, in Drummond, Carrick and Shannon, Leitrim or Drumshanbo.
The north-south
Just bring you in closer again, John, here.
The north-south divide was much worse 50 years ago.
Really?
When I first went on the council, yeah. There was a north-south divide at that time that was very, very apparent. North Leitrim orientated towards Sligo. South Leitrim orientated
Roscommon,
Longford, Cavan, that sort of way. That disappeared. And thank God it's gone, from what I can see of it now, because nobody is out objecting. If there's money going, if Sean got money for Glenfarne, nobody came out and said, well, that should be going to Ballinamore or vice versa.
Yeah.
You see, the difference now is that there is money in government. Governments have money now to spend. And there is a big awareness, even within government, that you have to try to pull the regions up bit by bit. It's not going to be simple because you have a number of things that play against you. Infrastructure is a major problem for us. And until we get a NEM4, we are going to be suffering. There's no doubt about it. Like, if you take it, I can go out the door and I go up to Drummond and I have the Drummond bypass. Now, that is a political history, believe it or not, but I'm not getting into that. Because we were basically in the right place at the right time one day, and there was money, and we were able to grab it. John Tiernan was the county manager at the time, and I remember having to make a phone call one day to say, John, are you able to go? And the man I had to go back to say yes or no was to Fred Barry, who actually ended up as trying to sort the children's hospital. So that big a mess, he got out of it. But what has happened now is that we end up that you get to Longford, and from Longford to Mullingar is a disaster. Absolute, utter disaster. We then go down the other side, and when you get to Castle Baldwin, you're grand, from there to Sligo. But you have this bit left in the middle, and the place that suffered most is this town that we're in today.
Carrick and Shannon.
The bypass of Carrick and Shannon should have been done years ago. But it's the old story. You run into people who say, Jesus, no, we don't want traffic bypassing us. Actually, when places get bypassed, there actually goes more business into them because people aren't going to be trying to avoid them to avoid it.
That's it. And it's proven. By the way, just on that division, and you mentioned how it was worse 50 years ago, I'm wondering, in any ways, was the division of the county for political gains, like having, say, South Leitrim, Roscommon, North Leitrim in with Sligo, did that contribute to it in any ways?
Of course it did.
It did.
There's no doubt about it. Divide and conquer. The oldest thing in the books. Like, the first time that Leitrim had been together for a long time was in 1981, my first election. And in that election, I found one thing. There was a clamour for Leitrim to have representation. Clamour for it. And that came to my benefit. I must well be honest with you. But then you see, once Leitrim is divided, you're not able to elect anybody.
Correct.
And as it is now, it's a 2/3, 1/3 divide. So you're still only going to elect one in Leitrim.
Yeah.
Bar, there was a couple of times that we did have 2-2. situations, but they were exceptional because it was the way that the candidates were situated and the way the population. But you see, the population has now changed. The population of Sligo has grown so much that it's now bringing an imbalance to the rest of the constituency. And that's where you're going to run into trouble trying to get TDs elected in Leitrim.
That's all for another day on general elections, but there are interesting points that you made there. Sean, we were talking about that kind of imbalance on it, and we were talking earlier on at the point I put to Fionnuala Armstrong Maguire. We were looking at maybe potential of running candidates, and John brought up here, maybe try if we're running, say, candidates, Leitrim-based candidates, and we're just thinking about it from a Fine Gael perspective. And I see them out here in the lobby a little bit earlier on. Deputy Frank Feehan, who's the Sligo Leitrim TD. At this rate of going, what Fine Gael are going to be returning 3 councillors in Leitrim, would it be right in saying it would be highly unlikely that a Fine Gael candidate would be ran under a Fine Gael banner in Leitrim in the next general election?
You're probably right, John. But the population, Sligo, Leitrim, there's a huge difference in the population size, and you have to weigh up that situation. Putting a candidate in here in Leitrim, it mightn't just work long term because you probably have Frank Feehan when he's going forward again next time.
Yeah.
So it's unlikely to see a Fine Gael candidate in Leitrim. Mm-hmm. That's my take on it.
Any of these independents, Pat, could make an elevation from local to national?
Yeah, it's based on the Gilmartin bandwagon today. He definitely.
That's the name I was thinking of, because obviously people are going to be watching the future of Marion Harkin.
Succession planning, yeah.
And the connection that's there. But on the back of this performance, when the dust settles now in a couple of days' time and people look at James Gilmartin and what he's achieved and where he's pulled votes from, I'm just wondering what could be the extent of his political ambition after this?
Yeah, well, I suppose that's a question for James and his team on the ground. James will probably reflect when he gets across the line, which he is going to do, and I think that's a conversation for another day.
Okay.
Yeah.
John Ellis, would you see something there from obviously from the votes, but something about James Gilmartin now at this stage that maybe he's one to watch for the future outside of the council chambers, and he hasn't even stepped foot in it yet, but could he be one that could make a tilt at national?
Well, of course he could. Anybody can make it to the national level if the wind comes behind them on their back. But remember, when he's a councillor. There's no question about that. He's going to have a quota and a half. But he goes into that council chamber. He's going to find it a lot more difficult and a lot bigger expectation from him than if Mitchell picks up the last seat. There'll be nothing expected of Mitchell in comparison to what's going to be expected of Gilmartin. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas I have always seen that the guys who scrapped into the last seat at the last election were the guys who, when it came to the next one, were getting home cushy. They put it mildly. So that's the first thing I will say. I don't know if Marion Harkin intends to run again or not. Nobody seems to know. But if she decides not to run, and she decides that she's going to anoint James, he has one problem. She has made sure that she was based in Sligo town. She had a network of teachers who worked for her all around the country. Okay, James is in the same position, but he wouldn't have had the experience of it, of being around as long as she was. She portrayed this great Defend the West portrayal. Now, and I don't want to sound critical, and if Marion was here, I'd say to you, Marion, would you ever tell me what you delivered in all your weeping and gnashing of teeth? Because there was more delivered, and I'm going to be honest, by the present government than there was delivered in all of her time in.
So you would claim that the claims she's making about regional imbalance, and well, in fairness, she's quoting reports on a regular basis.
You can quote all the reports you like, and paper won't refuse ink. Mm-hmm. But the bottom line of it is, it's about getting the cash down to Mary or Johnny's Lane, or getting their medical card sorted out, or getting them looked after, or making sure that you have a school. Like there's certain things that we can point out in Leitrim that other counties begrudge us for.
Yeah.
And were achieved, a lot of them. And I'm not being big-headed during my time. There isn't a village in Leitrim that doesn't have a sewerage scheme. Can you name me one that doesn't have one?
And
That's just one thing.
Yeah.
We have a new school in Ballinamore where there was a lot of aggro about, but only for Noel Dempsey and myself it would never have happened because it wasn't on the list that was going out. And I got him to put it on the list. Okay, it was at the bottom of the list, but it finally got done. You have a new school in Muckle. You have a new second level school in Carrick. Carrick needs a national school.
That's one of the big issues that's come up here time and time again.
Which should have been delivered. And I'm going to say that up front. It should have been delivered at this stage. But the reason that it wasn't delivered was there was a Gael school put in. And the money would have been, the Department of Education would have funneled the money towards the Gael school rather than towards a new national school. Now, I have no gripe with Gael schools, and I think they're good. The only gripe I have with a Gael school is that if you don't have a second level school to follow on to, the kids are at a disadvantage, whether they like to admit it or not. And even if you have a second level to follow on Gael school, when you go to third level,
That's an interesting point, and I've seen that from a couple of the election manifestos of the various candidates in this local election. A lot of them calling for third.
Refresh. Kilty Clogher has been found.
Brilliant.
We found Kilty Clogher.
Kilty Clogher. Well, we've got the Kilty Clogher figures I'm just hearing now. So those figures have been discovered, retrieved, call it what you will. And Kilty Clogher. Just with me for a moment. They're coming in here to us now as we speak. And I think we have Pádraig here. Actually, Pádraig, you can come in and join us here on this one. Those figures in Kilty Clogher. Pat, I'll just get you to give him a seat maybe just for a moment there. The Kilty Clogher National School, those are the figures that had eluded us so far. And they are in now at this stage. So, Pádraig, the figures were discovered first and foremost. Well done.
Someone had them in their car, so we got a photo of them anyway. So we have Katrina Bergen 6, Mary Bohan 8, Michelle Brennan 27, Kevin Keskey 5, Pádraig Fallon 19, Blohin Gallagher 3, James Gilmartin 15, Phelim Gurn 13, Bernie Nan 3, Jeremy McConville 0, Eddie Mitchell 33, and Justin Warnock 21.
21. Anything there, Pádraig, that affects the equilibrium that we've been talking about?
Fallon is only 19.
Yeah, but Brendan got 27.
But even that would be
possibly
down. Yeah, that would
slightly
be down.
Yeah, because Kilty Clogher would normally have given about a third of the vote to Sinn Féin.
There's always
slightly down. Eddie
the
Mitchell.
strongest one in Leitrim.
Eddie Mitchell probably the beneficiary there again, increasing that gap on
now that takes him to over 500.
Yeah.
And what it gives us now is clarification, really, perhaps that the predicted quota is going to be 904.
Well, yeah, the number of votes in Kilty hasn't changed since the 2019.
So it stays.
Election, so it stays as is. The quota is 904.
Okay, just on the back of those figures, Sean, anything standing out from you there on the back of those?
Not really. Katrina didn't pick up a lot of votes there that I normally would be very strong in Kilty. So there's not, that I can't say very much on it. I was expecting, that there'd be a broad vote in Kilty coming from my votes, first preferences. But and of course, it pushes up Eddie Mitchell that little bit more.
Okay, John, from your end of things, there anything in particular standing out?
No, it shows the trend. Mitchell picking up. That's the trend. It's the same as what I suppose the probably the most disappointed, maybe in a way, will be Gilmartin that he only had 15 out of it. But there again, there's none of them with a massive vote out of it. So, if you look at it, Mitchell actually has the biggest vote out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a beneficiary. He now crosses 500.
Right. Okay.
And if you look at it, Keskey now goes to 435, and Bergen has 278.
Yeah.
So if you put 435 and 278 together, you're talking about 600-700 votes roughly.
Yeah.
They're 200 votes short of a quota.
That's in many ways brings home the fall from grace from Fine Gael, doesn't it, Sean?
Yeah.
It doesn't look good now.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is, and I maintain this, and Sean will probably agree with me, that votes in Kilty Clogher, Ross Inver, Glenfarden stay out there. It has always been the case, because I saw John Cullen and Tony Ferguson getting elected in Ross Inver. And Charlie
just
Cullen.
closer to the mic, John.
Sorry,
My apologies.
and Charlie Cullen getting elected in Glenfarden. So that was those three councillors and that wing of it at a time.
Right.
But there's no way now I see a change from what we said earlier.
You've been fairly much nailing down those predictions at this stage.
I can't see, unless that Kevin Keskey gets a massive transfer out of James Gilmartin, which he won't.
No, it's a difficult thing. In my view,
the
anyways.
bottom line of it is, if you were Fine Gael in the manor or out there, you voted for Keskey. If you weren't voting for him number one, you weren't going to give him the number two. It was going away from you.
Okay.
Now I might be as wrong as be damned, but
no. Well, let's look at it. Pádraig is crunching these numbers here and just trying to get a final, I suppose, take on what we have from the tally figures. Is it going along how we're more or less saying here now that we could be very much looking at Eddie on that 6th seat, Eddie Mitchell, or is it still too early with not knowing where transfers are going to go to make a call this early?
It's always a bit early to call it, but at the same time, I would agree with John's thinking that unless Kevin Keskey gets a major transfer from James Gilmartin surplus, there's no votes anywhere else for him to get, because there's still a number of candidates sitting there waiting for votes. So to get to a quota, so you'll imagine some of those Gilmartin votes, because of the size of the vote that he got in Manor Hamilton, will go back to Phelim Gurn to help him get over the line, because of, I suppose, that relationship between himself and Eddie Mitchell that I alluded to around the Save Leitrim and the anti-fracking campaigns. I would imagine that Eddie Mitchell will get a certain portion of James Gilmartin's surplus. So there won't be enough votes there to get Kevin Keskey to a quota, because I suspect Eddie Mitchell is going to get some of Katrina Bergen's votes as well. So that's the path to getting to the quota doesn't seem to be there.
But you see, you want to look at the overall. The quota is 904. Mary Bohan needs 60 votes. Pádraig Fallon needs 120 votes. To get
to 780, yeah.
Phelim Gurn needs 160 roughly, and Justin Warnock needs 150. Now, they're all going to be sucking out of Gilmartin's surplus, which is going to reduce what will go to Kevin Keskey significantly. It was different if he was left in the situation where you only had, say that Mary Bohan and Warnock was elected, for instance, and Fallon. Then it could be different. But Mary Bohan is going to take up some of them. Pádraig Fallon is going to take up some of them. Phelim is going to take up some of them. And then you have
and it's very easy, and I agree with you. And to back that up, John, all you have to do is look where James Gilmartin has taken votes out of, and he's taken them out of everywhere.
Yeah.
So as a result of that, you would be saying his surplus is going to go everywhere.
It'll be a gunshot.
Yeah, absolutely. It could go any side, and in all ins and all arts and parts. Sean, where do you feel now at this stage? The confirmation, if it was being a merchant of doom, we could say that the writing is on the wall, and it backs up what we were thinking here from a Fine Gael perspective. The whole stance, the shift now in the region to independence in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, we could well now be looking at 3 being returned here onto the new council. That's up from 1 from the last 2 respective council elections, at least for Phelim Gurn has been the only independent there. What does that tell you about the way the dynamics have changed in recent years?
Yeah, excuse me. Definitely the scenario has changed, and the independence has gained momentum, and certainly in North Leitrim, and you can see that the bigger parties, especially Fine Gael, are suffering because of this. on this occasion anyhow. And as John says there, you know, when that surplus is distributed and it starts spraying around, it's unlikely that Kevin will get enough to go up there. I think John is right.
Yeah, okay. We'll bring Miriam back in a couple of moments as well, if we can, just to get her take on it.
What they like, they have all the facilities that they need in it, you know, 3 or 4 pubs, restaurants, and it is now classed as the #1 destination, because you can go out and you have a train every hour or two, and you can come and go as you like anywhere.
Florida.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a fair point, and it's probably been reflected in property prices as well. Miriam, come back in here, nice and close to the mic. And at this stage now, 100% of the tally figures have come into us from the Manor Hamilton Municipal District. You've got almost like an elevated view there of those tally figures and the photograph that came in from it as well. A chance to look at the final draft, the final take now on the tally figures from you. Anything changing on your predictions at all?
Well, I'll tell you, I was doing a walkabout as well before it came in, and it's interesting, you know, because when you go out and you walk around to the candidates, sometimes everybody put manners on you.
Yeah,
because
and they're all listening and they're hearing indirectly or directly what you're saying.
Well, they are, but they're also doing their own sums, you see, and as well as that. And I think the fact, too, that people have had eyes across the barrier when some of the tallies were being done.
Yes.
I think you touched on it a little bit there earlier. I mean, Gilmartin has taken so many votes from so many places that it stands to reason that his surplus is going to go in lots of directions. Yeah. So I think people are kind of, you know, revisiting their
predictions.
Yeah, their predictions are holding out. So, and I think, you know, the Kilty one doesn't change anything other than maybe it helps consolidate what the quota might be. So I think there's a lot of chat out there. And it does, you know, I wanted to mention something, come back to something you were talking about there about the independent candidates, though, you know, and if this is a feature of, you know, politics and local politics. And I think one of the things that has changed, one of the biggest militating factors against people running as independents years ago was the cost of managing a campaign.
Yeah.
But again, no more than whether it's education technology, now that with access to digital technology, it's more accessible for somebody to run as an independent. They can both fundraise digitally online with crowdfunders,
GoFundMe and the
get
likes,
people
yeah,
to, you know, make micro donations.
Yes.
So I mean, that's an awful lot easier because you don't have a team of people to go around and, you know, shake a bucket at people. And secondly, social media reduces, you know, and people who deploy that and utilize that, it reduces the amount of need that you have for the
election posters and so on.
And even access to legacy media and mainstream media. And maybe not everybody's going to get the same, you know, and all of the logistics that goes with the commission demand, balancing of time and all that kind of thing. So I think, so I think that we will see a lot more independence because it's become more accessible for people to be able to get out there and, you know, yes, it's going to be quite disruptive in many ways. And you can see it actually with European elections as well. I mean, anyone go down through the list, I mean, so many of them, you probably will see more technical groupings coming together, you know, various independents then trying to coalesce under one banner.
But is that one of the challenges that independents face, that if they go into these collective groupings, as almost as a result of that, their independence is deemed to be in some shape or form almost diluted?
Well, no, I think the first technical group, and I suppose we have to give some credit even regionally to Luke Flanagan for that, because he was the one that kind of, you know, operationalised that idea of forming a technical group in Leinster House of the independents. And what it gave them was speaking time, because what you don't have as an independent is speaking time. But if you can coalesce a group of people, then, you know, under a technical grouping, and they all managed to maintain their independence, but now they could actually get a quota of speaking time on so many things. Because people used to say years ago, that fellow was elected as an independent. He went up there to the Dáil and never heard a word from him for the whole 5 years. He never opened his mouth.
Almost impossible, and speaking of independence and Michael Fitzmaurice's party, Independent Ireland, almost impossible maybe to gauge an accurate reflection on how popular they're going to be in this region. We can look at maybe Kieran Maloney a little bit later on in Europe. But Karina Charles Lynch, the only candidate running, based, as we mentioned, in Bandaglara, 103 votes, 2% of the vote in the Bandamore Municipal District. Can we take anything from that?
Well, no, I mean, not really. And I think, in fairness, I think that grouping is a very new grouping. And I'd say it will have had its own teething problems to a certain extent, because whilst I think Michael Fitzmaurice and a few of the early partnership would have known what each other's politics were and would have had a certain, I suppose, understanding about rules of engagement and how they might operate. I think that's a much more difficult one to step out as more independents that don't have a track record, that nobody knows really. In fact, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but anyone who might have seen the website, Which Candidate?
Yeah.
It's what I call the dating app for somebody who's never voted before. You've got all the candidates listed and you can go in. You answer 21 questions. And do you know what's really fascinating? What's really fascinating is to see the answers of the TDs. So even the idea that people fall naturally to right, left and centre, I did it for fun for the eastern area of the country. I pretended I was in the eastern area and put it in. And it was interesting to see that Brendan Ogle and Regina Doherty were closer aligned on some issues. And Niall Boylan and Claire Daly were aligned on some issues. And that seems so counterintuitive, because you would actually have put them on a spectrum differently.
Yeah.
So I think we can't even assume that we can plot people now on what was the traditional spectrum of right to left. And I know you were saying earlier, John, about where people are centre. There's a gravitation towards the centre, for sure.
But there's a big grey area.
There's a big grey area there. And it's the extremities people are afraid of, I think.
Let's look at the practical workings, Pat, for a moment of maybe the new council. And we're looking at Manorhamilton and predicting maybe 3. I'm working off memory here. Say, for instance, in Carrick and Shannon, Des Guckin is probably going to be going back in there again. Enda Stinson will be going back in there again. Not sure if we're going to have anybody in Ballinamore on independent. But, for do the independents now, you've touched on it here already, how the councillors in North Leitrim, to address maybe the north-south divide and the imbalance that exists there, that those councillors had to work collectively together. Is there now an opportunity, as a result, primarily with what has happened in Manorhamilton today, for independents to work more as a collective unit together?
I would see a key thing has been, say, the likes of James Gilmartin. He's a new candidate on board. And I know from past experience in working with Phelim, it takes a while to establish relationships. And politics or life is all about relationships. And okay, if we have 2 new additional independents in Manorhamilton, it'll take them a while to build up relationships. And I know that will take a while. There is a settling in period.
It's not as simple as saying you're all independents, you're all singing off the one hymn sheet.
It doesn't work that way. I know from Phelim's first 5 years, he was learning and he put his hands up and he said, Christ, it's a maze when you go in there to get all these things. He has built up strong relationships now, and working with his fellow councillors, then you can get stuff over the line. I think that's a key thing. Whoever gets elected, it's all about relationships. And as you know, in sporting circles or everything, until you build up relationships, it's hard to get results.
That's very much coming through here, Miriam. The whole, I suppose, networking and the alignment of just looking at Ballinamore. I don't think we're going to have an independent input from there. But from your take of it, and I suppose even if we look at the current council, and probably, although as an independent, many would argue that Des Guckin, and I'll bring John in on this in a moment too as well, would have been seen almost as out on a limb. But yet, despite that, it seems again from the tally figures at least that we're getting that he could be returned in the Carrick and Shannon area.
Yeah, and it looks like he actually increased his vote in quite a few places again.
Which was contrary to a lot of the predictions when people were telling me during the week leading into this that he could be one of the candidates there that could be in trouble. So is there still a demand out there for a rebel with a cause?
Yes, and I think there is. And I think because a lot of people are gravitating as well externally, let's call it, for the sake of anything else, the various culture wars that go on out there now at the moment, not just locally but globally. I think as well there always will be room for people who take a position that aren't. There's this particular skill in being an independent, And I think if you're independent, you have to have that presence of mind that you're not beholden to anyone, only those who voted for you.
Find your niche and service
and
them.
service it, and be, you know, and have that. And if you look, I often use actually Claire Daly as an example, particularly with an MEP. I think one of the reasons she's good is because she's independent, and therefore she can be quite strident and oppositional in Europe. So it's not, you know, somebody who says, I'm going to be Eurosceptic, but I'm going to go out there and I really want to challenge things. One of the reasons I think she has the freedom to do it, as some might say aggressively or whatever, but as for it was so for is because she's independent. There, you know, and you don't have whips and things like that. So I think the fact, you know, once you have a rebel with a cause, for sure, I think, and you stick to that, you have the integrity, and people will have confidence, you know.
John, how difficult is it from your experience, both as a senator, more so as a TD and as a councillor, to work with these independents? Like, there's been even throughout your political career, even from the post Fianna Fáil majority days, there was an independence or an alliance of the likes of, say, Tony Gregory, for instance, would spring to mind, you know, the Healy Rays, people like these that would be propping up the government. Michael Lowry would spring to mind. You know, for main parties working with independents, is there a big difference in how it works at council level to that maybe at national level? How's your relationship like with independents?
Well, the best Jackie Healy and myself would have been very good friends, because I'd have known Jackie from his time in Fianna Fáil. But no, at national level, independents are basically looking to achieve for their own particular constituency and their own area.
And they could hold the country to ransom in order to get maybe a new school or a hospital or something like that.
And fair play to them, because it's all about how good you're at the bargaining table, no matter what level you're playing at.
Yeah.
Because if you're not able to argue your point and show good reason at both levels, like local authority level, national level, you're not going to win.
And is it a balancing act? And maybe we'll just go back to, say, Des Guckin, for instance, to use as an example here. And he's very vocal in the fact, you know, was never a Cathaoirleach municipal district or local authority level. And as a result of that, would almost feel that he's been frozen out to a certain degree. So is it a balancing act again? And going back to the point that Pat made about forging those relationships, cementing those relationships with other councillors in order to determine your success or not as a councillor.
Well, that might be part of it. But you always want to remember that you have to be able to deal with your colleagues in a rational way. And I'm not saying that Des is irrational at times, because sometimes I admire some of the issues that he kicks out into the pitch, and they need to be kicked out. But the other side of it is, when you come to chairs and all that sort of stuff, the majority will take control. And actually, the division into the three regions of the county means that practically 5 of the 6 should get the chair, you know, at some stage for their area.
Yeah.
Okay, when it comes to the Cathaoirleachs, whoever creates the majority block, they have the Cathaoirleachs' job to be distributed or to be given out. And if you're in a coalition, it's whatever way it broke down. The last time I think it broke was 3 Fianna Fáil and 2 Fine Gaels, and the next time if it were to be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, I can't see it being, to be honest with you, unless you could see a scenario that if Fianna Fáil were to win 7 and Fine Gael win 3, that you could see them going back into their old alliances
and maybe getting a control of the council between them that way.
Yeah,
okay.
Or you could see 3 of the independents themselves deciding to act as a group and go to negotiate with the other parties. You see, it can be anything.
But the one Sinn Féin perspective on that now, because we're going to have, again, hypothetically speaking at this stage, but obviously we're looking at Pádraig Fallon, we're looking at Brendan Barry, and the possibility maybe of Cormac Flynn taking a seat in Carrick and Shannon, although he's in there and going to be facing a big battle, it seems, from Stephen King in an all-Carrick contest, maybe for that final seat. So the Sinn Féin representation, the workings of the new council, and I know we're doing a lot of guessing at that stage, or at this stage, can you envisage any obstacles, any challenges there?
Well, not for Sinn Féin members, other than new members, as Pat was saying. Even those within a party, there's a certain induction period and getting to know what the job is and adjusting to that. I think the other issue, the issues, and I think as well as that, particularly at local level, there is a lot of consensus building and working towards consensus and trying to find those. But I think the bigger picture in the longer term, I think there will be a point that if the number of independents starts to get so large that the traditional and conventional party system as it was known, then you will have to find more elegant ways of renegotiating power sharing. These are sort of constantly, you might say, deepening or widening democracy rather than undermining it. But the more people that become involved, the traditional ways of rotating power or majority. So I think you'll find, maybe like the Bohan systems and that you're looking for more power sharing type arrangements by consensus.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a very quick commercial break here. We'll turn our attentions to the Bandamore Municipal District when we come back. Those were the first votes that were counted here this morning. Obviously, John Ellis would have a big interest in that neck of the woods. But we'll ask Miriam and Pat maybe to stay with us and maybe have a cast over that. That's coming up right after this break.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
And you're very welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon. It's our 2024 local election coverage here on Ocean. You can watch, you can listen. Of course, all the tally figures now are online. The count figures will be going up there a little bit later on. And you're probably wondering at home now in relation to count figures and when were counts going to be taking place. Mark 6 o'clock in your diary as a possible time for that. At this stage, we're delighted to welcome Brendan Barry, the councillor. Brendan Barry, I see him moving in here towards. You say we are very for the time being. Brendan, I bring you to here. Pat has given up a seat. That's the first person that's given up a seat. So gladly here in the Landmark Hotel today. Everybody else absolutely despises the notion of giving up a seat. Brendan Barry, first and foremost, by the tally figures, can we extend our congratulations on a very well-run campaign. Number of interesting aspects on it this time round. The fact, again, that Sinn Féin were deciding to run 3 candidates. And maybe the other 2 candidates more to the Bandamore side and further up to your direction. You were based in Drumshanbo, but lots of family connections, as John Ellis alluded to, in Fina. And again, you seem to have this knack and ability to pull votes from right across the local electoral area. Would you deem that to be of paramount importance to your success?
Yeah, I suppose the success for any councillor is the ability to get votes all over the place. And I'm glad that people, I suppose, I'm going into my 3rd term now, and I never would have canvassed 2/3 of the area at any stage, and I had even less ground this year, so I had given up half of Fina. Even this time I didn't get canvassing it, so the only places I canvassed was Drumshanbo, Banagera, Cashel, Drumcong and Boot 1 and Fina, so I had less area, but my vote increased and a lot more competition. And I suppose when I looked at the initial figures, I was a bit kind of disappointed, but that's maybe the wrong word, but I hoped that I would have got more votes even, but when I stood back and looked at it, no, I'm very happy with the vote I got, and I'm in 3rd place there.
Lucky for some, unlucky for others, but 13%, 856 first preference votes by the tallies. Nothing wrong with that.
No, it is. It's good. When I looked at it, I suppose I'm in 3rd place, and I'm hoping that I'll take the 3rd seat. I took the 3rd seat on the last occasion and on the first occasion. and my vote is increasing steady each election. So no, I'm happy with that. And
Yeah, just for the record, 683 first preference votes 10 years ago. I can remember interviewing you along with Pádraig Fallon and Martin Kinney and Shane Logan when you were all elected back then. Also, you secured, as you mentioned, the third seat behind Paddy O'Rourke and Keelan Ellis, finished above Martin Kinney, John McCartan and Jerry Dolan back then. You increased that vote to 765 in 2019. So that's another increase. So you're not only consolidating your position, you're increasing it. You managed to do that with 4 candidates running out of Drumshanbo in Enda McGlynn, who looks like he's going to be returned, Sean Winnigan, who again would be of a huge presence, and Adam O'Kelly very much running a very good campaign for a first-time candidate as well for the Green Party. So there's an awful lot of positives to take out of that, Brendan, isn't there?
yeah, well, I suppose even the one thing that was pointed out to me is that we're the only party with 3 candidates on the field. So for to be able to come in third place again, 2 hard-working councillors and 2 of the big parties, but that's only had 1 running mate in each of those parties. It is good, Jan. I'm happy with that, Jan. Hopefully that I'll be able to continue working and doing what I've been doing the last 10 years for the next 5, and hopefully I'll be back here again 5 years' time.
Let me look elsewhere in the municipal district and who's maybe likely to be returned with you. With general consensus is Paddy O'Rourke, obviously, again, Enda McGlynn, as we mentioned there. After that, then, Gary Pryor, perhaps maybe getting enough of that feeling, ran Jerry Dolan very close in this, and it went to a recount 5 years ago, and he was very, very close indeed. So is there a possibility now of Sinn Féin very much justifying this initiative for running 3 candidates and maybe taking a second seat?
Yeah, well, a second seat is definitely possible and it's within grasp. I suppose there's a huge surplus there of Paddy O'Rourke's that no one knows how it's going to be divided up. I suppose in the last 2 elections where I was running, the 2s staying within Fianna Fáil wasn't a factor because Keelan was elected in both cases. So I suppose it's going to be different this time, so that the strong Fianna Fáil votes will be staying within party, or however many of them is. And I suppose we just don't know that yet. I suppose there'll be a good few people out here now anxious to get looking and tallying to see where those 2s are going to go, and that like 500 votes are almost that's going to be a huge factor on what way the last seats play out.
I've seen some of the priorities that you had outlined there: more affordable housing for rent, and for purchase in Leitrim. Has housing been the big issue on the doorsteps this time round, Brendan, or the areas that you've canvassed? What's the feeling on the ground? Because nationally we keep hearing it time and time again from somebody that's just been through the campaign trail and the canvass trail now. How bad is housing? How big of an issue is it?
Well, the cost of renting houses and that, I suppose, and then the inability to be able to save a deposit for young people to ever actually own their own house is definitely a factor, and is coming up on the doors. I suppose when you hear about houses in Drumshanbo and around and about, which is rural area enough in County Leitrim, that 1,200 and 1,300 and 1,400 a month for rent. Like, how is young people ever going to be afford a deposit or to try and save up to try and get on the property ladder? So it's definitely an issue. But then on the housing, it's coming up as well about planning permission, people wanting to build their own houses on the family farm or where their parents or grandparents grew up. And I suppose
those anomalies that's there with the planning regulations in Leitrim over a long number of years, we've heard this time and time again, how difficult it is to secure planning permission for one-off building.
Well, it has improved, and I suppose the EPA code of practice has changed slightly, and there is more planning being granted in Leitrim. And what I'd be saying to people is, don't rule it out. Don't not try. Come, if you want anyone to ring me or ask me or talk with an architect. A lot of architects or people, even myself, would have a fair idea on a field now whether it'll possibly pass the T-test or that, and whether they would have a good chance of getting planning permission or not. So I'd advise people, and Leitrim in County Council, in fairness to them, is very welcoming to people to come in and meet with them, pre-planning meetings. Have as much information as you can before you go into that meeting, and you will go away wiser and knowing better where you would stand mind if you want to follow through with applying for planning permission.
Can I ask you to put your Sinn Féin hat back on for a moment? And you're going to be looking now at maybe some of the other municipal districts. It seems Pádraig Fallon, who was elected at the same time as yourself back 10 years ago, is going to be returned again. And then elsewhere, if we look into the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District, 2 councillors running there. It seems maybe there's the possibility of 1 seat there this time round. It could be, again, we say this with a health warning, that it could be Cormac Flynn and Stephen King that could be battling it out there in a kind of a Carrick-on-Shannon shootout for that final seat. How confident are you now at this stage, Brendan, that Sinn Féin can increase their representation on the council this time round?
Well, confident maybe is the wrong word, but I'm very hopeful, and I would like to see it, and it is definitely possible, but I wouldn't like calling things too soon. But there's a huge amount of candidates there in Carrick-on-Shannon and situated in the town, and there's a lot of votes there that is probably going to transfer and stay local. And I suppose you'd imagine they'll be staying local, but I suppose the 2 candidates that you mentioned there are both Carrick or Bohan or Leitrim, so I suppose it all depends now which of them is going to get the most transfers, but I suppose they're so close at the moment that they might be still close when that's all done, and it could be only a handful of votes.
And that's not for a minute taking away the campaigns that Lisa and Michelle have put into this election as well. I know you know them both well. They have worked hard over these campaigns.
Yeah, and I suppose it's the first time that we've ran 2 candidates in Carrick, and it's the first time that we've ran 2 candidates in North Leitrim. So that's to try and divide up the votes and to try and boost it and grow it, and to try and have people there that was voting for maybe the other councillor or other people in the past to have trust or faith that they are going to be okay and going to get elected, that we need to divide the vote up to try and elect 2 candidates is difficult because people will be weary and so many new candidates and different things. So it's very hard to manage and organise and do that. So I'd like to commend all our candidates who've done the very best, and the teams of people that was around and working with them. And it is Team Sinn Féin, and everyone done the best that they could to try and get the best outcome. But I suppose if the swing is with you, you can take extra seats, and maybe like what I'm kind of hearing a bit across the country, maybe the wind wasn't fully with us today, and it seems maybe it was blowing against some other parties, and like if the wind is with you, you can do so much more, and if it's again, it just might be the difference of.
I'll talk to you about polls in a second, but I'm conscious that Miriam and Sean are both here with us as well. First of all, what would you like to say to Councillor Brendan Barry here on his performance for Sinn Féin this time round?
Yeah, it's fantastic, and as you say, it's good to see that strength being maintained, and also to haven't taken the risk, I think, of as you say, of running additional candidates. And I think that all feeds into the discussion that you were having earlier, not least with Fine Gael, but I think with all parties, succession planning is such a critical part of it. And an awful lot of that is being able to bring out new candidates that won't get elected the first time, but that do feature very strongly, and that's based on hard evidence, the numbers being crunched from the previous elections, looking to see where there were votes, maybe looking to see where populations have increased. So it is quite scientific, but you have to plan for that. And I think that in many ways, some of the established parties, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, that got so used to over the years not having to plan for succession, and they were getting caught now in different places, not just here, I mean generally. So I think,
okay. John Ellis, were sitting back at all when the tally figures are coming in, and you were looking at this Barry guy swiping votes left, right and centre that used to belong to the Ellis dynasty round Fina, and you are impressed by it, I have to say as well.
Yeah, I think Brendan has done well, but Brendan, fair play to him, has been a good councillor. He's been a realistic councillor, which is equally as important as somebody going out there blowing their head off every day and not able to achieve anything. No, he's performed well as a councillor, and he's getting his reward for it. And that's the way that politics works, especially in a local election. And what you call it, the wind, as Brendan said, could be a bit on Sinn Féin's face. But the wind isn't on his face because he has performed well and done his job as a councillor. And in all parties, it's the same. I saw Fianna Fáil at times and the wind totally against us and our councillors hanging on because they had work. But the guys who didn't put in the work always get caught out. Mm-hmm. And that's how it works. There's nobody need to think. And if you're not prepared to put in the effort and do what you're required to represent the people that elect you, there's nothing that comes around as quick as the next election.
5 years does not belong
5 years
running
is a
in.
very short time.
Talk to me, Brendan, a little bit about those polls, because the comparison was made to me recently, and you'll forgive me for saying this in a Sinn Féin perspective, that Sinn Féin would remind you a little bit of the Irish rugby team in the lead into every World Cup. For 5 years out from the World Cup, Ireland are flying. Sinn Féin are flying 3 or 4 years out from every general election and are expected to do so well. And then all of a sudden, as the election gets closer, you seem to lose momentum. Is that unfair, is it?
Well, it seems to be the case in at the moment, I suppose. But if you're up like the pigeon on the top of the pole and everyone is looking at you trying to knock you down off it, I suppose it's very likely that they will be successful in knocking you down if there's a lot of people throwing stones at you or doing whatever to try and knock you off the top spot. So I suppose there is people are very annoyed with issues that's happening in our country, and I suppose different parties all parties, I suppose, has been blamed, and I have come across that in the doors. People from outside
the issue
the area,
of migrants and immigrants. Is that what basically you're talking about?
Yeah, it did come up in the doors. Not so much with people that I know, but more so with people that I wouldn't know or was
Sinn
new to the area.
Féin stance question on it, because I detected a change in Sinn Féin stance on this whole issue over the last number of months, definitely.
Well, I wouldn't say our position has changed, but I suppose it was...
There's a conception maybe out there that it is, or a perception out there.
Well, the view I was getting from people on the doors who was annoyed was that we weren't putting out our view at all. And when I said what our view was, they kind of were less annoyed or
was that a communications problem from head office, that that message wasn't being put across, and maybe by staying silent, it done Sinn Féin no favours?
Yeah, I suppose everyone would be concerned and not want to escalate things or have people kind of, I suppose, dog whistling is a word that just be used, or I suppose a lot of the problems in our country is as a result of government decisions and government management. I suppose when we haven't enough houses, I suppose that's because the councils and local authorities haven't been building enough houses, or they didn't take over enough vacant estates and put builders in working in those estates when there was builders out of work and people mad looking for work. Now we can't get builders to do the work that's needed, and we're trying to catch up. Whereas a number of years ago when the bust happened, there was lots of people mad looking for work. There was lots of empty houses, half-built houses, that money should have been invested at that time. I know money was scarce, but money should have been invested at that time to get people working, keep them in the country, get the jobs finished, have them available for people then to move into, and we wouldn't have the housing prices that we have now. And I suppose the fact that so many houses was bought up by vulture funds and these people who's renting them out, and they're not available on the market for people to buy as family homes.
I think it is one of the things that the former Taoiseach Leo Varadkar very much was admitted as well when he stepped down, was that the speed of which the economy recovered seemed to catch the government, at least, very much by surprise.
Well, the economy was recovering, as in tax intake was recovering, but I suppose a lot of people on the ground didn't see it recovering because the cost of living was increasing greater than what their wages and salaries was increasing. So they were actually feeling worse off because they seen a lot more money going out on utilities and bills and one thing and another, and felt they were worse off. And I suppose they were looking for someone to blame for that. And I suppose it's wrong to be blaming other people who's less fortunate than many of us for that, when I'd be saying it's because of government mismanagement of the economy that's causing a lot of those problems.
Tell me what the rest of the evening is going to hold in store now, the whole hanging around process, because I'd like to try and maybe get, from the candidate's perspective, the human nature story of this. You have an idea that you're going to be elected, but it's the hanging around until it's all confirmed. Do you feel nervous until it's signed, sealed and delivered?
I suppose other elections I would have been far more nervous. I remember in the first election I didn't actually, and Keelan was talking about succession and that. I suppose in the first election I didn't expect to get elected at all. I thought that I'd be running in that election with a view to building for over the 5 years to give it a right good shot in the time after. So I suppose people that was around me in the first election was telling me, oh, you're flying, you're going to get in. And I was kind of like, oh, I'm not in yet.
Yeah.
Wait until the last count is done and I'm done. But I did, and I did get elected, and I've done it again 5 years ago. I suppose I felt under far more pressure 5 years ago. There were 6 candidates in Drumshanbo town, and everyone knew everyone personally and very well, or grew up with everyone, and you had no idea what way the thing was going. I suppose when I came through that, I kind of thought, well, if I could come through that there's a good chance I'd be able to come through this time.
Yeah, well, look at you. You've come through as all the indicators are with flying colours. I know I've spoken to you a lot of times over the last number of years as well in the agricultural remit. From farming and the challenges that farming are facing, and you've been involved with various agricultural organisations as well. Big challenges ahead for the next 5 years. What can be done at county council level to try and improve the situation for farmers? Because again, from looking at the manifestos and the election promises from a lot of candidates, they're going to change the sun, moon and stars for farming. But you've been in there now, you know how it works. What can be done for farming, for the agricultural community at council level?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind there is the new inspections and that the local authorities are going to be doing on farms. And I suppose I know in the past Leitrim County Council doesn't want to be going out finding problems with anyone, but if problems is coming up or being reported, like, they have to deal with it. But I'd be hoping that I'd be able to influence the council to work with farmers. If we don't have farmers in rural Leitrim, it's a massive part of the economy. Every euro invested in agriculture generates 4. So the amount of people that's working in the agricultural sector, either as farming or directly employed, whether it be with agri-contractors, mart stores, diesel suppliers, even the local shops, everyone is dependent on agriculture in Leitrim to have common sense to try and support and help them to resolve the issues rather than using the heavy stick approach and penalties and that to come out. Explain, show what the problem is and give farmers time and help them to sort out the issues.
All right, okay. Brendan, at the moment, thank you indeed for joining us. Well done on your campaign so far. It's very much coming across there on the tally figures. It's going to be another successful campaign that you'll be heading in for your third stint on the local authority. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thanks very much, John and Keelan, and thanks very much, John Ellis as well. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Brendan Barry there, outgoing councillor in the Ballinamore Municipal District, based in Drumshanbo, and very much looking to be back on his way into the next local authority in Leitrim. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We will be hearing from the big story in these elections very, very shortly in James Gilmartin. He has absolutely taken the place by storm. We hope to hear from him inside the next few minutes to give us a breather. Before that, we'll take a break. We're back after these.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savor delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. #Leitrim Gathering.
4 minutes after 4 o'clock. You're welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon. Our local election coverage for 2024. We have 3 municipal districts. Arguably, the story of the day is unfolding in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Sinn Féin had 2 candidates running there. Fine Gael had 2 candidates running. Fianna Fáil will have 2 candidates, seems, that will be returned, but undoubtedly it's all about independence. And when we mention independence, there's one independent that is blazing a trail of glory, picking up votes left, right and centre, right across the entire region as we look at it here and look at the tally figures. James Gilmartin, you're very welcome to our studio. I never want to preempt anything too much, but on the basis of the tally figures here that we have seen, all I can probably say to you is well played. We're going to move you nice and close to this microphone.
Sure. Thank you very much, John. Yeah.
Give me your reaction, James. Here I am waffling on about it.
No, I let you waffle away. As you know, this is my first rodeo in regards to this, so I'm a bit. You'd be slightly kind of unsure what to say. You'd be a bit in shock. You obviously hope for the best, expect the worst, but yeah, it really surpassed my wildest dreams, really, in getting the return. I suppose at this juncture, I mean, for all the people who did turn out and vote for me, I'd have to say thank you very, very much. It means so much to us.
Talk to me a little bit about what today has been like for you. Has it almost been like a surreal experience? I presume you've been monitoring. You've had people here. All candidates will tell you never get to the count centre too early because you could be there a long, long time. I presume you've been monitoring things. Dare I say it? Have you even maybe been watching or listening over the course of the morning?
Indeed, I have. My day actually started at 5 this morning when my 10-year-old came into. We're heading for the count, Daddy, but yeah. So I was cotton about this morning and then joined on around 9 o'clock and listened to the Ballamore and Carrick information and kind of, as the day went on now I was becoming more and more excited and nervous, I suppose, in the same breath.
Yeah, and we were obviously expecting you to do well in the Manor Hamilton area, but the trend emerged very, very quickly that you were taking votes all over the place. And well, some would say, oh, well, that's his teaching connections up there close to Kinlaw. Then there was other areas people say that's the Marion Harkin factor there. He's doing well. He's got a GAA profile. And at the end of the day, I think we all just ran out of superlatives and trying to figure out why and where you were getting all these votes. So what is the secret to it? What did you do in this campaign that obviously made such a connection?
Well, I don't know. I just done the hard work. I made sure to go to as many doors as I could. I guess, like, the great thing about these elections is democracy, and you go to talk to people and you put your best story forward for yourself, not talking about anyone else. I was well located with the 2 lads leaving, Frank in the Manor and then Sean as well. So there was a lot of votes there, I guess. I never think of them as up for grabs as if anyone can own votes, but they were there to be asked for.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as you said, I suppose the GAA teaching in Kinlaw, or teaching in Mundurn, should I say, but and the support I got down there was really, I got a lot of the kids and parents came to me and a huge support in that, and that's very fortifying as well.
And even up towards Drumkieran, you were pulling votes out there as well, where Pádraig Fallon and Mary Bohan would have been so strong. You're after reminding me of something that Eddie Mitchell told me back when he announced his decision to run in this election. He says independents are targeting Fine Gael seats here.
Well, I mean, that's...
but did you, it's not say target them, but did you get the sense that, right, there's 2 councillors retiring here and there's an opening?
Well, that would be the case, but I wouldn't say there was 2 councillors. The fact that they were Fine Gael, I wouldn't feel that if there'd been Fianna Fáil in the same.
It would have been the same thing.
And the votes were there for that. I mean, I never really see myself, if I'm being honest, being a politician. I would more see it as a public representative, and because sometimes it's just the connotations that kind of go with it, But I thoroughly enjoyed the experience. I guess I'm bowled over, really. You'd be slightly humbled, like that many people would say, we believe in you to go and represent us, because that's, in effect, is what it is,
Yeah. One of the big things we're all trying to guess here now at this stage, and bearing in mind that you've pulled votes from right across the municipal district, where is the James Gilmartin surplus going to go?
That'll be interesting. Again, it comes down to 3 factors, really. Location, so where I am. So I would see in the Manor and Drumahare, possibly Kevin Keskey doing well out of that. Again, it's all subject to seeing what comes out of the boxes and how it divvies up. Eddie Mitchell, naturally enough, through my work with Eddie in different environmental groups, Treasure Leitrim, the anti-coal mining group.
Yeah, that's what I would be seeing as a natural, where the votes would flow naturally there. But at the same time, you're independent. Eddie Mitchell, as we mentioned, is independent. Phelim Gurn is independent. Was there any type of strategy between the independents at all?
Not particularly. I mean, myself and Eddie would have been, and Phelim, like, we would know each other all very well. Like, and I would have talked to everyone before I ran,
Yeah.
And obviously people would, they'd be like, well, what's involved and what not. But we wouldn't be, to say that we're not aligned in our views wouldn't be correct either. I think location-wise as well, like I'm the Glencar side of Manor Hamilton, Eddie will be the Glenfarne side of Manor Hamilton, and I guess there would have been space there for both of us, as seems to be transpiring now. He'll have a lot more work to do.
How much looking forward are you getting into the council chambers and trying to implement some of this change? John made a very good point early on that when somebody goes in with a surplus and a very impressive vote, and first-time candidates such as yourself, there's going to be a level of expectations there now. Has that reality sunk in yet?
No, to be honest, it hasn't, because I mean it's only whatever 4 or 5 hours after the whole figures have come up. But I will try and hit my best to hit the ground running. I am a novice. This is my first time going in, so you need to get a wee bit of time. It's like any new job. When you start in your own job, just get a bit of ground under it. But nonetheless, I won't be one for sitting idle either, and trying to build relationships too with people. I really feel that's really important.
Yeah, that trend has come across here, and that has been mentioned here numerous times. Building those relationships today. Looking elsewhere, if I know it's impossible probably to call at this stage, but if you're looking at maybe who would be returned along with you, the 4 sitting councillors look to be in a fairly good position. Mary Bohan, Justin Warnock, perhaps Phelan, would all be going back in there as well. Would you expect that?
I would think so. Phelan pulled very well at Manor Hamilton. Yeah. People at Manor Hamilton really showed they wanted to keep the councillor in the town, which was a good sign for him and for them. Though I would see myself as part of Manor Hamilton as well. Yeah. I wear many hats. It depends where I am. But that's the nature of it. I wouldn't even like for a second to call it, because I mean it's all. So I mean we can argue the toss for either side. Yeah. And I don't think it's unfair to anyone to kind of. All right. Okay. I know you'd like me to say it. Yeah.
No. I completely understand that. And the emergence of independence, and I know you're genuine in this. The emergence of independence is very much coming at the expense of Fine Gael.
Well, as you mentioned earlier on, it was the 2 guys sitting. And I would like to take time to, for both the 4 sitting councillors and the 2 previous councillors, like they've done tremendous work. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the party colours go out the window once the council starts. And I would like to Frank and Sean, what they've done should be commended. Very 2 long-serving councillors, and they definitely left their mark. To say that they're going for the Fine Gaels, it's not. As I said earlier, if it was Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin or whoever, would be my view on it. All right.
Miriam, anything you'd like to say to James here at this stage?
Well, indeed, and follow on with your congratulations.
Thank
you
you
must
very
say
much,
it's a stunning result. I mean,
just bring you close to your own mic, Miriam.
It has been a source of great content for us for the last couple of hours. Thank you very much.
It's a nice headline as opposed to maybe some other content.
Exactly, and I mean, no, it really is. I mean, on so many levels, such a high count across all areas. It's really wonderful, and I suppose we were saying earlier on, it's great. It's a great testament to the whole movement towards independence when you're coming in that strong and that kind of thing. So it's because it's good to see that there are strong independents. There's a tendency to think that a lot of the independents are either fringe or that they are, that. So because that's such a generic term. So I think it just endorses the fact that people can be independent and be serious as well about what.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, being a representative was really important to me, and political ideology really aside, I never was with a party or anything. And you mentioned earlier on about Marion, she would be a first cousin of mine, and I would have done a lot with her campaigns and seen how she operated. I guess you're representing the people, party doesn't come into it really. And I just want to deliver the best as I can for the LEA and the whole of North Leitrim. It's just,
well, I think there'll be a lot of pundits studying the forum on this one for some time to come, because there'll be a lot of unpicking in the various places that you did gain votes, and I think that's quite interesting. And of course, the next thing that's on everybody's thoughts. You obviously, it's not something that you could even predict, is where your surplus is going to go.
It's too hard to say, and to the best of my knowledge, when it's the first count, the whole of my numbers are counted, and then it's proportional of whatever the surplus is, as opposed to later on.
We'll be on that. Before I bring in John, there's 2 questions that I want to ask you when they're fresh in my memory now at this stage. One is the connection, obviously, that you have on the environmental issues, and you are very much concerned in relation to the issuing of prospecting license for gold mining in Leitrim.
Still am.
Yeah, and still am. And Eddie Mitchell, I would presume, is bringing a strong connection in this as well. Why have independents such as maybe the likes of yourself and Eddie Mitchell made such a connection here on these environmental issues, and yet we see the Green Party is failing to make that connection in Leitrim?
I guess you see, I can't speak for the Green Party obviously at national level, and they're trying to do their thing there. we're men of the land, and I don't say that lightly. Our women of the land. It's not, we're farmers. My dad, my grandfather, my great grandfather, all from the same area, and same on my mother's side. There's, we're really passionate about the area and our community and all the values that it gave to us. So I guess we're very genuine about protecting it, and we are very aware North Leitrim's quite open to, extractive industry. I don't want to get into it now, but the fracking, obviously, which was stalled, and the forestry, which is still an issue, and these prospecting licenses. So I think when you're standing up and people know you to be standing, it wouldn't be I'd be more, I wouldn't be a fighter, put it that way. But when you have to stand up and fight, I most certainly will.
All right. And the other point that I want to put to you as well, when all the dust settles on this and people look at it, and inevitably, they will be asking questions about, if Marion is going to run in again as an independent candidate. You can see where this is coming, but you forgive me for asking it, James, because on the back of such an impressive showing here, geographically where you're located, would there be any inkling or any feeling at all or any thought in the back of your mind at this stage? Let's go in, let's rock the council, but maybe let's rule out nothing at this stage.
No, I mean, there's a couple of points with that. I mean, I'm a very proud Leitrim man, and to be, to elected onto the Leitrim County Council today, it's a very proud day for my family, and to look anything past that would be disingenuous to the people who voted for me, and also to ourselves. I also have a mandate more important than my mandate to the people, and that's to my family. Like, I have a wife and 3 young kids, so the notion of heading off, to do something like that would something you'd really have to think about. Like, I guess last November, I really hadn't considered running for the council per se, but a lot of people came out of the woodwork from all over the area asking me would I go. And it was through that kind of a process that I started thinking, so, that's absolutely anything on regards to further. I mean, politics is nearly too important to be wasted on that kind of politics. Or politics, you know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's not a climbing the ladder thing, it's you're looking after the place.
Okay, I know John Ellis has been hugely impressed here with your performance and showing so far today. John, again, just a reminder although you'll be looking at James, just to direct the comments towards the microphone as well. This guy has been impressive, hasn't he?
First of all, I have to congratulate James, because it's a tremendous achievement. Let's be fair about it. No matter what political background you come from or anything else, to achieve that on their first day out. But you do have one advantage as a new candidate. You have no baggage.
That's very
and I'm not saying that now in a
I understand that.
way.
Like, as someone said to me, it's all downhill from here, which is...
Well, no, I don't think it's downhill.
No, I joke.
I know that. But what I see here is that here was a fresh new face who was in an area which felt that it needed a change. And that's the reason that both himself and Eddie Mitchell have done so well. And they have identified with what people's problems are. You can't live up there in the sky. You want to know what's happening, and you want the mud on your boots. And you only get the mud on the boots when you're dealing on the mud, when you're on it. Because the simple reason is, James understands the trauma that farmers are being put through at the minute. And the reason you're saying why the Greens do so badly, very simple answer. The Greens, what they're talking about, they put us all out of existence. We'd be planted out of it. We're already nearly planted out of it. And the damage that the plantations have done, nobody realises they've polluted every water course in the county. I have a farmland that Mearns of forestry, and I can tell you that 100 yards minimum and up to 500 yards from the forestry is affected by it, between light being blocked, everything being blocked. And the net result is that forest, all the drainage from it goes into 2 main drains that end up in a river, that ends up in the Shannon. Now, we have to look at the forestry end of it. And James is right. Talking about gold mining in North Leitrim. Yeah. Do you want to see cyanide pumped left, right and centre? And I think that anyone that has that in their head needs to have a good look at themselves. Because we always want to remember that it's not the first 6 inches down of the soil that's affected. It's right down to the ends of the earth, because it seeps and seeps, and that's it. But what I will say is that there's lessons to be learned, and there's lessons to be learned in the council, and that is that ordinary people need to be protected. They need to be given proper roads. They need to be, which is within the council control, and proper planning. And at the minute, what's going on with regards to people not being able to build a house on their own farm It is a disgrace. It is an absolute disgrace. And I might be critical here. I think that the councillors haven't tackled it half hard enough with the executive. Because the executive, in some cases, takes some rather stupid is the wrong way to put it. They take what's given to them from the hymn book from the department. You don't always want to go by the hymn book from the department. The same as if you're in a political party. If you see something that's wrong, you should get up and say it. And you might be blacked for a while, but when it turns out in the long term that what you said was right, people begin to appreciate that you took a stand.
You need to rock the Casbah in many ways.
Just before you, in relation to you mentioned the cyanide, I think it's important to point out that the 18 councillors last year in the county development plan, to a man and woman, all backed the motion that we put in to ban the use of cyanide and mercury in processing. So basically now that can be superseded by a board Planola. But it was a great stand. They should be commended for that, because they could have easily said no, and that should be said.
John Ellis, I think, has very eloquently set maybe some of the agendas there that the new council in Leitrim are going to be dealing with: planning, forestry, prospecting licences for gold mining in Leitrim. We've talked about planning. We've talked about the one-off housing, the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis is going to be there as well. But those are some of the big ones. What came up with the cost of living crisis, James? Was that a big one on the doorsteps?
In some houses, to say it was the predominant one, I wouldn't. Housing would have been the main one, and childcare is a massive one, especially in the north of the county. As a young father myself, now I guess COVID was bad in a lot of ways, but I had one silver lining in that the age our kids were at that time, we were able to be at home, and it was just fortunate for us. But there's so many people who cannot get childcare, access to childcare, and private childcare service or
it's providers. Leading to more and more families deciding that one of the parents stays at home.
Yes. And now look, there are pluses and minuses to doing that if you're able to do it, but if you're not, it's another kettle of fish. Mm-hmm. And then you've got your grannies and granddads who are, stepping in. And then normally when granny and granddads may step in, so you get a break at the weekend or whatever, you can't go asking. So there's this kind of a follow-on thing where people are running. And they need support in that regard.
Okay, so those are some of the big... John?
100% right. Because childcare is a very, very important thing. Because if you take it, it's now taken 2 salaries to run a house, whether we like to admit it or not. And it's unlikely to change in the short term. So therefore, there has to be some mechanism put in place that means that there's proper childcare, first off, in preschool. And I think that the sooner we go to a national school system where after school is provided in every school, the better.
Well, as the husband of a principal in a national school, that's it could work, but it will take a lot of work. It can't be the school running it,
No.
But these are the kind of conversations you need to have, and they're just one aspect of it.
Yeah, but James, you're right. The teachers can't be expected to run the after school, but there should be provision ably put in place. It was done for childcare, and I even see it now in my local national school. There's 2 ladies who go in and do an after school for anyone that wants it, and it is a benefit. And the other big benefit I see, and I think it's terribly important, is that what has been done by the government with regard to school meals is terribly important. Because I have a granddaughter who's leaving national school this year, and they have only had it for the last month or 6 weeks. But what she says is, it means that you're not worried about what you bring for lunch. You're not worried about whether somebody is going to say, well, somebody has a fizzy drink or somebody has something else. And the meals are good quality, which is equally as important.
And you know something, it's the difference between some children getting food and not.
Well, that's a big one. John, I didn't want to go that far, but I definitely can tell you it is a reality out there. Because
it's unfortunate, but it's a reality.
It's a reality.
I know we'll be talking to you a little bit later on by the way the tally figures are looking. For the moment, thank you so much indeed for joining us. You've had some great days here in Carrick, in Park Sean, down the road in the past days. It's looking that way here again today.
John, including them robbing us many moves.
Yes,
in 1999.
James Kelly.
In 1999. I never will forget it. James, thank you so much indeed. Great to get your opinion on that. There are highs and there are lows on election counts, and whereas the very much the success, it seems, of the independents in the Manorhamilton area seems to be coming at the expense of Fine Gael. Kevin Keskey was one of the two Fine Gael candidates, along with Lisa Bergen, who ran in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Kevin, thank you indeed for coming in and joining us here.
Thanks,
in the
John.
studio. I won't put words in your mouth. Give me your thoughts. Give me your reaction. How's it looking?
Look, sure, obviously I'm disappointed. The vote is down. The Fine Gael vote is down in the area, definitely. Disappointed probably with my own vote. I thought it'd be a bit higher. In my own box in the Newton Manor area, slightly down, 20 less than my own figures, what I was doing over the weeks there of the campaign. James bet me by about 20 more votes than I thought. But when we go out wider, I suppose he did look. He got a great vote, and in fairness to him, first thing I have to do is congratulate him on his huge success. He got a serious vote. I suppose that's it. You know, the swing is there for independence or whatever. And
at 4:25 now on a Saturday evening, again, we're not putting words in your mouth. Are you accepting defeat or conceding defeat? Or no,
I won't. I'll certainly not concede defeat. I'm a fighter. I've always been known as a fighter with the IFA. I was 16 years an officer, and anything we got for the farming community, it was a battle. So I'll fight on until the bitter end, and we'll wait on the transfers coming in. I was looking at some tallies, but certainly
that's what I was just going to ask you. If you are to be successful in this election, what needs to play? What needs to pan out in the transfer scenario?
I have to get transfers first of all from James's surplus. I'd have to get a fairly good transfer from that. The boxes and the tallies, as my tally people is telling me, and indeed in my own Newtown Manor area, it was going 1-2, 1-2, either me or James. That's the way it was going.
Yeah, we've heard that from other areas here too as well. That there's, although we were maybe making the wrong assumption that there could have been a connection, say, with Eddie Mitchell and James from their environmental backgrounds.
Sure.
That could be, but it seems that some of those transfers 1-2, as you mentioned there, and that it's kind of ending with you in the vote. Maybe James 1 and you 2, and maybe ending at that stage. So, is there a crumb of comfort in that, and maybe some hope?
I suppose there is, and indeed a box in Dromahair. And while I was disappointed, I suppose initially, obviously, on the vote in Dromahair, and well, in all the boxes, but in the boxes in Dromahair, one of them that I seen was tallied as well, and it was going 1-2, 1-2, 1 to Gilmartin, 2 to Keskey. So,
and on Dromahair, and I've mentioned this a few times in the broadcast today, we were expecting the big issue was going to be what happened around the Abbey Manor Hotel. The likes of Mary Bohan, the likes of Phelim Curran and yourself would have been, proactive with a lot of the community there on that. Are you disappointed that didn't?
Yeah. Look, we certainly. I was an unelected representative there. I did stand with the people. I expressed my views both on the radio and at the gatherings there at the hotel. I done everything in my power that I could do for the little power I had, as I said, when I wasn't elected. But and I got the representatives of Dromahair indeed to meet with the Taoiseach, or we bumped into him on the street at Innisligo, one of the highest decision makers in the country. Not that it made a huge difference, but at least both myself and Frank Feehan got them there and got to meet with him and have a conversation with him. So obviously you would be disappointed, but look, at the day is what it is, and the people have spoke. But as I said, I'm there, well used to fighting, and will fight until the bitter end.
Campaigns can be difficult. Unfortunately, there is an element in campaigns maybe where stories come out and stories break, and you were maybe the victim of this. Events which happened in your life in the past emerged on a website, and I know you took ownership of this, and you did an interview with Niall Delaney on this radio station in relation to what appeared on the Ditch website. How disappointed were you that all that was brought up again, past episodes in your life, and do you feel in any way, Kevin, I probably have to ask you, do you feel has it impacted your campaign?
I don't know really if it did impact my campaign. On the doorstep, it certainly didn't. 98% of the people were saying to me they didn't like that sort of, I won't say, but that was the feeling I was getting back on the doorstep. Look, I said I tripped across a ditch. I got stung by nettles, but people rushed in and they helped me. Maybe it didn't just appear in the ballot box today, but for anybody that was trying to say that they were going to inflict pain on Keskey by that, I have built up a resistance to pain, so it didn't work.
All right. As I say, you have to wait and see where those transfers are going to go. It was always going to be difficult for two first-time candidates coming in and replacing two experienced candidates in Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan. Would it have been a better scenario maybe if one of those were staying on, that there was a more experienced candidate in the field for the likes of surpluses and transfers and so on and so forth?
Certainly, I thought that from the outset. The two of them going at the one time was, if one had stepped down and then the other stepped down maybe at the next time or whatever, it probably would have worked better, certainly for maybe retaining the two seats, or whatever, and giving the second candidate a bit of a leg up, we'll say, or whatever. But it may have worked better. But you look at it is what it is. The decision was made. Look at both of them, give excellent service. Both of them had 45 years between them, so they probably said they had their service given to the community, and their decision was made, and that was it.
Do you feel it's a damaging day for Fine Gael in North Leitrim?
Look, it's a disappointing day for Fine Gael, and certainly on behalf of the party, I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to get a better vote, but it is what it is. It seems to be a bit of a swing against the government parties, and certainly maybe in this district it's a bit more against Fine Gael, but look, it is what it is on the day, and sure, there's always another day to see what happens, but as I said, it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Two things I just want to ask you about, maybe people who are benefiting as a result of the drop in support for Fine Gael. He was just here on that seat before you, James Gilmartin. And what about his performance? Phenomenal.
It's a phenomenal performance, and I always knew that James, he's a good young lad. Both of us were living on the one road. I knew he was going to have an impact on me, but he took votes, vast majority of votes out of every box. And fair play to him. He's a young, vibrant young lad. His wife teaches in the school right next door to me, the school that I went to myself. I knew certainly he was going to get a good vote, but I'd say he's probably even surprised himself with the vote. But, well done to him, fair play to him. He'll be he'll make a great councillor, I have no doubt. If
Eddie Mitchell is successful, how much will that be down to his traditional links with Fine Gael?
I'd say certainly it will have a bearing on it too. I always said, myself and Eddie was on the IFA committees down through the years. Myself and Eddie worked very well together. And look, I thought at the very beginning, before convention was ever mentioned, I thought it might be myself and Eddie had been on the ticket. We spoke about this together before there was any conventions back months and months ago, and jokingly we said we'd work well together on the council if we were elected. But it is what it is, as I said, and he's not there, but it's down to the wire and see what happens.
All right, I'm going to bring in John and Miriam here to give us their takes of the scenario, the position that you find yourself in at the minute. What would you say to Kevin at the moment to offer him some comfort in this stage, Miriam?
Indeed, and I'm sure it is very disappointing, and there's been plenty of analysis here already, I suppose, this morning about Fine Gael, and more than that, there'll be plenty of post-mortems as to what could have been done better or what didn't, and certainly on a personal level, obviously, you're acknowledging that you must be disappointed in the other candidate as well. But it's not over yet, as I say, because we really don't know where all the surpluses are going. But it just means you're going to have to work harder right up, I'd say, to that last to the last count on that. And we've spoken about, well, obviously we would call him the disruptor, I suppose, in that Gilmartin has been the disruptor, and it has changed the goalposts for quite a number of the candidates across the field, so not least being the other independents as well. So I think it was interesting what you were saying earlier on, I think, about the Eddie Mitchell and whether or not he should go back into Fine Gael and all that kind of thing, or whether Fine Gael would bring him back in or not. But you were also talking to James about the environmental work. And I think, again, back to this idea, there are some things, I think, as well, that when you've got these big issues like the gold mining and that kind of thing, there's an awful lot, and where that's a key part of your work, we'll say with Eddie and the anti-fracking and the fracking, not being bound by a party is critical. In fact, I might say that in some ways it would have been that conflict between having to stay within a party position or having the liberty to be able to operate more freely.
Your hands are tied to a certain degree as being part of the party.
And I would say in many ways that might have been with Eddie the only if you could call it a political ideological, it wasn't even an ideological drive, but So I think, I wouldn't be kind of necessarily rushing to the idea that he would go back or that Fine Gael would invite him back, because I think a lot of what he has built has been on the fact that he's been able to
where he
work
mightn't have that latitude
with the freedom.
if you remember.
Yeah.
Kevin, let's pick up on that. Were there any issues maybe there are those environmental issues that perhaps you would have liked to been more vocal on, but as a result, to use the phrase, your hands were tied by directives from head office?
No, my hands wasn't tied, or certainly wouldn't be tied by anyone in any office. But the environmental issues, look, I was on the doorsteps with a lot of people. And to be honest, I don't think maybe 3 or 4 times that any of the fracking or gold mining came up with me. Maybe they thought that I wasn't that candidate for that discussion. We did talk about the environment. I always spoke about the environment and what my issues, and even on the CAP issues. I thought that the CAP strategic plan and the environmental thing that's in it, that on a European basis, that should be widened out, and a 15-year plan put in place, and separate CAP money put in place for the environment to deal with hedgerows and all that. And the analysis of hedgerows hasn't been done yet, and it should be done. So there's a lot of things there that I would have ideas on the environment, and they were issues that I was explaining on the doors.
Okay, John, what would you say to Kevin now at this stage? You've been an experienced campaigner through many campaigns yourself and elections.
What I would say to Kevin is that you don't know where you finish until Kevin has to look at James Gilmartin as being his main source of rescue. That's my reading of it. Now, the danger in that is that the Fine Gael vote didn't stay with Fine Gael. It disintegrated entirely. And if people move out on the first one, they're very unlikely to come back to you on the second. If they start to go independent, they stay independent. And that's part of the problem. And the other thing that I see is that your running mate, she has 278 votes. Now, them votes are Rossinver, Kilty Clogher, Glenfarden. And I said it to you this morning, John, after the first 1 or 2 boxes in. Glenfarden always elected a councillor, and they voted out they voted for themselves. But the crucial one for Kevin is a good transfer of James Gilmartin, and you're back in the race. But James Gilmartin's vote is so spread that I see his transfers as going all over the place. When I say that, they'll go back to where they originated, to whoever is nearest to them. And if you look at it, there's an awful lot of people that still need that 40 or 50 votes to get to the quota.
Yeah.
You have Pádraig Fallon, you have Mary Bohan, and you have Justin Warnock, all needing substantial amount of votes. Which means that the spreading of
just to recap for our listeners and viewers, 904 at the quota.
Roughly
in the Manorhamilton region. Martin Kenny, again, somebody who's been through election campaigns, some successful, some unfortunately went the other way. I can remember them as well. At the early part of your career, you're reading on it, and sometimes parties and candidates for parties in government are very much at the mercy of the electorate and local
absolutely elections. And in local elections, as you say, people vote for people more than parties, and it's about locality and it's about those things more than anything else. And James Gilmartin, I spoke to a minute ago there, has obviously had a huge vote, and has swamped through the whole place and took them from everyone in a sense, and has put pressure on everybody. But John is right, some of those will come back, and they may come back to where they originally would have went for in the first place had he not been in the field. So from that point of view, you'll see a bit of a spread around there. But sometimes when people vote independent and break away from what they've traditionally done, they stay independent with their transfer. And I think one of the ones that will gain considerably from the transfer of the surplus that James will have will be Eddie Mitchell, because he's of a similar, if you like, base that he's looking to. And I think he'll do very well out of it. I'd expect that if Kevin gets a decent transfer from that, you're looking at when Bergen goes out, how will that transfer across? And if that's able to transfer across, it would be very surprising if we're in a situation where Fine Gael went for having 2 seats, having none. Okay. That would be surprising. But having said that, it could happen.
It could happen. So in a nutshell, what Kevin really has to be looking for is the surplus initially from James Gilmartin, hoping that a sizable number of that makes his way, and then look at the Katrina Bergen vote after, which again, you would have to be hoping stays within party lines.
That's what you'd be hoping for. And because it's so low, you'd expect it should be almost a base Fine Gael vote. That's what you'd be expecting it to be, and that it would transfer. But we could be wrong with that.
We could be wrong. But are we making you feel better at this stage?
Sure, we're
optimists.
As the man says, a wee pat on the back is better than a kick in the... Indeed.
Absolutely. Well, look at Kevin. Thank you for coming in. We'll be talking to you throughout the course of the night. Fingers crossed for you, all we can say at this stage.
And toes as well, maybe.
Let's see where it pans out. Thank you so much indeed, Kevin Keskey there, the Fine Gael candidate in the Manor-Hamilton area, along with Katrina Bergen, who is running here with us running for Fine Gael on the area there in Manor-Hamilton. Now, Finola Armstrong-Maguire has rejoined us as well. Finola was part of our analysis and discussion team a little bit early on in the day. We've heard from some of the Brendan Barry, the councillor, the Sinn Féin councillor in the Ballinamore Municipal District. You've, Martin, had a chance to walk the floor out there, having chat with tallymen and whatever. To move away from Manor-Hamilton for a moment and maybe to go to Ballinamore and the Sinn Féin connection in the Ballinamore Municipal District now at the minute. How confident are you at this stage of taking 2 seats?
I'd be reasonably confident because when you look at it, who's going to take the other seat? Sean Wynne is the only other one that's really in contention for it. Paddy O'Rourke's surplus, which is pretty massive, over 500 votes. That's going to go, I think, as we said earlier, is going to stay more local. So I'd say Roisin, Ita Flynn, Gary Pryor would be the ones that I'd say will benefit most from that, possibly even in that order.
Right.
I don't know whether Gary will gain more than Ita, but I know Ita did the last time around, done very well out of that transfer. So it's difficult to say where. Then it's going to be what happens in Rochambeau. That's another day's work.
Parpy, the other question is if Sinn Féin are to take a second seat, who's going to take it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's impossible to say.
It'd be impossible
to say. Joanne Kernan is about, I think, 80 votes ahead at this stage almost. I expect that will change with Paddy's surplus. How much it will change, I don't know. And maybe it won't change at all.
Right.
But then you're down to what happens in
Can I call on your own experience here from council elections and what would the surplus or the transfer from Paddy to yourself been like in the past?
It would have been reasonably good, and I know the past as well. You have to remember that people would have been looking at a transfer going, we'll say, from Paddy the last time to other candidates, but the number 2 the last time might have been going to Keelan Ellis, but Keelan Ellis already elected. So it was the number 3 that was carrying across, whereas the second Fianna Fáil candidate isn't elected this time. So therefore, you mightn't see it spreading just as much as it would have been in the past. But I think we would be looking at a strong transfer rate locally.
All right, we're going to move to Carrick-on-Shannon in just a couple of moments' time because there's going to be it looks like a major dogfight that will be taking place, perhaps between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King for that last seat there. But in the meantime, let's stick with Carrick-on-Shannon. I know a man who's probably going to be heading up to Pearse Park maybe before too long is in the Stinson, but all this politics we haven't forgotten that Leitrim are playing this evening in an important game of the Tailteann Cup, and of course they're playing at I think 7 o'clock, isn't it, in Glennon Brothers Pearse Park?
Yes, 7 o'clock.
Big game,
huge game, totally winnable game, and I have to tell you that I'm on my way to a wedding in Kilronan Castle and I'm going to miss the game.
Oh.
But Andy Morton promised me less than an hour ago that I'll be out again the weekend afterwards.
So you're starting the celebrations good and early.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, look, on a serious note, first of all, congratulations. It's looking good again. I remember the very first selection of I covered 25 years ago. You were elected, I think, that time for the first time as well. So we're kind of running on similar patterns all the time. What was it like this time round in I suppose let's look at it from a couple of regions or areas. Let's start in Estland. The fact that Sinn Féin obviously had a candidate on your doorstep running there this time round as well. Did that make it more difficult for you? Were you more apprehensive this time round going into the election?
I don't think so, because I really never looked at the geography any time I ever rang of where a candidate was situated or otherwise. Like, I know this time round, Lisa Mulligan, who was a good candidate, and she was less than a mile up the road from me. She's chairperson of the Election GA Club, and less than a mile down the other side of the road was Cormac Flynn. and he's in Kilnagrass, which were pretty strong areas for me. And you know that when those people are going, you're going to lose votes. So it's up to you to work all the harder in other places and get them, because people are going to vote for their neighbours, and that's totally acceptable in any walk of life.
And as a result, maybe we can use the word strategy. That was maybe to concentrate in other areas. And as a result of that, where you did end up taking votes, you must be pleased with how that panned out.
Yeah, well, like I got a great vote. Like, it was consistent right throughout Carrick. It was very good in Leitrim Village, passed through Kilnagrass, Kiltart, but I wouldn't be a stranger probably to those parts of the country, because I spent 30 years of my life working in Kiltart Creamery, and people do know me, and then as
you
head
got
up,
the GA profile as well. You're county board chairman. You are a very popular and successful referee, administrator over the years.
I agree with you, John. Yeah, I'd agree thoroughly with all those sentiments.
Absolutely. And did I say modest as well?
No, I thoroughly agreed with you. I would never cross an interviewer like it.
Absolutely.
No.
Especially when I'm saying all these nice things. Just on the makeup of the council in the Carrick and Shannon area, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the tally figures in general. Who's going to be returning there along with, obviously...
well, you have Sean McGowan, and you have Maeve Rillans, and you've got Paddy Farrell, and you've got Des Cooking. So at that stage, you have 2 Fianna Fáil, and you have 2 independents. You have 1 Finn Gael, and...
Would you expect in the last seat Cormac Flynn and Stephen King to be in a battle royale for the last one?
Yeah, it could be a battle royale. It will depend totally on the transfers from the 4, but the fact that the 4 that will be eliminated are from the Carrick region. And I would imagine that a lot of the transfer... No, they'll break up between both of them. I'd say there mightn't be a huge difference. Maybe because Cormac, he's Sinn Féin, and Fianna Fáil. I don't know whether, what in politics to say what gene pool some of those people came from or where they got their votes. But I don't expect that there's going to be big enough of a gap between the 2 of them that would elect Stephen King over Cormac Flynn. So I expect that Cormac Flynn will be elected, because the last one to be eliminated will be Lisa Mulligan, and I'd imagine that the greater transfer from her will go to Cormac Flynn. That's only just me surmising without looking at anything, but just looking at the very basics of the politics of it. That's how I'd imagine it's going to work out.
It's an interesting take. Both of you, of course, would have served in distinction on Leitrim County Council in the past. Martin Kenny.
Yeah, and I have to concur with all your sentiments you've expressed earlier on, as I'm sure as well. And, look, I agree with Enda in regards to the analysis of what's happening. It's going to be down to the last seat. I think it's going to be very much when the candidates in Carrick go out with low votes, they're going to transfer pretty evenly to King and Flynn, I'd imagine. And then when Lisa Mulligan goes out, she should transfer probably 2-1 towards Flynn over King. And that's how I'd see it. So even if Stephen King was even 20 votes ahead of Cormac at that stage, I imagine when Lisa Mulligan would go out, it would change that scenario. When Cormac would come and take that seat.
Would pull that back. What about the performance of this man, the longevity of his political career?
I mean, we were together a long time on the council, and he's someone that I always, in fairness, always got on very well with. And I said to him some time ago, that if Lisa Mulligan done well, that the parish of Eston could have 2 councillors, but that hasn't worked out. But at the same time, in fairness, Enda has always been a loyal and hard worker for the people of all of Leitrim, including his own area.
Yeah, but you have to say, within local politics, politics goes out the door when you go into local government. It's not really about politics. Everybody pulls together for the good of the county. Well, nearly people try to pull together. That's how it works. That's how it should work. And I would have no grievances with anybody. And I would never have thought when I came in here 25 years ago as an independent on my own, and I don't have a huge, other than my basic family, I don't have a troop of people talk about helpers or campaign manager. I don't have anything like that. And to be elected for the 6th time, I just think it's for my family. My wife come out with me every day and things like that, and it's not easy for them, and you're always hoping that you don't let them down. So
just some figures, if I may. It's a little bit like a commentary prep here, but 1999, 425 first preference took the 4th seat. 2004 up that first preference vote to 754. 2009 up to 983, 858 in 2014, 729 in 2019. Just looking at those votes this time round, where are you coming in at 927, is it?
758.
758.
It's consistent enough.
It's consistent. That's the point I was just going to make. It's really consistent.
Yeah.
It's really consistent. So the secret on the longevity, you've worked with this guy as well in the past, Finola, here on the council the last 2 terms. So what does he bring to the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District? Because I don't think it's not just Estlin, it's very much across the board.
He brings a balance, I'd have to say, and he common sense, and the years that he has spent in it tell, because he understands the way the staff have to work and what councillors can and cannot do, and if things are above our station and we can do nothing about them, he's one of the first to say it. Like, this conversation needn't go on because it's not our place to make a decision, and that'll be the strongest thing that I know, that he cuts to the chase if things need to be discussed, and he's not afraid of anyone, and he can say it in the way that we don't want to hear it, but in a nice way.
In a nice way.
If you know how to do that.
Yeah,
achieve some things. Well done to him on consistency over 20 years.
I know you have to go, and before I let you go, I know that if you don't mind me saying it, you give a lot of contemplation of whether you were going to run this time or not.
Yes,
that would be fair to say.
Correct, that's fair to say.
You're glad now you did?
And I am absolutely thrilled that I did, and I'm happy that I got re-elected, because I had probably midway through decided maybe I've had enough. I'm in my mid-60s now, as everybody knows, and I didn't know whether it was wise, but I decided at the end of the day that I would run. But I can absolutely tell you that this is my last hurrah. That'll be 6 terms done. And I know Finola does not think I should have said that earlier, but I will not be back seeking re-election after this 5 years.
This is the swan song. This is the last hurrah.
I will give it my best shot, and after that, I'm going to join maybe a boy band or something.
The Millennium Choir is going well, so why not at this stage? Maybe take out. You'll obviously be kept busy as well, combining this with the county board chairman. The wedding, who's getting married?
It's the son of Mickey and Regina McNabola's from Foxburtham.
Right.
And I worked with Sean McNabola's mother for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we were always very close, very good friends, and that's why I particularly want to be there.
Okay, so when the news is going to be confirmed here, somebody will relay that to you. You can watch online.
Yep, I think Kilronan isn't that far up, and I have been known to drive fast in my time. I can make it. So
be careful going down round Battlebridge. There's 1 or 2 bad turns on that road. You're going into Roscommon now. There's better roads.
But I have a son of Garden Boyle, so he's on call. Look, thank you very much.
He'll be delighted that
as ever. Thank you very much, John, and for all the times that you make on me or whatever. And anytime again, keep the faith.
I have the number. And pleasure as always. Thanks. Enjoyed the wedding. Congratulations. There you go. That's in the Stinson there, who is going to be returned to the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District as I suppose one of those independents that keeps consolidating his vote time and time again. Enda mentioned it there that it was a big decision for Nola to go back. And maybe when we look at it from your own perspective as well, when you're wondering should you go back into it or not, I presume you need an awful lot of conviction before the campaign starts, that you have to be fully committed to it, because if you go in half-hearted, it's only going to probably end in failure.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to be 100% behind yourself. Mm-hmm. Never mind the team that you have beside your families. And you need to be able to give it commitment, because the people see a weak link very, very quickly and would see you not working, I'm sure. I made the decision back maybe October that I wouldn't be contesting the seat, and I've stuck with it all along. And things became difficult when that it was getting difficult to get others to contest it. But I would feel that I have done 10 years. I have given it my all. I do run a small business here in Carrick, which is beginning to take more of a toll. Certainly, it's another card I play, and it's become a difficult card, but that's for another day. And I wanted to give it my attention again. I also feel that at my stage in life, my friends have all talked about retirement, and I want to retire healthy and happy and well. And I felt that the 10 years I've given it, I would love to be handing over to somebody else from the town and from the party. We'll have to work on that, but I'm happy. Yes, I had to make the decision, and I've lived by it. I don't regret a day of it. And I'm glad to see that I, as someone who hadn't a history of politics or hadn't a history of a family in politics, was able to go in and take a seat. I think that's a great thing in a county council as well, that it's not all family and it's not all sewn up and all these words you hear.
It's a legacy that you have. Martin, just away from here, I presume you will be hearing plenty of what's going on. Sean Wynne is joining us as well. We'll be talking to Sean in just a moment here, who's also running in the Ballinamore. I tell you, we'll come back to what's going on elsewhere when Sean has joined us here. Sean, again, you're very welcome. Thank you indeed for coming into us. A veteran of elections at this stage. I think you contested your first one back in 1991, would I be right in saying? When we were looking to try and maybe gauge as a possible barometer how Sean Wynne was going to do this time round, were we looking at local elections or general elections? Because you had an impressive display the last time in the general election. Was that a big driving factor in you making the decision to run this time?
Absolutely not. It was to do with that Jerry Dolan had resigned as an independent, and theoretically there should have been that amount of, because he was in the locality for 33 years, that there was that vote that was there. And
so just to be clear,
I only
saw an opportunity
we tried to get about 5 people to run independent and they declined. So it fell back to me to make that decision only weeks before the election, and it would appear that there was a possibility of picking up some of that vote, but the electorate saw differently. If you even just take Bannockleera alone, in the Midlands vote increased by about 50 or 60. Jerry Dolan used to get 93 votes in Bannockleera. I think mine went up by about 13. Brendan Barry's also went up proportionately to it, and so that effectively was the makeup of Jerry's vote in it. There was other votes to say the Fianna Fáil vote, or other candidates picking up small amounts, but that's who ate up Jerry's remains.
It's been a remarkable election in Manorhamilton for independence there. James Gilmartin, you're probably aware of one of the stories of it. Again, we have Des Cooking, we have maybe in Stinson, Des Cooking returning as independents in Carrick and Shannon. Ballinamore seems to be different in the sense that independents just started making that impact.
Well, that is quite true, John. I mean, there's no excuses. For the weeks I went out and I canvassed, my message mightn't be quite what everybody else was saying, and I take that on board, and you respect the result of the people when they went out and voted. A lot of people might have given me preference votes. Martin, that was sitting here beside me when he had a surplus the last time, I had something like 15 or 1600 second preference votes. But I mean, if the candidate wins, which I'm glad to say Martin went ahead to take the seat, but them twos was no good to Sean. So it's just likewise today. It's no good having all that amount of preferential voting in the boxes in Drumshanbo. My neighbours, going in and giving me a 2 and saying, well, I did vote for you, which is true, but it's ones wins elections. And that's, if there's one hard lesson for me in it, it would be this: you need number ones.
The first preference vote, speaking of which, I think was it 47% of the vote?
Yes. Yeah.
Give me your reaction to that figure.
To which now, John?
To getting 440.
Oh, no, my vote wouldn't have changed. It would be marginally up. But 400. So, I mean, it wouldn't have, that's what I'm saying. The significance of it would be quite marginal, in that if you were talking about independents having 20% of it, as you rightly pointed out, that 20% never materialised for, I mean, if only 10% of it, I'd be now in a serious position for a seat. But 7% won't do that. Well, it may, according to Damien Brennan or others there, saying, I think, but I'd be outside looking for a white blackbird. But it's a really long shot.
All right, it's a long shot, as you mentioned. 2 sitting councillors in the town. I know 4 candidates, but 2 sitting councillors in Enda McGloin and Brendan Barry. It was always going to be difficult as a result of that. When you see the way that the municipal district was broke up, for instance, maybe with Paddy O'Rourke having a large area all to himself. Ballinamore, maybe the lack of candidates there, and yet maybe a cluster of candidates, you could say, in a smaller area like Drumshanbo.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, from an independent point of view, we had tried to approach people in say the Fina Banlamore area, because that was where after Keelan Ellis said he was retired, and indeed that Banlamore hadn't a sitting councillor. And no, there's people, the difficulty from the independence point of view is to get people to go forward, that everybody wants to join the party and be in the party. So no matter which party you're in, be in a party. So that's...
I suppose some of the main points that you fought the election on, and I think you've alluded to this here yourself. You went out, you presented your case on the doorstep, and I think, to paraphrase you, it might have been exactly what everybody wanted to hear, but it was what you believed in.
Well, that's true, and I still believe it today. But if you went out and played a different tune, but then everybody else was already playing the same tune anyway. So whether that would have been taken on board at the door, because what was the point of what Brendan was saying or Enda was saying, and me going out to say it from an independence point of view, it would be illogical from my point of view to waste the time even at it.
And you feel it would be disingenuous almost. You went out very much with your own convictions and your own beliefs. But what does it tell you about politics now, Sean, that in order to be successful, maybe in some ways you have to play to the gallery?
No, well, the country inevitably, as long as there's money to prop up the entire process, it will be fine. And that's the reality of it. People vote for, as things is presented to them, that everything is as good as they perceive it to be. And as long as that lasts, then that's fine. But if we enter a phase, if you take one of open borders, or 84% or whatever is said in the leaflet, of undocumented people coming in. But, the other, as long as it doesn't affect any of us, then it's not an issue for us. So, you have to compliment the Fine Gael party for the level of their spin doctors of how they absolutely bamboozled the electorate into believing that it's upwards and forwards again. So,
we might bring Finola in on that in a minute, but so some of your key points were freedom to farm was one of them, freedom to use cash, freedom to be different. They're just some of the points that I picked out from your manifesto. Presenting those, like you would say, freedom to use cash is a big thing for, I suppose, people of a certain age. It's just one of the, I suppose, many traditional practices, particularly maybe in rural areas, and for people of a certain age that's been eradicated.
Well, the answer is that the banking system, has moved out of rural Ireland and rural towns, and even here in Carrick-on-Shannon, like only 2 banks left, and all the other towns, struggling or they have already pulled out. So
you identified a German banking, and you put together a very interesting point in it, and I'm working off memory from just research.
Well, I can quote it for you. Yeah, I can quote it. It's from Spartacen Bank in Germany.
How is it 250,000 to cost 90,000 more to repay it in Ireland compared to Germany?
Absolutely, yeah. And that bank wanted to come in to trade in Ireland and was blocked by, you have to go back to 1942 to the Central Bank Act, which was passed by Sean Theo Kelly, was the Minister for Finance at the time, and 5 TDs were all that was present, and James Dillon was the only. But where you changed public banking to private banking. And for anyone listening in, the significance of that is that the People's is no longer the People's Bank, it's a private banking institution. So people hear about the central bank being a public bank. It isn't. It's a private bank that represents the interest of, it's private banks for private gain at your expense.
Martin Kinney, I know you're a keen economist as well and follow economics very, very closely. I know that from knowing you over a long number of years. When you look at what Sean had in there, that we're paying 90,000 more on that amount of money.
Absolutely.
That's perfect sense.
The problem, one of the main problems we have in this country is that our banking system is left to what they call the pillar banks, which are a couple of small private banks that are running the whole show. Same thing with insurance, same thing with a lot of stuff. One of the things that we would have expected when we become part of a European Union is that not only would we have to, have all the rules and regulations, but we'd have the benefits of having a market which would open up choice for people to be able to deal with other institutions outside the state. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and it's something I think that certainly needs to be dealt with. And there have been proposals in the past to establish a public bank. We had the ICC, the Industrial Credit Corporation, many years ago. We We had the ACC, the Agricultural Credit Corporation, many years ago. They were established because small business and farming couldn't get loans, and the state established banks. But after a while, when they were successful, the next thing is they were sold off to the private entities as well. And I do think that there is great merit, and we already have large stakes in the banks that are there, in keeping or creating public banks that provide the service to the people as their priority, rather than the, if you like, profit for their shareholders, which is really what the priority of the vast majority of the banks that are there present have.
We've just outlined some of Sean's key points that he was fighting this election on, and maybe we've alluded to the difference in Bandamore compared to the other municipal districts in returning independence. Give me your take on that. How would you respond to that?
I don't know. Look, elections are competitive. That's the reality. And yes, when Jerry stepped out of the field, Jerry was a great fighter and a long councillor there for many years and provided great service to the people who voted for him and for everyone else, even those who didn't. And he'll be a big loss to that community from that point of view, but he'll be replaced by others. And I expect that Sean expected that it would be an independent would likely do that. And that is logical. However, Drumshanbo is the tightest area, It's the area where we have two very strong sitting councillors already, a lot of candidates in it. Really, from a geography point of view, had the independent been from a different area, they may have done, I don't know, they may have done, and they may not. We don't know. It's down to, sometimes you can have an independent that, as we've seen with James Gilmartin, sweep the boards and take everyone out of it, and somebody else will struggle. And there's little logic to know why, but it's an inexact science. But I do think that while Sean has obviously increased his vote in the last time, he's still there sort of at the end. How he'll do, I don't know. It'll take transfers, but he has an uphill battle to take that last seat, and I think he knows that.
Finola, you'd probably agree. Sean is probably, I think you've said it yourself, it's a long shot, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I wouldn't be going down to the book. He's putting big money on me.
All right, okay. Sean actually ran in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District the last time round as well, so he'd have been one of your competitors in Carrick 5 years ago.
Yes, absolutely, because our area goes out to the swimming pool, as is the famous line in Drumshanbo, and people wanted a Drumshanbo person. I know from the pool in, so it was a wise move to go in and sweep some of the votes up there. Yeah, and looking at the figures here today, and it's amazing how much party, when I'm looking at them here, the highest 6 or 7 on this all have party allegiances, and the others are small numbers. So that's the Ballinamore area is a strong party area at the moment from reading the figures.
Okay. Sean, I suppose inevitably what people ask at this stage, regardless how this election is going to go, what's going to happen over the next few hours politically, your future at this stage now. You've had a few tilts at this.
It's we like, John, what you say about the fella that played in the championship game, and he said I need time for reflection. but on a serious note, back to the banking, if there was nothing else that was achieved, regardless of who the next government is,
would be there on it. Yeah, absolutely. No, you're okay. You can imagine people obviously looking to make contact with you and trying to find out in relation to maybe how votes go about banking.
Well, they're listening into you when not finding directly the answer to the question. Absolutely. You're dead right. The phone is hot straight away of candidates that might run in 5 years' time. But the serious note in relation to public banking, it is a crime against the young people of Ireland and the future generations that they are lumbered with, and it doesn't matter where in the country or what in the country, like 90,000 over 250. The people that they went and met this Jim Miller and Seamus May and Jerry Duddy went the whole way to the department, done the presentations in the Dáil. Martin would be aware of it, and probably Fionnuala as well, is that they made this presentation, and yes, Pascal done. But I unfortunately go back to 1942, and it's a private bank for private profit. It's not a public bank. A government in the future would have to take that back into public hands to make it a public bank. It's representative of, and as they say, it's an illusion to call them pillar banks. They are private banks for private gain. The state may have assets in them, but do you honestly believe that the 67 billion disappeared overnight when it was put on the public bank sheet?
Next couple of hours here, Sean, obviously you'll be waiting to see where transfers and wherever go. The rest of the municipal district at this stage, I don't know if you've had much of an opportunity to have a look at that. Seems as if it's going to be looking at a number of the outgoing councillors going back in.
Oh yeah, certainly. There's the big that, and I wish them well and congratulate them all. The people have spoken, and that's when you put your head or put your name on the paper, then you have to accept the results. So, I mean, when I was entering the race, I was fully aware, as Martin already outlined, how competitive it is, and the people stayed with the reliables that was actually there on the ground, and I'm perfectly accept that. Regardless of whatever the outcome is, whatever the evening brings, it'll probably last another hour and a half, 2 hours anyway, 3 hours. I could still be around for after that. It could be tricky.
Well, we look forward to that.
And thanks very much, John.
A little bit later on. Sean Wynne, thank you so much indeed for joining us. That's Sean Wynne, who is a candidate running there in the Ballinamore Municipal District. We'll bring Pádraig McGuirty in as well in a couple of moments, just to maybe get an idea of what's happening in relation to the counting of the votes and what's taking place here behind the scenes. Obviously, the Count Centre, as we can see from the screen here in front of us, a hive of activity at the minute. Plenty going on there in relation to the votes being counted in the 3 municipal districts. Pádraig, if we could maybe just grab a word with you in just a couple of moments' time here on this. Just I suppose now, again, maybe for people that are watching and listening at home and wondering, what takes place between all these tally figures and the counts taking place. What's happening here at the minute? Explain what's going on out there in the main ballroom here at present.
Well, initially the counters have mixed the votes, so they take the votes and they mix them all. They mix all the boxes together in each of the municipal areas, and then they start to sort them into each of the different candidates. They have little pigeonholes where they sort them into each of the candidates, and then they'll commence count. Once they've all that process completed, they'll commence counting. I haven't been back in there in the last few minutes, so I don't know whether they've commenced the actual counting of the ballots yet.
Okay. In relation to, again, how long is a piece of string, but difficult to know in relation to what time we'll be looking at counts coming our way.
Difficult to know, I suppose, but I suppose we look at it traditionally, maybe around 6-7 o'clock. It has been in past counts when we've got the first count from some of the areas.
Just on the European end of things, it's something we could talk to Martin about as well here, and what's happening maybe a little bit away from here.
I've just got the Sligo tallies for the Europeans, but I haven't processed them yet. But I've had a little look at the Leitrim ones now. The proviso on this is there was a couple of, we got about 85% of the boxes tallied across Leitrim. So what I'm looking at is Fianna Fáil on 16.9%, Fine Gael on 18.5%. Sinn Féin on 14.9. Now the proviso I'd put in that is that the Ballinamore booth 2, which probably would be a strong enough Sinn Féin box, but wasn't tallied, so it might alter that by 1% or 2. But others are the significant thing on 49.7% of the vote. Just within that, Luke Ming Flanagan on 15%. And Kieran Malooly on 13.2% would be the standout performers in the independent category. Maria Walsh has actually done quite well on those boxes on 13.6% of the vote within Leitrim. So that's what we're looking at. I kind of done a quick analysis there of the figures between the last local election in each of the municipal areas. So Fianna Fáil have more or less held steady in Carrick-on-Shannon, 36% the last time. They're on just over 35% this time. Fine Gael are on 23% with 2 candidates the last time. They had 1 candidate in the field this time. They got 13% of the vote in Carrick-on-Shannon. Sinn Féin had 12.5% of the vote the last time with 1 candidate, 16% of the vote this time round, and the independents again and others 36% this time round compared to 28.5 in the last time. In Manorhamilton, the Fianna Fáil vote has dropped. It went from 32% to 25% this time round. The Fine Gael vote, as we have already alluded to, dropped from 29% to 15%. The Sinn Féin vote has dropped slightly from 16% to 12%. And again, obviously, with James Gilmartin, the others have gone from 48% or from 23% to 48%. In Ballinamore, Fianna Fáil vote has decreased slightly by 4 percentage points from 35 to 31%. Fine Gael have actually increased their vote from 22% to 27, which is sort of bucking the trend that we've been seeing everywhere else. And Sinn Féin have increased their vote slightly there in Ballinamore from 29 to 27%, with others dropping slightly from 16 down to 14%.
All right, Pádraig, thank you very much indeed for that, and we'll be keeping you updated right throughout the course of the evening on all those figures. Let's return to Manor Hamilton for the time being, and indeed, let's speak to a man who has come in with a first preference of 792 votes, 12% of the voting share. The Cathaoirleach of Leitrim County Council, Justin Murdoch. You're very welcome along to our studio, Justin.
Thank you very much.
Great to catch up with you again. What I've been asking all the candidates here, as and when they emerge with us, give me your reaction to your figures so far.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy enough. I suppose nobody's seen. I knew James Gilmartin was going to do very well, and I've known James a long time, and he probably hooved up a lot of votes, and has he has left us behind a bit. But I'm happy enough to be where I am. I'll take a seat, whether it's the third or fourth or whatever. I'm quite confident of that.
Yeah, when we think back to maybe when you were first elected back in 2014, I think it was 440 first preference votes you were bringing in at that stage. Last time round, somewhere in the region of 837. So with more candidates in the field this time, a Sinn Féin candidate on your own doorstep as well, this election was a lot different. It was
a lot different, and it has been a very tough and a very busy year for myself as Cathaoirleach at the council. And there was 3 or 4 weekends I didn't get out. I apologise to people arriving on the doors kind of late, but in all fairness, Kinloch and the area around me held up tight. I've worked hard for that area, and that's it. The slippage wasn't there. I might have lost a few, and having a few in other places, but than that, it was only a small.
I remember when you were elected as Cathaoirleach, and that was one of the things we talked about, whether the pros and cons of running, either being Cathaoirleach on the year, running into an election. Obviously, it impacts it. Now, John Ellis made the point earlier on that it gives you great profile. Does the pros outweigh the cons?
Well, the ironic thing about it is that in the Kinloch area, the Donegal Democrat is the bigger seller. Mm-hmm. So do you know what I mean? So I've always worked with the Leitrim Observer, because when you want to get things done, you have to have your bit of news in the Observer. Mm-hmm. So that would be, that'd be a slight drawback there, but I'm happy with the result. And as you said, Michelle was on there for Sinn Féin, and locals going to vote local, and we'll see where that goes after.
With some of the big stories developing from here, let's maybe look at your running mate Mary Bohan from Fianna Fáil, been returned again. Huge longevity there in that career.
Yeah. Fair play to her. She's thereabouts at the minute, so we're not so sure. I think it's about 904 or something, just over 900 Dakota. So we're looking forward to it. And Fianna Fáil is, I think, by and large, having a good enough day. We're holding tight in County Leitrim anyway. Mm-hmm. So hopefully we'll have 6, and there's the possibility. Slim possibility there of a 7.
Of a third maybe in Carrick and Shanty. I'll talk to you those in just a couple of moments' time. Let's stay in Manor Hamilton for the time being, and undoubtedly the big story has been the performance of James Gilmartin. We were getting a sense on the ground that he was definitely going to be somebody that would do relatively well. I don't think we envisaged that he was going to do this well, but what was the sense you were getting?
I knew he was doing well. I told him a short while ago, in the last week or 10 days, that he was going to top the poll. I knew it myself, because the young people there, he taught in Bundor at school and that. And a lot of them young people is out there now, and they have the vote and that, and they give it to him. So, he did. He picked up, hoovered up votes everywhere. But of course, then Marion Harkin, as you all know, is like the cousin of that, and she'd have her own team there anyway. Mm-hmm. All across North Leitrim. Don't just think they just dropped out of the sky and got the votes. No, but they have a network there. So
there's a reason for it.
Of course.
Yeah.
And it's not the kind of like people will be thinking a protest vote of that. That isn't really a protest vote. The votes didn't go off in any other direction. But I'd say Fine Gael is probably, they're not in a great place today now in our area.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to put to you, because obviously 2 old friends of yours, and Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan, had decided not to run. There's always a big ask for coming in, but the collapse of the Fine Gael vote in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, along with the emergence of James Gilmartin, possibly Eddie Mitchell, but the collapse of the Fine Gael vote, that's one of the big talking points from here.
Well, that'll be a problem for them to sort out. You know what I mean? It's not a problem of mine.
Right. Are you surprised by it though?
Well, I suppose Sean and Frank, no person gets elected on a party vote. You have to bring across the board. And Sean and Frank had that network of people built up. Mm-hmm. Sean was getting them right, through Glenfarne, Killyclare, into Manorhamilton and that, and Frank was getting them all from here and that. So it doesn't seem that the number stuck with Fine Gael.
All right, okay. So the number
to me, it would have been a personal that they got as well as the Fine Gael vote.
Yeah, that went away a little bit from them. There's obviously a number of issues that you had to deal with over the last 5 years, and plenty of issues coming up again in the lifetime of the next council. The fact in the Manorhamilton Municipal District now that you could be working with possibly 3 independents in there. James Gilmartin, looks to Phelan is going to retain his seat, and Eddie Mitchell is going to be in there, it seems, in a very strong position as well. How is that going to alter the workings of the municipal district, or will it alter it in any great shape or form?
Well, I suppose, yeah, we had a great relationship there, worked with the 6 councillors there. We worked for North Leitrim, but I believe these guys, whoever gets through, will do that. They have to forget about everything else. They have to concentrate on North Leitrim, because we owe it to the people in North Leitrim collectively. And I have worked on a lot of things with both Eddie and James, as if Eddie's returned.
Okay. Speaking of Eddie, it looks as if he could be in a very strong position as well on that final seat.
Well, we'll probably know better now after the distribution of the surplus.
The Gilmartin surplus.
Gilmartin surplus.
Okay.
We'll probably have a better grip on it.
We'd have a better idea after that. But hypothetically, maybe speaking for the time being, if Eddie Mitchell was to be returned, obviously there's a strong Fine Gael background there as well too. But we've got 2 guys there from the Independents coming in on maybe some of the issues that you'd have been involved in, some of the environmental issues as well. Forestry, for instance, was a big one.
Forestry was a big one. When I got in first, as Martin well knows, he was there at the time, fracking was a big issue. So the forestry and, of course, the gold mining thing. And they're all happening in North Leitrim. So, we've soldiered before together, so I can't see that being a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I think it's going to be different.
It's going to be different.
But the lovely thing about it is that they're no strangers to myself anyway.
Yeah. Talk to me about Fianna Fáil away from here, because if we look at the other municipal districts, in Banlamore, obviously Paddy O'Rourke, as we expected, doing very well. It looks as if Gary Pryor will be taking a seat there as well, going by the tally figures. In Carrick-on-Shannon, Sean McGowan, it seems that Paddy Farrell are safe. A possibility as well, maybe of a third seat being made there, but that could be a battle between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King, as we've been talking about here. So how would you sum up the election campaign from a Fianna Fáil perspective?
Well, I haven't seen the figures there for the Carrick area, but I do know that there is a battle royale for that last seat, and I'm glad that for Paddy Farrell that he's going to be re-elected, and Sean McGowan. So we'll have to see how Stephen King, a gentleman, and we'll see how it goes. So I couldn't call it because I haven't seen the figures, and so being honest now.
You're representing an area that has experienced one of the biggest increases in population in Leitrim over the last number of years in Kinlaw. That brings challenges.
But it's, as I've said on many occasions, it's organic. You know what I mean? It's not as if we have an influx of people from other countries or whatever. We don't have those. That issue in Kinloch. Most people is people from across the country or whatever that chose to live in Kinloch, because Kinloch is an ideal central location. If you're working in Sligo or Donegal Town or Manorhamilton, it's a great location, and it's young and vibrant, and that seems to attract young people, and of course, young families, and that they have different ideas as well. So, but I'm glad today to honestly say that my vote held up, and I'm quite happy with that.
And you were a great advocate for tourism, for hospitality businesses over the last number of years, and making sure that they were supported. And they are going to be challenges that's going to be there in the lifetime of the next council as well.
Well, there's been a lot done on it. I fought hard to get North Leitrim, and my part of it anyway. Well, most of North Leitrim, I believe, is on the Wild Atlantic Way. We weren't even on it at the start. Nobody even spotted that. That was an awful blunder. And now we have access to the sea, and it's a lovely walk, and it's a very busy walk. So those Tullahan has come on leaps and bounds as well. So the whole of North Leitrim is probably one of the most best areas of outstanding natural beauty in the country, and unspoiled. And as you well know, that there's a feasibility study to be done there in relation to a park, whether it's Euro, national, whatever. But it's something that we're looking at because we have to protect our environment, our heritage, and our culture, or we have nothing.
Martin Kenny, some words here for the outgoing Cathaoirleach of the local councillor of the local council.
On his obviously imminent return to the council. He's got a great vote, fair play, and he's always been someone I think that has stood up and fought for Leitrim and will continue to do that, I'm sure, for the next 5 years and after that. North Leitrim, I suppose James Gilmartin arriving on the scene, changed everything, and I think most of us could see that. And he certainly has taken votes all over the place, but particularly from the two Fine Gael candidates who were not running again and been replaced. That's really the place that the damage has been done, and his surplus will decide an awful lot in the next couple of hours as to what will happen after that. But I think Fine Gael could still be there for to hold one of those seats, but we don't know. It's difficult to say.
All right, Pádraig, you've looked at this from a numbers perspective, and I suppose despite the emergence of James Gilmartin, the Fianna Fáil vote has held up fairly well.
It's held up relatively well. It has dropped a small bit, I think, just to do with the James Gilmartin factor. I think was why it dropped a little bit the Fianna Fáil vote, because he would have picked up probably votes in Kinlaw, as Justin alluded to, and in Dromahare and places like that where Mary Bohan would have previously been strong, but they still got a fantastic vote. So I suppose congratulations first to Justin, and as Martin alluded to here, it is that James Gilmartin surplus that's going to decide probably the direction, or at least give us a better indication of the direction of the last seat, which there's 80 votes, not quite 80 votes, but 70 something votes there between Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Keskey. Kevin probably is going to have to close that gap with that surplus to give him a chance to hold the seat, but it is possible. We don't know. Gilmartin surplus, he probably pick up votes everywhere, so it's likely to go everywhere, but whether Kevin can get enough of it to get ahead of Eddie Mitchell, we'll
have to wait and see. You'd agree with that, Justin?
I would agree with that. As I said, it's the surplus that's going to determine it.
Finally, just on your term as Cathaoirleach as well, a lot happened in the council at that stage. Obviously, we look at the business campus in Carrick and Shannon, the new sporting infrastructure that's going to be coming in there as well. I know you're very much anxious to make sure that North Leitrim does well, but you're a Leitrim man first and foremost, and I think you would have taken great pride out of your term as Cathaoirleach to see the improvements and the development and the infrastructure that's been invested in the county.
It has been a phenomenal year, and as you said rightly so, there's not a lot of investment, but I suppose probably one of the greatest things for me was going to England, to London first, and then to Luton, and out to America to meet the diaspora. Those are the forgotten people. I don't think we do enough for them. I honestly believe, and I say this, and I said it to them in America, and I said it in England. I'm surprised everybody can get a vote in this country, but you might be only in the door a week and you get a vote. And unfortunately, we haven't given it to our diaspora. I think that's one of the biggest failings of this government and every government since the foundation of the state, because most of the countries around the world have given their diaspora vote, and it's a shame, and that's the one big regret that I have about it.
Finally, I know you're continuing on a proud family tradition. Your grandfather Alex Warnock would have fought in the War of Independence. I think we're down to fight for the anti-treaty side. It was taken captive for the battle near Lennox Bridge.
Correct.
A bridge that probably still needs an all upgrade, does it? That was back in 1922.
Correct. It was blown up, and maybe you know what I mean. But anyway, we'll say no more. But we'll be looking forward to get the bridge there over the next 5 years. Like, there's going to be massive changes, as we can see. Like, nobody knows even the formation of the next government. We don't seem to be getting too far with the governments in there in relation to the bridge, and I'm very disappointed because the Green Party, they're not into building bridges and roads, they're into everything else. But it is definitely the biggest hindrance that we have in our area, that to bring in investment. That bridge has to go in a new bridge.
Yeah, and how difficult was it, and how disappointing was it, as most that in some shape and form that your hands were tied here as a result of that?
Well, tied in one sense, but we have seen there was a lot of investment there. There was all the drawings, the pathway for it between it and Kinloch. A lot of work has been done, but unfortunately it hasn't been delivered. Like, they spent a couple of 100,000 on architects and design and that. So I'd be looking forward to the next 5 years. That is one of the projects that I want to see delivered, and hopefully, regardless of who's in government, that I'll be able to work with them and get it delivered.
Yeah, well, look at Justin. We wish you the very best of luck in that term ahead. I know you'll have to wait to get everything confirmed a little bit later on, but at the moment, thanks a million for joining us. Always a pleasure, and good luck to you in the future ahead. What we're going to do next is we're going to take a break. We're going to be talking to Stephen King when we come back right after that break. He could be involved in a long night here in Carrick-on-Shannon. We're back very shortly.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick-on-Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation. Whether you're a startup or an expanding business, the Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savor delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
And you're very welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon for our local election coverage for 2024. Just some stats that are coming into us constantly here. The final turnouts per local electoral area: Manorhamilton 65.88, Carrick-on-Shannon 62.13, and Ballinamore 64.62. We can tell you that counting of votes has started in the Carrick-on-Shannon local electoral area, and also counting of votes is underway in Ballinamore. All tallies at this stage now complete as well. As I mentioned before, we were heading into that break. Stephen King is joining us here, running as a Fianna Fáil candidate in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. We'll be speaking to Paddy O'Rourke in just a couple of moments of the Ballinamore Municipal District. Stephen, I can start off with you. The consensus here at the moment is that we could be looking at a situation that yourself and Cormac Flynn could be in a right old battle for the final seat here in the Carrick-on-Shannon area. Do you see it going along those lines?
Well, John, yeah. All indications would lead that myself and Cormac are heading for that battle, as you say, and we're pretty much at the mercy of transfers and surpluses. But it's going to, as you said earlier, it's going to be a long night, I think, and see where we come at the end of that.
Yeah, and it's almost very reminiscent of what took place even 5 years ago. Fenton Cox, a Fianna Fáil candidate, and Paddy Farrell, another Fianna Fáil candidate, were in a very late count 5 years ago as well. Let's look at the figures here of those transfers, and maybe some of the candidates at the lower end of the scale that will be eliminated. A number of those will probably be based kind of a cluster around the Carrick-on-Shannon area, and as a result of that, would it be fair to say that, you know, some of those votes will primarily stay with Carrick-on-Shannon based candidates? And again, that's yourself and Cormac. So will that bring us any clearer to having any indication?
Again, very tight on where they are going to go. Obviously, being in Carrick area, I'd have expected maybe Conservative at around 40-50% maybe to get those. But again, as you say, Cormac is in our area, so
yeah,
we're at a loss really at the moment, and I suppose very much at the hands of the numbers really, and where
Would one concerning aspect for you maybe be well down the line, maybe as expected when Lisa Mulligan is eliminated, if her transfer, would you expect a lot of that maybe to go to Cormac? Would that be something that you'd be hoping to have enough of votes picked up to probably insulate yourself from that eventuality happening?
Well, absolutely. Looking down the line, you can see that if once Lisa is eliminated, that I'm assuming that all will go on party lines, and that those transfers would go to Cormac.
Okay.
I couldn't see many, or if any, coming my way. I'd hoped to have as many got, obviously, previous to that, but
a lead built up before that. Eventuality happens.
Again, I think it's going to be down to the bare minimum, to be honest.
All right, just looking at some of the as a first-time candidate, give me an idea of your reaction to the figures here that you've come back in with, because again, would I say it almost, maybe not to you, but maybe for a lot of the neutral observers here, a little bit of a surprise in this, in the sense that there was 3 candidates running from Fianna Fáil, 9% of the vote.
Yeah, I suppose I contain my canvas to a smaller area, to the town area, not bridging out too far into the country. I thought I'd done a good canvas around through the town, as I'd be based there myself. And so I'm delighted with it. I probably expected another little bit, maybe, and that's maybe where we're in the fight that we're in now. I was probably expecting maybe another 50, 60 votes to come to me, but obviously they didn't come, and we are where we are now, and we go on from here.
And just looking at those Carrick and Shannon boxes, 97, 50, 69, 56 and 61, I think were the figures that were tallied for you from those Carrick and Shannon boxes. And that would be the area very much where you needed to consolidate a very strong vote from.
Absolutely, yeah. As I say, once I went out past that, I suppose, circumference of the town area, I knew I was going to be kind of weaker there, and I didn't really, I suppose I didn't canvass as much as what I could have done. So what I really concentrated on that town area that I know quite well.
Yeah.
And got good support, but as I say, it's just, I'd be hopeful for that little bit extra that might have left me in a different position than I am at the moment.
Talk to me a little bit about the big issues that came up in Carrick and Shannon. Now, we're hearing a lot in relation to, I suppose, the bypass that's needed. You could say that's a problem that's coupled with Cartharbour as well. What were the big issues that you came up with, Stephen, here, that people came to you with?
Number one on my list was the new school. And in that regard, I know a lot of people had various ministers down. Myself, I got Darragh O'Brien to call to the school on a day, and we had a good conversation there with the staff and with board management. That would be number one, I suppose. The bypass definitely raised its head. That's an issue close to my own heart, as it's going to be landing about 50 metres off from my own house. And then childcare quite a lot as well. That availability and cost, both of those issues came to the fore. So, but many other issues, I suppose cost of living was number 4 there as well. Everyone is feeling the pinch, obviously. Mm-hmm. People acknowledge that work has been done towards helping them, but obviously between cost of living and housing, they feel a little bit aggrieved maybe, and a little bit more can be done there for them. So
you were vocal as well for obvious reasons on retained firefighters and the way that they were treated.
Absolutely, and Martin is sitting here beside me, and we went to the Dáil and rallied there, and Martin was, in fairness, absolutely brilliant towards us. We've got a little bit of settlement in the WRC. We're kind of foundering on the last bit of it now, where the last increment could be put on the retainer. If that was done and secured, I think we're in a position then that we can go on from there. But it's leaving a little bit of uncertainty, and that's pushing us back into the WRC again. But hopefully we can get a positive outcome on that, and that can be resolved, and we can go on and forget about all the nitty-gritty of the WRC and get on with the work that we normally do and the training and all that goes with that. So That's where we are on that.
Martin, if you were to sum up, I suppose, the political scenario that Stephen is facing here at the minute, I think we probably hit the nail on the head a little bit earlier on. It's been far enough ahead of Cormac Flynn by the time of Lisa Mulligan's transfers come into play.
Yes, it's how the transfer locally within the town. I mean, Lola Gonzalez, you have a number of others there. You have Gartland, you have 3 or 4 there. And probably when you add them all up, there's quite a sizable little vote there. And where that breaks up, now I expect you'd expect that both Stephen and Cormac would feed almost evenly on them, mm-hmm. and you could see one 25 or 30 ahead of the other, whatever. But then I expect that when Lisa Mulligan goes out, it will favour Cormac. Now we don't know if that's going to be enough for Cormac to get ahead of you or not, we don't know. But it's looking likely from where I'm sitting, and that's being honest about it, But I think Stephen put in a great campaign and has clearly, got a great support base built up there in Carrick-on-Shannon, and it's a credit to him. And we had a big intense competition yesterday. We're not competing today. We're analysing them. We can be nicer to each other
as always.
Absolutely, the gloves are off, as the saying goes. Just on the whole issue, Stephen. Obviously, with Finola Armstrong Maguire not running this time round, from candidates running in the Carrick-on-Shannon area, was there a sense there that there was very much a town seat up for grabs?
Well, that would be the hope, really, John. Yeah, it's a county town. I think we need representation.
And traditionally, Carrick have struggled to elect councillors.
Yeah, and again, when you break down the figures and look at it, a lot of votes have left the town, and I'd be disappointed with that. I know those votes went to two very good candidates in particular I'm thinking of, but I'd be disappointed that many votes left the town. We do need representation. It is the county town. Maybe some people don't realise the value of the councillor to the degree that if a town is going well, that they find that they don't need a councillor, as opposed to maybe out in the rural areas where there's different issues and they need help there. But definitely that I'd be hoping that, I know Cormac as well, it would be native to the town, but at least that we have someone in the town. And that's, I suppose, primarily a lot of the reason that I went on in the initial stages was to represent the town. I live in the town for the past 32 years, and I've seen it grow, and I'd like to be involved in the next phase of that going on and improving the town as well.
And of course, plenty of political allegiances over in Clifton, as we heard a little bit earlier on today as well. So politics is in the blood, and obviously community services in the blood. Talk to me a little bit about your two running mates, because it looks as if both Sean McGowan and Paddy Farrell is going to be returned.
Yeah, of course, Sean has been ever present. Again, he's come in with a huge vote. And Paddy, in fairness, has really upped the vote on the last time you mentioned back, where himself and Fintan were down to minimum votes. He's really come across the line in full flight this time, and credit to him and to his team, really. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Paddy O'Rourke has joined us here as well. Anything you'd like to say to your Fianna Fáil colleague here before he departs?
Oh, absolutely. Stick in there and look at Martin and yourself have crunched the numbers there insofar as what's likely to come available to him. And I'd be very optimistic that will happen. I'd imagine that there would be enough people out there in Carrick-on-Shannon, as Stephen said, the county town, that would see the necessity for local representation. And I suppose, maybe some people in Carrick-on-Shannon are a bit lackadaisical about that, insofar as that county buildings are beside them, they can access things and people, they can pop in and do a certain amount of business for themselves. But there will be decisions made over the coming years that I think it would be highly beneficial to have a town-based councillor such as Stephen King taking part in. So hopefully that will work in his favour.
All right, well said. Stephen, thanks for joining us. We'll be talking to you a little bit later on, regardless how the outcome goes. Yeah. You're probably at this stage finally bracing yourself for a long night, are you?
Yeah, it's looking that way, that we won't be the first to leave the ballroom in there. So it's happened before that, but this time will be a different occasion, I think.
Yeah. see where it takes off from there. Okay, absolutely. Stephen, thanks a million indeed for joining us. We are, as I mentioned, joined by Paddy O'Rourke. I don't know, is there ever such a thing as a certainty before an election, a local election campaign? But everybody I spoke to and all the number crunching I did and looked at various stats and trends, everything was leading me to suggest that Paddy O'Rourke would be returned comfortably again.
Could I say to you on that, it was far from a certainty, because
why?
No, hold on now, and I'll tell you just why. Because I deliberately chose to use no posters during this campaign.
But some would argue hold on now.
Hold on. And for that reason, there was a significant amount of people asked, relatives of mine, supporters of mine, is Paddy O'Rourke going for the elections this year.
Really?
Simply because there was no posters there.
posters.
Yeah, I haven't used posters since 1999.
Yeah.
And I don't feel the loss of them. Now, that might sound a bit presumptuous, and I don't want it to come across that way.
I know,
but I mean,
it's better for the environment, Paddy would say as well.
for you to say that it was a certainty, when I was encountering people only 72 hours ago, good, Paddy, we didn't think you were going again because we never seen a poster.
So were you genuinely worried?
That is no kidding. Now,
you were genuinely concerned.
Well, I was genuinely concerned that there was people saying, number one, you had a significant amount of candidates who said, "Sure, Paddy Rourke needs no vote, sure. Give me the vote. Give me the vote. He has nobody breathing down his neck in the village of Carrigallen or whatever, and give me the vote for this time, and sure, we'll all be happy together." And naturally enough, we all say on the doorsteps what we think will, garner the vote, and fair play to them for trying.
1,435.
Yeah. But look,
that's just only a number.
Nobody in Leitrim County Council will ever ask any councillor when they approach them to make representations on behalf of the public, what count did you come in on? They will never ask them that. So that is only a figure. Fair dues to the people who put their trust in me to that level, but really and truly, when the AGM occurs and people are allotted positions and committees and whatever, that's dead in the water.
22% of the vote. Martin Kenny, was Paddy O'Rourke ever in doubt? Paddy says he was taking nothing for granted.
I absolutely understand why Paddy would say that. But I think everyone knows, certainly any of us that canvassed anywhere around Carrigallen knew that, Paddy was doing very well and was going to top the poll again. And that was, I think, and even long before the election was called, all of us knew that was going to happen. Paddy is clearly a tremendous worker for his community, and that's why he gets such a tremendous vote in his community, and that's, to be acknowledged. And, anyone who goes up against him knows it when they're on the doorstep, and that's absolutely fine and fair. And, he's here now going to be the kingmaker to some extent with such a large surplus again. After 5 years, we had that before. And, one of the issues, I suppose, that has happened down the years. I know when I was on the council with Paddy, I was somewhat closer to him geographically. You had John McCartan there, the McCartans were there. They're gone out of the area as well. Space has opened up over the past number of elections that has probably helped Paddy to be able to build a much larger base vote than he had in the past, and he's going to hold that very tight and very firmly. And I'm quite sure that whether he has posters the next time or not, he'll still be doing the same thing.
Well, look, I don't know how much you know, John, about my epic struggle to create a seat in Carrigallen, because I went forward.
You were there. I
went forward in 1991 and we missed a seat by 26 votes. Again in 99 and missed a seat by 7 votes. Now that brought us to a situation that by 2004 there had not been a person at Leitrim County Council with a Carrigallen address for 70 years. And once I got elected in 2004, and I suppose I was extremely fortunate insofar as that there was money around to do a lot of things, we got a lot of things achieved, and we went through a very lean period then. 2009 was a pretty difficult election for Fianna Fáil people, but we somehow got through it, and we stabilised in terms of, we got to a position that we had a sort of a solid vote. And the people in that immediate area were not about to take a gamble on losing that again, because many of them grew up generations in houses where there was no representative. So who did you go to? Other candidates and other parties came in and sucked out the vote on occasions, and we still had nobody. So there was nobody prepared to take that gamble that we would return to that.
So some figures will just show at you. 948 first preference 10 years ago, 1365 the last time. And there was this double act for Fianna Fáil running with yourself and Keelan Ellis in the Bandamore Municipal District. How different is it this time round when the man at the end of the table here, his brother, is not running?
Well, obviously that freed up a certain amount of votes. There was Keelan Ellis and I had an arrangement since 1999 that I didn't canvass Fianna and he didn't canvass Carrigallen, and still both of us managed to get a token number of votes in each other's boxes. So people do that and they have every right to do so. And when Keelan was gone off the scene, Keelan had a very substantial personal vote apart from his political vote, and it was it was very, very substantial because he's a man that worked in public service. He working as a driver with CIE. He would have possibly engaged and had the good fortune to engage with several generations of people, will say, from he started way back in the middle 90s and in different areas, because it was almost like as if his driving career took him right into the heart on several occasions of where he needed to be prior to the next election.
All right,
it couldn't have fell better for him.
Call it good luck.
Well, he was extremely obliging and affable with people and with parents and whatever and all of that. And then he in his own everyday business engagement with people, he had built up that personal vote. Who got it on this occasion? Did Paddy O'Rourke and Gary Pryor get the political side of his vote, and did his personal vote go elsewhere? We won't know until the final count.
Speaking of Gary Pryor, how would you rate his performance as a first-time candidate? Looking good for a seat.
He had a very, very vigorous campaign, and he had a wonderful team behind him.
Should take a seat, just midfield.
I would be very optimistic, and it would bring to an end, a happy ending to this.
Transfer of power.
Exactly, because I'm sure it's what everybody wants. It's a part of the country that just didn't have a resident councillor for a part of the electoral area, didn't have a resident councillor for a very significant period. And I'd say Gary Pryor is about to change that.
All right, let's call in our senior panelist here, who's probably seen more elections than any of us, John Ellis. John, move in a little bit closer to the microphone again. We were saying that we were very confident about Paddy. What was your take coming into the election? What was your sense how Paddy was going to do?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Paddy. It was never a question mark over Paddy being elected, because as Paddy said himself, and Martin have both said, there is an area there that was going to make sure it elected a councillor. That was it. There was no what you call it. And when you look back on it, Paddy was unfortunate that he lost by 4 votes, and that was only because of Mavericks. And Mavericks can make a difference, believe it or not, in elections. But he then consolidated that vote, and the area that Paddy had under him left him with a very, very sizable vote, as well as his own personal vote, which is substantial. And that's the way it works. And remember that when you come to elections, all local elections are local. And what you get, if you don't get the vote in your home base, you're in trouble. And Paddy has managed to basically corral the vote in Carrigallen to an extent that nobody I've seen do it anywhere else in the country. Now, Paddy might disagree with that, but he has, and fair play to him. That's how it works. And it's not, Paddy is not seen as Paddy O'Rourke Fianna Fáil. He's seen as Paddy O'Rourke, our local councillor.
Mm-hmm. And, in fairness, as you say, you don't use posters, but you're fairly prolific nowadays on Facebook, and I see you shoveling snow when the need arises and different bits and pieces like that. So you're making that connection here.
And removing blown down trees.
Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are emergencies that you have to respond to. On a serious note as well, I know you've been involved in an awful lot of the community-based companies there, the Corn Mill Theatre, the Carrigallen Development Company, Community Care Centre, the chair of the Leitrim Centenary Committee, and so on and so forth. So obviously you've done the work on the ground. Just on the Ballinamore Municipal District and the makeup of the council, stories from elsewhere. I don't know if you've been monitoring these. Some of your Fianna Fáil colleagues initially, you've obviously heard there, Stephen King beforehand, Paddy Farrell and Sean McGowan look as if they are going to be returned to Paddy Farrell's second time round. Sean McGowan experienced. Good news for Fianna Fáil.
Absolutely.
Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan in Manor Hamilton.
Yes, absolutely.
So how would you sum up the election in general for Fianna Fáil?
Well, I mean, as I said to you earlier, if hopefully Stephen gets elected in Carrick-on-Shannon.
That'll be the difference between a super election campaign and a good election.
And Gary comes through in Ballinamore, which we hope and think it will happen, please God. And if all that were to happen, I think we couldn't have wished for a better outcome. You run 7 candidates and you get 7 seats. it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, it's a good return. You had one of these candidates as well, a councillor as well, that had a tilt at a general election. I know the constituencies were different at the time, and there was a part of East Cavan, wasn't there, included in at that time?
My immediate hinterland in County Cavan was included, yes.
Yeah, with the way John Ellis mentioned it here, and the way that the population has risen in Sligo in comparison to Leitrim, is something that Martin Kinney will know all about as well. Is it going to become increasingly more difficult, do you feel, for any more than one candidate ever to be returned over Leitrim in this constituency?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't be giving a great deal of thought to that. I mean, if you read and see, you can't ignore the figures, because they are there, and that's not going to change. But it's not an area really that I would be devoting a great deal of thought to. And I'm about local things, and I suppose just in response to something you said there about shoveling the snow and removing the blown down trees, I suppose I'm fortunate enough, very fortunate insofar as that I'm self-employed, and I do sympathise with other councillors. When some small crisis arises in your community, let it be a blown down tree and some woman wants to get to a hospital or whatever, or somebody, as I had occasion last winter when there was only a few frosty nights or whatever, but there was difficulty in accessing roads or whatever. Councillors who are in full-time employment find it very, very difficult to respond to that. Mm-hmm. I suppose I'm fortunate insofar as that I'm self-employed, and I can rearrange my timetable and respond to things, simple things, practical things. And, I also have a family that are very,
supportive and understanding.
Supportive and understanding, and very versatile. One of my sons became a chip shop attendant briefly yesterday evening in order to free up the proprietors of that premises to go to vote. And I think he was more than competent, and that's the way it goes. You see, the whole family.
There's an election slogan there: when the chips are down, O'Rourke delivers. In many ways, look, that's what it takes. Congratulations on the tally figures that we've seen here, and I know we'll be speaking to you after the counts take place, Paddy. But
no, I don't want to overplay that thing about the no posters, but I would say to any person that's going forward for election, I'm not saying to ignore social media. I'm not saying to totally ignore posters in particular situations, but I would say there is nothing better than going out and meeting the people.
But isn't that a problem in many ways? There's such an influence now on social media that the art form of debating issues on radio stations, I know there was local election debates on Ocean, other stations would have taken different decisions, that debate is going, the engagement maybe is going on the door, and it's sometimes been fought in this toxic wasteland that's social media.
Yeah, but I mean, you can rise above that and set your own standards,
your own agenda,
and meet people, and go out and meet the people. And you have to gauge it. There's no point in going into parents and 5 children at tea time, and there's no point in going into a farmer at 9 o'clock in the morning. So you just have to gauge your time. If you have a mix of rural and urban, you have to balance it, that you get them 10 minutes to pitch your case to the voter. But nothing beats that, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Well, look, the proof is in the pudding and the numbers. Paddy O'Rourke, pleasure as always. Thank you so much indeed. God bless you. Thank you indeed for joining us. Let's go back to Manor Hamilton. We've spoken about the stories and independence throughout the course of the day here. And one man's name who's coming up here on a regular basis is Eddie Mitchell. We'll be hearing from Eddie in just a couple of moments' time, right after this commercial break.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick and Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation, whether you're a startup or an expanding business. The Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savour delectable food and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
You're very welcome back to our local election coverage live from the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon. Counting of votes is currently ongoing, I think, in at least 2 municipal districts in Carrick-on-Shannon and Bandamore. Eddie Mitchell, have they started counting votes yet from Manor Hamilton?
They have, yeah.
They have, okay. They're up and running from there. Let's look and recap on one of the big stories that's emerging from this election, along with James Gilmartin, again, another independent, and the success of independents in this Manor Hamilton Municipal District. 8% of the vote, 511 first preference votes. Eddie Mitchell, you're in there with a great shout at this stage. Is that the way you see it?
I'm in the fight. It's not over yet, obviously. It'll be a long evening, but I don't mind whether I get the first or the last seat. A seat is a seat, and I asked people for a mandate.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have the Manor Hamilton candidate or agents in this corner here?
That's the Vice of Mary Quinn, the returning officer. I don't think we're going to be having any counts as of yet. It'd probably be a little bit too early to have any of those lines. Apologies, Eddie. As you mentioned, you were asking people for a mandate. Now, when this took place, when the elections and the various names and the runners and riders were declared, and we seen James Gilmartin and Eddie Mitchell both putting the names, and we thought, well, very, very similar as a result of that. Did you always feel that there was an opportunity, with Phelim Gurn being a sitting independent candidate, that there could be 3 independents returned in Manor Hamilton? Was that always an aspiration and something that you thought was achievable?
Yes, I did, because we 2 good councillors stepping away. So that meant that there was 2 places. James had a good foundation where he was, and I had a good foundation in Glenfarne, to work on. It's not easy ever for, Glenfarne, Kilty, Rosinver, Ballymeen to hold on to a candidate, to hold on to a seat.
And in fairness, I remember interviewing you for the Ocean FM newsroom at the time, and that's one of the things you said, we have to target these seats where there's long-serving councillors stepping aside. So you felt that was up for grabs from the start. You also, and I think it'd be fair to say, expressed your dissatisfaction maybe that you weren't selected for Fine Gael to run in the elections. Was that a motivating factor, or was it something that you just cast aside after that, and that you were running Eddie Mitchell independent and let Fine Gael do what they want? Or did it hurt you right throughout the campaign that you weren't representing Fine Gael, a party that you had such great allegiance for?
Well, it wasn't that I was dissatisfied. Tony McLaughlin banned fracking, and there would have been, I obviously, 3rd generation Fine Gael here, and because of that, I wouldn't have easily walked away from Fine Gael. But when I wasn't going to be selected for Fine Gael, I wasn't going to walk away from holding on to that seat. That seat's been very important to us. We've always fought to keep it. So that was my intention, was to hold that seat. And both Sean and Frank always did work for the environmental movement. So we wanted to make sure that we had a strong voice still in the council on forestry, on gold mining, on planning, all of those issues that we have to sort out. So for me, I have a mandate now as an independent, and to deal with issues.
Those there. Just again, and it was idle speculation on our behalf, but that's what journalists do. That there could maybe perhaps be invites from Fine Gael to return to the fold now, as a result of your success, and maybe if the party don't return a candidate. Would that be something that you'd be interested in?
Well, what I'm interested in is the Gresham House deal, what happened with Quilcha there. I'm interested in gold mining. We need a ban on gold mining. I'm interested in, Shannon LNG, or trying to bring frack gas into the Shannon estuary. I mean, that's going to put fracking in Leitrim back on the table if we get frack gas in the Irish energy mix. They're the issues that are important.
And can I put it this way to you? Would you be in a better position to deal with those issues as an independent or as a member of Fine Gael?
But one thing that I'll never do is I'll never be controlled by anybody. I'll always speak my mind. I'm not able to operate any differently than that. And I'm apolitical now. I've been apolitical for the last 13 years since we started campaigning on fracking. And I don't think that's not going to change.
All right. Let's mention the name of James Gilmartin to you. And this name could have a huge significance in relation to his surplus, where those votes are going to go. First of all, his performance. I know you share a lot of beliefs in relation to the environment. Some would say that very similar candidates on those environmental issues. His performance has to be, along with maybe the collapse of the Fine Gael vote in Manorhamilton, has to be the big story from this municipal district.
Oh, definitely. Like, James has done very, very well. And remember, James is the chair of Treasure Leitrim. He's sitting in an area where gold mining is proposed. And he's been working on that issue for a couple of years now. So the real lesson here is, if you try to introduce these extractive industries into North Leitrim, you're going to pay a price. And that's what the indication is for me from what's happening in the collapse of that vote.
The James Gilmartin surplus vote. He's picked up votes all over the place, in fairness, and as a result of that, Pádraig, who's been crunching the numbers here, probably would even find it difficult to predict where they're going to go, and he's analysing the numbers to a large degree. How confident are you now at this stage that, you know, some of that, a sizable amount of that James Gilmartin surplus will make its way back to you on the basis of what we've just spoken about, your friendship, your environmental beliefs, the similarities between yourself and James Gilmartin?
Well, I think James has a huge vote. It's geographically spread. It'll have came from everywhere and it'll go everywhere. If I get as much as Kevin, I'll be very happy. But we won't know what's going to happen with that vote until it's counted. Until it's nobody can tell.
Do you have a degree of sympathy for Kevin Keskey and Lisa Bergen at this stage?
I do. I know Kevin well. Nobody wants to get elected on the back of putting somebody else out. But the fact is, there's only 6 seats and we all have to fight our battles. I mean, I'm fighting for a mandate to deal with very serious issues. And that's what I have to, that's my job. And my job is to fight and fight like hell. And that's what I'm going to do.
You're obviously the fight is still ongoing in relation to the seat and the surplus here. At the beginning, there was this widespread speculation and predictions that, okay, well, Fine Gael mightn't take the 2 seats, but they'll probably end up holding one. It was expected that James Gilmartin was going to take a seat. And with all due respect, as a result of James Gilmartin's popularity, maybe people were writing you off a little bit. Did you ever have that sense, Eddie? Or were you always hugely confident in your own ability? And again, from looking from some of the social media videos that you posted and the connection that you were making on the doorsteps, did you feel you were being well enough received that you could make a serious challenge here, a serious dent into the establishment?
I know, definitely, because what I don't know is I spoke to people in Glenfarne and Kilty and Rosinver about holding a seat, because that's important there. And after that, everywhere I went, I talked about the environment. I talked about extractivism and 2 possible futures for Leitrim. I talked about trying to hold on to our young people and trying to solve the problems that we face here. And so I just continued my campaigning through the election. I told everybody the same story. We welcomed the people that come to Leitrim. That was important for me, that I didn't lean into a lot of a lot of people leaning into concerns there, but I didn't do that.
All right. Let's just bring in a couple. I know I want to talk to Cormac Flynn in a minute too, but Pádraig, in relation to the numbers here, you're analysing them. What would you say to Eddie? What needs to happen here in order for Eddie to be successful?
I just think he needs to. Well, the obvious thing is that he just needs to match or be very close to the amount of James Gilmartin surplus that Kevin Keskey gets. Essentially, that's the path to election. After that, votes start running out to bridge the gap. So I think that's the key. Also, probably looking to get a significant portion of possibly Katrina Bergen's surplus as well, just because some of that.
I was just going to ask about the candidates is going to be eliminated. Their votes once they're distributed. Will that make any impact?
Yeah, well, I would expect Eddie would be expecting to get a significant number of Bohan Gallagher's transfers. I would probably expect then that Kevin will be looking for the solid Fine Gael vote that might be there with Katrina Bergen, but I can see, we know in local elections votes tend to stay local, so with the Ross Inver connection, with the Kilty connection, Katrina picked up votes in Glenfarne. You would expect that some of those will go back to Eddie as well. Just a correction on our percentages for Manor Hamilton for the political parties. There was a little error in our spreadsheet, so actually Fianna Fáil on 25%, that was correct, but Fine Gael dropped from 29 to 11% is where they went, and the Sinn Féin, there was an error in that. Sinn Féin actually increased their vote share in the Manor Hamilton electoral area from 16 to 25%.
All right. Okay, good to get clarification on that. Finally, before I let Eddie go, Sean McDermott, anything you want to say to your old, I suppose, political colleague, your friend here? You've already spoken very highly and fondly of Eddie. Anything you want to say to him at this stage? He could be taking a seat at Fine Gael's expense, so bearing that in mind.
Is that why I'm sitting in the middle, is it?
Pádraig is a Glenfarne man, so Eddie's not too far away, and I'm a Glenfarne man, so it's amazing. You have three there in front of you, John.
Yes, absolutely.
Too far away. Look, I knew Eddie was going to do reasonably well. I didn't expect him to do as well, to be quite honest, but he has surprised me, and Eddie is my closest candidate from where I live. In this council election, so I'm sure that Eddie will talk to, I suppose. He's outlined there, John, in front of you. What his priority is and what he wants.
And party allegiances and everything removed at this stage. Are you confident he's going to take that seat?
I would, if I was going to put money on it, I would say Eddie was going to take the last seat.
All right.
There's a hard graft for Kevin to catch up.
Okay.
And go out in front,
Getting more confident by the minute?
No, we have to wait and see.
It's a waiting game.
James's vote could go to a lot of places now. He got a huge vote, so that means Kevin is down votes. So obviously, when James is surplus, then votes could go back.
Yeah, there's twists and turns, and there can be dramatic twists and turns that nobody see. I can see that coming. We will definitely talk to you a little bit later on. For the moment, Eddie Mitchell, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Cormac Flynn, you're very welcome to our studios here. Cormac, I'll cut straight to the chase. The indicators are you, us, everybody here could be looking at a late night, and that you could be in a battle royale, as the saying goes, with Stephen King for the final seat in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. Is that something that you're preparing yourself for at this stage?
There's no suspecting about it. That's exactly what's going to happen. The two of us, I think there's 20 votes between us. I'm on 5-3-5, although I'm just after hearing it's 5-2-5 now, and Stephen's on about 5-0-5. So look, there's 20 votes there. We're both based in the Carrick-on-Shannon area, so look, it's going to be a long night.
We're obviously looking to see what's going to happen when a number of the candidates at the lower end of the scale are going to be eliminated. A lot of those are Carrick-on-Shannon based. So again, you would be perhaps expecting that the likes of Linda Gonzalez and people like that, when they're eliminated, those votes will stay in Carrick. But again, it's two Carrick-based candidates that's going to be hovering them up.
It won't make any difference. It'll be the difference of a couple of 4 or 5 votes each. So I'd say we'll both rise a little bit, but not a lot. It won't be a marked difference in it.
Looking down the road a little bit, the speculation has been put forward here as well, that ultimately what could be the deciding factor is that unless Stephen King is a significant difference ahead of you by the time Lisa Mulligan is eliminated, that her transfers ultimately could be what's going to get you across the line.
Yeah, no, I expect Stephen to pass me out on those 4 eliminations. But for my sake, hopefully not by an awful lot. And I think that would be the indication that hopefully Lisa's vote will transfer heavily to my benefit.
Okay, so we're, as we mentioned, we're going to be in for a long night. Let's not forget here, 10 years ago, there was a Sinn Féin seat secured here with Shane and Logan. That seat was surrendered 5 years later. This time round, 2 candidates running in the field, in yourself and Lisa Mulligan. How were you received on the doorsteps?
Very well, and like that goes down like losing a seat and then running 2 candidates when we lost one. Took a few people by surprise. But in your previous interview with Eddie, Sean spoke about local elections being local, and votes generally don't travel any more than 15 kilometres, and that's what I've seen. And we just decided on a strategy of 2 candidates, one either end, based in the 2 most populated areas, Bohan and Carrick-on-Shannon. And that was the strategy anyhow, and it seemed to have worked. We've grew our vote there from 4% in the last 5 years ago to 16% this year. So look, it's a massive boost for the party anyhow. And I forgot your question, John.
I've forgotten myself at this stage where I heard that plan.
How are we received in the door?
What I did want to ask you was that in many ways you would be seen here as the perfect candidate. You have a high profile in Carrick-on-Shannon, obviously through St. Mary's. You've recently, it's been a big couple of years for you, you've moved your secondary school principal now in Mohill, which is also part of this municipal district. So you would be very well known across the board. And as a result of that, you would be expected to do well. Talk to me about, obviously there was an agreement made from Masonite, almost the dividing point of where you were coming back into Carrick. Lisa was looking after Mohill and that area. But at the same time, with your connections now in Mohill, do you feel there could be maybe at least transfers to the Thomas Mulligan vote there from before? Do you think that some of that could eventually make its way to you?
I know, look at all indications are saying that it is, yeah. So look, I'd be in a strong position. It's unfortunate that it is Stephen. I think Stephen is a great guy, good candidate. I would have loved to have been able to work with him, but if it is, obviously I prefer it's going to be me, if it's going to be one of us. But I'd say Lisa will transfer a little bit heavier to me, and there's 400 votes there. So,
and regardless if it's yourself or Stephen, how important and how significant is it that there's council representation in the county town?
It's enormous. Right, it is enormous, and fair play to the councillors that do there, because they're dealing with the town quite regularly. They do have a good knowledge of the town and the needs of the town and people in it. But at the same time, just to be able to reach out and get talking to you, I think that's a difficulty for people in the town. If they have an issue, that they can just pick up the phone or meet you at a match or whatever. So I think it is important that the council is visible in the area and accessible.
If elected, it's always nice to go into a council chamber, maybe with his experienced councillors there from that party. Pádraig Fallon and Brendan Barry looking good again.
Looking excellent, yeah, and I still think there's a shout out with a second seat in that Ballinamore area.
A strong possibility. Who was going to be, we're not sure.
No one knows. I'm not going to guess that one if you don't mind. And I've been around for a good while, and I'm very friendly with a lot of the councillors in our own LEA already. My brother Joseph is married to Paddy Farrell's daughter, and Paddy's going to make it across the line. And I know Enda very well from the GA connections as well. So look, if elected, I'd have no problem reaching out for advice and guidance from those gentlemen.
All right, let's begin. I know you would know our panellist here sitting off your shoulder very well indeed. What advice would you be giving him now at this stage?
Oh, well, I think he needs no advice at this stage now. I think hanging in there at this stage, and he's covered it and sort of looking to see where those transfers are going to go. And it will go probably to the wire, like a few others that are going to go to the wire. But if Lisa Mulligan's votes do transfer to party, it will leave him in a good position. But again, so there's so many unknowns. Everybody's hedging their bets today, I think, and more so out there as I go out there through the centre. So yeah, I mean, but otherwise, I mean, it's been a strong campaign, and it's good that to have that foot in one foot in two different parishes is always a good help. It's a good help, because it expands the network. And I think that's what we saw too. We were talking earlier about James Gilmartin, and having that professional presence, on one side of the LEA where he's close to where he's working, and then living the other side. That opens up, different networks. It's great to be able to exploit those.
Okay. Sean McDermott, you would obviously have been in this position where Cormac was a number of years ago when you were starting off on a career in the council. I suppose it's nerve-wracking at this stage. Maybe from that intimate, what advice could you maybe pass on that might help him just pass the next couple of hours as we wait for what could be a long night?
Well, I suppose, sorry, once you get into it as a councillor in Leitrim County Council, in my experience over the last 20 years, everybody works together, and I've no doubt whoever is elected this time, the 18 councillors will work together for the betterment of Leitrim, and that's very important. So I wish everyone, the best of luck, and indeed my heart goes out to the people that has put has put their name forward and won't be lucky on this occasion. That you know, you have winners and losers the whole time, and sadly there has to be losers when you have winners. And you know, it takes a while to get over that setback, but they will get back over that setback, and hopefully we'll see them back again in the future, maybe in 5 years' time. To put their name forward. I think it's vitally that we need to see people putting their names forward, and it's good to see more women coming forward as well. You can see that happening as well, and I think you know, that's very good for the development of our county as well.
I agree with you, Sean. And a lot of people would have said to me at the start, "So Cormac, you're mental doing this. You're going to get ran out of doors and all that sort of stuff." My experience has been 99.9% very, very positive. The people were lovely. I got great chats, great crack along the way. Met people I hadn't met in years. If it's something that somebody wants to do, don't be put off by negativity that people throw around. I didn't get it. And maybe I'm a bit naive. It might come my way soon. But I found it a great experience, and I really do admire the other candidates that gave this a crack. We had good crack on the campaigns. We came across each other a good few times, canvassing the same houses at the same times. And I'd say it'll make everyone better at the end of the day. So if it is something that somebody's interested in, give it a shot.
Your workload as well, obviously, as a secondary school principal. We speak to principals on a regular basis, and the workload has intensified there. There's no doubt about it. But I remember you telling me one time at a family function where I ran into you that you're good at time management. You set up your week in a very meticulous way.
Yeah. Look, I suppose I had to become a reluctant expert on computers and Teams, Microsoft Teams, during COVID when we were working remotely. And look, my workflow is very, very manageable. There's no point in making a martyr of myself. I can get through the working day during the working day. I have to say, when I started being a principal 5 years ago, it wasn't like that. It was 8 o'clock till 11 o'clock, but I can manage my workflow well. And in fairness, if again lucky enough to be elected, we have a fantastic team in terms of the coming in Carrick. We've got a lot of ground workers who, throughout the campaign were brilliant, but also they've promised that if we're lucky enough to get a seat, that they'll continue to do that groundwork. That is vitally important, on the ground activism from the actual party members.
And for the immediate future, Cormac, I suppose it's a matter of wait and see. First of all, when some of the candidates are eliminated, where those transfers are going to go, and then ultimately waiting for, I suppose, what now looks like Lisa's transfers, and that could be hugely decisive.
Oh, look, I'm not taking anything for granted. I know people do what people do, and this could go either way, and look, it's more than likely be either myself or Stephen, and that's the reality. And look, if it's not me, that's okay. I give it a best shot, and if it is Stephen, I'd be very happy for him. He's a good guy.
What is the day been like, when you're at home for the first part of the day and you're getting maybe sound bites or maybe tuning into the coverage from the Count Centre? How difficult was that, or were you here early today?
I didn't have a clue what was happening. I was getting the kids ready to go to a family christening, so I didn't get
Brilliant. So you were able to stay completely away from it.
Yeah, I got a couple of phone calls and texts. I didn't really look at them, but I didn't come in until the tallies for our area was just being announced, and I kind of knew that's where we were going to end up, the low to mid fives, and just waited out from there.
Okay, so yeah, that's sense. Well, look, I know it's a matter of wait and see. Very difficult to predict with any certainty, but you're in there in the mix very much at this stage.
Yeah. Oh,
we'll see if it goes. Thanks a million. Thank you very much indeed. That's Cormac Flynn, of course, running in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District. We'll take a very quick break and we'll come back again in just a couple of moments' time.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick and Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation, whether you're a startup or an expanding business. The Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savour delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
Okay, you're very welcome back here to the Landmark Hotel. We're at 22 minutes after 6 o'clock right now. If you're watching, if you're listening, we can tell you that a lot of the votes are currently being counted here as we speak out in the ballroom in Landmark Central. And it's probably an opportunity as an evening audience maybe comes in, and we can maybe recap on everything that's happening in the not too distant future. And I'll tell you, we'll do that in a couple of moments' time. But I'll tell you, we might get Eva Reynolds-Flynn, who has just arrived here, maybe to join us for the time being, just to get a reaction on what's been taking place. So here we are. You're okay. Eva's joining us here to the left-hand side. You're very welcome, Eva. Thank you indeed for calling into our studio.
Thank you very much, John. Good to see you.
The Bandamore Municipal District, as we mentioned, you're running in. How confident at this stage are you now that you're going to regain your seat? All the indicators from the tally figures are the status looking quite positive.
Yes, well, I have to go by my talliers, and John Ellis here, who's a very good tallier beside me, says to me I'm safe, I could go home, but I'll wait to the bitter end, and I'm quite confident that I will take the seat.
As a sitting councillor, talk to me about this particular campaign. How difficult was it, Isa?
Well, I suppose it was easier because people knew me this time. I mean, they knew me the last time because also, but it was easier to go and with work you had done, go to a door and you could engage with people. Now, it was very hard to get people at home, you know, and that was the hardest aspect of it. And you would be disappointed if you didn't have engagement, you know, because you couldn't tell it. But look, every campaign can be difficult, and you just have to get out there, look for the votes, talk to the people and do the best you can.
Elections in many ways are all about numbers, and when you look at maybe 723 first preference votes, 11% of the vote, give me a reaction to that, to securing those numbers. And what was the competitive field?
Well, I was very happy to get 723 votes.
A slight increase on the last time, 695 from the last time.
I held my vote and a bit more, so that was very good. It's hard work, you know, every vote counts, as we all know, and to try and get people out to vote, and look at your people go on holidays or people are sick and whatever, you know, and it's very hard to keep the people interested, because there is a bit of...
The general lie of the land at the moment looks as if there's going to be maybe 2 seats for Fine Gael, 2 seats for Fianna Fáil, and possibly 2 seats for Sinn Féin.
Yeah, that seems to be the lie of the land, all right, John.
Okay,
that's
how you're reading it as well at the minute.
Yeah.
A word about your running mate, Enda McGloin, in Drumshanbo.
Yes,
again, I suppose you could say, well set up in the sense that the McGloin based in Drumshanbo, you based, obviously taking the Gotletram and the Moore area, and so
yes.
You'd be happy with that.
Oh, we're happy with that, and it seems to work, and that was our main aim, of course, at the beginning, to get the 2 seats, and that's what, please God, we'll have achieved when I'm elected later on tonight, hopefully. That's the best way to do it, because we're in different areas and the 2 of us can work together.
The big issues that came up on the doorsteps over the last number of months, what have you been encountering in the Bandamore area?
Immigration, housing, farming issues, not happy with the Greens. Then a lot of people in the disability sector, you know, carers, not enough carers, speaking to the people that care, you know, that the HSE have an embargo on that, and that's so it's very difficult to get people in the house to care. So say, for instance, there was a lady that needed 24/7 care. That would be 3 calls in the week, 7 days a week. It's very difficult to get the evening call, and the same staff are there. And I think a big issue with that is, number one, the embargo needs to be lifted on that. The second thing is, now, a number of years ago, you might recall, some women, I don't mean to be just using the term women, men perhaps too, that had their children reared, went back into the home help sector and help people out without any extra training. Now they have to do a level 5 or a level 6 course. And I believe that is very off-putting for people, that I think if they did training days and allowed them access, they have to get more carers and pay them a little bit better. And like that's where the shortage is coming from.
You mentioned there people not happy with the Green Party. Adam O'Kelly wouldn't have polled maybe that terribly bad for a first-time candidate in the Bandamore Municipal District. The figures put Leslie O'Hora in Carrick-on-Shannon and Blahin Gallagher unlikely to take a seat in Manorhamilton, going by the tally figures as well. Are you, I presume, going with what you said there, maybe not surprised at the way the Green Party are returning or securing votes? And has it been damaging for, or from a Fine Gael and maybe even a Fianna Fáil perspective as well, to be in government at the Green Party when you're a rural councillor?
Well, as you are aware, John, of course it has been a bit damaging, yes. I suppose it's like the doing up of the houses or the insulation. As everybody says, it costs so much to do it. It's a great idea. But where do you start? Like if you have 2 pensioners in a house or one person just working, it's very difficult to insulate the way they require. Now, it's a great idea, and but I suppose people need more funding towards that. Going back to the Greens, they just, that would be a big thing for the farmers. You know, they were not happy with the Greens. No.
All right. So, okay. Some of the big projects, when you look back over the last 5 years that have come your way in Bandamore, in that municipal district, you know, like Fine Gael councillors, and Heather Humphreys is probably the most popular minister in the history of the state at the minute, with funding that has been developed and been in the right place at the right time. Has that reflected in the vote holding up? Do you feel some of the projects that you've been in position to deliver?
Oh, of course. Like the Community Recognition Fund, now we're in for funding for that. We got the Junction Projects funding for that. We got like the Greenway. And then we have had now our new playground in Bandamore is by Peace funding. We're working along with the community there, which I have to add, the community always works together, and then that we can lobby for the money. That's the main thing. And of course, my colleague, Councillor Keelan Ellis, who has left the.
Yeah, I was going to mention John Ellis is sitting beside you. It'll be a changed council. Jerry Dolan won't be in the Bandamore Municipal District next time round. John, Ita looks as if she's coming through this fairly well.
I don't think that's coming through. She's through it, and I'd like to congratulate Ita because she put in a good campaign. But it'll be a different council, and a very, very different council, because you're going to have 5 or 6 new councillors. You're going to have different alliances put in place. And it'll become a very interesting place for the first 6 months. Mm-hmm. And after that, the whole thing will settle down, because once positions are allocated and the whole lot, and it's decided who's getting what, it settles down. But for the first 6 months, there'll be people on all sides aggrieved that they didn't get X, Y, or Z. And that's the way it happens. But you see, it looks as if Fine Gael are going to only have three members.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like at the moment. Now, I could be wrong, but it looks like 3. In that case, depending on where Fianna Fáil finish with 7, and Fine Gael have 3, then the outgoing coalition would probably go back in place.
Yeah. Just to get your take on that, what's happening in Manorhamilton, obviously Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott not running this time round. It doesn't look as if Katrina Bergen is going to take a seat. Kevin Comiskey is going to be under major pressure to take a seat there as well. Yeah. I know you haven't had a chance to look at these figures, but
I just don't have those figures.
But they could be. There's a real possibility that Fine Gael might not have any representation on the council the next time round.
In Manorhamilton.
In Manorhamilton.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the.
And I can completely accept it.
Sorry, I just in and I didn't see.
Yeah.
It would be very disappointing. I mean, Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott were very good councillors, as are all the councillors in North Leitrim. Were great workers. Well, we have 6 seats presently, so to go down to 3 is like we've halved. It is very disappointing. You know, I don't know what's going to happen here in North Leitrim. Like they're saying that Kevin is in with a chance, but I don't know.
He'd need a few things to go his way, and he's very much dependent on a big surplus coming his way from James Gilmartin, who has been the big story along with Fine. But John we can't see it though.
That's not realistic, because you have to look at all the others that are looking for top-ups to get to the quota. And they're going to, they would actually, if you were to divide it out between Mary Bohan, Phil Gordon,
Pádraig
Fallon, and Justin Warren, the whole lot wouldn't be able, his surplus wouldn't be able to elect them.
Yeah.
You see, Eddie Mitchell is on 511, and Kevin Keskey is on 435. Now, okay, Bergen is 278, but that 278 are votes out of Rossinver, Glenfarden, and out there, and they're going to stay at home. They're going to end up with Eddie Mitchell, in my opinion. And Eddie Mitchell will get a sizable transfer, like the rest of them, off James Gilmartin. The net result is that there isn't scope enough. I think for Kevin Keskey to get into the race, he'd need to be able to get 200 of James Gilmartin's, which would no chance.
You can't see it happening.
Can't happen.
The irony of it, and there's no need to tell you this, is obviously that Eddie Mitchell would have had strong Fine Gael links as well for many years.
Yes, he did, and I knew him many years ago, indeed, yeah. He was great Fine Gael links, all right, yeah. But sure, that's the way, I suppose, the cookie crumbles, and sure, that's the way it is.
Okay, it's a matter of wait and see, and see how everything plays out between now and then, but happy in the position that you're in.
I'm happy I'm in the position I am, and I have to thank all the people for voting and supporting me, and sure, hopefully I will be elected later tonight.
We spoke about longevity in some families continuing in politics, and when I look at John Ellis and I look at yourself and I think of Jerry, and obviously John's career, and Keelan been in the council for so long. Talk to me a little bit about political dynasties, and you're from a famous political family here in Leitrim.
Of course, we're in politics a long time. When I regain my seat tonight, and in 2 years' time, we will be 100 years in politics. From, I suppose, the Dáil to the Senate to the council. I think my father went in 1943, was the first time. Do you remember, John? And I think he got 3.5 quotas or something.
Yeah. So
1940, well, look, you're 10 years before I was born, but he did get 3 quotas or something. See, that time the quotas were much smaller.
Yeah.
Like 600 or 700 when I ran first was the quota.
Yeah.
Okay, there was more councillors.
Yeah. So that.
Yeah, of course.
They've changed. Miriam, maybe before she goes, a word to you to know that it's her performance. You've looked at the numbers have held up, her vote has held up, and as a result of that, it's looking positive.
It's looking positive, and I'm sure the party are delighted to have such a strong strength on that side, this side of the county, given what we've just been talking about and the disappointment in Hamilton. So, but it is a very strong vote, yeah, no doubt about it. And of course, it's great. We did mention earlier on, Mary Bohan's legacy, and particularly with women in politics and having women who've been in and successful. So of course it's great to see women being re-elected, because that they're being re-elected on the back of the work that they've done, as opposed to getting a woman's vote or whatever.
Yeah.
So as you said, this you said that this time out it's different. You have a CV of things that you have done.
Yes.
You can bring as the calling card. So it's great. No, it is great, because obviously we have a lot of women running as first-time candidates, but they mightn't be as lucky to get through this time, and they'll have to wait to fight another day.
Okay, all right, okay. So we'll see how that goes. Well, look at Ita for the moment. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and good luck for the remainder of the evening.
Okay.
I will talk to you again after the council. Thank you very much indeed. That's Ita Reynolds-Flynn giving us her reaction to her vote, very much holding up and indeed increasing in the Bandamore Municipal District. John Ellis, at this stage, I suppose it might be a good opportunity maybe for us, and I know PJ Lenny is doing production for us here as well. Maybe somebody, PJ, from the Banner Hamilton district, and I wouldn't mind actually recapping on all the events that we've seen on the tally figures today. And we've spoken in great detail about Manor Hamilton. Bandamore, there's a new audience coming in all the time, so maybe as a result of that, it might be no harm maybe just to recap on Bandamore. Miriam, give me the state of play there, and a reminder for our listeners the state of play.
In terms of Bandamore, Sorry, is it?
In terms of Bandamore.
Yeah. Okay, so as you said, for the evening listeners, in Bandamore we have the top of the poll there is Paddy O'Rourke, 22%, 1435. And then the next one is on 16%. Am I right? The 16% Enda McGlone. And then the next one coming in after that is Reynolds Flynn. So they're the top three, I suppose, 22, 16,
Kevin
and 11.
Barry, or Brendan Barry.
And
Brendan
then
Barry.
Brendan Barry also then on 13%, Sinn Féin. And then there'll be a little bit of a hustle and a redistribution for the remaining ones. But they're the ones that obviously look quite strong and probably not in dispute.
Okay, John, that'll be your general take on what's happening there as well.
Yeah, there's no what you got it. It's a 3-2, 3-2s. I don't see it changing in that, unless there was some chaotic transfer of somebody along the line, which I don't see happening.
One of the big difference that we outlined a few times here today would be the difference between, for instance, the vote of independence when you compare Manor Hamilton and you compare Carrick and Shannon, the success of independence more so in those areas compared to Bandamore. Why is that, do you feel?
Very simple answer.
Go on, fill me in, enlighten me.
There was no credible independent candidate in it. And I'm not being unkind to those that ran in it as independents. But the bottom line, had there been a good independent in it, they would have been elected. And I'm saying that, and that has been the feeling of everybody, that they would have picked up a seat, because there's an independent seat in every area. There is that vote that says, to hell with all the parties and to hell with the whole lot, I want an independent. And that element is there. And if there had been one in Ballinamore, they would have got elected.
Is that something that, you'd agree with when we look at the way Bandamore has panned out? If there was maybe an independent candidate, maybe predominantly based, say, on the Bandamore side of things?
Well, I mean, the rationale is sound, and particularly at the moment when you have such a melee, I suppose, out there with independents, that if you have credible independents, but certainly and there's a very strong, we were talking earlier about waves and the way the wind is blowing, there's a very strong anti-establishment and anti-established political parties, including now Sinn Féin, despite the fact that they've never been in government, they're still perceived now to be part of the legacy problem and part of the establishment. So when people are looking around, and of course, if there isn't an offering of an independent that has some credibility as opposed to being a fringe, what used to be called the lunatic fringe. But certainly there's always that place for it, and never more so perhaps at the moment, given the hostility and resistance to the mainstream parties.
Just to recap on Bandamore, 2-2-2 expected to be the breakdown, but of course there lies the big question from a Sinn Féin perspective: who is going to take that second seat?
It could go either way. It really could.
Yeah, too close to call as of yet.
Way too close.
You wouldn't call it.
John?
No,
I wouldn't call it.
You wouldn't call it?
I call it when Paddy O'Rourke surplus distributed.
Yeah, just to see where that takes it. So that's pretty much for Bandamore. We would be very much expecting Paddy O'Rourke, Brendan Barry, Enda McGlone, Gary Pryor, Esa Reynolds Flynn, and one of the two remaining Sinn Féin candidates, Roisin Kenny or Joanne Curran, to take that final seat. Let's recap on what's been happening in Carrick on Shannon. And again, things, I suppose, in many ways here, fairly straightforward, fairly well cut and dried. Indeed, we'll come back to Carrick in just a couple of moments' time, because Mary Bohan, one of the longest-serving councillors in the country and on Leitrim County Council, has joined us here in our studios at the moment. It looks as if the longevity of the career is going to continue, Mary. This campaign, when you compare it to others, when you look at your vote, it's held up really, really well. It's been another impressive return. How difficult of a campaign was it?
I suppose it was quite difficult from the point of view of all of the candidates that were running. We had 12 candidates in the field this time. We had 9 the last time. So obviously when you have extra candidates, we had more independents this time. And I suppose when you're belonging to a government party at any election, it can be difficult, because sometimes people can vent their anger on at the local party members if they have a grievance with the government. But I'm very pleased with the vote that I got. You know, I got 800 and something. Is it 850 or 840? I'm not sure. First preference vote. So I think that's, I'm very happy with that. It's down a little bit on the last time, but then we have more candidates running this time.
Yeah, it was 937, I think, back in 2019.
Yes.
As you mentioned there, coming in at a still a very impressive 8-4-3 this time round with more candidates. I made the point a little bit earlier on today that you were probably one of the candidates that really benefited when the electoral areas were changed. You were in the old Drogheda electoral area up until, when was it, 1999, and then it changed and it went into the Manor Hamilton Municipal District. Was there more of a natural alignment with Manor Hamilton than that old Drogheda area that was, say, part of Roscommon came in and divided it, and then you were back in Drumshanbo and up towards Drumcong, that direction?
Yeah, well, I think the electoral areas were changed 3 times during my time. I was in with Ballinglare and Drumshanbo. I was in with originally Lurgan Boy and Mullies. That area was in my area. And then I was in the area when Leitrim Village came back in from Carrick into it. And then, as you say, it changed then to from Tarman down is, I suppose I lost Ballinglera and that area, but it is, I suppose it is.
That was just right across the lake from you.
Yeah, I suppose it is. It's more of a natural alignment. But the one thing that I find, if you look at the election now, 2 sitting councillors in Drumkieran, and when we go out the road to Tarman, we're into Roscommon, so you can't go any further. You go out the Dower Road, you're into Cavan, so we have to go north. You know, you have to go to Drogheda and every place else to look for votes. I suppose that was the difference. It's more in line with what I suppose my area, to go north rather than to go to Drumshanbo or Leitrim Village. But,
all right.
I enjoyed my time representing all the areas.
All the different areas. Talk to me about this current campaign, and maybe with all due respect, you've been elected again, the longest serving councillor, is a big story in itself. The performance of James Gilmartin.
It's phenomenal. I mean, I knew right throughout the campaign that James is going very well, because I've never, in all the campaigns I've been involved in, his name came up. Every day I canvassed, his name came up. And somebody might just say, do you know this young Gilmartin fella that's going? And I think he did a very good canvass. He's well known, his family are well known, and he's a relation of Marion Harkins, which helped him as well. But I think he conducted a very good campaign. He impressed people on the doorsteps. And I think they see him as being independent helps as well. But I think they see him as being somebody that has ability and is progressive and would be a good representative.
The collapse of Fine Gael's vote in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District is probably the other big story to emerge from here. Does that surprise you?
Well, I suppose I'd have to say that working with Fine Gael lost 2 very good councillors in Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan, and they both have very good track records of working, very influential in their local communities and got a lot of work done. And I suppose if you drop 2 councillors in the area at the same time, experienced councillors, and both of them, as well as getting a Fine Gael vote, they would have got a personal vote as well. Now you have, we'll say, 2 strong independent candidates there, James, as we've just talked about, and Eddie Mitchell has polled quite well too. So I suppose now it's down to a matter of transfers. I think probably the last seat is going to be a contest between Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Keskey.
Yeah, that is the big talking point. And at the minute, would you say that Eddie Mitchell is probably in the box seat with the way the James Gilmartin surplus is likely to go, or is it too early to say?
But I think it's probably a little bit early to say, because if you look at the geographical spread first, James is quite close to Kevin Keskey in that area. But the other side of it is that James took votes all over the place. He took 60 votes in Drumkieran.
Yeah.
So where will they go? Will they go
Was that
local?
a surprise for yourself and Pádraig Fallon, maybe, to see that number of votes going out to Drumkieran?
I think it is for a first-time candidate. It's really, I suppose it's a tribute to James that he was able to get them. And I think, as well as that, when they saw somebody of the calibre of James and he's independent, there is still a little bit of an anti-government thing there, that people want to vote for somebody maybe other than. I mean, I had people said to me during the campaign, why did you not run as an independent?
Yeah.
But and if you were run as an independent, we'd vote for you, but we can't vote for you because of the party. And I know that probably Fine Gael had the same thing. So, but to come back to where the transfers will go, it's just very hard to say because James has got votes from Tullahan up to Tarman. And whether they go back locally or whether they go... The other thing is that himself and Eddie, I suppose, were campaigning, Eddie Mitchell, on some of the same topics. And there may be...
Environmental issues.
So that may go back to Eddie.
Can I put the point to you that during the course of the last council, especially over the last couple of years, the whole issue around the Abbey Manor Hotel was one that very much dominated council business, and it was one that you were front and centre at. You worked very hard with, I suppose, what the majority of the community and the way they felt at the time. Do you feel that has been reflected in the way the tally figures are lining up as in relation to the vote maybe that you secured and Phelim Gurn has secured, opposed maybe to, say, Bernie Lennon and Blocking Gallagher on the other side?
Well, it may be a small part of it. I don't think, you see, that was quite divisive, and I heard a lot of stuff going on during the campaign. I didn't respond to any of the social media stuff that was going on because I thought a lot of it was off the wall. What we were trying to do in a small committee in Dromahir was to ensure that families came into the hotel. We weren't in favour of 155 people being dumped into the hotel. We don't think there's space for that. We didn't think the services were there, and we think the government went about it the wrong way. They decided how many people were coming before they decided on any services. For example, the doctor's services, we've been through all this before. And what we wanted to do was put the supports in place first for the families that were coming in, and make sure that they had adequate... I mean, as it is, I think there's too many people crammed into that. What effect it had on the overall vote, I'm not sure. My vote was up in Dromahir, I think about maybe 50 or 60 votes, but there could be other reasons for that. I've been working very hard on various issues to do with Dromahir, like the provision of the new library. I've been assisting the voluntary associations there with drawing down funding. The Garda station has been taken over by the local community and several things like that. So I don't think it would have had a major effect on the vote for any of us.
All right, okay. Talk to me in some ways, and I know you've looked at it in the past, the whole issue of female representation of the council. This time round, it looks as if obviously you're going to be returned, Eva Reynolds Flynn is going to be returned, and probably we're going to have Maeve Reynolds returned in Carrick-on-Shannon. 3 again seems to be the magic number.
Well, I think it's important to have gender balance in any association, let it be public or private. I don't think it's the be-all and end-all of everything, because I think people, once you get somebody in your community, either male or female, that's going to work hard for the community, that's really what you need. Sometimes it's harder for women because family situations and children, and there's a shortage of childcare places now. I know in North Leitrim, I presume it's the same in South Leitrim, Manorhampton and Dromahir, there's a complete shortage of places, and that's prohibitive itself in allowing people to go forward. So it is a bit more difficult, but the important thing for communities is that they get somebody that's going to work hard for them. As I said, let it be male or female.
And looking ahead from a Fianna Fáil perspective, as things stand, it's either going to be a very good or a magnificent election for Fianna Fáil in Leitrim, because you're looking at the moment, we could say 2 seats in Manorhampton. We're looking at least 2 seats in Carrick-on-Shannon, 1 seat pretty much certainly guaranteed in Ballinamore, the possibility of another one, and the possibility of a 3rd seat maybe in Carrick-on-Shannon.
Yeah, well, I think at council elections, and I've always maintained this, I don't know if you can say that it's all a party vote. There's personal vote. There's a big personal vote involved in local elections. Like the last time in the local elections, I think we topped the poll, Fianna Fáil topped the poll in each electoral area. We did quite well. It wasn't reflected in the general election that followed. So it's just hard to know. There's a personal vote. There is some party vote, obviously, but you can't gauge.
Yeah, a lot of it is personal.
A lot of it is personal. Now, overall across the country, if there's Fianna Fáil have a very bad vote or Fine Gael have a very bad vote, then I think that will say something.
All right, I'm going to open it up here to our panel members. John Ellis, I think you want to say to Mary Bohan here or there?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate her, and she's going to be the longest serving councillor on Leitrim County Council. It's a long time since 1979. But the first of all, you see, local elections reflect the local candidate, and if the local candidate has been elected and does their work, they're kept. If they don't, they're basically moved on. But in the Manor Hamilton one, as Mary said, the surprise is James Gilmartin. But when you look at the sort of agenda that he set early on, it was a very positive agenda as far as people were concerned, right across the board, young and old. He was in all the anti-fracking, he was anti-forestry. Basically, he was hitting the numbers that count for a lot of people. And the other thing is, unlike other councillors, he has never had to take any hard decisions. And if you look at the things like the Drumahare situation, and Mary did extremely well out of that because she expressed the views of local people, and that's what you do. But you can't be everything to everyone. And as I said, James Gilmartin has a tremendous day today, and I think he'll make an excellent councillor. But he's going to have to take an odd decision that he won't be happy with, and that goes with the game. There's no doubt about it.
All right, Miriam, any words of congratulations to Mary here?
Indeed, Mary, and congratulations. A fantastic campaign, and you covered a lot of ground this time. I think every time some of our crowd were out, Mary Bohan was spotted somewhere. So, you covered a lot of ground, and it is great, and it's a great finish to your campaign, and it's a great to be able to add another term to your legacy. And we've been talking a lot about gender, and I know it's not the be all and end all, but at the same time, it has been a fantastic record to have had a woman in the council consistently with that record. And we're still trying to get women in there, but it's great, to have and women being re-elected on the back of their work, as opposed to being elected because they're women, So, it's fantastic, and I say it's great that we were able to bring that in under the intense competition from the new kid on the block,
Well, absolutely. When you started, and again, looking forward to the next 5 years.
Absolutely, Sean, and I want to put to bed one issue that came up during the campaign. Whether it was a rumour it was out there or put out there, I might add, it was that I wasn't going to. There was some kind of succession thing on that I was going to.
Oh, you were going to co-opt somebody on?
I was going to go and win the seat because I had the best chance to win, and then I was going to let somebody stop.
Oh, this is news to me. Sorry.
Well, I can tell you, John, I have no notion whatsoever of standing on side. I intend to work very hard for the next 5 years if the good Lord leaves me, and I continue to work. I've been out on the canvas now for the last 12 weeks. I have a book full of issues that I have to deal with. Some I dealt with before the election, and there's a lot more.
And you have to address all of those.
There's a lot more to do, and as I said, God willing, I'll be doing this for the next 5 years, and we'll see what happens then.
And there's nobody going to be co-opted on. But I'll tell you something, Pierce Park won't be the same without you this evening up there either for that Leitrim Wicklow game. You're missing the match.
Yeah, I know.
Look at there'll be other games. Mary, thanks a million for joining us. Always a pleasure. We'll grab a quick word at you maybe at the end of proceedings here once the counts are confirmed. We'll take a quick commercial break. We have Frank Dolan to speak to, and indeed next we'll be speaking to Sligo Leitrim Deputy Marion Harkin, of course, who would have a huge interest as well in the James Gilmartin situation. We'll be talking to Marion Harkin in just a couple of moments' time, right after this break.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick-on-Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation. Whether you're a startup or an expanding business, the Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems. Dive into water adventures, savor delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
You're very welcome back to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon for our 2024 local election coverage here in Leitrim. I'm delighted to say that the Sligo Leitrim Independent Deputy Marion Harkin joins us here in the studio at the minute. Only one place I can start. That's with the performance of James Gilmartin.
That's right,
and
yeah.
obviously the Marion Harkin connection has been talked about a few times throughout the course of the day. His performance, did you get a sense that this was on the cards?
I knew he would do well. James is a great guy. He's a lovely guy. He's well known. You see, a constituency, you know, it's quite a large constituency from Tullahan up as far as nearly Drumshanbo. But James has connections throughout. You know, he teaches in Mundorn, so he has connections in Kinlaw. He has the football. Then he lives in Manor Hamilton, a place called Pullboy. I can't say it's Manor Hamilton, it's Pullboy. But so a lot of connections would help. And that makes a big difference. And he had a good team with him. I mean, Francie from Ocean was with him. He was his right-hand man. He was exceptional. And he had a great team around him as well. So all of that matters at the end of the day. And Jim's a nice guy and people like him. And that goes a long way.
And his ability to take votes right across the municipal district and take votes in large numbers, that to me has been really the standout aspect of this election when we look at it from Manor Hamilton.
Yes, I agree. But as I said, he has those connections. He wasn't going in as a stranger to these places, introducing himself. I canvassed a bit in Kinloch with him, for example. And a lot of people knew him because he taught some of them and the parents were coming to the door. And similarly, I did a bit of work in Dromahare. And again, you know, the football connection, all of that. So when people know you, then they're more likely to look at you for a possible vote. And, you know, he's a good guy, he's well liked. But as I said to him, not to him, but to his sister, the work starts today. That's a great vote, and you have to show you're worthy of it.
Absolutely, and there's going to be a level of expectation now going into the council chamber with such an impressive first preference vote. Let's look at the rest of the Manor Hamilton Municipal District. You know it very well, Marion. The other big story, I suppose, here is the independents. Phelim Goran, again, somebody you know well, looking like he's going to retain a seat.
Yes, he certainly will.
Yeah, Eddie Mitchell. Do you feel Eddie Mitchell is going to take that final seat? And that would return 3 independents.
I think he's in a strong position. Just before I come to that, Mary Bohan was here. I mean, Mary has done really well. And you know something, she's a long time in politics. And during that time, you do things, you take decisions. Not everybody might agree with them. Maybe things don't always work the way you would hope for people. So to hold on to that kind of a vote is a real testament to her and the work she's done. And, you know, I've had a bit more to do with her in recent times. And, you know, I've found her impressive. I found her up front and
straight talking and honest.
And I think that's why she's getting that vote. But to come back to your question, like James's surplus of 424
Yeah, that's going to be
votes.
key because we envisage it could be Kevin Keskey and Eddie Mitchell battling it out for that last one. But the indicators are that the surplus from James is more likely to go to Eddie Mitchell. Would you
Yeah, but
be
a fair bit of it will go to Phelim Gard. Some of it is going geographically. I mean, from the Kinlock boxes, it's going to Justin Warnock. That's what I'm hearing from people who've been tallying.
Okay.
From the Manor Hamilton and the Glencar boxes, it's going to Phelim Gard.
Because we have to re-emphasise that James Gilmartin has taken votes from right across the entire municipal district. So when it comes to that distribution of his surplus, some of it will go geographically.
Yes, and remember, he's within 4 kilometres of Phelim Garden and not much more from Keskey. So there'll be, his votes from Newtown Manor. Where will they go? Probably to Keskey, a number of them. And he definitely will give votes to, some of his votes will go to Eddie Mitchell because they were involved in some of the same issues. So then you've got to look at the Green vote. And again, I've no idea of where that'll go. Might be more likely to go to Mitchell than to Keskey. But again, then it's where will the Bergen vote go? How well will that transfer to Keskey? And that's
it's 2% of the overall vote. The
278 I have here.
Yeah.
Like if 50% of that went to him, that puts him ahead. But 50% is a good. You wouldn't think so, John.
The max anyone takes
On a first count.
Yeah, the max anyone has any hope of taking, even if they're getting a clear run, is 25 or 30%. And if you look at where James's vote is out of every polling booth in it, that's where it's going to, it's I just say like buckshot. It'll go everywhere.
Yeah.
It'll go back. And remember all the people that's there waiting to get elected. You have Mary Bohan, you have Phelim Gordon,
Pádraig Fallon,
Justin Warnock.
Justin Warnock. They all need votes.
They all do.
So therefore, they're all going to be sucking out of it.
Yeah.
All right.
And when you divide, for Kevin Keskey to be at the races, he'd need 50% of what James has. And that still mightn't save him.
Yeah, but Bergen's votes.
Bergen's votes is a Rossinver, Glenfarden, Kilty vote.
Geography more so than
It
party.
surely has to be a Fine Gael vote. Otherwise, the Fine Gael vote is...
But 50% of that will go straight to Eddie Mitchell because Eddie Mitchell would be seen
then
by
if it does,
people,
that's
Fine
absolutely
Gael.
And Eddie has those strong Fine Gael links. It's an ideal opportunity maybe to bring in Frank Dolan on this. By the way, you're very welcome.
Thank you, John.
Great to have you this side of the divide today, Frank.
Could I just start, John, by congratulating you and Ocean on the powerful show you put on here today. It is very informative for everybody at home. I'm only after coming, and it was relaxing and I enjoyed looking in at home. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much indeed for those kind words. And I know there's a great team here involved in this from an Ocean perspective today. And I hate now asking you this question after you've been so kind to us, but in many ways, Frank, it's going to be seen as a very bad day.
The
in
adjudication
the North
on
Leitrim area.
the invalid vote for Carrick and Shannon
Apparently,
electoral
it
area.
looks like that. I'm not good at crunching figures, but I'm listening to what's been said, and it may well happen that Fine Gael will end up with no seat. It's probably a unique situation that two sitting councillors resign at the same time, and I suppose from a Fine Gael point of view, that was a misfortunate. From my point of view, in 2019, I decided that was it. I had mileage up and I was getting tired, and I said, this is it. So that's how it came about that I wasn't
Absolutely.
in the field.
And it was your prerogative, and indeed Sean McDermott's prerogative, when to call time on your council careers. The other thing from a Fine Gael perspective here is, Marion just alluded to it a couple of moments ago, the links that Eddie Mitchell had with Fine Gael. Well established, big traditional links. He made no secret about his disappointment when he was more or less told not to go for not to go for the convention, that he wasn't going to get the nod. Looking back on that now, and hindsight again is a great advantage in all of this, but was it a major error on Fine Gael's behalf?
Well, I'm sure it'd have to be said it was. who made that decision, I'm not certain. But one thing I will say is, and I wouldn't be the only party member to say, headquarters can often have too much of a say in what's happening locally, and without knowing what's really happening on the ground. We all know that Eddie Mitchell is steeped in Fine Gael in background. We knew both his father and mother, both have passed away, knew them well, steeped in Fine Gael, and I suppose it's easy in hindsight saying maybe
it is. It's easy saying it now. And in fairness to Kevin Keskey and Katrina Bergen, from interviews and interaction that I've had with them, both are I felt were impressive candidates. And I was very much upon the opinion coming in here today that Fine Gael would take one of those seats.
Well, we all thought it was probably an impossible ask to take two.
Yeah, agree.
But that we certainly would take one. Was this a backlash against Fine Gael? I'm not certain. I suppose all will be investigated and thought out later, but I suppose we have to talk in the present, and listening to the pundits here all day, it will go down to a late hour tonight and to a photo finish. And as I think Marion spoke about there, James's surplus will have a big say in how the last seat will fall.
You'd know this area very well, and I know it's sometimes maybe dangerous to predict, but we're going to be looking at some of the lower candidates going out. Obviously, their votes are going to be distributed, but it's really all about the James Gilmartin surplus. That's where that goes. And John Ellis has made the point time and time here again that he expects it to go all over the place. Buckshot was the phrase that he used, that seeing the fact that James has picked up votes right across the municipal district, the transfers are likely to go in all directions.
Well, and John is a good pundit and he's a great number cruncher and he has years of experience. The only thing I would say is that James took a massive vote out of Glencar, and a lot of that vote could be 1 Gilmartin, 2 Keskey. Likewise, in the Manor, he got a sizable vote. That definitely be 1 Gilmartin, 2 Keskey. And I think some of the pundits have already said, watching Booth in Dromahair, it's much the same. So that surplus divide may yet have a big say in calling the final seat.
Fine Gael wouldn't be waving the white flag as of yet and taking those seats. You wouldn't be surrendering. There's still a possibility.
I remember in 2014, I had almost surrendered, and at 1 or 2 o'clock on Sunday morning, I fell across the line or thereabouts. So you can never say surrender until the last vote is counted.
The 4 sitting councillors, I'll get your take on this in a moment, Frank, but the 4 sitting councillors that's going back in there, we spoke about Mary Bohan, obviously Justin Warnock, Phelim Curran, all going back in. That's, I suppose, testament again to their longevity and the way their popularity and the work that they've done on the ground here. Pádraig Fallon as well, of course.
Pádraig as well, yeah. Of course it is, but just Frank himself, I mean, himself and Sean McDermott, the fact that they had 2 seats and held them is a testament to their work ethic and their level of commitment to representing their communities. And, well done, Frank, because we can... the man himself is right, Sean McDermott.
Right on cue. He's got this untimely neck.
He must have known that. But, when you look at how the vote is panning out now, so it is a testament to both of you and the work you've done. What you said, Frank, is right, that geography will play a role, and I haven't seen the boxes. I know James got votes in nearly all boxes, but it's where he got his big votes that you need to look at, and then you have some sense of where they might go. It's not over yet, but Keskey has at least a hill to climb, if not a mountain. But as you say, there's many's the person climbed the mountain. So
just John, on the 6 the 4 councillors that have been returned, and Sean and myself, I suppose one thing that must be said about it, we never claimed that individually that we done this, that, or the other. We worked very, as you know, we worked very much as a team and done everything that was within our power to get everything that was possible for our areas and for North Leitrim and indeed for the county.
I made the point earlier to Sean, even if we're looking at your figures there, 2009, 606 first preference, 2014, 612, 2019, 705. Sean's very much on a very similar trajectory as well. He had such a solid vote there that's just...
Well, yeah, I suppose we had. I suppose a little bit of confliction there that it wasn't all a Fine Gael vote. There was a personal vote involved in all of that as well for both of us. And local election is voted locally, and that's what kept us there. And I suppose it's an opportunity for me and to say thanks to all of the people that repeatedly came out and voted for me on the 5 occasions that I was elected, and it was a great honour to serve the people, and I enjoyed every day on Leitrim County Council.
I've just asked Sean this a little bit earlier on as well. How do you feel now today to be here and your name not on the ballot sheet? Is it a feeling of relief, Frank?
I suppose in one sense it is, and in another sense a little feeling of regret, but no pressure. No pressure, and there's a big difference.
Okay, and I know you had big family events on today as well. You were trying to be back.
That's why I was so late. We had a family occasion, as I was telling you. Conor is leaving us.
Conor is well known, of course, from his involvement at Glencar Manor as well. He's heading travelling for a while.
He's going teaching out in. Himself and his girlfriend Aisling are going out to Vietnam teaching for the next 2 years.
Oh, fantastic!
So we were married. They're not going until July, but that's Aisling's last day down. So we marked the occasion.
Oh, well, look at them. With the very best of luck to both of them, and we wish them all the very best in their travels, and hopefully they'll be back with us before long. His injuries are healing up as well. His hip replacements, was it?
He's good, but he only told me this morning he'd done some racing yesterday with his pupils, and he says certainly I'll never play football again. I know it this morning.
Which is the last, and his winning point for Manor Hamilton. When was it? Back in 2019 when they won the championship. It's something that'll always stay in my memory.
He had good days.
He had good days, absolutely, and he can look back on those. Marion, if I can come back to you here just for a moment. Elsewhere, I don't know, have you had much of an opportunity maybe to look at the other municipal districts? Obviously, Manor Hamilton was a big one here. The Fine Gael vote is going to be down significantly, maybe going from 6 to 3. What would you make, say, from Ballinamore, for instance, and again that we very close to part of our region, looking like a 2-2-2 split at this stage there?
It does. So there's my phone going. Sorry. It does seem to be that all right, as you say. Also, the Carrick and Shannon one, I had a close look at that also, and I see the independents are doing quite well there. Obviously, I was looking to see how they were doing. Stenson and Desgokian look both as if they will hold their seats. I felt in the Ballinamore area now, perhaps I didn't see final tallies, but I felt was the Sinn Féin vote down a bit in the Ballinamore area.
Still in a possibility where I think they could take 2 seats.
Is there?
Brendan Barry's vote holding up well, and they're expected to take maybe a second seat there, whether it's going to be Roisin Kinney or Joanne Curran. Absolutely nobody is prepared to call that as of yet. And in Carrick and Shannon, it's looking very much like we're obviously going to have, as you mentioned, the Stinson going back in there. And Des Cooking, speaking of independents, another independent who seems to be standing the test of time.
Absolutely, yes. Both of them, and both of them are around a while, and it's no more than Mary and more than yourselves. You know, if you don't do the work, if you don't put in the the effort, if you don't represent your community, you don't always get things right. And sometimes the things you try to do, you don't always succeed. But, you know, if you put in the effort, people do recognise it. And that's for sure. But you don't slide away as a local councillor. You know, you need to be not just visible, you need to be doing the work also. But
I presume it's been a busy day. You've had visits to Sligo already, the council today, have you?
yeah, I've been there in Sligo since 9 this morning, and I just ran up here for this count. But I've also been watching the Europeans and just seeing what's happening here and elsewhere. But it's really hard to get any sort of accurate tallies. I was asking if there was anything for Leitrim, but I can't get any. Is there?
If we have Pádraig McGorty back, we can get something there off the website on that. We'll discuss it. Just on Europe, turning to it briefly, I would presume for a lot of people yesterday, and I bring Frank and Sean into this, the European election, the size of the ballot paper alone must have been hugely confusing for people yesterday.
It was unbelievable, the length of it. I'm sure it was confusing. I know from experience that people, when they go into the ballot box, they tend to get excited and go searching for whoever they want. But when you have a list of 27 names, unbelievable. What do you do about that? Do you divide it into 2 sheets? Is that fair to the candidates? It's a difficult one.
Absolutely, because I even noticed yesterday, particularly in polling stations where there would have been small number of booths where you could go in and vote, that there was tailbacks, people waiting, that they were taking longer than usual, and particularly if you were going from 1 to 27, whatever you're given on votes. It obviously took a period of time, Sean McDermott.
It did, and I saw it in my own polling booth, because the election paper was so long. What happened was they had to get a table and spread it out for some of the older people to vote. Because it wasn't fair,
Yeah, and to be honest, Marie Walsh, down on the bottom of that, I did feel sorry for her, because unless somebody was actually, going in saying, I'm going to vote for Maria Walsh or, John Waters or some of the people on the bottom, they mightn't even see them. And I know a lot of people, and people who are politically interested, whatever, said, oh, look, I just voted 1 and 2 and I left it at that. So it'll be interesting to see if, when they're looking at the European papers, if there's a lot of that instead of people voting down the line, which would be a pity. But for those at the bottom, it's a real problem, and I think something, I don't know, that would need to be looked at again. So listen, I'm going to leave you at this stage, and thanks a million.
For joining us. 5 points to 3, by the way, in favour of Leitrim against Wicklow in the Tailteann Cup, and there's an online commentary available here on the Ocean FM website as well if you're looking for alternatives on this particular Saturday evening. But let's keep it here very much in Manor Hamilton at the minute. Phelim Gurran, outgoing independent councillor, has joined us here in our studio. Phelim, you're very welcome. Take a seat. The question that I always like to pose to candidates when they arrive here, first and foremost, is when you look at the figures and you get a breakdown of the figures, and this time round, Phelim, there was more independents than ever running in the field. It was just Phelim Gurran as an independent before this. We could be looking maybe at 3 independents being returned the way things are looking at the minute. But let's concentrate on the Phelim Gurran vote and the return that you have on that. Sum it up for me, Phelim. How are you feeling now at this stage? 741 first preference votes, 12% of the vote that's available. Again, in a crowded field, dare I say it, that's a very impressive return. Is that the way you see it?
Well, yeah, listen, first of all, to Sean and Frank, listen, they were serious councillors to work with. And listen, we got on so well, and as you know, after elections, you park your parties and you work for the best for your area. I suppose, listen, the big one with me with this was when James said he was going, and Eddie said they were going. They were in a mile radius of me and Manor Hamilton. So, of course, first of all, I thought they would seriously affect my vote. I suppose, listen, in Manor Hamilton, I've kind of come up well, but then in other areas, I kind of come up well as well. In Kilty Clark, Glenfarne, I never really canvassed them areas because of Sean. My vote was down kind of in Dromahare, which was surprising because it was out in front and centre with about the
I was
hotel.
going to ask you that's obviously one of the questions that I met up with you at various rallies there that were taking place on the whole immigration issue. Are you disappointed that you didn't pull more of a vote out of Dromahare as a result of the work that you've done on this issue?
Well, I am, and vice versa. As everybody knows, I got the dark thing across the line as well, as regards the leader programme. So I was actually really shocked at Dromahare. But in fairness, I suppose, listen, looking back at that, Mayor Hamilton, in fairness, come out in droves for me. And the seen the improvements that I have made in the town, listen, there's still a lot to do. But I suppose it's a change. I didn't think on the doorsteps that actually there would be a big turnout for the actual election, because I found that a lot of people weren't even answering doors. I found a lot of people weren't even interested. And of course, you're battling all weather elements that was out there every day. But I suppose, listen, if you take any party and you take two sitting councillors, one 25 years, one 20 years, there's going to be big aftershocks. But I don't think that anybody thought that this would be as big as aftershocks as this towards the swing towards independence.
The performance of the independents here, the performance of James Gilmartin, first and foremost. Did you get a sense that he was going to perform this well?
Well, I kind of did at the start. Everybody was saying here, listen, that he topped the kind of the poll, but you know, and listen, he put in a serious campaign. I think somebody said he'd done about 14 weeks. I done about 10 or 11 weeks, and in fairness to him, it's the Marion Harkin effect, it's the Francis Boylan effect, it's his own effect, it's people looking for change, it's the environmental stuff that he's been involved in. All them issues are hitting people on doorsteps. I suppose there's huge backlash against the government parties, I suppose, really with the immigration factor. But in fairness, I suppose Fianna Fáil have held up all right. It's hit Fine Gael. But listen, it's at a huge time in changing in politics where two sitting councillors leave the party at the one time retire. So that effect is a serious effect, you know.
Yeah, it creates an opening. All the speculation now is probably on that surplus vote of James Gilmartin, and obviously there'll be a number of candidates, yourself included, that will be looking for a share of that to eventually get across the line. It's also going to play a big part, we feel, in the destination of the final seat. Do you see that as a contest at this stage between Kevin Keskey and Eddie Mitchell?
Yeah, I do, but I think at this stage, as John, I was listening to commentary earlier on when you have done brilliant commentary, and I was watching it actually from home. And I think John Ellis is right, that if you take in the last 45, 50 years, Glenfarne Kilty has always had a councillor from there. And I think in 1990 to 2004 was the only time they didn't have. And Sean then ran, and Sean kept that seat. So I suppose that was the platform that Eddie was running on. And he got that message across out in them areas. And that's paying off from today. So
you'd expect him to take that final seat?
I think I would, yeah. And I'd expect that to be a huge, but you know, they've been working on different issues together, James and Eddie, and I would be sure that you know the number twos would go towards Eddie, you know.
All right. You raised a number of issues, and you fought the election on a number of issues during the course of the last number of weeks, the last number of months. You're a businessman yourself, you're a publican in Manor Hamilton. The plight of those working in the hospitality sector is something that you've raised time and time again, and I presume that's something you're going to continue to do in the next sitting of the council.
Well, exactly, because I mean, listen, even the everybody knows that the increase in the VAT rate from 9% back up to 13.5%, it's had a huge detrimental effect. Everybody knows that the hotel's been taken up in every town and village. Unfortunately, by the migrant situation, and there has to be a long-term situation to solve that. We've got to get our hotels back out there. We've got to get them back open. We got to get our footfall back in our towns and villages, because before this all happened, the Wild Atlantic Way was a huge success. The Hidden Heartlands was a huge success, and people were coming to visit Ireland. So that's a major one. And as you know, myself and Sean here, the last time here 5 years ago, we sat down and we said that we get the SLNCR project across the line, and that was dead in the water 3 years ago. And we have that now. There will be people cycling that from Sligo to Enniskillen in 4 years' time. So that's going to be a huge boost to the areas. Now with that, people will be coming into our towns and villages, not like a bypass that they'll be going over. So what we need with that, and that's the platform that I'm running on this time, is we need a hotel in Manorhampton, we need a hotel in North Leitrim, and we need accommodation. And that's a major thing that will be run on. Another major thing will be run on is to roll out, you've heard me say this several times, rural link more and more the night services on a Friday and Saturday night. That has got to happen. It's got to happen. And listen, there's been trial and error with the taxi businesses. You know, I've heard me say this. I've been leaving people home on a Friday and Saturday night for the last 20 years for free. And I've been doing that. But we've got to. The major factor is, I've asked people, there a few weeks ago, we had a fundraiser in the pub where a band, the Doobies Brothers, reformed for 35 years, and the age group. And I was saying, why don't you come out anymore? And they says, number one, we can't get taxis. Number two, the expense. Can't get babysitters. And they just got into a lifestyle of staying at home. So we got to get people back out into our pubs and restaurants.
Yeah, and so much has happened over the course of since we're here 5 years ago. We've had the COVID pandemic, we've had the cost of living crisis, we've had war on mainland Europe, and all these things have driven up interest rates. And there's an awful lot of people have got adjusted to that lifestyle at home. But I would presume the disposable income, Phelim Garden, for a lot of families has been hit very hard. One of the first things that's going to be pulled back on is hospitality and going out and socialising.
That's 100%, John. I would say this year has been the most difficult in the last number of years, and we've had a huge number of things at the hospitality. I mean, the ludicrous factor that they're putting up the minimum wage at a time like $1.40 an hour. It's not about that we don't want to pay our staff. It's just an ongoing expense. It's like a hurricane coming at us all at once. There was no time or thought put into this. So I mean, the hospitality sector was under pressure as regards this. Now the bottom line is we're going back open on Monday, 7 days a week. That's the first time we've done that in 2 or 3 years. So I mean, and we've had to change our hours because of competition. But it's the actual cost of opening our doors is the stumbling block. You're going into towns and villages and you're wondering why the business isn't open on Mondays and Tuesdays. It's simply down to cost.
How strange is it going to be good to go back into the council chamber when it gets up and running again and no councillors, McDermott or Drolan?
It's going to be shocking because, to be honest with you, these two guys here were so easy, and when myself and Justin and Porrick went on, and they were so easy to get on with. And listen, we left the badges outside the door, and we fought for areas as best we could. And listen, these guys here give me good guidance. So. And it wasn't about parties or anything else. And we all worked together as a team. And now we have to do that with the 2 independent guys or whoever else comes on. We have to work together as a team. And as you know, we have to fight our cause for North Leitrim. And these 2 guys were doing that for years.
All right.
So we have to keep that. We have to keep the baton going.
We'll talk to you once everything is official a little bit later on this evening. For the moment, Phelim Curran, thank you very much indeed. We'll take a break, and then when we come back, we might play an interview maybe from Adam O'Kelly that we recorded a little bit later on from the Green Party. We'll hear hopefully from Blocking Gallagher a little bit later on, but we'll try and get you some Green Party reaction right after this commercial break.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Carrick Business Campus, conveniently located just off the N4 in Carrick and Shannon. The Carrick Business Campus offers flexible, serviced and affordable modern turnkey office accommodation. Whether you're a startup or an expanding business, the Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect, celebrate and share. Join Leitrim's global family at the Leitrim Gathering, taking place from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2025. The Leitrim Gathering will be a celebration of Leitrim people all over the world and an opportunity to embrace all that is great about our county. For further details on how to get involved or to register your event, visit the Leitrim Gatherings Facebook page, check out the leitrimgathering.com or email leitrimgathering@leitrimcoco.ie. Hashtag Leitrim Gathering.
Ocean FM.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting Leitrim tourism. Explore, experience and enjoy the unspoilt landscapes of County Leitrim, where cycle trails and mountain walks reveal hidden gems, dive into water adventures, savor delectable food, and visit heritage sites and attractions for the whole family to enjoy. For more information, visit enjoyleitrim.com.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank everybody that did put their faith in me. And what I will say is I'm not going away. I will continue working for the people of South Leitrim now and Leitrim, and I look forward to the future and the next campaigns.
Okay, I hate to ask this, but even at this early stage, from what you're seeing of the tally figures, you're probably accepting that you're not going to get a seat?
Well, look, we'll have to see how the transfers go, but it's looking that way.
Okay, all right. Okay, now let's look at the wider end of things, and a couple of things that I want to ask you about. One is the fact that Deputy Martin Kenny mentioned it here, that it's always going to be difficult for anybody running in Leitrim, running in predominantly rural areas for the Green Party. Was that your experience?
Not at all. There was people want, fundamentally at a local level, people want someone that's going to work for them, someone that has the energy and the ideas to provide a future for our rural communities. And I think I showed that to people on the door, and that's reflective in the vote that we received.
Okay. The fact as well that you're based in Drumshanbo, I know there's a family connection to Fianna Fáil. I remember your late grandmother canvassing even out in our own area for Fianna Fáil in the past as well. Would you have been hoping maybe from the outset, and in looking at that Fianna Fáil vote in Drumshanbo, that you might have almost got a temporary loan of it?
No, I don't think that's ever fair to expect. But again, at a local level, I would hope that people look beyond party allegiances and see who is going to put in the work and who is the best person to take us forward. And that's why I was hoping to get the vote, really.
You very much had a number of key issues about your campaign, about your manifesto. The fact that, 22 years of age, youngest candidate running into it. The engagement from young people that you met at the door, so people your own age, your own peers, what was that like?
Very, very positive again, but the unfortunate thing is that young people don't typically turn out to vote, and potentially we saw that again. We'll have to see how the results pan out over the next few days when those figures are released. But what I'd be looking to do over the next couple of years is see how we can work to engage young people and continue to build that base of young people that engage in politics and can actually have a say over their future, because it's so vital that, again, you register to vote and you engage in the political process.
Mm-hmm. You want it very much to be inclusive for everybody, Leitrim as a county to be inclusive, the local political scene to be inclusive for people of all ages, but getting that uptake from young people sometimes can be difficult.
Yeah, well, certainly, I suppose, with regard to inclusivity, when you look at the council, it's important that the council actually represents the people that are on the ground, and we have a diverse set of voices that I suppose can speak for everybody at the end of the day, and that's what we're aiming for. And I suppose young people being engaged in politics and engaging by voting and campaigning, that's part of it.
Obviously, for all parties after this, when the dust settles, the attention will be turning towards what happens in local and Europe. But there's a general election just around the corner as well. I was just reading a little piece online last night. Ivan Yates was making some predictions already towards the general elections. And he wasn't too optimistic for the Green Party. He reckoned they could face a complete wipeout come the next elections. But again, from what you've experienced here on the campaign trail, from what you're seeing in your own tally figures so far that we have available to us, I presume you'd be very much at odds with with that type of prediction.
Completely. I suppose, look, I don't think Ivan was in a position to make a prediction last night, especially ahead of a vote coming out today. But what we'll see is what we have seen today is probably one of the strongest results for the Greens in Leitrim ever.
Okay.
And looking forward to that. We'd hope to build on that.
I'm just hearing information that, by the way, is Adam O'Kelly, 22 years of age, the youngest candidate to run in the local elections here. We caught up with him a little bit earlier on live here on our election coverage. I'm just hearing from some of the other counts across the country that, for instance, in Tipperary, that some early results not due there until 9 p.m. and counting is going to close at 11. I tell you, we'll be here much later than 11 o'clock tonight. Let's maybe gauge what's been going on right across the area and the floor so far in a couple of moments' time. I want to speak to Jerry Dolan maybe first of all, and we'll find out what some of our panellists are hearing on the floor. Jerry Dolan.
How are you?
Great to meet you again. Congratulations on a long and distinguished political career. And I know we've spoken about it. 1991 elected for the very first time. What's it like, Jerry, being here now today and having, I suppose, the work done, the fact that you're now your name isn't on the ballot paper. Is it a strange feeling to walk into a count today and not be seeking a re-election?
No, it's a great feeling as far as I'm concerned. I felt I done my time. I done all I could. I mightn't have left everyone happy, but I done my best. And I'm happy to sit back and give someone else a chance.
And of course, you were operating out of that Bandlamore municipal district, and there was a lot of, I suppose, interest in relation to where the Jerry Dolan vote would go. Have you had a chance to look at that? Enda McLean seems to be the big benefactor, maybe from your decision to retire. Would that be a fair enough assumption?
It looks that way. That's my reading from it. And Brendan Barry got someone or two. They didn't go back the way we thought they should to an independent Sean Wynne. It stayed locally to Brendan Barry, I believe, and in the midline. But I got votes everywhere, as John Ellis here knows, since 91. The areas has changed, I think, about 4 times since. And every box that was open, I got votes in all the areas in 33 years.
Oh, right. Maybe looking at the Bandlamore Municipal District, I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at all the various figures that have come out from there, and the tally figures in particular. What's it telling you at the moment? 2-2-2 of a split? 2 maybe Fianna Fáil, 2 Fine Gael, and possibly 2 Sinn Féin.
Yeah, well, what I always predicted was it was obvious that there was going to be 2 Fianna Fáils, 2 Fine Gaels, 1 Sinn Féin, and it was anyone's guess in between the independent Sean Wynne and Sinn Féin. But at the moment, it looks slightly towards Sinn Féin.
Sinn Féin, but almost impossible to predict which Sinn Féin candidate would take it.
That's right. But still, we can't rule out Sean Wynne as yet, because Paddy Rourke's surplus will make the decision.
You still give Sean an outside chance?
Yes.
Yeah, wouldn't rule him out completely.
Yeah.
You know, when I think back of 5 years ago, and yourself and the late Pat Gilooly went to a recount, and we came back on the Sunday to get that sorted. I presume Pat would be in your thoughts and maybe in your prayers.
Yes, definitely. Yes, that's right. I was thinking of that, because it's hard to believe that Pat was here this time 5 years, fit and hardy. Well, he wasn't in great health, as he told me himself, even coming up to the election, and he felt that time that he shouldn't be going because he wasn't able for it, but he told me personally that there was pressure on him to go.
Right.
And I felt twice as sorry for him account of that. And myself and Pat, we say we've done a lot of the one things as regards farm and so forth, and Pat took a good bit off me that time, but there was very close contact of our who would have been great supporters of mine, was out of the country at a wedding that day, which I lost a good few votes on that day.
Yeah, and you know, that's significant. And I remember it in our own area, something similar happening to, God be good to him, Charlie Hopkins, a former Fine Gael councillor, and there was a major function like that on, and he lost significant votes and lost a seat, I think I remember, to Jerry Garvey at the time, up in Kilmore, another Fine Gael councillor. So little things like that can make a huge difference in a council election.
That's right. You don't know, you can't predict what's going to be arranged for the day when you're planning the whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. The support of family and friends, Jerry, to keep a career going in local politics as long as you did, you need a very understanding and supportive family.
Yes, I had that, thank God. I was very lucky with that, and I think there was serious pressure on our family, and especially my wife Rose, because she was there at beck and call for everyone. She was at the end of the phone, and everyone that came in was entertained, regardless what food was going on. Let it breakfast, dinner, tea, whoever came in to share with everybody.
Yeah, everybody was welcome. There was a place at the table.
Yeah.
When you look across the lake and you maybe look what's going on in Banner Hamilton this time round, obviously Pádraig Fallon, and there's a family collection there as well.
That's right.
Looks as if he's going to will be returned again. The big story in many ways emerging from there has been the performance of James Gilmartin in Banner Hamilton.
Ballinamore will be down in that bottom corner.
Well,
where I did the
he was very done very well, and I expected that he'd do well as an independent candidate. And then it's down. Then I feel there'll be a fight between Eddie Mitchell and
Kevin
Comiskey. And it was myself that advised Eddie Mitchell to go independent. He wasn't getting a nomination from the Fine Gael team, and he was talking to me because when I took on the fracking in Leitrim and in Ireland as a whole, the first motion I put down at Leitrim County Council, I hadn't one councillor to second my motion, and I done a bit of lobbying around with people, and they got on to the late Francie Gilmartin, God rest him, and I put down the motion for the next meeting, and Francie second my motion, and I was very thankful to that. And Eddie got in touch with me to know what I knew about it, and I filled him in on everything I knew, and he started doing research, and I think Eddie deserved a chance.
Yeah.
And I advised him to go independent, and I hope he's successful.
Okay, well, it could well be the case now at this stage. Not sure if you've had an opportunity maybe to look at what's happening in Carrick-on-Shannon, but again, from there, it seems, again, from an independent perspective, Des Guckin and Inda Stinson are going to be returned.
Yes, it's looking very well. The independents are up very well in Carrick-on-Shannon, in all areas except Ballamore area.
Yeah, on all areas bar Ballamore, and of course you are the exception to the rule. Which makes it all the more maybe remarkable, your success in the sense that we see now when you're not in the field, independents not having an impact in that area.
Yes, well, people put big pressure on me to go and run uncontested, and because there was other issues at home, and so just for reasons on my own, I decided I'd step down and look after the family.
All right, and quite rightly so. You, again, fully entitled to that prerogative. But just in Carrick-on-Shannon, Inda Stinson, Sean McGowan, Des Guckin, Paddy Farrell, Maeve Reynolds, we expect, and Cormac Flynn in there, probably with Stephen King.
Yeah.
In a big fight for that one. So there's a lot to be decided here yet. And, you know, you've been a veteran of these campaigns that can go well into the night, Jerry.
Oh, I'm well aware of that, but I'm well used to late nights
and early mornings, and it's a good combination. Fionnuala Armstrong Maguire, your former colleague here, definitely is going to be missed in the Ballamore Municipal District and right throughout the council chamber.
Indeed he is. He was always a warm welcome into the chamber for me and for others too. He worked hard. I know his wife Rose, and I know she certainly was 100% behind him, as was his family. I wish him well in his retirement. I believe he's right to take time out now while he's healthy and well, and while he can do things away from the council, because council is 52 weeks of the year and it's 7 days a week. And to have one of those boulders off your shoulder, I'm sure, is a good thing. I know farming is very similar, so you're not getting a holiday by any means, but certainly to only have one thing to answer to will be good, and will give you years, I hope, of good health and happiness.
John Ellis, no doubt about it, Jerry Dolan has a long legacy here in the council.
Well, I think that Jerry has to be admired, because he fought elections in two different constituencies over the years, and Jerry had an affinity with the farming community that was terribly important, and he was known as being helpful to farmers no matter what the situation was, and they rewarded him at the ballot box. Because remember, there's nothing more loyal than people in rural Ireland to somebody that looks after them. They never forget them. But it's unlike dealing in an urban area where they can just basically go up and down like a yo-yo. But Jerry was also, and that's why Jerry survived the last time when he was under severe pressure. Mm-hmm. He survived because of the fact that he had helped so many people. And it wasn't the ones or the twos, it was the 8s and the 9s and the 10s that elected Jerry Dolan, because he got himself on the ballot paper. He got people to give him a vote of any description, and that's the first thing you learn. I was taught many moons ago by a very man who's now a lifetime dead. He said, "Young fella, make sure you get a scratch on the ballot paper."
And Jerry, I know that you had a very similar motto. You always ask people to back you in some shape or form.
I never asked a person for a number one. All I asked was the best support possible you could give it, and I greatly appreciate it. And that's the way it went out.
Well, I'll tell you something, and I'll share a story, and I won't mind sharing it now. I can remember many moons ago when I started off covering these election campaigns, and it would have been predominantly that time getting some of the candidates, bringing them in for interviews in the studio. And I remember talking to you outside on the perimeter, who were looking at the tally figures, and everyone was there with laptops, and they were making predictions on how it was going to go. And I remember I asked you, "Jerry, how are you going to do?" And I think it was the Sweet Afton cigarette box you took out, and you had the votes written at what you were going to get. And I think you came into it in 2 votes, or maybe 2 votes more than what you were predicted. You had it down to such a fine tea. Yeah. And I always remember that, Jerry.
Yeah, well, nearly every election I had it counted last year, and the last time I did predict that it would be down to one handful of votes. between myself and whoever be the last two for the seat. Whoever the last two, myself, whoever it would be, which was Pat Gillooly. And I had it, and I told the support and all, it'll be just down to a handful of votes.
And no need for the laptop or none of this AI, artificial intelligence. You were able to make the call. Well, look at Jerry. Well, thank you so much indeed. Pleasure to catch up with you here today. Enjoyed the retirement.
Well, my retirement might be an awful lot because for the last 33 years I was keeping down 4 very busy jobs. And one of them was the council, the other was my own farming, the other was, as John says, looking after the farmers of the countries and others.
Absolutely.
And involved in the mart full time as well.
I can vouch for all of that.
Yeah.
I can vouch for all of that.
So now
you've now only 3 jobs.
I've only 3 jobs now. I'll have to look for another part-time one.
Well, look at this. It's nice to be reducing the workload a little bit at this stage. Okay. Jerry Dolan, continued success to you and all of those other careers. You've left a legacy behind here in the council, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Jerry. God bless you. Thanks a million for joining us. John, there's no doubt about it. You know something? When we talk there to Jerry, we hear some of the stories that, in many ways, councillors of that vintage, of that style, I for one would lament maybe that we're not going to see as many of them in the future.
Well, I can go back and think of some of them that who were involved in my early days. Several of them had involvements. There was John Clinton, who was a blacksmith in Drumkeirn. There was someone else. There was other fellows who were basically, Lord of mercy, they're all dead. Some of them was classed as quacks. You know, they had an involvement with the community, and that's what it's all about. And it's still the same today. It's your involvement in the community. Ballinamore is getting very interesting, John.
Absolutely.
The count now.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be first count an hour away, and it's going to be Carrick and Shannon. So we're going to be getting something there. Ballinamore,
Paddy Rourke's 2s have been tallied.
Now, talk to me what you're hearing on that.
Gary Pryor is getting 225.
Right.
Now, Gary Pryor getting 225 out of...
what's Paddy's surplus? Remind me again.
Paddy's surplus is 485.
Okay. 485.
Roughly.
And 225 out of that will be going to Gary.
Yeah, leaves only 260 to be divided between Eater Flynn and Roisin Kinney.
Okay.
And I would see the bulk of that. The last time out, Eater got 102.
Right.
Now, okay, Keelan was gone at that stage. But definitely there's going to be a dogfight among the 2 Sinn Féin candidates for the last one.
And just on Paddy's surplus...
Unless that Sean Wynne pulls off a miracle with transfers.
Okay, and you would be very much saying to the geographic location of Roisin Kinney, she would be picking up those as opposed to Joanne Kernan.
No. I would be saying that Joanne Kernan will probably pick up more from the independents that are left. They're behind her.
Yes, but not from Paddy O'Rourke.
No, but she'll pick up some. But I don't think that Roisin Kinney will pick up enough
to surpass
her. That's where it'll get interesting.
Okay, so it's going to come down to that dogfight between the 2 Sinn Féin candidates.
And remember, Enda Madlone's transfer is there still, but Eater will be around for mopping up the Fine Gael end of that, and that would be strong Fine Gael.
It would be, that would be staying strong.
It'll be a very interesting finish between Joanne Kernan and Roisin Kinney.
Just on that Enda McLean transfer, Sean Wynne could benefit a little bit.
He'll get a bit, he'll get some from it,
Yeah. So agreeing,
absolutely, yeah. I'm all for watching the transfers now. So that's what, it's going to be. And then when we start working on the lower figures, but the excess has to be looked after first, the surplus.
Okay, John, I was going to ask you before we interviewed Jerry Dolan, you've had an opportunity as well to go into the count centre, talk to a few people in there. What's the word on the ground? What's the talk on the terrace, as the old saying goes?
Well, the talk on the terrace is 2 or 3-fold. First of all, everyone in there is shocked that Fine Gael look as if they'll end up with no seat in Manor Hamilton.
Yeah.
The other thing is that Maeve Reynolds will get elected. but everyone expected her to do better when she was a sole Fine Gael candidate. But it's back to the fact again of people vote local. And that's why Stephen King must have picked up a lot of viewers, Fionnuala, and so did Cormac Flynn.
Can I put maybe some form of defence forward here for Maeve Reynolds, John, in the sense that...
Oh, she came in very late.
Yeah, she came in very late, and the fact that she was the only Fine Gael candidate,
yeah, of course,
she was deemed to be as
home
safe
and
as
home.
houses.
Yeah.
And any time you hear something like that, that's always dangerous, isn't it?
Of course. Yeah, but she's going to be elected, so she doesn't have to worry. But it's a very, very interesting election, and as I said, we could be here till this time tomorrow, trying to sort out the Carrick one before it finishes.
You feel that it could well bring us back to a second day?
Oh, could well.
Okay, we'll wait and see. First count, by the way, expected in the Carrick and Shannon area, around about 8:45 there or thereabouts, maybe even a little bit before that. I'm delighted at this stage to welcome Sean McGowan, outgoing Fianna Fáil councillor, first elected to the council back in 1991 as well, somebody that we were always expecting to do well again this time round, and it's very much turned out to be the case. Sean, you're very welcome. Well done in your campaign. Well done on the vote that you've managed to return this time round in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District. Sean, give me your reaction to how you've been polling here on those figures.
Well, thanks for the good wishes there, John. Obviously, I'm delighted. I'm not elected officially yet, but I think I'll be safe anyway. Yeah, it's an interesting
40% of the vote and 792 first preferences by the time.
Yeah. I think they're
happy with that.
I'm happy with that. Yeah, God bless us, because it is. I suppose with Fionnuala here beside me, stepping aside, and Thomas Mulligan, we're going to have two new people anyway. So
it's a big increase, you know. From and just looking at some of the figures down throughout the years, in 704 and 99, 770. I think it's 24, 2009, 672. So, you know, you've consolidated a good vote there.
No, I've a consistent vote here all along, John. Look, I'm thrilled to bits with it. To be honest, I put in a grueling 8 weeks. It was tough going around the place, but I got a great reception from the general public.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anyone turning me or anything like that, you know.
And the board and Patty O'Rourke in the Board Municipal District, you're one of these councillors that's dealing with the baggage of, Sean McGowan is safe.
Yeah, that was it. I heard that indeed a few places, all right. So you had to counteract that, and the only way to counteract this, go out and meet the people and grab home that you're dependent on the people to come out and vote for you. And, you know, thanks for the God they did. And I got a huge support. I was actually very thrilled to actually get an increase in Bohan. I got somewhere in the region of 45 to 50 votes extra there.
In Bohan.
In Bohan. Which, and some of that possibly is Thomas Mulligan. Yeah, some of that would be.
And that personal Thomas Mulligan vote that came back to Fianna Fáil. Let's look at it from the perspective of Fianna Fáil in the Bandamore, in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District. Paddy Farrell is expected to take a seat, and it's widely anticipated here now at this stage that Stephen King could be in a battle with Cormac Flynn for the third and final seat. For the sixth and final seat. So as a result of that, we're going to be looking at where the votes from the likes of McManus, Gonzalez, Garland, candidates like these, when they go out, where their votes are going to go. But to cut to the chase, a lot of people are feeling here that the Lisa Mulligan vote is likely to come back to Cormac Flynn, and that could be a major deciding factor.
Yeah.
Are you buying into that, Sean?
I am indeed, yeah, I think so. Now, Stephen polled very well, and he's going to be thereabouts with Cormac.
I would probably be ahead of him until that.
I just thought Sharon Garland has 240 votes, you know. Stephen could get a sizable amount of them, you know, and depending on Lisa Mulligan, if Inda Stinson wasn't elected, she's from Eston and he's Eston, so a lot of her votes could go to him. So it's hard to play for, really. I wouldn't call it just yet now.
Yeah.
But Cormac Flynn is probably in a stronger position at this point in time, John. even though he might be behind a small bit, but he's probably in a stronger position to pick up because Lisa being Sinn Féin and him being the Sinn Féin one,
Yeah, last time round it was Fintan Cox and Paddy Farrell that were battling.
That's right.
Two Fianna Fáil candidates for that seat in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. So this time round, you very much consolidated the vote and improved on it from a perspective of Paddy and yourself. And, you could say agonisingly close maybe to securing the third seat.
Yeah, as I say, I'm not giving up hope on it yet. Stephen King is a formidable character or a candidate, and he polled very well. And he was a little bit late getting the go ahead from the party to come on the ticket.
Yeah.
So he was at a bit of disadvantage. We were all out there before him, but I wouldn't just give up the ghost on him yet. I think he'll be fighting there to the very end, John. So. From a party point of view, it's fingers crossed, and we'll hope for the best.
All right. Elsewhere, when we look at the Carrick-on-Shannon area, obviously in the Stinson, Des Guckin, somebody very close to yourself. And again, in fairness to Des, there was speculation this time round, and depending on who you spoke to, some people that I spoke to were almost suggesting that he could have been in trouble. Did you ever get that sense from out in the canvas?
Not really, no. Des got a huge vote, and congratulations to him. I had heard it all along that he was doing very well. So I wasn't a bit surprised. Now, I suppose I could say I was a bit surprised at the vote he got. He got a huge. I think he's up somewhere in the region of 200 or something from what he was in 2019.
Yeah.
So it's a great vote, and look, fair play to him. He was out. I suppose he was first out of the traps. He was out, I think, since January, and the people obviously bought into him and whatever. He's a very personal man to be person to person, so.
With what's taking place in Fianna Fáil today, I know it's very small margins between a spectacular election campaign and what would be seen as a decent return, but definitely two going to be returned in Manorhamilton, in Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan. In the Bandamore area, we feel again, obviously, Paddy O'Rourke and Gary Pryor. So that's going to bring you up to two, at least, or four. That'll bring two, at least, in Carrick-on-Shannon, 6, and possibly the 7th seat. You would, I presume, expect Gary Pryor to take a seat now at this stage.
I think Gary Pryor will take a seat. I think he will. Now, I haven't crunched the numbers in Ballinamore or seen them, but I think he will, because Paddy has somewhere in the region of almost 500 of a surplus. So you think that the majority of them should transfer to Gary, and I sincerely hope to do, because he's a first-time candidate and he's a good candidate. So I'm hoping that we'll get 6. We'll be there fighting for the 7th.
And that would represent a decent enough campaign.
That'd be a good return, John. Yeah, it would be a good return. Yeah,
from a Fianna Fáil perspective.
Yeah.
You're probably aware of the emergence of independence in North Leitrim. James Gilmartin, one of the big stories.
Jeez, that's a phenomenal vote, and congratulations, James. He's a very personable fella. I suppose he has the connection with Marion Harkin, which certainly would have helped him. But he's a very good candidate and a very personable lad, and congratulate him and wish him well.
And it could well be that Eddie Mitchell could take a seat there as well, maybe at the expense of Kevin Keskey. So it maybe shows how vulnerable candidates are from the main parties and the backlash that they can get from time to time.
Yeah, indeed. It's Eddie Mitchell polled very well there too, and he will be there. I imagine it will be fighting with Kevin Keskey for the last seat. So I just wouldn't call that one, John. Now, some of the more experienced people that would be watching elections and tallies all the time would probably give you a better feel for that. But yes, it's all to play for there. Fine Gael could end up with no councillor in
seat there. Yeah. So, all right, we'll wait and see.
Just wait and see is right.
Yeah, and keep a very close eye on that. Looking forward to the next 5 years.
I am, John. Yeah, I am indeed. It's I'm going to have a little bit of rest now for a couple of days, I'll tell you, because I'm sort of tired after 8 weeks on the road.
Campaign.
Oh, it is. Yeah, and look, I'd have to pay tribute to my team, particularly my good wife Chrissy, who was out with me. I'd say she put in 6 solid weeks coming out, knocking at the doors, and she was a very good campaigner, I'll have to say. So I want to thank her and all my family for the sport and the campaign team. Look, it's great. It paid off. Thanks.
Sean, we'll leave it there at that. Thank you very
John.
much indeed.
Thanks a bit.
Great to talk to you as always, and congratulations in advance of what's looking like another successful campaign. Martin Kinney has come back to us, Deputy Martin Kinney, Sligo Leitrim TD. Martin, you've had the opportunity to walk the crowd in there, gauge whatever stories, whatever news is breaking. Any big talking points coming from the floor?
Not really. Everybody is waiting, anticipating the first count now. That's what we're waiting for. That'll happen in the next, hopefully, less than an hour. And when we have the first counts in and we see where surpluses are going, and that's when we really can see what's going to happen. But it's obviously stalemate in a number of places. Carrick-on-Shannon for one, also in Ballinamore.
Okay, so
it's a little bit clearer in North Leitrim. We think there seems to be, but it's just hard to know until we actually see the first count. And I think that subsequent count, when the two large surpluses in North Leitrim and in the Ballinamore area are divided, that will set out where we're going.
So probably at this stage, you could almost confidently predict maybe 90% of the votes or 90% of the seats where they're going.
You can predict nearly a lot of them now. You can predict. Yeah. You know, there's the last seat in Carrick, pretty much unpredictable at this stage.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know. It's possibly Cormac Flynn, possibly Stephen. I don't know. King. I don't know. Difficult to say. Again, in Carrick and in the Ballinamore area, difficult to say who'll take the last seat either.
Candidates.
The two Sinn Féin candidates are likely to be there at the end. It's hard to know. Again, Paddy O'Rourke's surplus will determine quite a lot initially as to where they are going to go. If Joanne Kernan is approximately, I think, about 70 votes ahead at the moment, that could change with Paddy O'Rourke's surplus and may not. And then it's up to what happens when we see the eliminations in Carrick-on-Shannon. And I suppose the biggest elimination of all is going to be Sean Wynne, probably at the end, and that will determine which of them will take it.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't know, maybe Sean Wynne will be there scratching at the door too. We don't really know.
Maybe as an outside chance. And of course, in Manor Hamilton, just to recap it, we would be expecting probably Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Comiskey battling it out for that final.
Eddie Mitchell and that's who's going to be battling out for the seat. And it's at this stage it looks like Eddie Mitchell is going to have be enough ahead to be able to hold on and take that seat, and we'll have 3 independents coming from North Leitrim out of 6, which is quite a change.
It's a big change considering Ferrum Gurn was the only outgoing independent councillor in that particular district. From the council staff's perspective, obviously it's been a long day. It's a tough process, the counting of all the votes that go on there. Would you be expecting now at this stage, or again, maybe from having spoken to some of them in there a little bit earlier on, they normally try where possible to get everything done here on one day?
They'd like to do that. Now, look, we don't have a first count yet, and it's 8 o'clock. So, we have to be realistic as well. It could be a very late night or into the small hours of the morning if we're going to keep going. And there will probably be a decision made at some point later on if they think it's going to go on. People have to get a rest, have to get home, and have to get bed, and that will have to be considered as well. Mm-hmm. And we're all out hands at this. We'll come back in the morning. That's no problem when it comes to it.
Well, I know our coverage is running here for 11 hours now at this stage, so it's probably and we're still waiting, as we mentioned, for that first count. But we're expecting it round about inside the next 30 to 40 minutes, I would presume. And you expect Carrick first count to come from Carrick-on-Shannon?
I think they said Carrick would probably be the first one. I think so. Yeah, like they're counting them all simultaneously, so it will work out whichever way it works out.
All right.
Whichever has the first one in. But at the moment they're in there and they're looking at spoilt votes. People who went in and put down an X or put down 2 X's or 3 X's, there was on some of them. People who went down and voted 1, 2, 3 and then went 6, 7, 8 and left out the 4 and 5. The vote is only counted to the 1, 2, 3. And it's important that people understand this. When you're voting, take it reasonably seriously and try and do it right. And there's, I'd say, a couple of hundred votes in there, probably more, that have to be adjudicated on. And everyone agrees, look, it's very clear what the preference is there and it goes ahead through. But then there's going to be a certain number of them that nobody can know who it's for or what it's for, and they'll actually be considered spoiled votes and get nothing.
Can I put a point to you that maybe the length of the ballot paper, the European
that was an issue,
election yesterday, put a lot of voters under pressure?
Well, it did, but most people, when you looked at the European, and I was watching people tallying the European voter ballot paper, they only voted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is as far as they went. So there was a lot of it left blank. They looked for the person they were looking for. In this area, obviously Luke Bing Flanagan is doing very well. There's certain candidates doing very well. Malooly done very well in some of the places as well. You'll see those, and it's easy to spot them. They weren't actually spoilt votes as much as the local election candidates, as we can see. But there was also some people went and voted in the local and European, got the 2 ballot papers, didn't mark the European one at all, only marked the other and stuffed the 2 into the box and left the European one blank.
Right.
That can happen also. And indeed, there's plenty of votes we see in there where people vote number 1 and go no further too. So that means that those votes will be non-transferable if it comes down to it.
Your colleague, sitting TD in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, Deputy Frank Feehan, you're very welcome. Thank you indeed for joining us. Welcome to our election coverage here in Leitrim. I know it's been a busy day for you because the constituency as it stands covers South Donegal, Sligo, North Roscommon is there as well for the time being. So it's been a busy day. Let's cut to the chase straight away. Let's look at the Manorhamilton Municipal District. The big story that's emerging here from a Fine Gael perspective is that the party are going to be under real pressure to come back with any seats from Manorhamilton. Is that the way you see it at the moment?
Yeah, looking at the figures, James Gilmartin has got a really magnificent vote, and we seem to be under pressure. But I still think the location of James Gilmartin and his transfers maybe may come back to Kevin Keskey, but it's going to be difficult. And looking at the figures, it's an outside shot. We will get the retain a seat, but as I said, they were only on tally figures, and tally figures, can be a little bit off. There could be
just a margin of error.
Margin of error and 50. It could work either way. So I'll wait until the first count, and then we might be in a better place. And as you know, second, third, fourth, and fifth, Martin and Finola will agree that it could come into it. So it's far too early to call. But we would have liked to seen a bigger vote in North Leitrim, and we're still in a shout for the seat.
Regardless of what happens there's going to be obviously a reduced number of Fine Gael councillors the next time round. They're definitely going to lose one in Manorhamilton, and we'll have to wait and see for the second one. Let's talk about Manorhamilton. I know postmortems are going to be taking place in a long time. Maybe nobody's seen the extent of the performance of James Gilmartin coming. But at the same time, when we look and take him aside and look at the performance of Eddie Mitchell, a man who had very strong Fine Gael links and expressed his disappointment at the time that he wasn't selected to run for Fine Gael in this election. With the benefit of hindsight, and it's probably the stick that people are going to beat Fine Gael with now, was it a major mistake maybe not availing of the services of Eddie Mitchell to run in this election?
Well, Fine Gael is a democratic party, and we hold conventions, and to get on the ticket, you got to put yourself up for a convention. And I think only. But
he, and again, I'm paraphrasing him, but he made the comments on Ocean FM that he was more or less encouraged and told not to go for the convention.
I don't know that. I'm elected representative of Fine Gael, but there is conventions, and people can put themselves forward for the convention, and if you get enough votes, you're on the ticket, and if you put up a reasonable performance, you could be added to the ticket. But look, Eddie is a great candidate and he's a great guy. I'm not, but that's just the way political parties like Fine Gael operate. I think it's far too early for post-mortems. I think we could get to see it, and maybe then we can have a discussion on these very, very important issues. And
in fairness, Kevin Keskey and Katrina Bergen were two very impressive candidates throughout the campaign, but for some reason just didn't connect. Would that be a worry now for you ahead of a general election when you look maybe at North Leitrim? Let's look elsewhere. Into McGloin and Ita Reynolds Flynn look fairly safe, and Bandamore at this stage they will retain the seats there. Maeve Reynolds is going to take a seat, it seems very likely, in Carrick and Shannon, the only Fine Gael candidate running there. So when you look at Leitrim as a whole, and you try and in some ways make sense of that for upcoming general elections, would there be any concern there, or is it?
I think nationally it's looking like it's going to be a good election for Fine Gael. Local, we had issues, certainly in County Leitrim, where we had 6 excellent Fine Gael councillors, 2 in North Leitrim, 2 in South Leitrim, and 2 in Ballinamore. And Finola's beside me, Finola and Thomas Mulligan. They stepped down after years of service, and they
at the same with Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan.
So they replaced. Went from 6 councillors down to 2. So we had to fill the gaps, and we have excellent candidates. I rightly saw Katrina Bergen and Kevin Keskey and Maeve Reynolds. And Maeve Reynolds had been fortunate; she got over the line, and between Enda McGloin and Ita Reynolds Flynn, they've retained 2 seats in the Ballinamore area. But in North Leitrim, we had 2 very, very good candidates. But you had very strong independent candidates, and as I said, it's far too early to call. But you can understand challenges that Fine Gael and the new candidates had, and there were other challenges as well in North Leitrim, which probably didn't help as well.
All right. What are you hearing from some of the neighbouring counties, Frank, in relation to Fine Gael?
Well, I'm coming from Sligo. I've been in Sligo. I've been down here in Leitrim at 1:30 today, and I'm back to Sligo. So I'm up and down that road, and I'll probably have to go to Roscommon and maybe go to Donegal town tomorrow. So, and then you have a European election in Castlebar. So we're trying to get around. But I still think that in Sligo we have 2 seats in the Ballymore electoral area. We have a chance of a 3rd seat, and then in North Sligo we're in for trying to get 2 seats as well. That's the Sligo Drumcliff area, and then in Sligo Tranthill we put up 1 candidate, Fergal Neal, elected candidate, and he's got a seat.
Okay. Just by the way, in relation to the audience that we have between listening and watching our coverage online today, we've got viewers and listeners in Spain, France, the UAE, the United States, the UK, Qatar, Lanzarote, Portugal, South Africa, Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, just to mention a few. These people are tuned in online, listening and indeed watching, and thank you indeed for doing so. Over 25,000 people across the world tuned in to our coverage here, and it probably still shows you that the interest that's in elections, Frank Feehan, that when you can attract figures like that in one county from an online audience.
Well, I can say one thing, is that, and I think Martin and Finola will agree with me, of all the counties that you've gone to, I've always advised people is to listen in to Ocean FM, watch their feed, and also watch the Twitter feed, because it's absolutely excellent that the information and job you're doing, and take a huge compliment, because as I said, I'm following your Twitter feed, I'm following on Facebook, I'm listening in the car and on my headphones. So anybody out there, if you're at the count, most of the people are listening to Ocean FM and taking advice from Ocean FM. So take a bow. It's absolutely brilliant, and keep at it. And I hope that you'll have always good news for us in the next few days.
Well, thank you very much indeed for doing so. Michelle Brennan Chiabo, you're very welcome to our studio. I was just looking at that name badge there, and I was thinking to myself, is the long hours kicking? I said to myself, that's not Lisa Mulligan's coming in here. I see the different name badge, and I was just wondering, welcome to our studio.
Thank you.
First-time candidate running for Sinn Féin in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, and you must be happy, would I be right in saying, without wanting to sound condescending in any way, happy with your first-time performance here?
Yeah, I had a really...
Just bring it a bit closer to the microphone.
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was a really enjoyable experience, I have to say. It was a pleasure to meet the electorate and go around the jurisdiction. And yeah, I really enjoyed it.
391 first preference votes, 6% of the vote in general. Obviously polled very strong in Kinlaw. And there was a couple of challenges there that was facing you very much from the outset. One was you were in the same neck of the woods as Justin Warnock, the outgoing Cathaoirleach of the local authority. It was the first time that Sinn Féin were running 2 candidates, a second candidate, along with Pádraig Fallon. So many would say you were all facing an uphill battle at the beginning, but you very much got stuck into the campaign.
Yeah, from the beginning, we decided with my director of elections, Helga, that we were going to commit to ourselves, that we were going to try and get to every door, and that's what I tried to do. I just felt that it was respectful and mannerly. I was asking people for something, and I felt they needed to meet me and get the measure off me, and find out maybe a bit about me and what I'm about. But it was good. Like, the overall feeling I have from the experience is a very positive one.
Has it planted a seed maybe that yeah, I'd like to give this another shot. I've gone some way now of establishing a profile. Maybe in 5 years' time, I wouldn't mind having another go at this.
I'm not going to lie. Earlier, I thought I'm never doing this again. But as the evening has went on, I'm kind of thinking, what would I do now? You know, what am I going to do? How am I going to do it the next time? So, yeah, there's a little seed there. It's also good to see our vote, the Sinn Féin vote, that has went up. So went up to 18%. So that's really positive. I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the electorate for engaging with me and allowing me to kind of take their time at the doors and things like that, you know.
It's been a remarkable election in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District. Like everybody else, I presume you can only be but impressed by the performance of the independents and I suppose James Gilmartin in particular.
Yeah, he's flying. It's great. Yes, it's amazing for him, you know. I wish it was me, but but it's fantastic. You know, I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
And Eddie's doing really well there too, you know.
At this stage, and I know it's all a prediction game at this stage now in relation to who's going to finish where, but we're very much looking at being a shootout between Kevin Keskey and Eddie Mitchell for that final seat. That's the way you're reading it.
At the moment, yeah, that's the way I'm reading it.
All right.
Yeah.
Could I ask you for a prediction?
I think Eddie's going to take it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's keeping with the sense of Frank Feehan is after almost falling off the chair here beside you. From a Fine Gael perspective.
To be controversial about it, but
just a small on that, and Finola Armstrong Maguire is here as well. Frank, for a first-time candidate in that running, where there's a lot of odds maybe stacked against them, which would have been the case here with obviously Justin Warnock being so strong in Kinlaw, Pádraig Fallon being a sitting Fine Gael councillor. You know, anybody that puts their name in the paper there, it takes guts. It's a tough old campaign. What would you say here to Michelle at this stage?
I think it's a great vote.
Thanks,
and this is the first time I've met you, but I've heard good things about you, and you strike me as an excellent candidate. And yes, you're absolutely right. You know, you meet some great people out there, and I think you have a bright future. So best wishes, and it's good to meet you for the first time.
Thanks very much.
And the one thing that I did notice is that, and every door, and I just want to thank everybody out there, is that people were very pleasant. They were very, very appreciative that you called, but also there wasn't that nastiness that everyone's talking about on Facebook or on Twitter or whatever. It certainly doesn't reflect the really great, decent people that are out there in Leitrim and Sligo and Roscommon and Donegal and all over the country. And I think that's one thing we have learned, that you know, they have their own views. And I'm just laughing. I went to one door and this lady says, I hope you're not Labour, which I said no, we're Fine Gael. She says worse again. but you know, it was a lovely kind of, she more says, and that's, you can put up with that. And
by the way, latest in the Tailteann Cup in sport, Leitrim 1-11, Wicklow 2-11. The latest scoreline coming in there. I know there's a strong connection to the Melvin Gales GAA club there as well. Finola, again, Michelle's performance here, first time candidate and running with the odds stacked against her, very impressive, I dare say.
Absolutely. I would think very impressive, yes, to come on the ticket for the first time and, you know, to be an amateur at it, not having done it before. 391 is a great vote. Absolutely a great vote. Well worthy of being divided around when it comes to the transfer. It's a great vote for those to look at and say, where are her twos? Again, what Frank has said about meeting people on the doors, and I think you've found the same. There's nothing like what I referred to earlier in the morning as the Facebook comments. And children in national school now have been asked, do they know something IRL in real life? And I think we can take it in the canvas as well. In real life, it's different to the crap that's on Facebook or and anything. I don't do Twitter, so I don't watch that. But just the horrible stuff. So that's
issues.
It's what children are learning in school. We all need to learn at home, and as adults and as grandparents even. But in real life, life is different, and thankfully it's different. And that's a great vote. Absolutely a great vote there. And well done to you. And I wish you well, and we need more to come on board younger and to balance the gender.
What big issues came up in the North Leitrim area? Okay, maybe starting with Kinlaw and working your way out to the rest of the municipal district. What were the big issues that you encountered on the doorsteps in North Leitrim?
Planning. Planning is a huge issue.
One-off planning.
One-off planning and planning for homes that maybe people want to change slightly. had to engage with Martin about one issue of that, like that. The other thing for me is cost of living, huge issue, and the fracking, the mining issue, forestry in Leitrim, as you know, is sort of off the Richter scale a little bit and a bit of a bugbear for me. And on a personal level, I can sympathise with lots of people about the services that are virtually non-existent for children with complex needs. So I'm in that situation myself. So I understand it fully. I'm living it. But also, yeah, that's a huge issue that come up a number of times.
I presume it can be emotionally draining in some ways on a canvas trade, because you're hearing very real story, very real challenges that people are facing on a daily basis.
I wouldn't say, yes, you do empathise and you sympathise with people, but I can say that I didn't realise that I would enjoy the engagement as much, and I really did. I enjoyed that engagement. I enjoyed the chats with people and the conversations, and in some small ways I was able to help along the way, pass issues on to sitting councillors and TDs, which was great. That's a positive. But overall, it was a really positive experience, I have to say. And thank you to everyone that engaged with me. I really appreciate it.
What about your running mate, Pádraig Fallon?
He's great.
Yeah. He's going to be returned, it seems, again.
Yes, and rightly so. He's been a great mentor to me. He's been very good. Anything at all that I needed, he's always there. Any help, any guidance, and he's a great representative for the Manorhamilton LEA and Sinn Féin. He's a really good person.
Okay, and elsewhere, Brendan Barry being returned in...
Brendan Barry also,
on the Boer.
Yes.
This looks like there will be a second candidate returned as well for Sinn Féin on the Boer.
That's going to be good.
That's going to be good. We're not going to even throw a guess in relation to that yet.
No, don't ask me that one.
Yeah, and Cormac Flynn is in the mix in Carrick and Shannon.
Cormac's there. Yeah, hopefully he'll just, it'd be great to see the Sinn Féin seat increase and the council, so it would be fantastic, yeah.
Okay, I get a feeling, Michelle Brennan Shiabo, that we're going to see and hear more of you.
Possibly. Okay. Yeah. I've enjoyed it. I have. I'm very surprised at how much I've enjoyed the experience and how much I've learned. For me, to be honest with you, I've learned. I've just soaked things in, and I think it's suited me the way I've had to, to try and, learn things. Yes, it's just been really good. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad it's been in the main a very positive experience. Thanks for all your help throughout the course of the campaign. Good luck to you in the future. Well done again on the campaign that you ran, and as I say, watch the space.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much indeed for joining us. Michelle Brennan Shiabo, Sinn Féin councillor based in Kinlaw, Sinn Féin candidate based in Kinlaw, that was running this time round, and I suppose in many ways that sums it up, Frank, doesn't it? The challenges that's involved in it, and I suppose from everything that goes with it. You can see the sense is probably there to go again.
Yeah, look, we need candidates like Michelle, candidates, new candidates, young candidates, women candidates. And the one thing that I have noticed is that we found it very difficult to get young women candidates, especially, but even male candidates. And I think maybe we need to kind of stand back, because we have now made into politics that it's such a bear pit, it's such a coliseum and gladiators, that a lot of normal people, for want of a word, aren't getting involved in politics. I just want to say it's not as bad as people are making out. And I think we've learned a lot in the last 2 months, that on the doorstep, it's been pretty civilized. It's been very civilized. And, there is a robust nature of politics, but it's not as bad as people make out. So maybe in highlighting the bullying or the online intimidation, maybe we've highlighted so much that maybe we're putting people off, especially that maybe it's a bear pit. So maybe we need to revisit that again, because I know in our own party we found it very difficult to get candidates, and the candidates we got were absolutely brilliant. But it just maybe it's an area that we need to maybe revisit.
All right, okay. Roisin Kenny, running in the Vandermoor Municipal District. Thank you indeed for joining us here. Very much the word of the ground here at the minute is that you're going to be running very much in the running for the final seat, along with your Sinn Féin running mate in Joanne Kernan. Is that the way you see it at the minute? Are you almost putting yourself down for a long night here?
Yes.
Just bring you close to the microphone.
Sorry,
okay.
sorry, John. Yes, it's looking that way, that it's going to be myself and Joanne battling it out for the final seat. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Sinn Féin is going to have an extra seat from the Ballinamore area, and that's the most important thing, you know. That's what it's all about. We ran 3 candidates hoping to elect 2, and on a very, very good day elect 3. So we've elected 2 as far as I'm concerned, or it's looking that way now. It's not absolutely certain of that, but it is looking that way. So whether it be myself or Joanne, at least Sinn Féin has another representative on Leitrim County Council.
Sean Wynne, I suppose, probably still in the mix there as well, and we're waiting to see where votes are going to go. What's going to be fundamentally important in all of this is going to be the surplus of Paddy O'Rourke.
Yeah.
And where that's going to go, or where those votes are going to go. So what are you expecting on that?
Look, I would suppose, geography-wise, obviously, I'm very close to Paddy, you know, and I know myself when I was canvassing Carrigallen, especially, I was being promised an awful lot of 2s, but Paddy got votes everywhere. So it just depends where his 2s are coming from, or what part of the constituency they're coming from. But I would be hopeful that I would pick up quite a few of them. Obviously, his running mate Gary Pryor will pick up some of them too, and I'm sure Isha will as well, because she's quite close to us geographically too. So look, it's all to play for, I suppose. You know, I think I'm about 80 votes behind Joanne at the moment. So it just depends.
It just depends on how it bounces. All this canvass and all this election campaigns, nothing new. You were part of Martin's team. I remember meeting you here at local elections over the years. How does it feel this time round to be more directly involved?
A bit different now. I was never awake at 4:30 in the morning when Martin was running. So it's been a very, very long day for me so far. But just a little bit nervous, a bit anxious of letting people down and that sort of thing. But, you know, I think we've increased our vote in the Ballinamore area, 150 votes, and that's good. And I'm quite happy with the vote that I got myself. As I said, the most important thing was to get the biggest vote for Sinn Féin, and I think we've done that, you know. Yeah. Like Paddy is just a machine, you know, and I was stuck between him and Isha, and it's a difficult place to be.
It is. It's a difficult area to be in. When you probably think back maybe 5 years ago, and we see how close, God rest, the late Pat Gilooly came to taking the seat.
Yes,
went down into the final count with Jerry Dolan on that night. Was that a sense of encouragement that, you know, there's a second seat there, almost tantalisingly close?
Oh, absolutely. Like, that was one of the worst elections we had in years. And if we were 5 votes off 2 seats then, we'd surely get 2 this time. That was the thinking, you know. So look, I suppose I think it was the right decision to run 3 candidates.
Again, you would have been looking very much maybe in relation to where you were picking up votes and how you polled, and in your own heartland, and I suppose in an area where you would have expected to do well, you'd be happy with the return from there.
Absolutely, yes. Carrigallen, Ohavas got a good vote, and in Clune as well, and pretty much, you know, I got a good vote in Ballinamore as well in the town, and very happy with my vote, yes.
Almost a strange municipal district in the sense that votes around the Drumshanbo area seem to very much stay there and don't travel. Was that your sense coming into it from the very outset, that it was going to be all maybe from, say, Drumcong back in to the edge of the area? Yes. That's where the votes were going to be picked up.
Yeah, it seems to be that it's sort of a divide there from Drumshanbo, and that the Drumshanbo vote stays around Drumshanbo, and the further south you go, that it stays there too, you know, because even looking at Paddy's 2s there, they're hopping over to Isha, they're coming to me, they're coming to Gary, obviously, but they're not following party lines exactly either, you know. It's very geographically, but they say local elections are local, so that's probably why, you know.
Martin, Russian is 7% of the vote in the Vandermoor Municipal District. That's a good showing first-time candidates.
We knew that there was always going to be, you know, this issue that when we run 3 candidates, we felt we were going to take 2 seats. We never knew which one it would be, you know, and as I say, Joanne has polled very well in Ballinamore, particularly in her own native area, in the Ahawillan GA Club's box. She polled very, very strongly there, and throughout the area, and, you know, fair play to her and her team, they worked very, very hard. Again, you know, we always felt both candidates would come in around 500 votes. That's what I felt, maybe a little over it. And it would be, if we had a very good day, both candidates could come in close to 600 votes, and we could be fighting to take 3 seats. That was the theory, but we knew that it was going to be difficult to do that, in fairness. And we also, of course, recognised that Paddy O'Rourke, and we all, no matter what Paddy says about posters, we all knew that he was going to top the poll. I think everyone in the country knew that, and certainly he has proven that he is when it comes to that greater Carrigaline area, he really holds his vote very, very tightly. But they will transfer, as Roisin has said, they'll transfer outside the party lines as well. Gary Pryor will get a very good proportion of them. Roisin will get a decent proportion of them, and so will Lita Flynn get a proportion of them. Some of them then will scatter a little bit elsewhere, but generally that's the 3 blocks they're going to go to, and that could change the outcome then later on as we see where it goes down the round.
I've seen throughout the campaign you brought up some of the big local issues: local roads, school transport, dental service for school children, internet action, forestry, how it's impacting internet coverage and ESB coverage throughout the areas, housing again, and especially you identified maybe people in their 30s that are struggling to get on the property ladder. Well, those were, I presume, many of the issues, some national, some predominantly parochial, that would have come your way during the course of this campaign.
Absolutely, yes. I work in Ballinamore, and the man I work for has a number of rental properties, and for the last 2 years I've a list as long as your arm, people waiting to get a house. I'm desperate to get a house. People whose landlord is selling, or maybe their son is moving into the house, and people are very badly in need of housing, and it's a terrible situation for a lot of people to be in, and a big worry for a family, especially if they have children in the schools and all of that. It's a massive issue, housing. Just badly needed.
And in fairness, you raised some of the other issues around forestry, the likes of how it's impacting, say, internet coverage, which is something in the modern world that we need, is always as important as electricity.
Absolutely. And then as well with the forestry, there was a problem in a lot of the areas that when the storms hit there last winter, and the snowstorm as well, the trees was falling on the power lines, and there was no access for the rescue, for the repair crews to get in to the forestry.
And some homes were left days and longer without electricity.
I was talking to one man, and his elderly parents was left for 5 days. They were in their 80s, and it's just not acceptable.
It's not acceptable. All right, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the latest scoreline in the Tailteann Cup with 71 minutes gone, Leitrim 111, Wicklow 215. They're after getting another point, so Wicklow leading 2-15 to a goal and 11. Wouldn't like to be sitting near Martin McGowan now at this stage with the way that particular match is panning out. So we're definitely looking at perhaps maybe for a long night here, maybe even, dare I say, the second day, as a result of how close it is in Carrick-on-Shannon and in Bandamore in those two areas. We spoke about Bandamore, obviously, in Carrick-on-Shannon. Cormac Flynn is very much in there in the mix for a seat as well. So you can see this is a good weekend for Sinn Féin, a good election for Sinn Féin.
Absolutely, and our sitting councillors have done very well, Brendan has done very well, and Porrick as well. And, I just want to thank everybody that gave me their vote. It's when you think about it, somebody had to get up off their seat, leave their house, and make the travel to the polling station to do that for me. And I want to thank each and every person who put their trust in me and gave me their vote, and any transfers they gave me to, I'll be very grateful for them.
All right, well, look, we'll see how the transfers will go. We'll watch this space with great interest. For the moment, Roisin, thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you very much indeed. Roisin Kenny there, of course, one of the Sinn Féin candidates in the Bandamore Municipal District. Our brother Martin and the Sligo Leitrim TD is staying with us here, as is Frank Feehan, the TD as well, in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. The numbers will be analysed, the seats will be analysed, how everything has played out over the course of the local elections. I remember Martin sitting talking to you at the end of the last election on the Sunday in the Bush Hotel, and I think, paraphrasing, you said, look, I'll have to be out tomorrow canvassing after the local election that we had, maybe didn't go as well as Sinn Féin would have anticipated at that stage. So this time round now, it's looking as it's going to be a kind of a different complexion and a more successful election for Sinn Féin.
Yeah, somewhat more successful. And look, I mean, it's one of these it's been a strange era in politics. Like we had, a decent enough election in 2016 in the general election. Then came along the 2019 local election and we had a terrible bad election. And then less than a year later, in fact, some of the people, because of the European election, there was by-elections and we had people who were almost...
Some of the unsuccessful councillors in 2019 ended up winning Clare Curran, for instance.
Clare Curran, several of them, Circuit Clark winning Dáil seats. And it's just one of those things where that swing came to us. Since then, there has been a trend, and it's a trend that has been attacking politics, I think, almost everywhere, and particularly the political parties have been under consistent attack, mainly on Facebook, mainly on social media, from a certain element that are out there, that they're sort of against everybody and against everything. And they recognise that Sinn Féin is a party that very much represents people who may not have health insurance, who may be on the waiting list to get a social housing, who are the people who are on possibly lower income, and that the waiting lists for those things are most affected by people who vote for us, and they target those voters and bombard them with all kinds of, I suppose, disinformation and misinformation, both about politics and political parties and about everything, and pull everyone asunder. And the more aggressive and the more rude and the more obnoxious they are, seemingly the better they think they are, and some people buy into that, and it is having an effect on politics everywhere. And I think that's one of the things that collectively, we have to try and all deal with and try and come up with and I'm not saying a solution for it, but a way in which we can logically talk to people as to what the real issues are and how they deal with them in a calm and measured way, which works, which delivers for people.
Deputy Frank Feehan, I made the point a little bit earlier on. I see in some radio stations now, for instance, local election debates were no longer ran this time round. We find in Ocean they're always a very informative way of meeting the candidates, knowing what they stand about, giving them an opportunity to put their case forward. Is there almost a shift now that, as Martin mentioned, more and more campaigns are being fought out almost through social media now at this stage? And is that a dangerous precedent we're going down to? Just before you answer that, full-time scoreline, Leitrim won 11, Wicklow 2 goals and 15 points. Wicklow beating Leitrim 2-15 to a goal and 11 in the Tailteann Cup. That's the end of that. But go back to social media, go back to elections being decided maybe on social media as opposed to the traditional media channels.
Well, I suppose, first of all, disappointed to see that Leitrim have lost, and I want to thank Andy and his team. I think they've got a great performance over the year, and I'm sure to be back again. So that's
and they got promotion to Division 3.
Division 3, so it's been a good. Okay. We talk about
social media as opposed to traditional, and the impact that social is having on election campaigns now.
I suppose when I started out first, it was door-to-door canvassing. You did a press statement out years ago. If you went to a funeral in any village and you didn't go to the pub, you were finished politically.
And bought a few drinks for everyone when you were there.
So things have changed incredibly. But what I've noticed, and in Leitrim and Sligo, and is that the local election campaigns, they're actually in par with a general election campaign for each candidate. It's social media aspect. It's 60 maybe or 70 canvassers. They're top of their game, and it's nearly like football teams now that everything is analysed.
The backroom team has to be so big.
It's incredible, and it's kind of daunting in some ways what I have seen. And so I think social media is a major part of it. But I think nothing beats out there people from the community, representing the community, that have trusted the community. And sometimes, like football, you need a bit of luck, and you need the ball to bounce your way.
Just to discuss that and the way elections are being fought now, and maybe this local one was interesting because God, there was some awful comments made on social media, not in Leitrim or Sligo or anything, but across the country. You'd be, especially the way WhatsApp now and all these things are being shared. Like some of the stuff is like seeing there's a bloody UFO landing, and people seem to be believing it.
Yeah, I think it is a big challenge. I think the whole technological revolution that we've all experienced for the last number of years has definitely impacted things like the campaigns, how they're run, and the lack of regulation actually in some ways. So if you look at the role of Commission Amon, you look at the way the traditional legacy media, because it operated on the airwaves, was very tightly regulated, and that was a lot of that came from that. the original idea was to protect the interest of the state, that not everybody could get behind a microphone. If you look at a traditional studio, you were talking about even the fact now that this time you couldn't have your debates in public spaces because there was a risk live on air that somebody might literally say something. But when you look at your studios, the requirements that you have for safety and security, that somebody couldn't literally come in and take over, as happened in every junta and military coup in the world. The first thing he did was took over the radio station or the television station, because that was a means of spreading your message. And that has been internationally regulated through the traditional mechanisms of communication. The new means of communication are beyond the reach of a lot of those regulatory bodies. I mean, a lot of those type of regulators, they're notoriously slow to react, to be able to respond, to be able to, develop legislation. I mean, what we're talking about, and I think the first indications of that were probably actually back to the Arab Spring, when suddenly things like the revolutions in those parts of the world were being televised on Facebook. And that really was the first indication, but that's nearly 10 years ago. And we're still very much behind the curve. So all of that has had a hugely disruptive impact on all sorts of politics, and then managing information and misinformation and disinformation and malinformation. And I think malinformation has certainly been the feature of the last 6 months, where people are specifically setting out to put information out there that is intended to be harmful to the other party. So again, the intention is different. It's intended to be harmful. So it's certainly a challenge. I mean, even if you look yesterday, 2 o'clock yesterday, no, 2 o'clock the day before.
The embargo.
The embargo. So you were bound by that. Yet, social media. We saw that with the recent referendums. I mean, right throughout the whole day, people can still be producing content. And it's becoming very accessible to produce and very cheap to produce. I mean, there's a lot of not well-produced content. There's just people who just stream. It's just purging stuff. But there's a lot of very well-produced content that can be done
That's
quite
difficult
cheaply.
to tell whether it's...
Yes, and can be streamed. Now, when we add in the next dimension, which will be even more, which is AI, into it, and that now is, I mean, that's another area of regulation that the regulators will be at least a curve behind.
And it's something I know Maria Walsh has brought up, Deputy Frank Feehan, some of these, I suppose, fake photographs that are doing the rounds as well. Female politicians in particular have been targeted by those. By the way, we'll be looking at tally figures and talking to Pádraig McGorty in a few minutes' time, maybe trying to look at where some of the surplus votes of maybe James Gilmartin that we've spoken about here numerous times today is going to go. So there's a lot of challenges, I suppose, coming in, that maybe could any regulation, and I put this to maybe to Deputy Martin Kelly and to Frank Feehan, could the whole social media aspect of things, could that be regulated in any shape or form prior to maybe the next election, the general election?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there is efforts been made to do that, but it's international. It's difficult because it's instant. Because when you put something up on one of these social media platforms, it's instantly up. It's there immediately, and you don't have the effect that an editor has in conventional media. And that's one of the main reasons why it's so difficult to control. Of course, the providers or the platforms themselves tell you that they only provide the space, and you're self-publishing is what they do. But I mean, if that's the case, then the person should be liable. But an awful lot of the people who put up stuff, no one knows who they are or where they are or what, and they have all kinds of false taglines and false identities. I noticed a piece recently that was commented on one of the social media, and there was 21 comments, and 19 of them, all of which were very negative, some of them very abusive, 19 of them from outside of Ireland. But they had names like, Paddy Whackery and all kinds of Irish sounding names, so that it sounded like it was somebody that was down the road that was making this comment. But they were actually from Britain and from the United States, or from different places.
I've seen an interesting stat that she see her elected put up during the course of the election, and one was that there's no link between social media engagement transcending into votes. And what they were more or less advising candidates was to go more on a broadcast platform on social media, but turn off the comments.
Yep.
Yeah. And that I presume would be advisable for any candidate.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because all you're doing is opening up for every half-baked idiot in the country to have their say, and they don't have a say. All they have is a rant and we all know, all of us have no difficulty in engaging in logical conversations with people, in trying to reason out and debate and discuss things, and all of us want to do that and would look forward to that kind of engagement. But for some of these people, that's not the reason they're there. They're there to try and dominate the space and let nobody else have that kind of a
Deputy Frank Feehan, your experience of this.
Well, many years ago, the late Bishop Christy Jones, who was Bishop from of Alfini, always said to me, if you make a mistake, he said, the people who mind don't matter and the people who matter don't mind. And, there are some very, very, I suppose, unusual people out there. And I think Martin rightly says, they're not from the island of Ireland. They could be from all over the world. And it is an issue. I have one thing on my Facebook page, and it's just hide it. Now, if somebody says something because they're coming up and just hide it, and they think it's on the Facebook page, I don't even want to see it, and they're happy. They think it's on my Facebook page. And so that one man who was from not too far from here who puts it in, by the way, nobody sees it because I hide it. So thank you.
It's good advice. Do you mind if I just bring in Pádraig McGorty back in here for a moment, Miriam? And so stay where you are for the moment, Frank, because this could have repercussions for Kevin Keskey and Fine Gael in Manor Hamilton. You've been looking at the figures, and we're going to talk to Pádraig immediately after that.
We done a tally of the James Gilmartin's number twos, which is showing us that Katrina Bergen's getting 6% of them, roughly. Mary Bohan's getting 13% of them. Brennan is getting 6%. Kevin Keskey's getting 10%. Pádraig Fallon's getting 8%. Blind Galler 2%. Phelim Gurn is the big winner here. He's getting 32% of them. Bernie Lenan's getting 2%. Jeremy McConville's getting a negligible amount. Eddie Mitchell is getting 17%, which is, again, that should push him further ahead of Kevin Keskey, and Justin Warnock is getting 10%. So roughly now the proviso on this is the way that they're going to deal with the surplus, because they mix the votes. They will pick. We'll say there's 424 votes. So we say if that was 400 votes of a surplus that James Gilmartin ends up with, they will pick 8 bundles of 50 randomly from James Gilmartin's pile, and we'll go through them. But because it was a mix, I would suggest statistically that the margin of error will be within plus or minus about 5% of the number of votes that you'll get from that surplus.
All right. So, and the significant numbers from there, because we've been very much using this as almost as a formula to decide between Kevin Keskey and Eddie Mitchell that it was going to be serious. You're telling us here Kevin Keskey 10% of those number twos and Eddie Mitchell 17%.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Deputy Frank Feehan, give me your reaction to that.
It's not really good news. Would that be right in saying?
Yeah, well, it'll push Eddie roughly 30-ish votes ahead of Kevin, give or take that plus or minus 5%. So that'll give him a lead then of about 110. So you're looking at probably Kevin needing. He's going to have to outscore Eddie probably 3-1 over the course of any other transfer that's coming to bridge the gap.
It's increasing the severity.
It's increasing
of the challenge.
He want to score heavily from Katrina Byrne's 297 votes. Now I believe there's a tally somewhere further I'm going to try and find, but
okay.
That
would be interesting to see
I'll try and dig that.
Okay. By the way, that surplus, Pádraig Fallon, and I'll come to you here at the moment. Good evening to you. Thank you indeed for joining us. By the way, well done. It looks like a fairly solid campaign that you managed to put in there again. 8% of the surplus there of James Gilmartin, I think we're understanding, would be coming back to you. That should be enough to sign, seal and deliver proceedings here for you.
I don't know, hardly, not yet. I wouldn't say at that stage, but
it'll leave you very close.
It'll leave us very close, yeah. But I think what it will do, it'll sign, seal, and deliver probably Phelim Gurn.
Yeah,
or absolutely
who was a big winner there. 32% of those transfers.
Yeah, it will. And look, I have to agree with everything that Pádraig has just said, because I suppose I would have been involved in looking at those transfers along with Pádraig and others there.
Mm-hmm. Let's look in general at Manor Hamilton. The 4 outgoing councillors all look as if they're going to be returned here. yourself, Phelan Gurran, and the Fianna Fáil duo of Mary Bohan based in Drumkeeran beside you, and Justin Warnock, and then the emergence of James Gilmartin in this election campaign. That is the big story, I would presume, from Manor Hamilton, is it?
It is, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And congratulations to James. But, I don't think anybody could disagree with that. And, obviously, too, I suppose, I had a number of individuals, or some of my tally team were looking at the twos that James was getting as well. And, it wasn't just that James got a massive first preference vote. James Gilmartin got a phenomenal number of number twos also.
That's interesting now, because this is the first time, I suppose, we were that blown away by the number of first preference votes that he secured. You're telling us that maybe where he didn't pick up number ones, he was next in line on the ballot paper for a lot of people.
In a lot of places, a lot of votes, no doubt about it. And I think anybody who tallied Manor Hamilton would say that, and could say that to seeing that.
Wow, it just, the enormity of what he's achieved here just seems to keep increasing. He took votes out of all areas. Something I asked Mary Bohan a little bit earlier on, was it 60-something votes he took out of Drumkeeran?
I think so, yeah.
Was that a surprise now? Would you normally say Drumkeeran, look at maybe Fine Gael a certain amount, but you would say definitely, Pádraig Fallon, Mary Bohan will hoover up everything there. But you'd be still happy with the way your votes held up.
Oh, we would, yeah. And look, I suppose, to be honest about it, I actually probably increased my vote in Drumkeeran in Booth 1 and 2. There's no doubt about that as well. So I'd be very happy with it. And Drumkeeran and the surrounding areas is competitive. There, like any area across the country where there are two sitting councillors, you can be guaranteed that it's competitive. We live maybe a couple of 100 metres from each other.
Yeah, and this time round it was a little bit different in the sense that there was going to be the second candidate. Running this time round from a Fine Gael perspective. We're just given confirmation of those numbers there, that you returned 12%, 780 of a first preference vote. When we compare that maybe to some of the previous elections, you were elected back obviously in 2004 as well. In 2014, ran in 2009 in the Drogheda area. First preference votes secured previously 2014, 940, 2019, 915. So, with a crowded field this time round, you'd be happy with those figures, Barry?
Oh, we're very happy with them. We're very happy. And even I suppose 5 years ago, the vote had been back something like 25 votes from 10 years ago. We actually increased in percentage terms. Now it was only 1 or 2%, but it did increase. And I suppose the thing to say here, I suppose, for me and for the organisation Sinn Féin, the party in North Leitrim, is that, in 2019, Sinn Féin in North Leitrim got 16%. Today we got 25% of the vote. So, we're very happy. This is part of a process of building, and that's what it is all about.
Remember 10 years ago, you were elected in with Deputy Martin Kenny, Brendan Barry, Shana Logan, and what was a historic day for Sinn Féin. This time round, it's looking very likely you're going to have two candidates in Bandamore.
Yeah.
Obviously, yourself and Brendan Barry is in there, and there'll be one of another to join them. Yourself here in Manor Hamilton, that's going to be 3. And Cormac Flynn is going to be in a big battle for the final seat, we understand, in Carrick-on-Shannon. So you could be looking to come back to those figures if the ball hops your way.
If the ball hops our way, and we actually think that it will hop our way at this stage. Now, look, everything here, as you said, there's
You'd be confident for Cormac Flynn?
I am pretty confident for Cormac Flynn. I've seen some of the tallies for that area as well, so I would be confident.
And the Lisa Mulligan transfer would be a big help to him as well.
Absolutely, and is transferring well, or so I'm told, John. I'm told.
Yeah, well, that's going to be interesting. Is going to see. If you don't mind me saying so, Pádraig, you're a worker. You've got a good track record of getting things done, and that's probably been reflected on your vote as well.
Yeah, it is. And look, John, I suppose you know yourself. You would see, you attend all of the municipal districts, or you have attended certainly 99% of them in North Leitrim. You attend the full council meetings. So I suppose somebody like yourself sees my work maybe greater than ordinary individuals of the public, So you're seeing that, and I am, and that's the one thing that I've always promised people, that I will work on their behalf. And, what I would say to people is, and we do have failures. Don't ever doubt that. But I'll guarantee you that when I fail, it'll not be for the want of effort or work on my behalf.
Yeah, I know you've put a huge effort into this. How draining is a campaign, Porrick, for somebody's been through it a few times?
It's hard work. It's tough work. I suppose I'm canvassing definitely just a little over 8 weeks, so you look up, you rely on the others around you. I have a fantastic team around me. I've always had. There's a great organisation in North Leitrim. Nobody could do the likes of this on their own. That's impossible. Then I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate with the family. So I suppose it's straight out of Lamb into canvassing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everybody helps out. Everybody helps out.
Yeah, and you have a degree of sympathy for other. I remember being back in 29 when you ran in the old Drummer here.
Yes, right.
At that time. It was probably an election that was all about establishing yourself, and then the rest is history, as the old saying goes.
Well, that's true, and I suppose if you had to look at, that was in 2009. So in 2004 and in 1999, Sinn Féin in the Dromahare area got the exact same vote. They got 230 votes, and on that occasion we doubled it exactly to 460 votes.
So there's building blocks, there's a process.
There is, of course, and that's one of the things that I'd like to say to any candidate, first-time candidate, whether it be from Sinn Féin, Independent, or any party that has ran. That it is a process. It's a process of building, and I think that's probably the same for an awful lot of candidates.
Yeah.
There's a process to it, and this will probably test some of those candidates now to see, really how much did you want that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so stay with us for a moment. Pat Feely joins us again, the election campaign manager for Phelim Garden.
Part of his team, I want to clarify.
Part of his team.
John Gilligan is
We're giving you an elevated position there. Part of his team. We spoke to the Messiah himself a little bit earlier on. You'll be glad to know that he was in with us and conducted an interview. You've been looking at those numbers. You're a shrewd analyst of numbers, Pat, as well. What's your latest findings here now?
Yeah, well, we were just trying to tally James Gilmartin's surplus.
Mm-hmm.
And based on that, and this is only probably error of margin, maybe 2 or 3%, I would say we'll be looking at maybe Keskey coming in with just under 10%.
Yep.
Phelim in around with 32%.
32%.
That would give us an additional 153 votes.
Eddie Mitchell, 17%.
Eddie Mitchell, 17, about 83 votes for Eddie. And
Katrina Bergen, 6.
6. Mary Bohan, 13%. And Warnock, 9.5%.
9.5%. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I pick up on the Phelim Garden figure that you mentioned
yes.
there? Happy with that?
Yeah, we're happy with that, yes. He transferred well from James Gilmartin. That's, again, it depends where the votes comes out of. But we would be looking at, if that's close to the 30%, that'll give us about 150 votes. We need 160.
Right. Okay. So edging, just as we said to Porrick there, edging closer and closer all the time.
Yeah.
In relation to the all-important final seat, I know no seat is more important than another, but that final battle, again, the analysis there would provide further evidence that Eddie Mitchell is moving a little bit further ahead of Kevin Keskey.
Yes, that would be my analysis of that, because of the surplus there, our breakdown would be Kevin got about 10%, but Eddie got 17%. So 7% is a lot in a tight margin there. It's the difference between maybe 48 votes and 83. So
yeah. Unfortunately, from a Fine Gael perspective, Deputy Frank Feehan, the size of the task facing Kevin Keskey seems to be increasing all the time.
The figures that Pat has shown don't augur very well. I think Kevin Keskey needed to be on 20%.
Just bring you a bit closer to the mic.
I think Kevin Keskey needed to be on 20% and Eddie Mitchell needed to be on 10%. It's the reverse. And if that's the trend, that's very difficult to overturn. But look, as again, we haven't seen the first count.
No,
and we're dealing on tallies. And I've always seen over the years, sometimes, and forgive me for being optimistic, but sometimes you can have somebody in a tally that said, well, I canvass this area for my candidate, I'll put in an extra 10 or 12 votes and throw it in the mix. These things happen. Sometimes tallies go missing. I'm trying to be optimistic, and I'm hoping that the first count will give us something different.
You're like the old song of Dido's No White Flag.
that could say, but I'm an optimist, and I hope that the first.
All right. Okay. I know there's other media commitments there for you at the moment. Pádraig, stay with me for a minute, and the other Pádraig is going to come back in. Deputy Feehan, we will talk to you later on. If you're staying, do come back to us a little bit later. We'll continue to analyse those numbers. Maybe you're going back to Sligo. You normally finish up in Sligo with a song, don't you? That's at the end of election campaigns. I know that's something that Niall and the crew will be looking forward to down there. Thanks to Deputy Frank Feehan. Pádraig McGorty has come back in here, and very much, I suppose, in this case, we're looking at a lot of the numbers here that we have, and I think yourself and Pat, Pádraig, are in very much a general consensus here on how these figures are going when the surplus is
going. A small
going.
bit of information though on the Bergen one, which would leave it a little bit more, possibly not as clear cut. I still think that, you know, because Eddie is going away from Kevin at the moment, that's the trend, but there's 50 of Katrina Bergen's votes going to James Gilmartin, which means that that's going to be tallied at a number 3. So it's where those 50 votes go could close the gap again. We still have Bernie Lennon to go out. We still have Loughnane Gallagher to go out. The picture on their transfers isn't clear. So I suppose until we get the first count and maybe into the second count, and we see a transfer pattern developing, at the minute you would say Eddie Mitchell is in pole position, but there are still votes in play. This is only a tally of 210 of Katrina Bergen's 278, so there's 118 votes not really tallied if you take in James Gilmartin's 50, and also the votes of the lower placed candidates at the moment. So there's still votes in play, but
Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Keskey aside, what about, say, for the likes of Pádraig Fallon here and Phelim Gurn and people that are waiting on these all-important few extra votes just to get them across the line? Where are they going to come in, and how are they going to come in?
It is a waiting game, and if you're the candidate in the battle for the last seat, you're hoping that they go out soon so that you'll get some of the transfers that will go to them.
Keeps you ahead of your...
They're still in the race. They still need transfers to get to the quota to get over the line. So it is just a waiting game for Pádraig. The transfers are there to get him over the line. I would say, given that he has a running mate as well. But if you're Kevin Keskey or if you're Eddie Mitchell, you're hoping that they go out soon. They get over the line sooner rather than later, so that they pick up those transfers.
Yeah, and it ends the agony in the garden, Pádraig.
It ends the agony in the garden. Well, I think there's one very important point there, because from what I'm seeing from my own figures, and this is, I suppose, back to the tally, and I want to commend the team that done the tally, and Pádraig and everybody on the
hugely
work
accurate as always.
Absolutely, and just to say, and I know Frank kind of maybe Deputy Feehan was hoping maybe that there might be some kind of a margin of error in the tally, but I can say, and this is what I honestly believe, because I've seen there when my votes were being counted as well, I went over and I kept an eye on that, you know, and the tally had me, I think, was it at 780 for it, and it's actually, I think the first count would say 778.
So it's 780, yeah.
Yeah, so there'll only be a difference of 2 votes. So, you know, like, that does give an indication, I would say, of how accurate that tally is, and
that's down to the tally. I suppose we're the data entry people, and we have to be careful doing it, but it is down to the skill of the tally people that were here this morning. The candidates tally people, they were excellent in the main. We probably just didn't have enough to get an accurate tally on the European boxes. I know we've got 90% of the European boxes, which gives us a good indication of where things are going, but the local election on Pádraig's thing will be within plus or minus 1% of the actual first count, which is phenomenal, and that's down to the skill of the tally people, and then being able to spot that number 1 very quickly on the ballot paper.
Absolutely, and to have adequate numbers of tally people as well. I know it was something that you were very keen to make sure that enough of numbers was here, and it takes cross-party cooperation and coordination as well, just in many ways, to provide such accurate tally figures.
Absolutely, you have to leave your political affiliations at the door when you're going into the count and just be part of the team, because once you get you need a full picture to be able to do what we're doing here now and analyze the numbers and try and make predictions. If you don't have a full picture a full sample from a statistical perspective, you won't have an accurate picture of what's going on, and that's thanks to the people who were here this morning.
And it's in everybody's interest to have that tally as accurate as possible, you know. And
what was the morning part of the day like for you, Pádraig? Waiting, do you be nervous on a morning like this when waiting to get some results, or do you go right here early yourself, or do you just let the tally team in first of all and relay the message back to you?
No. I always arrive here myself, and I suppose I use the same individuals for tallying and have for the last evening. I suppose when I be involved in general election campaigns, it's those same individuals that would tally, you know. And I suppose I'm very fortunate in that I have a number of excellent tally people, but you know they're also quite good, I suppose, at giving an indication in percentage terms of where a candidate's twos are going to, and you know that takes somebody with as far as I tell you, a massive eye to be able to do that.
Yeah, because for most people, just making a mark for the see a number one is probably enough. It's like the bingo player that can maybe operate 2 books at the one time. Pat, I'm not sure if you ever played bingo or not, or how effective or efficient you would be at it, but you're doing a good job there on the numbers as well. When would you expect confirmation on Phelan's
Pardon?
On Phelan's anointment? When would you expect confirmation of that?
Well, I expect after the first count it confirms, will hopefully confirm our tallies, and then with James Gilmartin's surplus, I think we'll be needing probably, if my estimates is right, in around 20 votes.
Okay.
And I'm looking there's 3 candidates. Leanne McConville is 35 votes, and Bohan Gallagher 123. So there's 3 candidates there with 263. Now, we probably wouldn't be that transfer friendly from Bernie Leanne or probably Bohan Gallagher, but we'll have to wait and see. But we might get across the line then.
I actually think from a little bit of what I've seen, and again, a huge warning with all this, because we're going down the road further and further every time we open our mouth here, you know, but I think Eddie Mitchell actually seems to be doing relatively well as well from Bohan Gallagher, you know, not an awful lot of them, but relatively well in comparison to other candidates.
Just talk to me on a Bohan Gallagher, where transfers would go there. Would we be talking very much environmental issues where they would be going there, or would there be a geographical transfer of them?
I think from what appeared to me, it seems to be environmental issues.
I would agree with you there.
Yeah, Pat?
And I would think that there would be a small bit of interest there in the fact that James Gilmartin would have got some of those, so the number 3s again will come into play there, because James will already be out the gate as such. So again, if it's fallen on environmental lines and James got 2, you might imagine that Eddie would pick up the 3 probably. But she is Dromahair base, so maybe there's a chance for Kevin Keskey to pick up a few there. But I'm feeling that from giving it a green vote, it'll stay relatively green.
All right. Yeah. I've been optimistic at taking out some of the voting sheets and from counts and getting ready at this stage. Do you think, gentlemen? We're told about before 9 o'clock. I was expecting to count maybe going by an update we got an hour ago that we'd have something around 9:15. Just doesn't seem to be any significant movement around that podium yet.
The count staff took a little bit of a break there, comfort break. They're back in now. I suspect they're probably finalising the count in the Ballamore and Carrick areas. They seem to have had done the sorting into the bundles, so I'm assuming they're finalising that. So possibly inside the next hour we might have.
Yeah, but once they do start, I presume, Pat, we can expect them to be coming fast and furious.
Think so, yeah.
Rapid fire.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's where the
James Gilmartin surplus is going to determine the outcome very quickly of what's happening.
It is. It's going to determine the order in which the other candidates will be elected. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
All right. Anyway, surprised, Pádraig, of the collapse of the Fine Gael vote in the Bannerhamilton Municipal District?
I don't know. Collapse is I suppose.
But 2 councillors outgoing. I totally accept that it's always difficult to do that. But at the same time, there's been a significant drop there. Pádraig will give you the figure. We can get to the figures in a minute. But there has been a big drop, a major drop.
Well, there has, and I suppose for Fine Gael, you would have to say that they were probably unfortunate that they had two long-standing or long-serving councillors leave at the one time. I have no doubt that you probably would not have seen the collapse to the degree that it is if it only had to be one, you know. So, look, I suppose there are a number of factors involved in that there.
Pádraig, collapse an unfair word or a significant drop?
Well, going from 29 to 11% is in electoral terms a collapse.
A collapse, yeah.
I suppose the only proviso I put into that is that both Sean, I'd say, and Frank would have had a significant personal vote.
That's held solid
over the years for them. You'd look at where the Glenfarne vote went. When in this box, the majority of it went to Eddie Mitchell, who would have played football for Glenfarne, who would have Glenfarne connections. That would have gone to school in Glenfarne, so it stayed in Glenfarne. That would have been Sean's vote. He picked up 33 votes in Kilty Clogher, which was probably Sean would have done well in Kilty Clogher. Sinn Féin would have picked up about a third. Sean probably got another third of that in Kilty Clogher, if not more. Eddie picked up a lot of that this time round. So there's that. James Gilmartin was probably a factor in that. James Gilmartin took a lot of votes out of the likes of Differing, where Frank would have done very well in Differing. So those votes stayed local rather than going somewhere else to the likes of Katrina Bergen or somewhere like that, and that probably has contributed to the collapse of the vote.
All right, Pat, everything we're saying there, you'd agree with it?
Yeah, and like between the two of them, they've 40 years experience as candidates, and I suppose both of them and their families would be totally embedded in the community. Frank's son played football with Manor Hamilton, and probably would have maybe cost him votes over the years, but that's the way it was.
He's going to Vietnam too late. Frank was telling us a little bit earlier on himself and his partner had now teaching for a couple of years, so she was coming too late for Frank getting handy votes.
But Frank was a fabulous worker there, and would have been a huge asset to all parties looking for funding, and likewise Sean McDermott, I said it earlier, hugely embedded in the community, and the people at Glenfarne would have seen Sean as theirs, and it didn't matter which side of the fence you were on, they voted for Sean, and he has delivered.
It was that personal vote which really made it. And I suppose, in relation to your own, we spoke to him a little bit earlier on here too as well in Jerry Dolan. And I made the remark to some of the other panellists at the time where you'd almost lament with every year that you're covering local politics, you see more and more of those old traditional type councillors move out of the political arena. And, in many ways you'd miss them because they're great characters, Pádraig.
They are indeed. There's no doubt about that. And look, at Jerry Dolan is my godfather. He's married to my aunt, and actually the first time I stood in the Drummahere area, I stood against Jerry Dolan
in '99.
In '99, actually, that's the truth. And Manny will remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that being one of the stories at the council centre back at the time.
It was one of the things that I would have picked up about Jerry Dolan from covering council, looking at numbers, was that he was a phenomenal getter of transfers. He was so transfer friendly. He probably he might have only had maybe 580, 600 first preference votes, but he would finish up on about 800 or more votes.
That's interesting, because he made the remark here. He never asked anybody. He said for number one. He's just look after me. Was his mantle when he went to them? He said, look after me. Give me some bark, and that probably transcends into what you were saying there.
I think that line varies depending on the door you're knocking on. There's definitely places you will ask for the number one.
That he would have gone obviously close.
I'm not saying that Jerry did, but maybe that's a change over the years in the canvas strategy.
Looking at Bandamore, and I'm asking you to look across Rathhallen now at this stage, and that Bandit area, Drumshambo area. Brendan Barry, his performance hugely, as we mentioned, significant as well. The emergence of new parties would be interesting to see how they fare out, and I suppose suppose if we look at let's look at Independent Ireland and Karina Charles Lynch who'd be based in Ballinaglair, ran there for Michael Fitzbarris's party in these elections. A journalist with Shannon Side Northern Sound in the past, and would have worked with her many moons ago. When she looks at her local vote, when she looks at that Ballinaglair vote at the minute, and I know in the McGloin on our doorstep, Brendan Barry on our doorstep, Sean Wynne on our doorstep, mitigating factors. But how would you respond to her vote?
I suppose she's probably given us local vote. She'd be disappointed in it, but she had some formidable councillors and candidates who have been around the area a long time. Like Enda Madlone got 156 votes in Ballinaglair. Brendan Barry gets 64 votes. That's fun, but they're well established councillors.
Yeah. That's where the Jerry Dolan vote is kind of going to there.
And that's where Enda Madlone would have picked up a lot of Jerry Dolan's votes. I suspect Brendan probably picked up some of them as well. And that's where they went. I suppose it is difficult. We know in Ireland it is very difficult for new parties to come in and maybe push out established candidates. It's different in the Manor Hamilton area. We had two candidates stepping down, two established candidates stepping down. There was a lot of votes in play. Probably in Jerry's case, there was some vote, but there was some first preference votes in play. There was 500 of them, but not as much. There was 1,300 in play in Manor Hamilton. So that's what makes it difficult for newer candidates coming in. If you have an established field, you have Paddy O'Rourke, you have...
Yeah, two of the other parties that we mentioned in our introduction, maybe 12 hours ago now, nearly at this stage, over 12 hours ago, that were running single candidates, Social Democrats in Carrick-on-Shannon, Linda Gonzalez. And there's an interesting backdrop here that when she came into politics, first of all, she would have shadowed Sean McGowan of Fianna Fáil in the council chambers, but ended up running for the Social Democrats this time round. So what would your take be on her performance in Carrick-on-Shannon? And I suppose the other party with a single candidate running was Bernie Lennon for Labour in Manor Hamilton, where we're going to go back, and we'll have to hear from Bernie yet on our coverage today. But give me your take on that from the numbers perspective here again, Pádraig.
139 votes for I suppose first-time candidate again, very difficult. Again, you have an awful lot of established candidates around there. You have Des Cooking, an independent, very established candidate, Enda Stenson, Sean McGowan himself, very good vote getter. Paddy Farrell has had a term in the council and has increased his vote again, and you have, I suppose, an established name in Cormac Flynn in Carrick.
But all of that aside, and maybe I can ask you this as well, Pádraig, we're hearing now where nearly every county in the country, and Leitrim is no exception, is multicultural, that there's so many different nationalities have come into it now at this stage, and you would be expecting maybe slowly over a period of time that more of these nationalities, and we see it in some of the neighbouring counties, would start getting political representation at council level. It's not going to happen in Leitrim this time, anyways.
It's not going to happen in Leitrim this time. I suppose I think if you look, and I would have looked at a number of them, I suppose, in particular the party campaign launches. And when you looked at Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, Labour, the Greens, you would see that there was a variety of candidates and ethnicities, I suppose. Not huge numbers, but there is a variety.
But I suppose you'd have to...
The face of politics is changing,
It's a little bit, all right, yeah. It's becoming a little bit more, I suppose, fractured in a sense, in that if you look at the European ballot, there's 27 candidates on the list, which would show a little bit of a fracture there. There's probably a certain element of right-wing votes that are looking for a home, I suppose, for want of a better word. So they're there, and they're probably but they're very dispersed across a lot of different parties. So that's what's leading to that fracture. It'll be very interesting to see where all those votes ultimately end up when that count is done in Castlebar over the next few days. I suppose for Bernie Lennon in
the Labour Party in Manor Hamilton.
I suppose there's no tradition of a Labour Party candidate getting elected. Was the last man that made a real good stint at it was Gabriel McSharry. He went very close to taking the seat a number of years ago, but I can't remember whether he ran that time as an independent or under the Labour banner.
Under Labour.
He did run under Labour, didn't he?
He won a second time, maybe.
But he was probably the closest Labour candidate to go close to taking the seat, but there would be no history there, so very difficult for someone coming in to try and do that. And I suppose, again, that Dromahair area, there's a lot of people pulling votes, and Mary Bohan pulls votes, Pádraig pulls votes out of it. Kevin Keskey would have been looking to pull his vote out of it. James Gilmartin was pulling votes out of it.
Phelim Gurran done
well,
a disappointment with the number of votes.
Yeah.
So here, what was interesting, Pádraig, just on the challenges now that's facing councillors in representing a multicultural society. Does it add to the workload? Does it make a difference, regardless of what nationality or wherever? Is there different requirements that different people need?
Well, not that I see, to be honest with you. You know, it doesn't make any difference to me. You know, if somebody comes to me with an issue or a problem, that's it. Everybody's treated the same, and it's as simple as that. And I think I'd have to say, I'd imagine that would be what I would expect from most, if not all, councillors, or certainly the vast majority of them. I suppose, to go back to your point, if we can, about Labour and Bernie Linan, I suppose, as their candidate in North Leitrim. They've only run one candidate in Leitrim, I think, Labour. But I suppose one of the things I think that people forget when we talk about Labour is, you know, that Labour has spent a number of terms in government over the last 20, 30, 40 years.
As a minority partner.
As a minority partner, yeah, in coalition. And I suppose, you know, some people... I think are very unforgiving to Labour in particular. I think when you look back at water charges.
Joan Burton.
Yes, exactly.
We'll pick up on that point, Pat. Do you think the electorate are very slow to forgive Labour for some of those? I suppose the Green Party, you could say, were almost wiped out a few years ago too after an election, but came back. But it seems to be taking Labour a lot longer to...
Yeah, well, I'd say a lot of this comes in cycles, you know, and if you look at the coalition we have at the moment, you have Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Fianna Fáil seems to be coming out a bit better than Fine Gael at the moment. I can't put my finger on that, but
it's an amazing phenomenon, I suppose. Look, for me, and look, I have an interest in this. You know, I am a member of Sinn Féin. I am a Sinn Féin representative. But when I look at it, I suppose, and what I see is, I suppose, you have a coalition, shall we say, of three party leaders. There are ministers from all of the three parties.
Rotating Taoiseachs,
all of that. But then, you know, when you look at that, and you will see, you know, that there are a number of decisions or policy that's implemented, and it would seem on occasion that one party seems to take the blame for all of it.
Yes.
While I suppose, you know, what I would be saying to the electorate is, you know, that these decisions are agreed by the three party leaders, they're agreed at cabinet. Yes. Otherwise, they could not happen and would not happen.
Yeah, Eamon Ryan would probably be a prime example of that. It seems to get an awful lot of, let it be fair or not, a stick. By the way, on our tallies across Leitrim today, Sligo and Leitrim, 145,000 views on our tallies across Sligo and Leitrim today, Pádraig. So, well done on that. 145,000.
Just on your point, I suppose, on even looking at it across Sligo, like there is, I suppose there is something to be conscious of going into maybe a general election when we look at how the non-party candidates have done. Like there's probably an average, and I haven't done the full calculation on it yet, but there's probably an average of between 25 and 30% of the vote going to independent, we'll say outside of the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin area. There's 35% of the vote going to independent candidates, which would suggest that there's probably, and we have Marion Harkin at the minute, and I suppose she hasn't indicated whether she's going to go again in the next general election or not, but you'd imagine that looking at this, that her seat is, there's a seat there for her again if she does go, based on that percentage, if that holds in the general election. Now, there's a bit of nuance in that the local election, if Sinn Féin went on their last local election results across the country, they wouldn't have got out of bed for the general election. And that proved completely, it turned completely on its head.
That bizarre situation, but there was councillors that didn't, or candidates that didn't get elected as councillors, ended up being TDs a few months later.
There is that big proviso in it, but it's just it is going back to that fracture in politics that there's a certain element of the vote.
So what you're telling us here, looking outside Leitrim and combining Leitrim with Sligo, the rise of independence is definitely a trend that they're establishing.
Castlereagh has done quite well down in Sligo, Drumcliff. There's probably another in Sligo, Drumcliff, 2015, 23% of the vote went to independent candidates, 2% went to Green candidates. So you can say 25% of the vote there going outside of the traditional parties. We look at the tally in so Declan Bree would have taken 18%, but obviously Declan is one of the best vote getters this side of the Shannon in a local election. But again, as well, if you count him in, 23%, over 25% of the vote in Sligo Stranahill going to independent or other candidates. So there's a bit of a trend there, and that's showing up today, particularly in Mannerhamilton.
All right, okay. As I said, there'd be a lot of analysis used from the various figures of the local elections when it comes to, I suppose, putting game plans together for general elections. Everything will be reviewed. The parties would look at where they've done well, maybe not where they've done so well. But Pat, just coming back to you for a moment here on this, the increase in popularity in the independents locally.
Yes, when we looked at the percentage there earlier, over 40% in the Mannerhamilton municipal area. Now James Gilmartin would have 21, he is half of that.
Yeah.
So having said that, if you divide the averages, there's still over 30%, a bit like what we're seeing on Sligo councils as well. There's 30% there. It's a third of the electorate.
Yeah,
a third of the electorate.
Yeah, it's interesting, and there's definitely food for thought, I would presume, for all the political parties, Warwick.
There is, and I suppose in Mannerhamilton, but I haven't got a look at the national picture or anything like it, to be honest with you. But I suppose what's interesting in Mannerhamilton for independents also is how they are transferring among each other.
Correct, yeah.
And we're going to see that maybe cause huge difficulties for Fine Gael, for example.
Yeah.
We've spoken about the other municipal districts briefly, Pádraig, to you so far, but the fact that you're going to be taking a second seat in the Bandamore area along with Brendan Barry, that will be a gain, and I suppose maybe it's unfortunate in some senses that two Sinn Féin candidates will be fighting it out for that seat.
It is. It's very unfortunate, but I suppose, I would say that the organisation or the party in that area and in the county always knew, that there was a likelihood or a percentage chance of that happening, and I think, that's not just in Sinn Féin. I mean, I think we've seen it here in Carrick 5 years ago where it was two Fianna Fáil candidates. So, absolutely, yeah. So, that's the reality of politics, and that's just it.
All right, okay. And
just looking here on RT website, they're saying the national turnout is for 49.5%.
Give me that again.
49.5%.
49.5.
That's an accurate figure, and it was up on the front of their front page. So it's a 33 and there's 949 seats filled in local authorities at the moment. But that would show that and what they're saying here is that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael look like it's going to be a straight shootout between them to be the biggest parties in local government. Low turnout suits the more traditional parties on a national scale.
All right, okay. We're hearing first count in Mannerhamilton about 10 minutes away. The first count in Mannerhamilton now, we're hearing 10 minutes away from the first count in Mannerhamilton.
In Leitrim, we had an average turnout of over 60% across the three electoral areas, so which probably would also play into maybe us having a slightly different result than maybe the national picture. So we have Sinn Féin making gains here. We have independents doing well here. So generally suits.
All right. Let's focus on that count that's coming up in Mannerhamilton. And again, a recap maybe for some of the listeners that have just joined us here. What do you just confirm? Obviously, James Gilmartin is going to get elected. What else?
James Gilmartin is going to get elected. We would expect with a surplus of in or around 400 votes, maybe a little bit more than 400 votes. Mary Bohan will come in second, somewhere around 843. The tally would tell us. Porrick tells us that we're within 2 of his vote in the tally, so we had 780 on the tally. Justin Warnock on 752, and Phelan Byrne 741, with Eddie Mitchell on 511 and Kevin Comiskey on 435. So we would expect that James Gilmartin will get elected on the first count, because he will be over the quota of what we suspect will be in or around 905 votes. And then we will proceed to the distribution of his surplus, because it has a material effect on the lower candidates. It could put one of the lower candidates above one of the other ones. So that will be the first action of the returning officers, to distribute that surplus.
All right, okay. So just a confirmation of that. Obviously, what we knew from a very early stage today, that James Gilmartin will be taking the seat. That will be confirmed, and obviously with the confirmation of the surplus, where it's going afterwards, that will be very, very interesting, to say the least. Just in relation to it, Pat, again, once counts start running off now at this stage, we're going to see real activity here from now on.
Yeah, I said it at the outset. James Gilmartin. First of all, I congratulate him and his team on the marvellous performance, and they done a very strong canvass. And to James, and he's a neighbour of mine up the road from me, and would have known him over the years. Fantastic performance. Secondly, he will determine the outcome of the rest with his surplus, and if our tallies is right, about 470 votes of a surplus. And with that vote should tell us exactly where the lie of the land will be. And that's his closest, I think, that it will be, based on his surplus and our tallies. It should leave it very, very easy to call after that.
Okay, Porrick.
So yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think everybody here would be in agreement. No doubt about that.
Okay, I presume maybe at this stage you want to take your place inside to you for those centres. Thanks for the minute. We will talk to you.
And thank you to the listeners.
No problem, Porrick. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. We will talk to you a little bit later on after counts and everything is confirmed. John Ellis is making his way back into our podium here, our analysis position here for the time being. The Manor Hamilton count just about to take place. John, you had an opportunity there again, I suppose, to get out on the floor and to mix with the various tally people that are out there and to see what's going on with the council staff and whatever. Give me an update on what you've been hearing.
Well, it's a mixed bag.
Explain. This is what I always like. We'll bring you back in here as well. Explain, because I always believe, again, from experience, that's where you can get real nuggets of information.
You look at the 3 areas. Carrick-on-Shannon, whether it's Cormac Flynn or Stephen King. Mm-hmm. And that will be determined by the transfers, because remember that there's nobody elected in Carrick, so they're all going to be needing transfers. So that means that you don't know where Carrick is until you get a couple of eliminations out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's whoever picks up the most of the Carrick candidates between Stephen King and Cormac Flynn, I think will be elected. Now, I'm told that Cormac Flynn has about 140 votes to come back off Lisa Mulligan.
Mm-hmm.
140 won't be enough, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it all depends on how as I just said, the non-committal vote in Carrick-on-Shannon, who it goes to.
And that Carrick-on-Shannon vote has been very difficult.
It's as fickle as...
Yeah, it's been difficult to predict in the past with any degree of uncertainty.
You can't.
What else have you been hearing? I'll bring Porrick in and Carrick in just a minute, but what else? What other stories are doing?
The other one is whether it's going to be Roisin Kenny or Joanne Corney.
Yeah.
Like, Paddy O'Rourke has taken 225 out of Paddy O'Rourke's surplus, which takes him to 800, so he's going to be elected.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about that now. So then it's back to transfers again. And there's Roisin Kenny, I don't know what she's getting. She's getting, I think, somebody said 100 odd from Paddy O'Rourke.
Okay.
I don't know what Asa Flynn is getting. And then you're down to the next job is to distribute in the Malone surplus, which will probably help Brendan Barry, a lot to Sean Wynne. There's not that much in it, you see. What's in it? 70, 80 votes. So it's not going to be a big help to anyone.
Yeah, and again, you made the point that the Drumshanbo vote normally tends to stay in Drumshanbo.
I told you they don't pass Kiltubrick.
Yeah, it just rural link hasn't kicked in for those votes.
And it has been that since the area was created.
Yeah.
But and then when it comes to the other eliminations, Sean Wynne is from Shambo. O'Kelly is from Shambo. Charles is from Shambo. Hers is from everywhere. George Heslin's 54. They mightn't sound much, but they could play a role.
But they all add up. They all add up.
Everyone counts.
Yeah.
So you don't know until you see Paddy Rourke's done, and then see Inda's done, and after that, when you see them starting to fall, you see which of the two is going to win.
All right, okay. Miriam, we haven't heard from you from a while either. I just want to get your take on it. So, some of those big stories developing there, Carrick and Shannon and Bandamore, very difficult to predict where those final seats are going to go. Manor Hamilton, there's still maybe a less of a degree of doubt in the battle between Kevin Comiskey and Eddie Mitchell. So at this stage, would I be right in saying that if you were asked to predict a final seat in any of the three areas, you would probably go for Manor Hamilton at this stage?
I think Manor Hamilton would be easier to predict. I think there's a lot to play for, and certainly the spoiled votes. There's a lot of talk out on the floor there, a number of spoiled votes and how that favoured some. So certainly in the Ballinamore, that those seats are still very tight.
Martin Kenny made a point here that there's a lot of votes that maybe might go 1, 2, 3, and then all of a sudden it goes up to 6 or 7. And those votes, that's causing a little bit of confusion, obviously, for council staff as well. And they have to try and figure out, what the trend, maybe to end it at 3 or whatever.
Yes.
But all that takes time.
They can't end it at 3.
Confirm that for me, John. Explain that first.
There was no one. The ballot paper is invalid. But if you start with the first choice and you continue down 1, 2, 3, and then you go to 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
The 6 becomes 4, unless that the electoral laws has been changed.
Right. Okay. So 6 would become 4, and it goes in that order then.
Yeah.
Very interesting. You learn something new every day, Pádraig.
Yeah, well, I don't know I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the electoral laws. I haven't read them.
well, you can just imagine what the challenge is facing the council staff.
Imagine that. I'm just when you're in there watching them sort and look at them, they do take their time over the ballot, looking at it, and it's heavily scrutinised. As I said this morning, this is one of the great things that we have when we have access to the count here. We have great transparency in our democratic process, in our electoral process, and we can go in there and watch what's been done with individual votes. So there is a lot of scrutiny. That is news to me, as that's how that had been treated. But that is interesting.
That's the beauty about this. Like this.
Well, I think the idea, I think that the central core principle is that. It's an instruction to the returning officer what to do with your vote. If you have a 1, as John said, a 2 and a 3, and you skip to 4 and a 5, it's quite evident that you intended your vote to be allocated in sequence, and therefore the 5 or the 6 was the natural progression.
Was there an preference?
Yeah, if there's a doubt, that's the only time really.
The Kiley ruling is what affects the number 1, that a ballot paper must have a number 1 that former Senator Dan Kiley in Kerry took an action about 10 or 15 years ago after a local election. And that was when it was determined. That a ballot paper to be valid must have a first preference.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's a very interesting one.
That's an interesting one, John. I seen a ballot paper that was put aside for adjudication inside that had an X for one candidate, a 2 and a 3.
Bottom line of it is, if I was arguing the cost, I would be arguing that the X was the one.
Yeah. So that is the process that happens with the election agents when they go to the disputed ballots.
They go to scrutiny ballots.
But I think to what Pádraig was saying, I think it's very important actually to pick up on that around the whole day. And particularly, I think it's very revealing for new candidates who aren't familiar with the process. And we forget that this tally process, it what it serves in terms of, first of all, public transparency. I mean, all of the eyes that are watching the process and the level of engagement. But actually, in terms of the disappointed candidates, as the tallies are being revealed, box by box, those that are going to be disappointed actually get a kind of a soft landing, for want of a better word. And they're also doing that with a certain camaraderie of others who are experiencing. So by the time the actual count starts, there's already a kind of a psychological preparedness for what maybe the outcome would be. And
Correct me here if I'm wrong. Wasn't that one of the big drawbacks that people seen with the voting machines?
the famous voting
You'll not
machines.
remember
yeah.
Nora Owen
Owens.
found out in a matter of minutes. So there was no tally, there was nothing. There was just the result from the printout from the machine, and she learned her fate in a matter of moments, which when you seen her reaction came as a huge shock. Whereas you're right, as the tally figures come in, candidates get a great view of where they are and know where they're going.
Where all of a sudden some high profile, say more so maybe in a general election, some high profile minister loses a seat and gone like that.
And you're not even named as losing it. It's just that whoever wins it is getting. You know, it's literally the ones that win. So that's quite brutal.
You're basically excluded.
Yeah.
The voting machines were the biggest waste of money ever tried.
Well, I was just going to ask the question though before the counts took place.
It was 40 million, wasn't it? Was it 40 million at the time? I think it was.
But the bottom line of it was, imagine if you still had them today, with the interference that could be brought in with technology, and it's going on, and it's going to happen, where you're able to. There will be guys able to create programs that will manipulate voting machines. You can't beat your pen and paper, and nobody can say that it can be beaten yet when it comes to transparency.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I read this morning where there was a cyber attack or attempted a cyber attack on a couple of government departments in the last couple of days. Like, so, yeah, you're 100% right, John, in that. And I know there's lots of security around computing and all that, but this is the most transparent process, where we have a ballot paper that we all went in yesterday, put in a box, and we're here today to scrutinise the counting of them. You can relate it back to the electoral register. You can relate it back to CSO population figures. You can do all of that to see where.
So the good news is, for those that love this type of election, it's here to stay.
Yeah, and actually, you know, since these type of since the tallies have been recorded going back, I suppose now maybe 15, 20 years in these digital forms, it's a great source. That data is a great source of intelligence for political planning. The fact that you can go back and look at that. As it unfolded, even in the early stages, you know, that having access to that detail, I know even the final counts now, the official counts are more available. But years ago, all you actually had sometimes was these tally figures that were so, on many levels, I think so. And I think even as Pádraig was saying, even if an electronic system was 100% reliable and impenetrable, the fact that we wouldn't be sure that it would be enough to cause doubt in the democratic electoral system, and that's where you have your difficulty. Do you know?
And people probably would try to manipulate those fears as well.
Of course, yeah. And then, of course, we do like to have the opportunity, even though we lament, you know, that there might be 300 or whatever spoiled votes, but people do like to exercise their right to spoil the vote. There's the accidental ones, but those that decide to write some screed on it, that's somebody who has decided to exercise whatever political agency they had, as opposed to staying at home. You know, so it's an active engagement, and it's an active dissent, which I think is quite important as well in the democracy.
You'd miss all the drama and excitement and the build-up and the anticipation and the late nights and maybe second days, would you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at it. As someone said during the week, there is a little bit of a blood sport about it, or a little bit of spectator sport about it. So, you know, it is that, yeah. And look at that. I suppose I'm a numbers man than a lecturer in statistics, so I like numbers. It's what I like looking at. So, you'd miss all of that and looking at trends and all of that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Can I just say on that,
of course,
Pádraig, you might be the one to do it, or John. Because I think it's just to revisit for listeners, and I find there's a lot of re-explaining of the PR system as to how it works. But the one thing that a lot of people can't get the grasp of, in my point, is explaining how the surplus after the first count is distributed, because that's actually, you know, statistically
very simple.
what one of you do it. For the listeners, I'm thinking.
I'll tell you what happens.
John, go, yeah.
If you have a surplus, say candidate X has a surplus of 100 votes, that 100 votes are his surplus. All the number twos on his ballot papers are checked on all his ballot papers, and they're done out proportionate to it. So say that I have 200 of his 1,000. So if he has 100 spare, I get 20. That's the way it works, and that's how it works. And that's why counts get very slow as you get down the line, because they're going back and they have to look to see where 1, 2, 3, 4 has gone and make sure that they're going. But that's how it's apportioned out.
And I think it's important because I think a lot of people have this idea that there's a kind of a random sampling taken out of it, and that, and I think it is important for that reason for people to, because that means every vote does count.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the position at one time, that the returning officer could pull the bundle, and I may have been a victim of it. I'm not sure, in 1982.
Right.
Because the ballots that were pulled out from a surplus were ballots out of Sligo town. They weren't divided across the constituency.
We were told inside now that because they mixed the ballot papers, that they would be pulling a random bundles from the candidates. But I'll have to go and get that confirmed.
Well, I don't know whether they've changed it or not. But if they've mixed them entirely, no problem.
They did mix them,
yeah. But in the case that I'm talking about, they weren't mixed. There was no mixing at that time.
So we may have to revisit this.
Absolutely. It's intriguing when you look down it. By the way, I know there are people logging in and listening and watching and coming in at all different times. We're now at 18 minutes away from 10 o'clock almost, 20 minutes away from 10 o'clock, and we're awaiting the first count. We've had conflicting reports. We're expecting a count from Carrick and Shannon initially. Then we heard that we should be expecting one from Manor Hamilton in the not too distant future. Now we're watching screens here from our studio. We're keeping an eye on the podium. You will not miss a moment of the count. I can guarantee you that. But already, as most from the council staff, and in fairness, there has been a long day counting votes. And at some stage, Martin Kenny made the point, when the law of diminishing returns sets in, a call has to be made whether or not everybody takes a break, goes home for a few hours, and comes back and just bites the bullet and goes for the second day. When is a decision like that normally taken?
Somebody said they're going to take it around 11.
Around 11 o'clock tonight.
That was said earlier. Now I don't know where it stands at that stage, but at the moment, they have no choice but to come back tomorrow.
You'd be confidently predicting we're back tomorrow.
You look at what you got. You haven't even got a first count.
Yeah. And we're nearly at this stage, as I said, approaching 10 o'clock.
And you just take, for instance, the Ballinamore area. It'll take them an hour and a half minimum to go through Paddy Rourke's surplus.
Yeah.
Even we all know what it has been tallied, but it'll take that because they have to officially do it. And it's back to what I said earlier. You have to work through what he has.
Okay.
So it doesn't.
Yeah, I never in my time remember a local election count in Leitrim going to the third day. John, you'd have been involved in a lot more than I would have.
Well, I was just saying to PJ Leddy there, my old schoolmate, that in my first election in 1974, I was at home at 9:30 and ended up at a carnival.
Yeah. Pádraig, what's your take on it all? Would be confidently predicting that we'll be back tomorrow?
I would agree with John. I think we won't be back tomorrow because of the volume of work that is required to get us to a position that will have 6 candidates elected in each of the electoral areas. There's a lot of eliminations and a lot of transfers to be sorted through, and I think that's going to probably take us to tomorrow.
Okay, so in a process like that, then once it becomes evident that you will be coming back the second day, when would you be looking at maybe drawing the line in relation to when proceedings could end on night one?
If they're coming back tomorrow, they'll draw it at 11 or 12.
The Organisation of Working Time Act will probably determine that they have to finish and give X a number of hours for people to be off before they're back on duty.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
probably 11.
So you could be looking at maybe resuming, say, somewhere when the region maybe 9, 10 o'clock in the morning if we're finishing around 11 o'clock. Okay, well, as I say, we're purely speculating at this
stage. It would actually be more sensible to do it and come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to keep going and being here to 3 or 4 o'clock and everyone with their eyes shut.
Well, it'll be interesting just to see in relation to what course of action that they decide to take here, the council staff, but we will keep you updated on it on a regular basis. We're watching Mary Quinn, the returning officer, on screen at the moment. By the way, Mary Quinn, once again, will be our returning officer here. We did get word around about 9:25, 10 minutes away. We were told at that stage that there would be a count in Manor Hamilton. We've obviously gone past that particular time now, but we'll keep a close eye in relation to it. Two of those areas you would be saying very much will determine, Pádraig, that we'll probably be coming back the closeness of the votes on there.
I think so, yeah. I think we'll be back for all three. I just don't think the volume of work that's in it will get done tonight. I agree with John. It's impossible to do that volume of work in the time that we've left tonight and go with what Miriam says around the working time directive and all of that. I don't think the staff are there to do it today as well. So,
all right, okay. Well, we'll be back here tomorrow, John. That's interesting to say the least in relation to how the figures are going to be holding up there. All right, we spoke about the Manor Hamilton count. Obviously, that's going to be
because I see both Kieran Brett and Mary Quinn signing off there.
Sorry, John, just give it.
I see Kieran Brett and Mary Quinn signing off. So I think we must be
okay. So we are expecting maybe something to happen before too long. And again, the indicators are that it could be a Manor Hamilton count that we could be looking at. First of all, to get proceedings underway. By the way, again, for the benefit of people who have just logged on or tuned in to our coverage here, the Manor Hamilton first count is very much going to confirm the emergence of James Gilmartin, Pádraig, as a major political force.
Yeah, I would know James. He wasn't quite at school, but he was a year or two behind me at school in St. Clair's and Manor Hamilton. I would have played football against him for Glenfarne. He would have been playing with Glencarn, Manor Hamilton. Very personable individual. I'm not surprised at the vote. Sort of that. I suppose I'm surprised at the volume of the vote. I expected him to get a good vote, but the volume was probably a little bit surprising in that where he picked up votes in every ballot box at a significant level across the LEA. But I got that from even been down at home in Glenfarne. You could hear people talking about him and how the personable fella that he was, and look at he's done a lot of work in terms of the Save Leitrim, the anti-fracking campaign, that sort of stuff as well, which would have gone down well. That was all affecting North Leitrim, obviously, so that would have got him a significant vote as well. And I suppose he comes from a farming background, and he's a school teacher, so he would have a lot of areas where he was able to poll votes and people would know him. So yeah, we're going to see him get over the line today. I suppose I'll send him my congratulations.
Okay, so that would be interesting to see in relation to his performance there. Absolutely, without a doubt, the standout performance of the day so far. We're still, ladies and gentlemen, keeping a very close eye on the council staff. We haven't got any indication yet in relation to whether or not this Manor Hamilton count is going to be coming up in the next few minutes, but there is significant movement, and sometimes you can always get that buzz of anticipation ahead of a count as well, as if you know that something is going to be taking place. But plenty of movement going on in there, and shortly we're hoping and expecting that we will be seeing the returning officer Mary Quinn making her way to the podium for the first of the counts in the 2024 local elections, which again, our understanding is that we believe that it's going to be in Manor Hamilton. And looking in relation to that, looking at the Carrick count first. Carrick and Shannon is now going to be the first count, which will be announced now. So that's coming up very, very shortly. So we can turn our attentions now to Carrick and Shannon, and that is where the first count is going to be. Anybody? No, I don't think it's anybody likely to be elected in that first count in Carrick, is that? No. Okay, so that will probably give us an indication again of where surpluses and everything like that is going to go. Just from our tally figures in Carrick and Shannon, it's probably always a good opportunity to have a look at where the various candidates came in with the percentages. Obviously, in the stencil, and Sean McGowan Des Gucking, Paddy Farrell, we expect to be okay as well. And the Cormac Flynn very much in the battle, along with Stephen King. Des Gucking, another sitting councillor, is going to be returned. And really, it's all about that final seat. But what we will be looking to see maybe, Pádraig, on this in relation to the numbers, is the candidates at the lower end of the votes in Carrick and Shannon that are eliminated, and where their transfers are going to go.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I suppose if you look at it, the one interesting one will be the McManus one, but he got votes everywhere, so I expect them to go essentially everywhere as well. He got small numbers of votes everywhere. There'll be a certain amount of them around Carrick that will go back to probably Carrick candidates.
Was it 100? Was it 129?
129.
129. 2%
Gonzalez as well as a
electors.
Carrick-based candidate. You'd imagine, as John alluded to earlier, that they will go to Carrick-based candidates. So the proportion that they go to Flynn and King.
Leslie O'Hara's 52.
Leslie O'Hara's 52. Small number of votes, but there could be an important number of votes when we get down to it later on. Again, he is based around this Carrick and Shannon area, so you'd imagine they'll go.
The two big ones is Garland and Gonzalez, and I maintain that whoever comes best out of the Garland, Gonzalez, McManus transfers and O'Hara is going to win the seat in Carrick, whichever of the two guys come out of it the strongest.
Okay, that seems to be
because we know that Lisa Mulligan is supposed to give 140 votes to Cormac Flynn. Now you put 140 to where Cormac Flynn is at the moment, and he goes to 670 roughly. Now 670, and he needs another 150 to get to the quota. Where if you look at Stephen King is on 515. Yeah.
Okay. Mary Quinn, I think, is very shortly about to move on to the podium, and we'll have the audio obviously from those counts as they take place. But at the moment, it seems that Mary Quinn is about to make her way onto the podium for what we believe will be the first count in the Carrick on Shannon.
I think she's doing the three.
Municipal district. There could be a couple of counts coming up later.
Carrick now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Very shortly, we'll hand across as soon as Mary Quinn takes her position on the podium. We will bring you that count live here. We'll have the audio from it, and then we'll be getting further analysis on those votes. Again, just to warn you at home, we're not expecting anybody to be elected here at this stage, but it will be interesting to see in relation with the distribution of transfers and a number of candidates on the lower end of the scale there in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District. Just while we're waiting there on that, and I may have to cut across. Indeed, Mary Quinn has taken to the podium. Let's go live to Inside the Count Centre now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of count one for the Carrick and Shannon local electoral area. Electorate 9,294. 9294. Total poll 5,840. 5840. Invalid ballot papers 74. 74. Valid poll 5,766. 5766. Number of seats 6. Quota 824. 824. The following is the result of count one. Farrell, Paddy, Fianna Fáil 696. 696. Flynn, Cormac, Sinn Féin 535. 535. Garland, Sharn, non-party 240. 240. Gonzalez, Lola, Social Democrats 136. 136. Gucki and Des, non-party 744. 744. King Stephen Fianna Fáil 520. McGowan Sean Fianna Fáil 793 793. McManus Michael non-party 121 121. Mulligan Lisa Sinn Féin 414 414. O'Hora Leslie Green Party 50 50. Reynolds Maeve Fine Gael 753 753. Stenson Enda non-party 764 764. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. O'Hora Leslie 50 votes. Thank you.
So there you have it. That is the first count from the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. Just confirming on that there, the quota 8 to 4, we were looking at, Pádraig, you're inputting those numbers there. So maybe I'll start off with John. As we expected there was going to be nobody elected. And the surplus of vote, or the transfer of votes, Leslie O'Hora's, I was going to make the point, they'd probably be disappointed with the fact coming in with just 50 votes. Because somebody that's high profile within the Green Party, vocal on a lot of issues, but really the vote just did not materialise for him this time round.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you, because Leslie has his own agendas on a lot of things, and he wouldn't be seen as being a heavyweight candidate, even in terms of the Greens, because they didn't seem to put much behind him.
Okay, so
yeah, but in comparison to what they put behind Adam O'Kelly, they basically didn't see. Maybe they felt that there was more potential in Adam O'Kelly than they saw in Leslie. He's a nice man, but politics isn't for nice people.
Yeah, and he's effectively he's called time on his career here today, and that, and those 50 votes now being distributed. Again, the tally figures for start fairly accurate. And giving us a very accurate indication of what we can be expecting here. I suppose on first preference vote, when we're looking through it there, nothing really surprises me all that much, in the sense that Sean McGowan 793, we're always expecting him to do well. Maeve Reynolds 753, the only candidate from Fine Gael running in. Stenson 764. Again, no huge surprises there. Maybe Des Cooking 744, perhaps could be seen as as a slight surprise, in the sense that there was speculation about how he was going to go. So, is there anything standing out there, you know, from what you see at it?
There's one thing standing out from the tallies. Stephen King is only 15 votes behind Cormac Flynn, whereas on the tallies that he was 20 odd. It's okay. It's a marginal number, but it's how tight I see that one being down to.
You feel it could be significant, John?
It could be significant. Now, Leslie O'Hora's be interested to see where his 50 go, and then after that, McManus is 121. Because I don't think that they're going to be there. I don't think they'll be able to eliminate McManus and Gonzalez on the one count. I think they'll have to go individually at them.
They will, because the difference.
It's not enough.
Pádraig, I hate to interrupt while you're still inputting anything, or do you want me to come back to you in a minute?
No, you're fine.
You don't mind?
I'm just checking the accuracy of the tally, I suppose. Is what
you're comparing it, but it seems fairly accurate.
It's very accurate. It's within 1% of an average of probably plus or minus 1 to 2, between 1 and 2%. So it's very accurate in terms of the margin of error. As John says, that just little gap, because if we remember here, there was only one vote between Fintan Cox and Paddy Farrell last time. So you know that little change in the gap could be significant when we come to subsequent counts.
It's a fair point that John made. Miriam?
And pushes the quote up as well a little bit.
Puts it up 3 or 4, yeah. But it's at the stage that everyone will count from here on in. It just depends on how long the likes of Sean McGowan, the guys who are in the 700s, plus Paddy Farrell, who's just only 4 short 700. They still need 100. Indecent needs 60.
Ready to go, Joe.
Okay, still need 60 on that, but we're just.
And I suppose that has implications as we get into the transfers, and that the longer those people stay in it, the more implication that has for other people that need transfers as well.
Bandamore, count one coming up very soon, 2 to 3 minutes. Bandamore, count one, 2 to 3 minutes away. And this really is what takes place. We'll be moving from one municipal district to another. We're just getting word there that Bandamore count one will be taking place here very, very shortly. And just to go back to Bandamore and to set the scene on this in relation to the tally figures that we've been receiving so far. And again, Paddy O'Rourke is the name here we're going to be looking at, John Ellis.
Yeah, Paddy O'Rourke is 1435. He has almost 500 of a surplus.
Tally figures predicting the quota is going to be 943, so he's going to. Paddy O'Rourke is most definitely going to be elected.
Oh, there's no question. So he's a quota and a half. But the interesting one here is when you get farther down the line, whether it's going to be Roisin Kenny or Joanne Kearney.
That is the big talk. That's the final seat.
There's no. I don't see Sean Wynne being able to get into the race.
Yeah.
Because he has nothing to pick up of any consequence to get him from 440 to even catch Roisin Kenny at 481, despite the fact that Roisin Kenny has
I agree.
a lump to get off.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, a lump to get off Paddy O'Rourke. And Ida Rillans there again has a considerable amount, I'd say, to get up Paddy O'Rourke as well.
Okay, Miriam, you've been just recapping on Bandamore there. I think everything that John is saying is 100% spot on.
And we're going to wait and see now, but we've no indication yet that we can back any of those final horses yet, because it will be quite tight.
Pádraig, just on the figures, I know you're probably moving from one to another there. We're obviously going to see Paddy O'Rourke.
Absolutely, and again, we'll see where his surplus goes first, because that'll give us an indication then of what's going to happen further down the line a little bit. John is right. I would agree with him that I can't see where Sean Wynne gets the votes to close the gap to the Sinn Féin candidates. And Sinn Féin actually have over 2 quotas this time. They had 1.8 quotas the last time. They didn't get 2 candidates elected. This time they have 2 quotas between them, between the 3 of them. That should mean that they have enough to get 2 candidates over the line.
No, they have enough to get 2. But if you look at it, Brendan Barry is going to need 90 roughly to get him over the quota. Now, Enda is going to have about 80, I would say, roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Of a surplus. Now, that's going to help Brendan Barry.
Yeah.
But I don't think he can get enough out of it to elect him.
No, because Sean Wynne is still in the race.
Yes, Sean Wynne is still in the race. So then you head to Heston.
Yeah.
It's 54 votes, and Lynch with 103. Now, I think they'll be able to take them 2 out together.
Karina Charles Lynch and George Heston, you would imagine, would be going
together.
Together, okay.
Now, Roisin Kenny probably has the best chance of benefiting from Heston, but you still have Gary Pryor is still hanging around looking for votes. It might be only 5 or 10, but this is where it gets tricky. Because when it gets down the line and it comes to Sean Wynne and O'Kelly, they have 770 votes between them. Now, them 770 votes are what I call from Shambo votes. O'Kelly, now, to be fair, has a better spread than Sean Wynne. So it'll be very interesting to see what way they break down. Like, at the Green, is O'Kelly's votes going to go to Sinn Féin?
Mary's on the move.
Mary Quinn is back up at the podium. I think we're going to have this Bandamore first count. Let's go back live.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the first count for the local electoral area of Ballinamore. Electorate 10,152. 10152. Total poll 6,660. 660. Invalid ballot papers 56. 56. Valid poll 6,604. 6604. Number of seats 6. Quota 944. 944. The following is the result of count 1. Barry Brendan, Sinn Féin, 861. 861. Charles Lynch Karina, Independent Ireland, 103. 103. Kernan Joanne, Sinn Féin, 562. 562. Heslin George, Non-Party, 54. 54. Kenny Roshin, Sinn Féin, 485. 485. Madloin Enda, Fine Gael, 1,033. 1033. O'Keally Adam, Green Party, 329. 329. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, 1,434. 1434. Pryor Gary, Fianna Fáil, 586. 586. Reynolds Flynn Isha, Fine Gael, 725. 725. Wynne Sean, Non-Party, 432. 432. As the votes of Madloin Enda and O'Rourke Paddy exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Paddy O'Rourke's surplus of 490 votes. Thank you.
Confirmation of the first two councillors returned on Leitrim County Council for 2024. As expected, Paddy O'Rourke with a vote of 1434, and also Enda McGlynn 1033 coming in there as well. Gentlemen, just on those votes, on those figures, Paddy O'Rourke we're expecting for a long time, but I'll tell you something. Let's pick up at the performance of Enda McGlynn here, if we can, for a moment. That, considering the number of candidates running from Drumshanbo to get elected on the first count, I think that's a major performance from Enda McGlynn here. Anybody want to pick up on that?
I think it is a tremendous performance from him, but he did have the benefit of Jerry Dolan, and the vote that he came out of Ballinadera with was way ahead of what he had, and he basically got 50% of the vote in the town of Drumshanbo. Now, anytime you get 50% in an area, you're going well, and that's where he picked it up.
It's interesting that, because you would have maybe been assuming that Brendan Barry could have maybe been taking a lot more of the Jerry Dolan vote, again from agricultural connections and so on and so forth. That point of the work, I suppose, that Enda McGlynn has done in Drumshanbo, and how Drumshanbo is deemed to be prospering in the current environment with the Blue Way, the Shed Distillery, so much stuff going on there at the minute. Well, Mary, would you be in agreement with that? Enda McGlynn's performance there?
Yeah, I mean, both the Fine Gael candidates actually in that area have had such strong showings that they're compared to in the other areas. So certainly, and I mean that's great. I mean that's a great result, 2020. And in fact, I think the final was almost exactly the same as the tally, was it?
Practically very little difference.
Yeah.
Very little in the difference.
So definitely, and I mean, I'm sure
quota 943, 944 the actual quota. So that was fairly close.
Fine Gael would be very happy with that result themselves for both their candidates. in that area.
All right, okay. Well, hopefully we'll be hearing from those elected candidates, and we'll get a quick word at them. Many of them, indeed, we have spoken to already and in great detail throughout the course of the day. But again, it'll be interesting just to hear the views of Enda McGloin and Paddy O'Rourke. Obviously, Enda McGloin, based in Drumshanbo, will be somebody we'd be very interested to get the take on there. Paddy O'Rourke's figure, as we mentioned, coming in 1434. The tally figures again fairly accurate, 1435, and Enda McGloin's vote, as we mentioned there, maybe the big talking point here from that first count, elected along with Paddy O'Rourke. So we have one Fianna Fáil, one Fine Gael returned. What happens in Bandamore now, Porrick?
Bandamore, we are going to distribute Paddy O'Rourke's surplus of
490.
490. So that's the first step. I'll get as we alluded to earlier, we have a little bit of a debate around how they're going to do that. I might go and seek some clarification somewhere on how that's going to be done.
Well, they'll count. They'll go through Paddy O'Rourke's full vote, I would expect.
And I would have said that until someone else told me something else.
To take a random sample, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I didn't think so either, but
a former colleague of ours, John, just to go back on something that would have served with us here for many years in election coverage, Pascal Moody was been in contact with me, and just on, we were explaining how surplus is distributed. Pascal contacted me there to say that his understanding that it could be a random bundle and could originate anywhere from across the local electorate area.
Well, it could be a random bundle, but my understanding is that they have mixed the votes, so the bundles will be random in the sense that there'll be the votes in the bundle will be random from across the electoral area, rather than them going in and picking a random sample, which will be from the same area.
Which, as John mentioned, to hit you in Sligo back in the day. Mary, again, you'd be backing up that.
Well, I mean, I think there's clarity, and that's why I posed the question earlier on, because I think there's an educative value to this. I think I saw RT had something up yesterday. Everything you need to know about how PR works, and it was anything but a comprehensive explainer about every. I mean, it was a little bit of what you might need to know about how PR works. So, but I think at this level, when we're down here today, I think it is the nuance of those questions that and as I say, sometimes you'll get variations of it. So.
Yeah, see, the danger is everybody concentrates on this one.
For the Manorhamilton local electoral area.
Manorhamilton.
Electorate 9,615, 9615. Total poll 6,393, 6393. Invalid ballot papers 47, 47. Valid poll 6,346, 6346. Number of seats 6. Quota 907, 907. The following is the result of count 1. Bergen, Katrina, Fine Gael 277, 277. Bohan, Mary, Fianna Fáil 835, 835. Brennan, Shiabo, Michelle, Sinn Féin 398, 398. Keskey, Kevin, Fine Gael 459, 459. Fallon, Porrick, Sinn Féin 779, 779. Gallagher, Bohan, Green Party 122, 122. Gilmartin, James, Non-Party 1,335. One, 335. Gurn, Phelan, Non-Party 734, 734. Lenan, Bernie, Labour Party 103, 103. McConville, Dermot, Non-Party 34, 34. Mitchell, Eddie, Non-Party 512, 512. Warnock, Justin, Fianna Fáil 758, 758. As the votes of Gilmartin James exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected.
So there you have it, confirmation that James Gilmartin has been elected. Our producer on the floor, PJ Letty, has brought Enda McGlynn in. Enda, if we can get you to join us in here in our studio. First and foremost, Enda, officially now at this stage, congratulations, well done. I was just mentioning that they are, with the number of candidates running from Drumshanbo, to return a first preference vote that you did there was absolutely phenomenal. 1,033 first preference votes elected, along with Paddy O'Rourke.
Gilmartin, James surplus of
We're just getting confirmation that the surplus of James Gilmartin has been distributed from Manor Hamilton. Enda McGlynn, you made the point to me the way the election was padded out during the week, that with Paddy O'Rourke being so strong in Carrigal, it was always going to be very difficult for anybody based in Drumshanbo to get near the type of vote and top the poll ahead of him. But here you were elected on the first count. Has it gone better than you perhaps envisaged or even dreamt of this time round?
Well, yes, I suppose, to give you a straight answer, I really didn't think, I suppose I felt to be fairly well near the quota, John, because I felt that there was no other person coming behind me that might be eliminated, so I felt I needed to be up there, which kind of I was, and I thought maybe, I suppose with Jerry Dolan retiring.
That's the point that our panel was making here. You really benefited from Jerry Dolan not being in the field, and the amount of Dolan votes in Bandaglara that you picked up.
Yes, yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose, when you're elected councillor, sometimes you have to kind of figure out where your bread is buttered to an extent. And, local elections are just that, local. So, in my view, it's important to concentrate on the area nearest to you. If the farther you go away from your base, the more difficult it is to get votes. So, the people that you serve local to you expect you to work hard on their behalf. And, I did my best in relation to doing what I could for those communities that surround Drumshanbo, including Kiltubrit and Ballinadlera, Drumshanbo, Fina, we'll say Aghnasheen, and they're the closest to me. And obviously, I try my best to do as much as I can for anybody in any area, but certainly, people tend to go to the person nearest to to them. So
the work that you've done in Drumshanbo, and again from somebody that just lives a few miles from outside the town, albeit on the Roscommon side of the border, it's very evident to see how Drumshanbo is prospering and has done so well in recent times. I think that work has very much been reflected here in the Drumshanbo vote that you have managed to secure this time.
Yeah, well, I suppose we're lucky in Drumshanbo, but we have a great community, and I don't want to be taking full responsibility. I'd like to. That's the narrative of the game. But we have a wonderful community there. Some really, really good people, and the food hub has been the central growth. And I suppose people like Noel McPartlin in the past and others. And when he started that, and in fairness, John is beside me here. When Fianna Fáil were in government, they helped us get that up and running. So there's no point in me taking all the credit. And we worked through it in terms of getting that there in the first place. We got the money. We've since, from the likes of Michael Ring and Heather Humphreys afterwards, built it up there to where it is today. And, only for the likes of Noel, and then following from that, Fergal and McPartlin and people like that. I find in Drumshanbo people tend to work together, work very strongly together. And then I suppose it's my role then to do, when you're in government, you can talk to people that's in power and lobby for, explain, that the town is trying to do its best. It's putting its best foot forward. And there's some fabulous schemes coming from the Department of Rural and Community Development.
And do you feel now that the people of Drumshanbo, I remember unsuccessful elections that you had, and I remember even going back, I think, to 1999, and Pascal was unsuccessful that time as well, Pascal Mooney, where he lost a seat, that there was almost a sense that Drumshanbo didn't get the sense back then that Jerry Dolan was a local-ish councillor at the time. Do you sense now there's a realisation in Drumshanbo that it needs not maybe one, but maybe two councillors in order for the town to keep going the way they're going?
Well, I suppose there's 1,500 people on the register, and we have the capacity, I suppose, to elect two councillors in terms of the numbers and the surrounding areas. And Brendan Barry there has got a very significant vote, and Brendan's mother is from Fina and his wife is from Kilclar, and I suppose that's a help in terms of a connection with the parish, and that enables. But you always have to get votes outside the area. But certainly the base vote in Drumshanbo for me this time was particularly strong, and I suppose Drumshanbo is able to it, but it's the wider area. It's not just the town itself. Other people in other areas, there's a lot of people who work in Drumshanbo don't necessarily all come from the town. They come from places around like Keskey and Kiltar, Ballinaglera, outside Carrigan, Shannon. They come there to work. So, it has a beneficial effect on whatever is happening in positive terms in Drumshanbo. It's a benefit for the wider area, and that work continues. We hope to open the second food hub towards the end of the summer, and that provide another 20 jobs and whatever is there. So we have to continue to work on that and to drive on and be continually looking for government support in that
And you're in a good position, in fairness, to do that. You work closely along with Deputy Frank Feehan. I know you have access to the likes of Minister Heather Humphreys, who's very important, obviously, to have that access too. So you're obviously in a good position. Before we let you go, John Ellis, is there anything you want to say here to Enda McGloin on this?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate him on his election and on his vote. I think Enda has summed it basically up, that he got roughly 50% of the vote in Drumshanbo town. That's who your big wins were, a 166 and a 253. There are significant votes, and the 156 from Ballinaglera. They're your crucial votes.
Yeah.
The rest are what I call the out of towns, which are the most important ones of all.
Yeah.
Because they are what take you along. Like, anyone can have a core vote, but you need to be able to spread the wings. And James Gilmartin is proof of that. He had a core vote in Differing of 2 odd, and then he was picking them up in every polling booth. And he had the one advantage: he was a first-time candidate, and there was a hunger out there for change, because with Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan gone, there was no allegiances much for a lot of their voters, and that they gravitated towards James Gilmartin, and that's where James Gilmartin picked up the vote that he did.
Okay, well, look, I tell you, we're going to begin, James, just a couple of moments into. Before I let you go, once again, congratulations. I know it's a big difference from 5 years ago. It was a tough time personally for you. Your dad passed away at the same time at the last election, so he'd be very much in your thoughts, I presume, at a time like this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way life goes. But I'm glad, I suppose, on the plus side, my mother is here, and she's next January, hopefully, she makes it to 90 years of age, and it's nice to have her here, hale and hearty. She's a good Galway woman. Good. She mightn't have been. My grandparents mightn't have been too happy with me, Fine Gael, but that's the way it goes.
Johnny Gahigans and Maurice Gahagan might be that.
That's right.
And you've got those Kinloch connections as well, family connections as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's life, So you have to savor those good moments, and I'm thrilled that she's here, and my wife and family are all here. So it's great. So and behind every politician, you have to have your family support. And indeed, I want to thank the organisation, my Director of Elections, Stephen Reynolds, and his team, and all of the people who got involved with me and family. So really, it's important to mention them at this point. So thank you.
Well done.
Thanks,
again.
John.
Congratulations.
Thanks
Phenomenal performance. James Gilmartin is joining us here. James, we spoke to you a little bit earlier on today. Confirmation from what we probably realised from a very early stage, that you were going to be elected on the first count. 1335, your first preference. There's something really maybe that we haven't said before. It's official now. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good, I have to say now.
Yeah.
Been a long day. As I said to you earlier on, you go in with the hopes, obviously prepared for the worst, shall we say. I suppose expect the worst, but as I said, blown away with the result. I guess first and foremost, and I said this earlier on, I'd really like to thank the people who came out and voted for me today. It means a lot to go into that ballot book and put one beside someone's name, and to me, personally, I'd like to say thank you so much. To all the candidates as well, as a first-time candidate, it's not easy putting your name up there. When you see the posters going up, and I know this from personal experience, you're vulnerable. It's up there. Not even who did it. It's turned out well for me, of course, today, but it's not going to turn out for some. So I think that needs to be taken into account as well.
Tell me what the response has been like from messages, phone calls that you've received over the last couple of hours, as it became clearer and clearer that you are going to be very much heading into a historic day at the start of your political career.
Yeah, I listen. The phone has happened. I tried my best up to maybe 3 o'clock to reply as we were coming up in the car, and I've had to, just know that you're in my thoughts. If I give you a little heart emoji on WhatsApp, that's probably about as good as I'll go at the moment. But I really want to say thank you to all the support I've been getting.
Yeah, the support has been absolutely huge for you. One of the things I meant to ask you when we had you here before, did you get the sense there was a real demand for change when you were doing the canvas and you were hitting the doorsteps in the Matter area?
Yeah, a demand. I think that'll be unfair to the people that were leaving. They were excellent councillors in their own right. I do feel the time fell very well for me in the sense nationally there's kind of a backlash against the parties. And independence seems to be on the rise. To say change as such, I just think people want balance. They want reasoned argument. We're heading into we're in quite of a serious time. I know as a teacher with social media and what's going on there and a bit of the tail wagging the dog, we need to stand up against that. And I think people just want, they know you do your best. They don't expect everything. But as a man said to me at the start, he goes, people want to, do your best, but they'll not expect you to move mountains. And I suppose in relation to Treasure Leitrim, that's kind of one of my objectives. So not to move the mountain. But anyway.
Pardon the pun. Pádraig McGorty, you've looked at all the figures here from this.
Yeah, look, the base was close to home, I suppose. The first indication that you were going well was Differing National School, 225 votes. But like another one that I came into me and it just jumped out on the page was the 80 that you picked up in Tullahan.
Yeah,
which you're picking up significant amounts of votes. Obviously, Manor Hamilton with your connection with the town and the GA club and all of that. Was significant, but Drumahare was significant as well. There was over 191 votes.
Yeah, that was
201 votes.
That surprised me. I'll be honest. Look, you don't like to speak about any particular area because you're doing, you're not doing fair. I was across the board. I just wish to thank everyone so much. I guess special word of thanks to maybe some past students or current students, maybe in some cases, for giving me the nod, and maybe parents. It probably reflects reasonably well. So it wasn't the worst in the world, maybe, but
it shows you're popular in the classroom, John Ellis.
Well, it's a great place. If you win them in the classroom, you win them forever. If you go down well,
it's and as I said earlier on, all you're doing is asking for votes, and the notion that I just want to be a good example. When I started teaching first, my dad, and I suppose that's kind of, you'd be so proud for my mum and dad today. Like, they're great people, but as much as for myself, and it kind of is a good reflection on them. But Dad used to always say when I started teaching first, I hope you're being a good example for them kids, And when you're young, you pass no heed of that. But that's really what it's about. We're only at this stage for a certain amount of time, and it's to try our best, Tell
me what tonight is going to entail now at the celebrations.
I'd say it'll be tame enough now at this stage. We have 3 kids. I'll be anxious to get home to them after a while. It's kind of, I don't even know what time it is. 10:30, is it?
At this stage, almost 10:30.
Yeah, we have a big day tomorrow. The 2 eldest kids have a wee all dance thing on in Manor Hamilton. So that's centre stage tomorrow, and we'll see after that what happens. I think a lot of it will be just a bit of R&R for the next few days, because, we won't find it. Someone was saying it's 2 weeks' time when we get back on this crack, I believe. I didn't even look past it, I tell you the truth, because people are asking.
Well, look, let it all sink in. It's been a phenomenal day for you. Well done again.
I'd just like to thank my family as well, Joanna and my kids, and my extended family, my own parents and my in-laws, and a special word of thanks to an old colleague of yours, Francie Boyle. And Francie was my campaign manager, and he was on the doorsteps with me. And at one stage, I used to go to the door and I just let him talk, because everyone wanted to talk to Francie. Where are you, Francie? We missed you. And I was like, I'll be in the car. But anyways, we're great. We're mates since we're kids, And it was a thoroughly enjoying experience as well, doing that with him. So, one I treasure.
All right. But look, well done. Congratulations again, James. Good luck to you in the 5 years ahead. And thank you so much indeed.
Thanks for all your own help as well. Thanks, Kevin. Okay.
Well done, James.
There you go. That is James Gilmartin. That's a first-time candidate elected in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, in the Bondamore Municipal District. Just to recap, along with Enda McGloin being elected, also elected on the first count was Paddy O'Rourke from Fianna Fáil, with a first preference of 1,434 votes. Paddy, first and foremost, congratulations. Well done. You're there again. You've done the hard work. As we mentioned, your first preference vote, hugely impressive.
Absolutely. I'm very humbled to have received that amount of votes yet again. And, I suppose we talked earlier on this afternoon, and I said that the only way to engage with the people, or in my way, and I suppose it perhaps some might regard it as an old-fashioned way or a traditional way, but that's the way I do it, is to go meet them on their own territory. And whether they be in the farmyard or whether they be at the kitchen sink or in their place of work or the place of recreation, every place you meet people that have issues, and they approach you, give them time. Lend time to the issue, whatever it is, and tease it out with them. There are many issues that come to my desk that are above my job spec. I have to pass them on to other people, and I must say that I have had huge support from Fianna Fáil Oireachtas members and down through the years, and I want to acknowledge that, because I wouldn't be here today without the support that I got from many of them. And rural people and people, we class all of Leitrim as being rural. And there are many challenges that people have that others don't. There's issues of public transport, there's issues of accessibility, there's issues of access to education and whatever it is. And we have to fight to remedy those things. And there are several issues that are near and dear to me, but one of them in particular is that over the lifetime of this council, that Leitrim County Council would cooperate and contribute to the provision of a full-time residential care centre for people with disabilities. In County Leitrim, we have a very significant amount of elderly people. In some cases, maybe a spouse has already passed away, leaving one parent or guardian with an adult person with disability. And that is a great source of concern to those surviving guardian or parent as to what is to happen following their passing. And the only solution to that, and bear in mind that we are only one of 2 counties in the 26 counties that doesn't have such a facility, and that's not in any way to confuse this with a temporary respite centre that's already planned. Planning permission have been gained for it, and that hopefully will soon be starting. What I'm talking about is the earlier mentioned. There are myriad of other issues that affect people here in this county.
And that's obviously one of the big objectives
absolutely
for going forward. In relation to that, Carrick County, we're hearing inside the next few minutes. Second count in Carrick coming up in the next few minutes. For Paddy, John Ellis, you probably want to offer a congratulations at this stage.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, Paddy's tremendous performance, but Paddy has maintained that vote that he put together, and that's how you do it. And Paddy is right. It's about knocking the doors. It's not about going out and, as the man says, social media and going mad on it. If they want to see the white of your eyes, the electorate, and that's what it's all about. And Paddy, as he said earlier himself, he has the benefit that he can set his own schedules, and if Mary X wants to see him at 10 o'clock in the morning, he can change something that he was going to do for himself at 10 o'clock and do it at 11. And that's par for it. Whereas in other cases, councillors have different tie-ups with regards to the time that they're able to give to public representation. But that's what it's all about. It's all about looking after your electorate and making sure that if it can be done, that you get it done, and if it can't be done, making sure nobody will do it after you.
Absolutely. And I would just also add that there are many, many people out there who would be far better councillors than Paddy Rourke ever could be, but they could not go through an election process. And I'm not making a case for a list system or anything. I'm just making that point. I know people, and they are so deadly efficient in the way they run their affairs and whatever they apply themselves to. They would be wonderful, but they just can't. But I have to admit, and perhaps this is, I don't know, is it a condition I have or how you would describe it, but I think I've come to the stage that I sort of enjoy canvassing. Okay. And on several occasions in the recent years, I have offered myself to go canvass in by-elections, and I even canvassed in a Westminster election.
Sorry to cut across you. I see Mary Quinn has returned to the vote. It's going to be the second vote in Carrick and Shannon.
The following is the result of count 2 for the Carrick and Shannon local electoral area. which consisted of the distribution of O'Hora's votes of 50. Total votes distributed 50. Farrell, Paddy, Fianna Fáil, +6, 702, 702. Flynn, Cormac, Sinn Féin, +3, 538, 538. Garland, Sharon, non-party, +2, 242, 242. Gonzalez, Lola, Social Democrats, +16, 152, 152. Gucky and Des, non-party, +3, 747, 747. King, Stephen, Fianna Fáil, +3, 523, 523. McGowan, Sean, Fianna Fáil, 0, 793, 793. McManus, Michael, non-party, +2, 123, 123. Mulligan, Lisa, Sinn Féin, +2, 416, 416. Reynolds, Maeve, Fine Gael, +4, 757, 757. Stenson, Enda, non-party, +7, 771, 771. Non-transferable papers not effective, 2. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. McManus, Michael, 123. Thank you.
So there you have it. That's the second vote from Carrick-on-Shannon. So Michael McManus now going to be eliminated, and his vote is going to be distributed. And I suppose, again, we'll analyse those. I want to just finish up with Paddy O'Rourke before we do that. Paddy, as I mentioned there's always going to be an awful lot of speculation in relation to your surplus vote and where it is going to be heading.
Yeah.
Would you be able to cast any light on that now?
Well, it seems quite promising now. For there are people in there who are better versed at crunching the numbers than me, but it does seem very promising for Gary Pryor that he will benefit substantially from that surplus, and that it will keep him ahead sufficiently in the race that he hopefully will take one of the seats with or without reaching the quota. That's not important, because as I said earlier this afternoon, nobody ever asks you which count did you come in on, and I would be only too happy to be leaving out of this building tonight that we had saved the second seat.
All right, and can you see your surplus in any shape or form deciding what we think would be a shootout between the two Fine Gael candidates for the last seat?
The two
Sinn Féin candidates for the last seat.
Well, I suppose obviously geographically, Roisin Kenny is closer to me, but I did notice a slight trend there where there seemed to be a significant amount of transfers going towards Joanna Kearney. So I wish both candidates well, and I'm sure, they have loads of people watching that process there, and they'll watch it closer as Gary moves up.
He moves up.
Hopefully,
but you see a trend there that's
ever so slight, yeah.
Ever so slight trend that might be unusual. All right, Paddy, thank you as always. As always, a complete and utter gentleman to deal with.
I'd like to thank yourself and thank Ocean FM. There was, it broadcasts in the lower section of what I would call of my electoral area, and on occasions I have used it to get the message out, and it has always been fair and impartial, and for that I thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed, Paddy. Always a pleasure. Manny, thanks for joining us, and good night and good luck to you, and enjoy the celebrations up there. Pádraig, let's look at the developments there in Carrick-on-Shannon and that second count there.
No, I suppose real material change. The bulk of the votes there went to Lola Gonzalez, who's a Carrick-based candidate, which may or may not indicate a trend that the Carrick votes will stay in Carrick. It's a very small amount of votes.
She picked up 16 votes.
But she got the bulk of them. It didn't make any difference to the gap between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King. They both picked up 3 votes.
So there's no real,
and that's what we're expecting, that those votes would be evenly split. Now we'll be looking at a slightly bigger number the next time round of Michael McManus. 1, 2, 3, 1 to 1 first preference.
They may give us a better indication of whether the vote is staying around Carrick or what is happening with it in Carrick.
Okay, John Ellis.
Yeah, I'd agree with Porrick. McManus's will be interesting to see where they go. And then when you get down to Garland and Gonzalez, at the minute they have, between the three of them, they're 500 votes.
Yeah.
Now, 500 votes is significant because the difference between Flynn and King is still 15.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we know that Flynn has 100 odd to get from 140 to get from Lisa Mulligan. But is he going to pick up enough to be able to keep the gap between himself and Stephen King? Because remember that you still have all the rest hanging around for transfers. There's nobody elected. Nobody going to be elected for a long time in Carrick.
All right, okay.
So,
maybe some of those candidates in Carrick that have been eliminated, we might maybe grab a quick word with them. We could be a while waiting, maybe for some more of the counts to come in as well, just maybe to get some reaction. And again, interesting there to go back to Ballinamore for a moment, Paddy. But Paddy, O'Rourke mentioned John Ellis. If we can just go back to that when I kind of pushed him at the end there to see was there any type of an unusual sequence on the transfers. Joanna Kernan, he seemed to suggest that there was a little trend of votes going to her, where maybe geographically speaking, we might have been thinking maybe Roisin Kenny would be benefiting more. Is that anything unusual, gentlemen?
It's not unusual, but what's happening here is, if I knew how many was going to Easy Reynolds,
you'd be able to throw a fair shot.
You'd be able to throw a fair shot, because remember that Roisin Kenny for the later eliminations is out on a limb from the Drumshanbo end of it, where they're going to be falling. Joanne Cornian is nearer to that. Gary Pryor is nearer to that. And you see O'Kelly's vote, his 330 votes, they're from everywhere. But I'm just
we'll bring in Pat Feedy as well, because I want to look at the Manor Hamilton end of it. We're just flicking over and back from one municipal district to another again, and this is a constantly changing audience that we have. People are logging in as the night progresses and are keeping an eye on proceedings. James Gilmartin elected there on the first count. 1335 was first preference vote. The surplus there being distributed at the minute, Pat.
Yeah. Surplus there that's been distributed is 428, and when we look at the tallies for the Manor Hamilton count, they're very, very close, as all the tallies has been today. I suppose our analysis of that distributed vote, we would feel, and I give you these stats that we had before, John, we feel about 32% of them will be going Phelim Gordon's way. About just under 10% like Kevin Kovnowski's. Mary Bohan 13%, 6% to Katrina Bergen, between 9 and 10 to Warnock. Porrick Fallon there 8%, and Mitchell 17%, and the Brendan Gerdon Kinloch Sinn Féin candidate approximately 6%. So that's how we see the tallies falling down, and if that is there or thereabouts, it'll be very easy to call it after the distributing of Gilmartin's
surplus. That is going to very much give us a clear picture of
over,
Hamilton.
Yeah, it'll be over. Because what do you call it? Kevin Cummesky is only getting 10%?
He's getting about 10% based on our tallies.
Well, now, if you take, that's only 40 votes.
Yes, about 48 votes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's maybe hear from another one of the candidates in the Ballinamore Municipal District that we haven't heard of from so far today. Gary Pryor, you're very welcome. Good to catch up with you here officially on the radio. Thanks a million for joining us.
And John, thank you.
Well done on how you've been polling so far. Your running mate, Paddy O'Rourke, has been elected there on the first count in the Ballinamore Municipal District. His total first preference, 1434. So, needless to say now at this stage, you will be looking on with great interest in relation to see if the surplus vote that's going to be transferred is going to stay within Fianna Fáil ranks.
Absolutely, John, yeah. And I'd like to firstly compliment Paddy and congratulate him on a marvellous result, in fairness. And yes, the surplus, Paddy's surplus is going to be huge, in fairness. We did get a bit of a look in earlier on, and we're pretty hopeful that it's coming this way, a certain amount of it.
586, your first preference. Give me a reaction to that, because I think it would be very unfair to compare your first preference to Keelan Ellis, who was such a long-serving councillor who you're replacing, and you're a first-time candidate in a different part of Leitrim as well. So give me your take on that 586 figure.
Yeah, absolutely. 586. Look, I'd be happy if I had another 100. Of course I would. But these 500s and 600s are hard got. You know what I mean? So I'm out on the road 6-8 weeks at this stage with a huge team, in fairness, and we put in a big campaign, and look, please God, it'll pay off, and we can retain that seat there, from Keelan, you know, and the Ellis family over the years. But look at I am based there in Ballinamore as well, and of course Joanne is there at Cornion and Ita Reynolds, so we were all pulling out of that one little area, in fairness, and Paddy was very strong, in fairness, as well. So
yeah, Paddy is always in Carrigallen there, would be very strong. When you look outside your immediate, I suppose, heartland of Aughnisheed, and Ballinamore is the big population
absolutely,
base,
yeah.
Then beside you, how would you rate your performance in Ballinamore?
Well, in boot 2 there, like, I got a good result. I suppose I got 90 something there, did I? 98.
Yeah. We're calling them up as we speak. I know at this stage it's almost so long since we.
Yeah, I got 57 and 26. Look, at 26 obviously could be better, but I have 5 years ahead of me now, and I no doubt I'll improve on that.
That's going to be the objective, to improve. Yeah. At this stage, it is looking good for you, and as we mentioned, the surplus there from Paddy should be very interesting to see.
Yes.
Will they geographically transfer to local candidates? Will they stay within the Fianna Fáil ranks? Dare I say it, almost maybe a political mentor from Fianna Fáil surplus sitting over here from you in John Ellis. John, what would you be saying now to Gary at this stage?
Gary, you can go home because you're going to be elected no matter what happens. That's the first thing I'm going to say to you. And I told you that this morning.
Well, he did, but we had a very few anxious hours, in fairness. You know, first time candidate out, in fairness.
How reassuring is it, you know, when somebody like John Ellis puts the arm around the shoulder, somebody who's been there, done it all, an experienced number analyst here, and a great man to call a seat. I have to say, I've watched him for many years on elections. And how does it feel when somebody like John, dare I say it, almost the godfather of Fianna Fáil here in Leitrim, puts the arm around the shoulder and says, "You're okay, my son"?
Well, he rarely gets it wrong, I have to say, but at the same time, we wanted to see for ourselves there. We done a little tally ourselves on Paddy's number 2s. So when we seen them coming our way, they seem to be coming my way, Rushing's way, and Ita Reynolds' way.
Okay, that's Paddy O'Rourke's number 2.
Yes.
All right.
We have a tally done on ourselves.
Yeah, so. Paddy mentioned, I don't know that you get any trace of this, because we're even looking beyond your seat now, and it's hazardous work maybe trying to guess where the final seat will go. But we're looking at Joanne Kernan and Roisin Kenny. And Paddy mentioned that there was almost like an unusual trend there, that he's seen a number of transfers maybe heading towards the Joanne Kernan camp.
Yeah, well, I suppose after Paddy's surplus, what we can see there is Roisin is probably going to come out a little bit ahead of Joanne at that stage. And we even got a look in at Adam's transfers, and it seems to be going in 3 ways as well. It stayed local. Adam polled. I must say, Adam done a very good campaign, and he can be commended for his campaign, and he polled really well as a young man and a first-time candidate as well. He can hold his head very high. And we actually got a look in at his tallies as well earlier on, and they're going 3 ways as well. So We're probably looking down at Sean Wins now at this stage. You know,
Fantastic.
there's not going to be much in it.
Yeah, Adam O'Kelly's. I'm interested to talk to you about that. As you may or may not know. Obviously, there's a Fianna Fáil connection there with the McManuses in Drumshanbo. So, is there any evidence at all to suggest there that maybe some of the Fianna Fáil vote that might have, if they went to Fianna Fáil vote, to Adam O'Kelly, that could come back to you? John Ellis has made the statement here. He feels that Drumshanbo votes very rarely leave Drumshanbo.
Yeah, well, we got a bit of a look at earlier on. It seems to be going in three ways as well. That Adam's vote there, it seems to be going all over the place as well. We didn't really get much of a chance to look at Sean's vote at the moment. So that's where it's at the moment. Adam polled very well.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know, first time out, he's a really nice young man. In fairness, and he is a bright. He has a bright future in politics, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
We will see and hear lots about him again.
All right, he's definitely one for the future. John Ellis, if we can come to you maybe on that point, some of those transfers that we're looking at, and Adam O'Kelly we're just talking about here. Again, I know you're going to call it as you see it, and you're not going to sugarcoat it in any shape or form. But can Gary be looking at any transfers from that end of the country going towards them?
Of course, Gary's going to get transfers of Adam O'Kelly, and he's going to get transfers of Sean Wynne. There's no doubt that it has to happen. But the interesting one is going to be where Joanne Cornyn and Roisin Kinney are after Paddy O'Rourke's distribution.
Mm-hmm.
We know where Gary is. Gary is going to be over 800 votes when Paddy's are distributed. So you're on the home straight. You can't be caught. But what's going to happen here is, like, Joanne Cornyn has 566 and Roisin Kinney has 481. Now, it takes 80 clean or 85 for her to catch, for Roisin Kinney to catch Joanne Cornyn. Yes. Now that's 85 going to Roisin Kinney and Joanne Cornyn getting nothing. Now that's not going to happen.
No. Roisin is definitely going to get something out of Adam and Joanne from what we've seen.
No, it's what I'm saying. Joanne Cornyn is going to get something out of it, no matter how small it is.
Yes.
Like, Ita Reynolds is going to be the big beneficiary after Gary, in my opinion. Because going back to the last one, Ita Reynolds got 120 votes. Okay, Keelan was gone. Like, the two of them were elected in the first count. But Ita got 120 votes. Ita will pick up a sizable number of them because they're in the same area. They're in the same.
Yes.
Clona Havas, Carrigallen.
Ballinamore.
But Ballinamore, not so much, because Paddy hadn't that much. He had reasonable number in Ballinamore. What had he?
Pádraig, you've been looking at all these numbers and you've been listening to the speculation. What's your take now in Ballinamore?
Yeah, I think I concur with John that what we see is those local votes staying local. I think he's right. If Gary gets to over 800 votes, he's not going to be caught. And then I don't think that gap, that 85, there's not enough votes there to close that 85 gap in Paddy's surplus. So, you would imagine O'Kelly's votes will go towards Cornyn a little bit more, so the gap won't close on that. So, yeah, you'd imagine that Sean Wynne and
Pádraig, it could actually close and Roisin Kinney could pass. But it would be a very small margin. But what's happening is that the votes that are to be distributed later are much closer to Joanne Cornyn than they are to Roisin Kinney. And this is a local election.
Okay. All right. Gary, just to come back in relation to the sense of the timetable of events here tonight, and I know you would have been talking to council staff out there as well. What are you hearing? Are they expecting to complete it this evening or come back tomorrow?
Well, I think they're going to look at 12 o'clock tonight. I heard from Mary Quinn there a few minutes ago, so we'll see. That's not that far away at this stage. So, there's a lot of work to be done yet. So
it's only an hour away or so, just over an hour away at this stage.
Whether we come back tomorrow morning at this point. It's possible at this stage. There's a good bit to be done yet in all the three electrical areas. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no way they can finish tonight.
No, we can't see it. No, can't see it.
Everybody here is nearly in full agreement of that. We'll probably be back for a second day tomorrow, and probably in all likelihood that's when the good news is going to be confirmed, isn't it?
Well, sure, look, we're in a better position at the moment.
You're closer now than ever.
Well, sure, we just have to get over the line at this stage.
Absolutely.
Please God.
Absolutely. All right.
I suppose I'd just like to thank everybody, in fairness, that came out and voted for me and supported me through my campaign over the last number of weeks. And I look forward to working, please God, with the members in the council ahead.
All right. Well, it's certainly looking that way that you will be one of the new members on Leitrim County Council for when the council resumes a little bit later on. Thank you so much indeed. Well done, Gary. That's Gary Pryor. Those are the Bandamore Municipal District that we're looking at there. Pat, you can come back and rejoin us again, because we're, as I say, just moving from one municipal district to another at this stage. Pádraig, I'll take my lead from you now on the rest of it. I think we're nearly pretty much in agreement here. We're going to be coming back tomorrow for a second day. The whole process, again, it can take, and actually you'll see Lisa Mulligan is just joining us here as well. We might actually try and grab a word with Lisa just when we have her in a couple of moments' time. But the trends right across the district at this stage, Manor Hamilton probably the clearest. I'll come back to that in a moment. Lisa Mulligan, as I mentioned, is joining us. Thank you so much indeed for coming into our studio here. Unfortunately, it's looking as if it's not going to be for you, but at the same time, I would presume very proud of how you've polled here in your very first election.
No, it hasn't gone the way that I expected today, but at the same time, I've had a wonderful campaign. I'm delighted with every moment of it, and I thank everyone that has voted for me and has made it a great campaign. I've laid the foundations, and all I can do is keep building on from there. I'm delighted with it, and I've met so many wonderful people. I've had a fantastic team along with me. I am blessed. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone, my family, my team, and most importantly, everyone that give me a vote.
404 people give you a first preference vote. That's coming in at 7% of the electorate.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It really is, as a first-time runner.
Talk to me about it, maybe some of the big challenges, in the sense that you're a very experienced councillor sitting on your doorstep in Indestenson. It was a two-candidate strategy for Sinn Féin this time round. So that was always probably going to lead to challenges. But at the same time, you very much engaged with the electorate when you got out there and you got onto the doorsteps.
Yes, I had a great experience in all the doorsteps. I do have Enda Stenson as my neighbour, as everyone knows. Enda is a wonderful councillor. He's a wonderful councillor and a great neighbour as well. So I am delighted to see him almost voted back in this time of night. So well done, Enda. The experience I've had in the doorsteps has been very positive. I have come away from it with a great feeling.
Talk to me about your running mate in this, in Cormac Flynn. The general consensus is going to be that both himself and Stephen King are going to be very much battling it out for the final seat in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. Is that how you're reading it at present?
That is how I'm reading it. I'm actually quite excited to watch this here final battle. I am here to support Cormac fully, and I really hope to see Cormac take that seat. It'll be fantastic to see Sinn Féin take one seat in the Carrick-on-Shannon LEA.
To regain that seat that Shana Logan won 10 years ago, the last Sinn Féin candidate. If that is to be the case, if it is to plan out that way, it's again widely anticipated that down the line, eventually, when, and unfortunately from your perspective, I was looking at when you wouldn't be eliminated, that your transfers could make a major impact on Cormac Flynn winning, or maybe winning or losing that, but depending on the amount of votes that he picks up, transfers he picks up from you, it could be hugely significant.
Yes, so we were in earlier and we've kind of tallied those transfers already, and Cormac is in with a good chance, but we've no idea what way any of it can go either. I'm just looking at a few different, at a few of the other LEAs, and the whole dynamic seems to be changing, and I know in the next count in one of the LEAs, it's going to change the whole dynamic of the competition.
Pádraig, if I can bring you in this, just on the figures here from Carrick-on-Shannon at the moment. And again, first-time candidate, I get the feeling it's very much establishing a platform, and that there will be future tilts and elections. We'll come back to Lisa on that. But give me your take from a numbers perspective on how she's polled.
Yeah, very well. For first-time candidate, very well. As Lisa alluded to, probably there is a bit of a a change in dynamic. And I suppose she was in a strong constituency where there was a lot of sitting councillors running again, so difficult for a first-time candidate to get in amongst them. But a good vote, and it will be significant probably in the battle between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King. Cormac, I suppose, would be expecting a significant second preference from Lisa to get over the line, and we'll see. I don't suppose we have any idea on the numbers around what the numbers of number twos are. I think, John, you mentioned 100. We heard 140.
I heard the figure of 140, Lisa. I don't know whether that's...
Yes, we had tallied around
Yeah.
of 140.
Yeah. Now, 140 out of 404 leaves 260 going everywhere. And when I say everywhere, Enda Stinson is still going to still be there. Sean McGowan is, Paddy Farrell, everyone is still going to be there. So you add 140 to Cormac Flynn. It depends on whether himself or Stephen King wins the battle in Carrick-on-Shannon on transfers. That'll decide it.
An awful lot of that will determine an awful lot along with Lisa's vote. As I mentioned there, we get a feeling we're going to see and hear more of you on political circles. Would I be right in saying that? Is there an appetite there maybe to come back and give this another go in 5 years' time, or is it much too early to be even talking about yet?
No, I have the foundation set. My face is out there and people know what I'm for. I'm still going to be a community activist. I'm not going away. And in 5 years' time, I will be sitting here talking to you and hopefully with a seat.
Well, look, I've seen so many of your colleagues, and we were just mentioning that to Pádraig Fallon and Brendan Barry and people like that from 10 years ago. Sinn Féin in general, when we look at it this time round, just from a party perspective in Leitrim, Pádraig Fallon is going to be returned in Manor Hamilton. Brendan Barry plus one other candidate who is going to be, no one seems to know at this stage, and possibly Cormac in there in the mix as well. So how would you rate the party's performance in Leitrim in these local elections, Lisa?
I think it's gone very well. If we can get 3 extra candidates into these seats, it'd be fantastic for us. And we can only build on that year and year, or well, every 5 years in fairness. I'm delighted, proud. They've been hugely supportive of myself and of everybody that is running. So.
In your professional capacity and obviously your involvement with Vincent de Paul, you're probably in a position where you see the challenges that people are facing on a daily basis. Many people are facing. Did that also very much come across on the doorsteps when you were out canvassing over the last number of weeks?
No, I've kept both completely separate, my professional and my political life, completely different. Doorsteps, people didn't get too political. People wanted to chat. People wanted to get to know the candidate. I made a personal point of going out with one other canvasser each time to meet people myself, rather than send out a team of people. There was no leaflet dropping. If people weren't there, they got a personal message. It was a personal. I made it a personal campaign, and one of the things that I got from the doorsteps was about meeting the candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And if they brought up any issues and whatnot, we talked them through. Any issues that I received from people, I have recorded them all. Should Cormac get through, should whomever get through, I will be passing those issues on, but I also will be helping. I will be helping deal with them also.
All right. I know there would have been a lot of individual issues depending on the different parts that you would have travelled to, but what were the main issues that kept coming up in this area for you?
Housing. Housing is a huge one at the moment. Like we had one lady, she's received an eviction letter to be out within 2 weeks. The house has been sold. She doesn't know where she's going to go. That's one example. There is no houses. There's not enough accommodation. There's not enough council houses. HAP, a lot of landlords are no longer taking HAP, and people cannot afford to pay 12 to 1,400 euro rent, especially single parents. And I did come across a lot of single parents. Housing would be the number one thing. And I'd love to see the rents decrease, come down for people to make life easier for people.
Okay. As you mentioned, you're going to very much continue on as a community activist as well. And finally, just for the moment, Lisa, it's been an enjoyable experience.
Yes, I have loved every minute of it. And we were talking today over lunch, and I was still crying laughter at some of the antics that we got up to on the canvas. And I am blessed to have the team I had. have and the experience I've had. It's been very positive. I don't take any negativity away from this. There's only 6 seats for 12 people, and there was already very many sitting councillors there.
All right, and there's always going to be difficult. By the way, we're going to have Carrick and Shannon count 3 coming up very shortly as well. That's going to be the next count that we're going to be getting. Carrick and Shannon count 3. So everything moving on and proceeding in Carrick and Shannon. Lisa, for the moment, once again, let's offer our commemorations. Well done on a good campaign, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you before long.
You will. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. That's Lisa Mulligan there, Sinn Féin candidate in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District. We're going to be going back to Carrick and Shannon, it seems, for our next count, John Ellis. And obviously the Michael McManus votes are being distributed. So talk to me about what significance that's going to make to the overall end of things. Just to recap.
It's 121 votes. This is what he has to distribute. It's the trend is what you're going to be looking for in it more than anything else. It's not going to make a massive difference to anyone. But there's just something interesting coming up, and Lisa's confirmed to me that she's given 140 to Cormac Flynn. Now, there is 270 votes left. And they will be interesting to see where they break.
Yes, I will. So imagine India will get a portion of them because it's a cider.
India will get a portion of them, but India is 764. What's our code on that? I just wrote the best thing down somewhere I can't. Code is 824. 824.
Yeah. So after count 2, India needs 53 votes to get to the quota.
Yeah.
Just while we're digesting those numbers, Miriam, if we can, we'll grab a quick word in a moment as well. Talk to me about the performance there. Maybe you've been hearing some of the interview with her as well of Lisa Mulligan.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I think she's done very well for a first-time out candidate, and again, a competitive area, and I think it's great to see that these first-time out candidates are not dispirited, that they're already deciding they're going to come back and give it another run. And just talk, I was just saying there earlier as well, there seems to be, even a trend around about the country actually at the moment that, Sinn Féin is not doing well. So it's not specific to the locality. They're not doing well nationally at the minute, and they've lost a few sitting seats. So obviously the wind, there's not a wind behind Sinn Féin at the minute anyway. Mm-hmm. So, but no, Lisa did great, and as I say, it's great to see, people who say, no, I've done some groundwork now. It's grounded, and I'm ready to come back again. And I suppose that's what.
Yeah, and so what you've been hearing, and forgive me, we've obviously been concentrating on so much what's going on here. Everything else is completely alien and lost on us at this stage. But what you're hearing is that Leitrim, where it's going to increase, Sinn Féin are going to increase their representation on the council. It's kind of bucking a national trend, is it?
Yeah, at the moment, certainly, the indicators, and there's already, sitting councillors have lost their seats already, So now whether there'll be an urban-rural pattern there remains to be seen, but so we'll probably know a lot more by tomorrow evening.
Okay.
So
throw a wild guess. Why is that happening, Sinn Féin, at the minute?
Well, I think as we spoke earlier, I think, and maybe listeners that weren't listening earlier on, but we were chatting generally about how there is a sort of an appetite of anti-establishment at the moment amongst voters in general.
And that vote in the past would have gone to Sinn Féin.
It would, but I think sometimes as well it made great strides in various opinion polls over the last couple of years at different times. Mm-hmm. And in many ways, in the minds of a lot of people, that you now become part of the establishment because you become a credible political party, even though you're in opposition. You're now just bundled in there with all of the mainstream. And I think whilst, there's a lot of talk, and some of it maybe not always elegant talk about the influence of the far right and whether they're just noisy factions and, flying columns that, roam around about the country. Whilst they're not likely to get many of their own candidates elected, I think it has had the desired effect.
Okay, we're going to have Carrick Count 3 coming up very shortly, and that's followed by Manor Hamilton Count 2 a few minutes later. So Carrick Count 3 and Manor Hamilton Count 2 are on the way. Stand by at home, stand by wherever you're watching, listening, our coverage anywhere across the world. We mentioned some of the countries there. Just while we're waiting for that, to keep elaborating on that point, maybe on the Sinn Féin support nationally, would again this now be an indicator that perhaps the prediction going back a number of months ago, where Sinn Féin, according to some, were almost certainly going to be the next major party in government, will that again maybe dilute that expectation even further?
It could do. I mean, it's interesting because I was just saying there to PJ, I was listening to, example, Ivan Yates last week, and he's usually quite, on the money when it comes to a lot of the predictions. I mean, been in the business long enough, and he would have actually seen that his anticipation was that at the local elections, Sinn Féin would actually continue to be strong, but that it would certainly affect them at a general election. So who knows? I mean, now, indeed, that came with his own health warning, which he gives a lot more of recently, in that polling has been so unreliable that we have to have caveats on all of these things, but so I'd say certainly probably it can be a victim of its own success, because once it's seen as a credible party, then those that want to attack all of the mainstream parties, Sinn Féin became part of that target as well,
All right, Pádraig, we're very much suggesting that in Leitrim it's probably bucking that trend.
It is, because if we look at the numbers, again, just going back to in the Carrick area, they increased their vote from 12.5% to 16%. In Manor Hamilton, they increased their vote from 16% to 25%. And in Ballinamore, they increased it slightly from 27 to 29%. So you're definitely bucking the trend. I suppose what probably would be concerning for them, if you look at the European tallies from Sligo, it appears that Maria Walsh has outpolled Chris McManus in Sligo, which is his home county, which would be concerning from a Sinn Féin perspective, that maybe their ambition to try and take a second seat in Sligo, in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, might be impacted by that. So that would be concerning. So they are bucking the trend here in terms of how they've done.
It's something we can ask Martin Kinney a little bit later on, but would you think at the minute now, just like the last general election, he'd be very much contacting party headquarters and saying, look, it's just one candidate, please, this time round in the next general election?
Yeah, it will be interesting, because the last time they did get spooked on the result of the local election, and it was closely followed, of course, by a general election, which we are going to again be closely followed by a general election, whether it's this side of Christmas or the far side.
And Martin Kinney ran as a solo candidate, didn't he?
He ran so they had two candidates nominated, if I'm right, John, and Chris McManus pulled out of the of it. Well, it was pulled. Yeah, it was pulled out, and. So that's going to be a decision again, I suppose, for their election strategists to see, and it'll be interesting. I suppose we'll have to go over the tally figures again and see where Sinn Féin picked up votes. I know they tried running three candidates in the Ballymote, Tubbacurry area. That doesn't seem to have worked really, in terms of that they picked up probably, I think, just maybe short of 1,000 votes between the three of them, but not enough probably for any. And again, geography is going to come into the distribution of those, and that they're not all going to go. One candidate was in Giva, one candidate was in Tubbacurry, and one was out in Drumore West. So so they generally stay local again. So.
If that trend was to follow in a general election, believe it or not, Sinn Féin wouldn't have a quota. If that trend were to follow, or wouldn't be near it. And I maintain that Chris McManus will be on the ticket one way or the other, unless he's elected to Europe.
Yeah, I would concur that would probably be what will happen.
All right. Well, that's all for another day. But again, bearing in mind of what you said there, and the drop in support, I could very much see it's something we will put to Martin Kelly, that they might be just looking maybe for one candidate to run again and try and consolidate that. Fahad, your take?
Well, again, yeah, and I mean, there's changes in this Sligo Leitrim constituency as well, and the likes of Marion Harkin is not running again. So again, there's, next time out.
Has Marion declared that she's not running?
Well, maybe
I don't think we've got any comment.
Oh, well, I might have misspoke. I thought in fact, and I can't confirm
No,
that. So
she has not said anything.
Okay.
Actually, some of our chief cohorts told me, one of them recently, whom you'd know, told me that she's definitely running.
Oh, well, there you go. I withdraw that because I thought that was. I actually.
I know the speculation, but I don't believe anything has come from her as of yet in relation to that election. But it will be massively interesting to see what's going to be happening there. And so Manor count 2 coming up, and Carrick count 3. And we're just watching Mary Quinn there, and she could be very shortly maybe heading back to the podium. We'll keep an eye on that, on the movement of the returning officer. Once again, Mary Quinn here. Again, all eyes on the podium in relation to see if we're going to have any more accounts at it. In case you're just joining us and coming into us a little bit late, the big news so far, James Gilmartin has been elected in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, in the McGloin, and Paddy O'Rourke have been elected in the first count in the Bandamore Municipal District. We've had 2 counts in Carrick and Shannon. Nobody has been elected there as of yet. Some of the lower place candidates have been eliminated and their votes been distributed. No, I was just going to, for a moment, it looks like Mary Quinn was going back to the podium, but not the case as of yet. All right, Manor Hamilton coming up as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here's Mary Quinn.
The following is the results of count 3 for the Carrick and Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of McManus Michael's 123 votes. Total votes distributed 123. Farrell Paddy Finnefall plus 19, 721, 721. Flynn Cormac Sinn Féin plus 6, 544, 544. Garland Sharon non-party plus 10, 252, 252. Gonzalez Lola Social Democrats plus 3, 155, 155. Gucky and Des non-party plus 31, 778, 778. King Stephen Finnefall plus 1, 524, 524. McGowan Sean Finnefall plus 4, 797, 797. Mulligan Lisa Sinn Féin plus 4, 420, 420. Reynolds Maeve Fine Gael plus 12, 769, 769. Stenson Enda non-party plus 17, 788, 788. Non-transferable papers not effective, 16, plus 16, total 18. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes in one operation, as the total of their votes is less than the number of votes credited to the next highest candidate. Gonzalez Lola, 155 votes. Garland Sharon, 252 votes. Thank you.
All right, let's look at those numbers. Pádraig McGorty would have been right in saying that the first thing stands out to be here. We were expecting those numbers to head very much into the Carrick and Shannon area because it was McManus's transfer. But yet that did perhaps not necessarily work out to be the case. 17 in the Stinson picking up there, 31 Des Gucking picking it up, Cormac Flynn plus 6, and the other candidate there, Stephen King, just adding 1 extra vote. So give me your thoughts. It's not a little bit surprising that the fact that the 2 candidates that we mentioned could be in this almighty dogfight would have been maybe expecting to have picked up more votes. But again, the fact that both of them have come in with low scores doesn't really not make a significant difference.
Yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference really. I suppose The only thing is that it is an independent vote, and because we still had independent candidates in the field, that's where it stayed. Des Cookey is probably, Michael McManus is the Dublin side of Carrick-on-Shannon, and it stayed out there, that independent vote with Des getting a nice bit of it.
It's a farmer-stroke rural vote.
I was going to say there's a strong agricultural.
Paddy Farrell got 19 out of it. Now, if you go back, Enda Stinson got 17. And Des Cookey, they were the big beneficiaries from it. So it doesn't change the thing.
31 Des picked up.
Yes, but it doesn't change the overall thing, because it's the next one, the 407 votes that are now being distributed. They will decide. They will have the biggest say in the whole lot.
Sharon Garland and Lola Gonzalez. Their votes been distributed at the minute. Garland's 252, isn't it? And
252 and 15.
155.
Yeah.
Okay, so 252 and 155. So really, nothing really there has changed significantly.
No, still waiting for it. That's about 400, is it? Yeah, for redistribution.
Yeah.
So,
as John said, Miriam, the next transfers are probably going to be a little bit more significant here.
well, you're into bigger numbers, and
And again, there are two Carrick-on-Shannon based candidates that will be exiting the field here in Sharon Garland and Lola Gonzalez, independent and social democrats. John Ellis, you're an experienced political pundit at this stage as well. If you're looking at an independent such as Sharon Garland and Lola Gonzalez from the social democrats, is it a dangerous business predicting where those transfers are going to go?
I wouldn't like to do it.
I wouldn't either.
They're one of these votes that you don't know whether they're personal votes or whether they're ideology votes or basically.
Could maybe in the case of Lola Gonzalez and Social Democrat, could it end?
Yeah.
More or less there might be very little transfers, very little movement on it.
You don't know.
Pádraig?
Yeah, that could be the case. I wouldn't like to call it either in terms of where they're going to go. Probably traditionally local elections will tell us that they will stay local, those votes, but as John says, it's very difficult to know whether they're personal votes or whether they're people who I suppose are believers in the manifesto of the Social Democrats. So we'll have to wait and see. And the Garland vote is definitely it's another independent vote, and there are still independents left in the field. So if we go on the Michael McManus transfer there, are they liable to stay in that independent?
Go to Des Cookey.
All right. Finola Armstrong Maguire is back as well. We might just bring in, because we're very much in the process of talking about Carrick-on-Shannon at the moment. And again, you are an outgoing councillor from the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. We've seen 3 counts now in Carrick-on-Shannon. It's very much, I suppose, an elimination of the lowest candidates thus far. From what you're making of it so far, going along expected lines, we're trying to harbour a guess here on where the Sharon Garland vote is likely to go and the Lola Gonzalez vote is likely to go. Sharon Garland would be well known, I suppose, from around the town and the festivals and the various events that she's organising, been involved in the organising of them. Lola Gonzalez, Social Democrat. So we're looking for maybe a little bit of local knowledge here of where potential transfers could end up flying to.
The transfers could be a woman's vote. It could be a woman to say, ensure we'll get a woman on the council. And it could be the Carrick vote, which might help Stephen King. And that's where, if it stays in Carrick, I think it might help Stephen King.
More so than Cormac Glenn.
More so, I think so now, and this is all to be played for, of course, but yeah, and it may go to Maeve Reynolds as well. That's the two of them. They're both ladies, so and between them, there are 400 votes.
Yeah, which is a significant number that we're looking at, especially when it gets so tight a little bit later on in the overall end of things. Just on that, John, to pick it up there, is there a likelihood that those votes could maybe initially in the main transfer to female candidates?
Well, you never know. But they're going to decide the whole lot. They'll decide the whole what way it's going to finish. Because once they're out of the way, there's nothing left, more or less.
Well, Lisa Mulligan's transfer, which Sinn Féin would be hoping for.
Well, you see, this is where the funny game could come out of Lisa Mulligan's transfer. If Enda Stinson is still there, Des Guckin is still there, Sean McGowan is still there,
all needing those,
and
few
Paddy
votes
Farrell is still there. They all need votes. And okay, we have an idea. Lisa Mulligan is given 140 to Cormac Flynn. That's what she's given. So we know that. So unless that Cormac Flynn would need to be 20 to 30 votes ahead of Stephen King, or actually, no, it's the other way around. Stephen King will need to be 30 or 40 votes minimum
ahead of Cormac
Flynn
before he gets the Mulligan.
Before he gets the Mulligan, yeah.
So
Now
we will know the gap between Cormac Flynn and
Stephen King.
After
Now,
this.
for instance, say that Stephen King did a whopper and got 200 of them, then he becomes the front runner.
Is there anything of interest there, Finola? Just looking and going back to the Michael McManus vote and the way that it was transferred there in the last count. The lads made the point there that, someone made was a kind of a farmer's vote. Paddy Farrell picked up 19, Cormac Flynn picked up 6. Of the other candidates, Stephen King just picked up 1. Would that have been a surprise now that maybe Stephen King wouldn't have picked up more votes from Michael McManus and Carrick-on-Shannon?
Absolutely, and talking about local and living locally, he lives beside him. If that was the case, it certainly has gone to the farmers vote, because Des Guckin has taken 31 of them there as well, and Enda Stenson has taken 17. So it was a male-dominated vote to the men. Sharon Garland got 10 of them, and Lola Gonzalez got 3.
Jez, as we mentioned, picking up 31 was a big return. Stephen King, and again, it's interesting to say this, and I'm just trying to put it into the context of what we're doing in predicting votes. Would that in any way suggest that Stephen King, from what we've seen here, maybe Cormac to a degree as well, how transfer friendly are they?
Well, in seeing it there, he hasn't gained much. Neither has the other.
Neither of them are.
The established ones are probably more transfer friendly. When you've met them and they've done work alongside you, maybe not as directly for you, but you know that they've done work, maybe that's when people give the 2s. They've met them more often and been in their pathway.
Just coming in on that, John or Pádraig, do you want to pick up that in relation to the transfer friendliness of those two Carrick-on-Shannon candidates?
Yeah, I suppose, Miriam alluded to it earlier about Sinn Féin are now probably seen, because they've established themselves as the main opposition in the Dáil. They're seen as an established political party. This vote of Michael McManus's was probably a protest vote and was more likely to go towards the independent style of candidate rather than, I know Paddy Farrell got 19, that's an indicator that it was maybe going towards the farmer an agricultural context to the vote. The rest of it kind of gravitated towards independence and away from the established parties.
All right, so that's interesting to see just on that, and again, I suppose calling into question how transfer friendly is any candidate maybe at this particular stage. We are awaiting confirmation or an indication even from the council in relation to where the next count will be taking place.
I think you mentioned something interesting, just looking inside at the ballot papers about where some of the votes finished, and with some of the candidates that were, we'll say, non-established party candidates, those votes sort of finished after the non-established candidates were given a preference, and that could be a factor in this as well here, and that some of those votes will just end after they've been given a preference to some of the independents. Now, I've no statistical numbers around that, but that was been shown on some of the ballot papers inside.
A town of the size of the population now of Carrick-on-Shannon, and again, we're just looking in some ways at trying to get data that could maybe help us look at maybe trends or where possible votes could go. Is there a big multicultural vote in Carrick-on-Shannon at the moment, Finola?
I wouldn't think so. I would think that the people who are of other ethnic minorities in the town are cautious about voting and cautious about local votes. I don't know how much it takes to get them out. Lola would have worked very, very hard on that. She's very much a leader in the international community. She's put on a lot of performances and things that they are free to go to. And
That's the point that I was making, because I know she's involved in a lot of the aspects of that, but at the same time, when you look at her first preference, you would have almost thought with that involvement and the multicultural factor in Carrick now at the minute, I would have been expecting maybe more of a vote to have gone her way as a result of that. Was that an outlandish expectation to be making before the election?
No, I wouldn't think so. And I only to say for myself, particularly because I'm not there, in that I am a peace commissioner. I have signed several things for documentation for people who have just arrived in the country and who have votes. And I would have expected to pick up their vote as well. But and
equally so, and I know we're going back over old ground, but again, when you have urban areas, if the Greens were going to make any type of inroads in Leitrim, you would expect urban areas such as Carrick and Shannon maybe being an area. And again, Leslie O'Hara, unfortunately, the ball didn't bounce for him. There was a lot of speculation at the start of the election campaign around Bohan Gallagher, and again, a high-ranking member of the Green Party, but there was speculation with her Bohan connections that she could have maybe ran in the Carrick and Shannon area.
Yes, her own decision not to, I suppose, brought her into maybe a bigger population where she was, or near her Sligo base too. There just isn't. I would think that people are doing their best as far as Green is concerned, and doing what they can and listening to what needs to be done, and kind of don't need to be told what to do by a party. In that we act as Green as possible a lot in the community, and the younger people are being urged to more so every day. So I think we're all doing our best, and
do you
possibly
feel
don't need to have allegiance to a Green Party.
Yeah, and do you feel by that almost the Green Party, that the message is almost too frequent from them, and we're sick of being told do this, do that, or no environment, no planet, no future?
Well, certainly it comes back to me from the farming community that they don't want to be told anymore. And all the effort that is being made between the plastic bags not being allowed and now the collection of cans and plastic bottles, there is a huge emphasis on it. And I don't know whether they've done too much with the cans and plastic bottles. But they say it will work, and we'll watch it as it turns around, and it'll be maybe back to what it was 50 years ago, where we collected Lucozade bottles because they were very valuable.
John Ellis, how long is it before guilty by association kicks into play? That if that's maybe hitting the Greens now, the parties that are in government with them that are maybe facilitating this, as Pádraig Fallon, I think, pointed it out earlier on, it's not just the Greens, there's two other parties in government. And how long is it maybe before what we're experiencing here at the Green Party in Leitrim, before that maybe guilty by association, by in some ways facilitating the Greens to remain in government, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, that there's a backlash maybe there?
Well, you see, the backlash has already started, if you study it, because both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are slowly trying to shove Eamon Ryan overboard. The only thing is that he has to stay there more so than Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael having to keep him, because he knows that come the next general election, they could take another hammer. They may or may not. Things can change.
He brought them back from the brink of extinction.
He did, yeah. He brought them back from extinction. But there is a problem out there. People's way of life has been affected by an awful lot of regulation that's been brought in. Some of it needless. Some of it is totally stupid. And the other thing that people will say to you is, yeah, we're the good boys. We're doing everything right. And the Chinese will send out more carbon between now and 12 o'clock than we'll send out for a week. And there's no remarks on them.
We see the Amazon forest being reduced all the time.
What has happened, and then they'll say that there's food, the world is short of food. And here you have a European region, and Ireland especially, which can produce food, low carbon, low everything, and lo and behold, fellas are being told that they can't do X, Y, or Z. They're becoming, put it mildly, peed off of a lot of it. And I'll tell you one thing, when it comes to the general election, both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will want to have a clear roadmap of where they're going with regards to environmental issues and what they're going to do, because there is ready to be a backlash from rural Ireland. There's planning problems out there. That's been blamed on the Greens. Okay, they may be part of it, but some of the stupidity of some of the planning regulations that are out there are unreal.
That roadmap, would that need to very much lay down bullet points that it will not involve the Green Party, future government?
Well, future government, if the Green Party want to be in government, they're going to have to accept this. Because remember that if you were to go by today, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are going to, between them, not be that far short of holding, get to a majority. And remember, you wouldn't have a big job to get 15 or 20 independents. Now, that sounds a big number, who would be prepared to trade their souls for stuff for their own constituencies. I've seen it before, because I remember see Jackie Healy-Rae. He'd arrive up with the list of a Tuesday, and there's a guy called Declan Inglesby, and he was his manager, and Declan had to look after the stuff for him, and that was how it was done. And he fully supported, and he succeeded for his own people. That's the big end of it, and that's why you have the two lads elected today in Kerry.
Obviously, with their strong track record on achieving things for their constituency, that's interesting in relation to the Greens and how it's going to impact future governments, and whether or not Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael would maybe decide to try, and would it be easier to control a Green Party or easier to control 20 independents?
You could control 20 independents because remember, that 20 independents would more than likely be rural people who would be prepared to wield and move back a bit, because this green agenda is grand, but it's doing as much damage indirectly to the environment as is some of the other stuff that they're shouting about. Like the damage that's been done to our environment and our water, of course, and everything by forestry. It's disgrace. And everybody's saying, "Oh, plant more trees and pollute more country." That's what pollute more water. That's what's happening, and it's becoming very, very sticky.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's a lot of food for thought. There's a lot of analysis that will go into the formation of any future governments here at this stage. You can probably hear in the background, I think the nightlife is in full swing here in Carrick-on-Shannon, where we're situated.
Now you're back to your old self.
A nightclub is just gone on the way. It's been a long time, John, since I was the other side of that door. I can tell you, 20 years plus probably at this stage.
What about Kevin?
A funny feeling though, they could be out of the nightclub before we'd be out of here this evening.
Well, you'll know that in a half an hour.
Yeah, Gary Pryor made the point, Finola, that we could be talking about that they'll be making a decision here by about 12 o'clock. Have you heard anything or any inkling on that?
No, in speaking, I didn't hear any inkling. I'd be surprised if the staff are asked to go on for very long after 12 o'clock, but that they may have an arrangement made with the supervisor and they will.
Yeah, well, I always thought if there was a finishing line anyways in sight, they would have kept going to 3 of them, but that finishing line doesn't seem to be in sight.
No, it's not enough.
And explain to us why, Pádraig and John, maybe on the back of it, we're looking primarily here at Carrick-on-Shannon and Bandamore as the main reasons why you would feel at this stage we are coming back tomorrow.
Well, Manorhamilton is going to bring you back tomorrow because there's that James Gilmartin's distribution, and then you have all the others to be dealt with.
So all 3 municipal districts are going to have business to.
The only thing that we know is who's going to get elected in the Manorhamilton area. Yeah. That's decided. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't know about you, Pádraig, at the minute.
No.
It's going to be the 3 independents, Mary Bohan, Justin Warnock, and Pádraig Fallon.
The gap between
it's not closable.
The gap between Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Comiskey isn't closing. It's going to widen with Gilmartin's distribution, and I don't think he has enough votes in the Bergen pool to get him.
Well, if you take it, he's only getting 10%, so he's only going to get 40 votes. 40 votes. Yeah. So you put 40 on to 435. So that's 475.
Yeah.
Now, okay, Bergen is 277 or 278, but they're not going to go and block to Keskey. Eddie Mitchell is going to pick up a lot of them because they're traditionally Fine Gael votes. They're coming out of Rosinver, Ballymehen. Like, you look at where she got them. She got 48 in Ballymehen. She got 30 in the 60 in Glenfarn.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to run through Manor Hamilton and out to the Manor.
And I got a image of 210 votes of Bergens that were tallied for the number twos, and there's 50 of them Gilmartin. So if they split the same way, then along the 17-10% that Gilmartin is splitting already. So if someone votes down the ballot paper and goes for Mitchell and Keskey in a similar proportion with threes as that's only going to widen the gap, and there's probably maybe not enough core Fine Gael vote in there to
if you take it
to cover that.
By the time that when James Gilmartin's surplus is distributed, as I said, Keskey has taken himself to he has 459, so he'll get to 500. Mitchell has 512 before he takes anything from Gilmartin.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mitchell heading for 600.
Yeah, he's going to get 70-ish.
And Phelan Gordon is going to get a big whack of them too.
32% of them, yeah.
Yeah. So if Phelan Gordon is getting 32% of them, Phelan Gordon is getting 120.
Yeah.
It's just on those figures.
That takes Phelan Gordon then to 850. So he's heading for the home straight.
On James the surplus.
And what Mary Bohan has offered?
She got 13% of it.
13?
Yeah.
Well, if you take it, 13 is 52.
Yeah.
So 52 and her, so she's heading for 890.
Yeah, so she's
only 17 short.
The Eddie Mitchell figure of 17% on those.
Well, if Eddie Mitchell's getting 17%, it's 17, 40, 7, 4, 28. He's getting 70 votes, and Keskey is only getting 40. So he widens the gap.
Yeah, it's just that gap just seems to be increasing. All the evidence there, I think John has explained it fairly well.
He has, and like that's where the evidence is pointing. And I think that I know there was 68 votes of Bergens that weren't tallied for twos, but Keskey, we need to get all of them to close the gap anyway at all. So
go back and look at Bergens. 48 in Ballymehen.
Yeah.
They're not going to go to the Manor.
No.
They'll go a portion of them, the real hardcore. And the 60 in Glenfarn
will go largely to Mitchell.
They'll go largely to Mitchell. Then you look at it, this 23 and 18 is 41. There's 55 she has in Manor Hamilton. And they'll break 50.
They could go everywhere.
They'll go everywhere.
Yeah.
Because they could end up, Phelan Gordon could still be around looking for a few. They're all going to still be hanging around. No, that's
Manor Hamilton, more or less fairly convincingly called. In Ballinamore again, as we just swap over to there, we've just had the one count in Ballinamore so far, where Enda McGloin and Paddy O'Rourke were elected, and I suppose the Paddy O'Rourke surplus is significant there as well, Pádraig, and that's going to take quite some time to get through.
Yeah, and I think that's why if we haven't got a second count in Ballinamore now, we probably will be back here tomorrow. Once you would imagine that they won't continue any further after that if there's a lot of votes still to.
They may try to get rid of Paddy O'Rourke's surplus and James Gilmartin's, and after that they'll be starting to say steady up.
Okay, so that surplus is obviously significant from there. And in Carrick and Shannon, really, where we've had the most action by a country mile so far in relation to counts, but yet nobody elected in 3 counts there in the Carrick and Shannon municipal district. But a number of the lower cases, or candidates at the lower end of the voting cases, have been eliminated. Leslie O'Hora, followed by Michael McManus, and then Lola Gonzalez and Sharon Gardner, both eliminated on the after count 3. And just on the issue maybe of Carrick and Shannon, we're just going back there at the minute. Again, with the quota, 824, I think in Carrick and Shannon, I think the quota was as a result of that. You can probably see some of the candidates edging a little bit closer to it, but all at the same time a significant distance away.
Yes, they're all 40 away and more. So the division has to come out, and some won't make the quota but will be elected, I take it, in Carrick. And that when we've eliminated 2, it will make a big difference. And if we have to go to Lisa Mulligan's, they will make a difference. So it could be quick enough in Carrick, I think, but we have to let the time happen.
We're awaiting with interest those votes of Sharon Gartland and Lola Gonzalez, just to see where they are going to transfer to. That would be interesting. They are among the Carrick and Shannon based candidates at the minute.
Yeah, but there are 400 there, and when it comes to Lisa Mulligan's, it's 400 more. So that those 800 should make a big difference to everybody there, I'd imagine.
All right.
And those that are high will remain high, even if they don't get from them. But we know that Stephen King and Cormac Flynn will gain from them.
All right. I'm watching Mary Quinn moving again. No, not anywhere near the podium, is it? No. We're just waiting to see if there's going to be any more movement from there. Philip Curran has come back in here. We'll grab maybe another word with you as we wait for further counts to take place. In the Manor Hamilton Municipal District at the moment, just a 1 vote. The James Gilmartin surplus being distributed at present. How far away, Phelim, are you from the Holy Land at present?
Well, we thought we might get about 180 number 2s. It's looking at about 107. But the word is inside. We don't know whether they're going to pull the plug tonight or whether they're going to keep going. So that's the word. You know what I mean? We don't know.
Just give me what are they going to do?
At 11 o'clock, they said they were going to pull the plug.
They're going to pull the plug?
Yeah, but we don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the last time, myself and Sean McDermott would have gone in at probably 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they got to keep going. Can't go through this again.
Right. And
so we're just hoping that they don't pull the plug.
I think they're going to pull it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It'd be your preference at this stage if they kept going yeah.
Any candidate preferred
and try and run.
But I mean, it's taken hours to go through the first count to the second count. It's taken, and you understand it a lot better than the rest of us. So I mean, it's taken too long.
There's no first count in Sligo yet in any of the districts. Is there now? Yeah. There's Niall at St.
Is Sligo going to keep going?
I know not in Roscommon either. They don't submit the first count yet.
Okay.
But are they going to keep going, or are they going to pull the plug?
So, just on the Manor Hamilton area, Phelim, at the minute, I know we spoke to you a little bit earlier on there in relation to what has been taking place. Your reading of it for, maybe to put you on the spot, that final seat, which is going to be, we felt the battle between Eddie Mitchell and maybe Kevin Keskey for that last seat. Bearing in mind that you two are an independent, and John has explained that there the way those transfers have gone, that there's probably every indication here that Eddie Mitchell's prospects are improving by the hour.
Yeah, I think he's going to get number 2s. I think about 67. I think that's what we reckon. Now, whether that happens or not. But as John has said earlier on, I suppose the emphasis here is that people didn't realise, and Eddie was hammered on the doorstep, that they've always had a Fine Gael councillor in Kilty-Clore, Glenfarne for the last 50 odd years, and they didn't have one from 1999 to 2004 when Sean ran. So I think Eddie hammered that through in the doors, and I think, as everybody knows, politics is local.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that could be the swinging factor for him.
Yeah,
but it's very close to call.
Even at this stage,
even on the board there, they're saying there's just 50 votes between them, so it's the transfers, you know.
Yeah.
But as we're saying, what will they do? Will they take 2 or 3 out of it now in the next count 2?
Mm-hmm.
Will they eliminate 2 or 3? And where them transfers go?
And where those transfers are going to head. Yeah, that could be interesting, but at the same time, again, from the way that we've been looking at it here, it'd be difficult to see that the gap can be closed in Eddie Mitchell.
Yeah, well, Porrick here is beside us, so what's the gap?
Well, the gap is, as you said, it's about less than just over 50 votes. But we have been widening that gap on the with the surplus of James Gilmartin, his percentage of the surplus. He's getting 17%, whereas Kevin Cummins only getting 10%, and we're struggling to find votes elsewhere because we don't think the Fine Gael vote will transfer heavily enough from Katrina Bergen to Kevin Cummins, because there's a significant portion of that in Rossinver which we think will not split in a big enough way towards Kevin Cummins. And we also think that there's a portion of those in Glenfarne that we think that Eddie will pick up enough to keep the gap. While the gap might narrow slightly, I don't think it'll narrow enough. That's our reading on it here.
And probably independence votes will probably go towards independence.
Yeah,
because it's probably independence.
Quite possibly. Mary Quinn is returning to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the second count for the Manorhamilton local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of James Gilmartin's 428 votes. Total of votes distributed 428. Bergen Katrina Fine Gael plus 26, 303, 303. Bohan Mary Fianna Fáil plus 54, 889, plus 889. Brennan Shaibu Michelle Sinn Féin plus 27, 425, 425. Keskey Kevin Fine Gael plus 43, 502, 502. Fallon Porrick Sinn Féin plus 33, 812, 812. Gallagher Blaughin Green Party plus 10, 132, 132. Garn Phelim Non-Party plus 112, 846, 846. Lenan Burney Labour Party plus 8, 111, 111. McConville Diarmid's Non-Party plus 3, 37, 37. Mitchell Eddy Non-Party plus 73, 585, 585. Warnock Justin Fianna Fáil plus 39, 797, 797. Non-transferable papers not effective, 0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes in one operation, as the total of their votes is less than the number of votes credited to the next highest candidate. McConville Diarmid, 37 votes. Lenan Burney, 111 votes. Gallagher Blaughin, 132 votes. Thanks very much.
Is Mary Quinn, and there you have confirmation of the fact that Blaughin Gallagher, Diarmid McConville and Bernie Lenan all now have been eliminated as a result of that particular count. Let's digest some of the figures of those transfers from James Gilmartin. Pádraig McGorty is inputting them here as we speak. We're looking very much as Mo's at Kevin Comiskey plus 43. We're looking at Eddie Mitchell plus 73, and indeed I think in the main there Eddie Mitchell doing very well. Phelim picking up a healthy return as well. Phelim Gurn still with us, 112, the big winner there as well, and then followed by Eddie. Phelim, give me your take there on that. Obviously there was going to come a certain amount of Gilmartin's vote back to you as an independent, the fact that the proximity of him to Manorhamilton. Happy with that?
Oh, delighted. Listen, that's what a lot of people were saying. 1-2 because we were such in a close catchment area.
And just bring you in closer here.
Sorry, that's what we were saying, that the way it was going, because a lot of people were voting 1-2, vice versa. You know, 1 for him, 2 for me, vice versa. 1 for me, 2 for him. And I suppose now it's come back that actually, I suppose in all the elections that I've been in, I've been voter friendly. So I've always got a lot of transfers. So I'm able to pick up votes, I suppose, from Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, and other independents. So I've been lucky at that from day one.
Okay.
But I'm very happy there now that
112. You'd very much see yourself as transfer friendly, and even as a result there of that increase in your vote. Pádraig, you're looking at the numbers here as well. The significance of the vote of the transfer that went to Kevin Keskey and Eddie Mitchell in relation to that last seat, 73. Eddie Mitchell, 43, Kevin Keskey. What can we read into that?
This mirrors the tally that was done on them, which was a very accurate tally, which is unusual for number twos, but a very accurate tally done on them, and we have that gap has widened to 83 votes as a result of that. So I think that's pretty significant. I don't see it being closed, because you look at who is going out. There's 132 votes belonging to Blahin Gallagher there. They're probably likely to go in the main to Eddie Mitchell, or he should get some of them. He won't get them in the main, but he'll get some of them.
Believe it or not.
So the votes that's going to be coming into play next now here, just to recap for the benefit of people at home, we're going to have the candidates there that were eliminated. Dermot McConville, 37. Elsewhere we have Blahin Gallagher from the Green Party, 132, and Bernie Lennon, Labour, 111. So those votes are going to be distributed at the minute. That's the next task that's going to be facing the council staff. Let's maybe look at where those votes are going to end up going.
Listen, it'd be ironic if Bernie Leanne, who was doing me on Facebook, that it was her votes that got me across the line. It'd be actually ironic out of this campaign, but who knows what's going to happen in the next batch of votes. So we've got to see where the votes go. I'd say help Eddie. At this stage, I'd imagine them votes,
Blahin Gallagher's votes will go to Eddie?
I think so, yeah. Because of the fracking campaign and all that he's led for the last 10 years, so I'd imagine so,
Okay, and the number of votes there for Dermot McConville, 37.
Well, we're estimating that, in fairness, we'll get about 10 votes from him, so that's not a bad return.
I think they'll be similar to the Michael McManus vote in Carrick, in that they will stay largely towards independent candidates, or maybe end. That's largely where they'll go. So probably Phelan and Eddie will benefit from a few of those. For Bernie Lennon was probably the more difficult one. Would you imagine they might stay? I would have suspected they were around Dromahare, and a portion of those votes. John, you have the figures there.
She has 111 votes. Phelan could be as big a winner out of them as anybody, believe it or not.
Well, he polled well in Dromahare,
yeah. And I'll tell you why I say that.
Well, you're the expert, John.
They're Dromahare votes.
Right.
And while they might be voting for her, the both of them have to be personal votes. They're not Labour votes, or they're personal votes.
They're not
just a bit closer, John, to the microphone.
They're not party votes, John.
They're not party votes. So they could go anywhere. And you see, Mary Bohan is still there to soak up a few of them as well. But okay, you'd all be on different sides on local issues to her. But it doesn't say that the homes that would be possible for them is gone. Because Blahin Gallagher would be the logical home for them, and she's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So either that, or they'll, as I said, go the gunshot, that they'll go a few here and a few there, and that's it. I would be in agreement that a lot of Blahin Gallaghers, I think, are going to go to Mitchell.
I think
because the fracking and all that stuff. It's their natural home after finishing with her.
Yeah,
but it's over the contest.
Yeah. You feel it's Manor Hamilton is done and dusted.
Yeah, it's done and dusted. Mitchell is going to get the last seat, because there's no way Keskey can get enough out of Bergen to catch him now, because he'd have to get 2/3 to catch him.
Yeah,
and that's Mitchell getting them all out of it. And they're in Mitchell's backyard, so they're going to stay there.
Pádraig?
Yeah, I agree with John. They're going to stay in. They're going to stay in Glenfarne, those Bergen votes, and I think the gap is too much. So I think it's
widening. Remember that his biggest hope Comiskey's biggest hope was coming off the surplus. And he turns out that he gets less out of the surplus than did Mitchell.
Yeah.
He got 43, Mitchell got 73. So that widened the gap.
Phelan, would you be in agreement with this?
Yeah, I think
Kevin Comiskey, in fairness, he was just walked out there behind us.
There. Yeah, and listen, it's sorry for anybody that's not get elected.
It's tough on anyone that
Liz, yeah,
we've been there.
And I do think that, as I said, the Blohy Gallagher Green vote will favour Eddie Mitchell because of the fracking campaign that he's led for the last 10 years, and I'd be very, very surprised if he didn't pick up the majority of the vote there.
Of the Blohy Gallagher vote, okay, and the Bernie Linan vote, difficult to know where it's going, but maybe, as you mentioned there unintentionally, you could see some of it coming to yourself from Mary Bohan.
Well, I hope so. You know what I mean? Listen, the vote is 9:04, and what am I at now?
8:46.
So nearly there, like.
All right.
But I mean, my first campaign, I was 20 votes off, and I waited from 12 o'clock in the day to 12 o'clock at night. So I can't go through this.
It can be very much a case of the waiting game.
It's a cruel sport, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if you're professional at this like you, John, for years, but I was just drafted in now. This is my third campaign. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
And I'm learning new tricks all the time.
It doesn't matter how long you've been at it. There's, as Philip says, there's a new trick to be learned every day.
There's always something new.
As my father used to say, if you wake up every day and you don't learn something new, it's a bad day.
You learn something new with it. John, just bring in ever so closer. My apologies, just in the background noise. We're just want to try and pick up every word that you're giving us here. I'd be interested to know as well, maybe something from the council staff in relation to maybe what their intentions are, whether they're going to give us any indication soon, maybe a confirmation of what time they're going to pull the plug at tonight or what time they're going to come back, and it'll give people an indication at home that are watching as well. By the way, it's just approaching midnight at the moment. 9 o'clock this morning was when we kicked off at the minute in Manor Hamilton. Just to recap, because as I keep mentioning here, there's an audience that's changing all the time. In Manor Hamilton, we have James Gilmartin elected, and so far out of the race at this stage, we have Gilbert McConville, Blohy Gallagher, and Bernie Linan. In Carrick-on-Shannon, we've had 3 counts in Carrick-on-Shannon. Nobody elected as of yet. Eliminated were Leslie O'Hora, Michael McManus, Lola Gonzalez, and Sharon Gartland, all being eliminated in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. And in Bandamore, 2 candidates, 2 councillors, 2 city councillors elected so far, in Paddy O'Rourke topping the poll, 1,434 first preference votes, and Enda McGloin also been elected on the first count in the Bandamore Municipal District on 1,033 first preference votes. And that, in a nutshell, Pádraig, is more or less what has happened so far.
That's what's happened so far, Kelvin. Yeah, you're correct. We're awaiting count 2 in Ballinamore and count 4 in Carrick-on-Shannon. We believe count 4 in Carrick will tell us a lot about that battle between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King for the seat. It'll give us an idea of the gap between them, which will then give us an indication of when Lisa Mulligan gets eliminated, what is likely to occur.
All right. Okay. So at this particular moment in time, I suppose we're always looking forward and we're thinking about the workings of the council. As an independent on the Manor Hamilton Municipal District, and indeed as an independent on the council in general, Phelan Garn, with a greater representation of independents than heretofore. I know Jerry Dolan obviously isn't going to be there, but there's going to be, by the looks of things, 2 going back in with you in the Manor Hamilton area, 2 returning in Carrick-on-Shannon, none in Bandamore. Is that going to strengthen your hand a little bit, do you feel, in council bargaining and everything that goes on in king making and the whole criteria that goes with it when you have more independence?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. It's either going to be one way that the general election is going to go, and it's either going to go that Fianna Fáil is either going to go in with Sinn Féin in government, and that's going to happen maybe in council level, or Fianna Fáil is going to have to recognise that independents are out there and they're going to need their votes. And this is all about independents coming together, and it's all about the budget. That's all the difference with any independents. So it's about just strengthening the party politics, that nothing collapses. So it's going to be very interesting after the whole lot happens. Fianna Fáil is going to be the biggest party that's there. Possibly Sinn Féin next. Possibly Independents next. Probably Fine Gael, 3 seats probably. So it's going to be interesting the bargaining that happens afterwards. But the tone out there.
Ballinamore Count 2 we're hearing is going to be taking place in about 5 minutes' time, so we'll be waiting for that. Is there going to be a settling down period, Philip?
There is going to be. There's a lot of anger out there, and there's a lot of people, especially annoyed about councillors, what powers we have, right? And John knows this better than me. We're going to have to do something, and we're going to have to take the governments on as regards one-off housing. That is going to have to happen. We just can't keep saying, 10 years of this, haven't sorted, this happened before I got in. This is going to have to be sorted out in this term. That if you're a farmer, you're a son or daughter, that you're able to build on land. I was out at a meeting years ago with 2 engineers, and they told me that everybody should be living in towns. That was their attitude. Now, the attitude here is not everybody can live in towns. Their attitude was, we put in lighting, we put in infrastructure. That's not going to work. Now, the idea is, we had a meeting years ago online with Damien English, and he was the minister at the time, and we had him worked. And the example was that I gave, and you heard me say this before, Colliery, you could build in Colliery, but you couldn't build in the manor, which was a mile away. So the issue here was that you're a mile apart, but that you can't build one-off housing. So that has got to be sorted out in this campaign. We have a huge housing shortage out there, and as Fianna Fáil done in the 60s and 70s, we got to start building more social houses. That's the idea that's out there.
Okay,
we got to turn this around, start building houses.
All right, I know PJ was out on the floor there. What's the word that you're getting back there, PJ? Keeping going till 3, is it?
They're going to keep going in possibly 2.
All right, possibly 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, all right. So we're going to be here for a few hours, yes.
Well, that's not so bad to hear. We have to get it over tonight.
So would that suggest, in the sense that they're going to try and maybe get through as much and maybe possibly see it out tonight?
Well, listen, you could see a couple of people eliminated at the one time, and then you could just, like the last time, you could see a couple of councillors put in the 5th and 6th count, and that might happen to get through this. But we got to try and get through this tonight.
All right. Well, the good news is for any election anoraks that's out there.
Sorry, going back to what Phelim said.
Yes.
It's going to be a duty on the new councillors that's elected to ensure that people are able to be allowed to live in rural Ireland. There's enough of technology out there to deal with septic tanks and deal with everything else. But the sad end of it is that a lot of engineers have come out from university programmed that everybody should be urbanized. That's what I call it. And it's ridiculous that anybody's son or daughter can't go and take a site off the family farm and build a house. It's actually wrong, because under the Constitution you have the right to do what you like with your own land. And this is a case of where you're basically being told you can't do it. As I said, the technology is there. These treatment units are the final discharge for them is drinkable, and it's probably better than some of the water we're getting in the taps.
But I mean, I'll give you an example. You're worried about one-off housing and the affluence coming from it. We have a system in Manor Hamlin that's there 100 years, flooded 2 weeks ago, where the storage from the hospital along the new line and the surface water is thrown into each other for the last 100 years, and that's in a town. There's nobody worried or putting their hands up about that and what that's going to cost. But yet a one-off house is going to do more damage. It's nonsense, pure and utter nonsense. And as John knows, in his time in the council, his time as a TD, our powers is being eliminated as councillors. If you go over to England and you watch Jeremy Clarkson's Farm as an example of municipal areas where councillors come together, they get planning decisions. If you go down to Northern Ireland, because I was talking to them down there when we're trying to do the Greenway, and it's not community groups that do things, it's councillors that pass things.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be. And over the years, our powers have been eroded. But certainly, under this term, I will be fighting as an independent with my fellow independents. We have a chat that we will sort out this one-off housing. We can't just go on. We can't see areas decimated. We can't see villages, townlands, GA teams. Can't continue this.
Okay, Bandamore count 2 is going to be the next count that will be coming our way. We're just getting confirmation of that. Bandamore count 2, John, is going to be next coming up. But we're talking here, and just to recap it, because Pete Giletti, who's playing a blinder for us here in relation to bringing guests in and out of the studio, very much got the indication there from the council staff inside the last few minutes, so we're probably going to be continuing on here until 2-3 o'clock in the morning. So with that revised timetable now of events, Patrick, would that tell you that they're going to have a go at maybe trying to complete everything this evening?
I question whether they will have the chance. I agree with John and what he just said there, but obviously the returning officer sees a pathway to getting finished tonight, or otherwise she would have made the decision to call it. I recall we came back here the last time, but that was for 2 recounts in Carrick-on-Shannon the last time. I can't remember. I think Manorhamilton was finished, I do believe, at the time. But Manorhamilton was very straightforward the last time. There was no real battle for any seat in Manorhamilton the last time. So
let's keep an eye on Mary Quinn for a moment. I think we'll put the developments here in Bandamore. It will be count 2 in Bandamore. We are led to believe will be the next count. Mary Quinn has returned to the podium, our returning officer here in Leitrim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the second count for the Ballinamore local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's 490 votes. Total votes distributed 490. Barry Brendan Sinn Féin plus 17, 878, 878. Charles Lenge Carina, Independent Ireland, plus 15, 118, 118. Kernan Joanne Sinn Féin, plus 12, 574, 574. Heslin George, non-party, plus 8, 62, 62. Kenny Roisin Sinn Féin, 128, 613, 613. O'Keally Adam Green Party, plus 18, 347, 347. Prior Gary Finnefall, plus 182, 768, 768. Reynolds Flynn Eta Finnegale, plus 98, 823, 823. Wynne Sean, non-party, plus 12, 444, 444. Non-transferable papers not effective, 0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will now proceed to distribute Indemagloin's surplus of 89 votes, as it is the only available surplus and equals or exceeds the difference between the 2 lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
So, as Mary Quinn mentioned there, Indemagloin surplus will now be distributed in the Bandamore municipal district. Let's look at some of the figures just on the transfer of Paddy O'Rourke surplus from that count. Obviously, we were looking to see how Roisin Kenny would do, plus 128. We were very interested how Gary Pryor was going to do, plus 182. They would be probably the 2 significant figures, John Ellis, you would have been looking at there. Yeah. First of all, maybe Paddy O'Rourke's running mate for Fianna Fáil, Gary Pryor. Talk to me about that from a Fianna Fáil perspective. 182.
It's as much as you can expect. It's 40% roughly, and that's the max you get at any stage on a transfer, no matter how tight the party may work. It guarantees that Gary Pryor is going to be elected. There's no question about that now. The gap between Roisin Kenny and Cornyn is 39 votes. Now, it's going to get very interesting from here on in. And I'll tell you why. All the eliminations that are to come are all, as I call it, back towards Drumshanbo. And Cornyn would be nearer to them than Roisin Kenny. Now, Roisin Kenny will be dependent on name recognition. Now, Sean Wynne is a significant, and O'Kelly. They have a significant. They have 3/4 of a quota between them. And that'll be interesting to see how they break down.
Where they're going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because when we do start seeing candidates being eliminated, we will be looking at the likes of Karina Charles Lynch there, George Heslin obviously will be going fairly early into it as well. And next, I presume, although he would be a good bit ahead, would probably be Adam Kelly. So those would be very much Drumshanbo-based candidates that will be dropping out.
Remember,
geography.
We have Inda's 80 votes to be distributed first.
Yeah. So we've Drumshanbo votes to be distributed for, next, and then we have obviously, as John alluded to, candidates that are closer to Roche and Curran. If we remember in this constituency, the last time geography played a big part in Sinn Féin not taking a second seat. Now they are going to take a second seat this time around. It's whether geography decides who it is this time or not.
Whether it's Cornyn or Kenny.
Into McGloin surplus, 80 something is that there that's been distributed.
Yeah.
Where do we see that going? Staying in Drumshanbo in the main, John?
Well, Ita Reynolds is definitely going to pick up some of it.
The Fine Gael vote.
She probably could pick up, like Gary Pryor picked up off Paddy O'Rourke, the 40%.
Okay.
That's the max.
30 odd votes.
So if you take it, that's 30 odd. Gary Pryor will pick up a few out of it. O'Kelly will pick up a few out of it, and so will Sean Wynne. And remember, Brendan Barry is still there looking for some as well. So it's not going to be significant vis-a-vis Cornyn and Kenny.
No, it's going to stay in Drumshanbo primarily, and then maybe with Fine Gael and that core Fine Gael vote.
You probably had a look, Phelim, maybe passing in a little bit of interest there on Bandamore as well. What's your take on what's happening there in that municipal district?
Well, I think it's probably gone back to party politics. I think it's probably Sinn Féin voted strong there. So I think it's probably going to be two Fianna Fáil, is it?
Yeah.
3 twos.
I think 3 sets of twos.
2 Fine Gael and 2 Sinn Féin.
Yeah, I think so.
Obviously, Jerry Dolan, of course, not running this time round. It would have been.
Well, that's a huge. You know what I mean. The last time we were talking earlier on, Barry, Jerry Dolan and Pat Kilhooley was here.
Yeah.
4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for 4 votes, and I think they had to come back the next day.
Yeah.
Another person, Pat Kilhooley, died a few months afterwards. So Jerry Dolan not being there, a sitting council, I think he went in 91. It's just huge. And listen, everybody knows Jerry Dolan. So I think Sinn Féin is going to pick up that. Jerry Dolan was originally Sinn Féin, so I think they're going to take that seat back.
All right, so that would be Sinn Féin picking up that seat on it. So that's how we are in Bandamore with the surplus now in the McGloin surplus currently being distributed there at the moment. Again, for the audience that are maybe just tuning into us here at this particular, where have you been all day, by the way? But in any case, you're welcome on board. Manor Hamilton, you may be asking what is taking place there. We can tell you that James Gilmartin has been elected on the first count in Manor Hamilton with a first preference vote of 1335. His surplus has been distributed. Out of the running are Blaheen Gallagher, Bernie Lennon, Dermot McConville, all those have been eliminated. Those candidates have been eliminated so far. Let's maybe stay in Manor Hamilton for a moment, Phelim. And we've looked and we've talked in great detail here today about the fact that Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan were not running for Fine Gael and the impact that was going to have on the Fine Gael vote. Were you hearing before the election that Fine Gael were always likely to lose one seat, but were expected maybe to be pretty safe on retaining the second?
Well, listen, I was shocked when the two of them said they were leaving, Sean and Frank, after 25 years and 20 years. I suppose the issue here was, listen, there were 2 outstanding councillors. It was a huge blow to Fine Gael that the 2 of them was leaving at the one time. What I suppose was coming back to bite them was because of the gender quota, that Eddie Mitchell would have come from a Fine Gael background, that he wasn't put on the ticket. And now it's going to come back and bite them. But I would have thought that if you'd asked me before the election, there's 1,400 Fine Gael votes there. Surely to God, they would have put in one sitting councillor.
Yeah.
So I think the tactics was wrong, and they're paying for the price. But that could happen in 4 or 5 years' time as regards Fianna Fáil. But I do think that if you take, before I got into politics, that Manorhamilton was technically a Fianna Fáil town, and I took the seat there as an independent 10 years ago, and now hopefully again. So that's 15 years of being the first independent to actually rattle the Fianna Fáil base in Manorhamilton. And now you have on back of that 2 independent candidates. It's going to be very, very hard for Fianna Fáil grassroots to take back Manorhamilton after this. Because, I mean, James is young and Eddie Mitchell's young.
Yeah.
And they're a lot younger than me, so.
And at the same time, you know, Fianna Fáil have the tried and tested in the sense that Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan at the opposite ends of the municipal district, and by just running 2 candidates there, it seems to be having the desired effect for them.
Well, yes, and there were 2 outstanding candidates as well, and Mary is going into 50 years in politics, and Justin, like myself, is going into 15 years. So, but I mean, it's going to happen, unfortunately, that people are starting to pull away. I don't think they understand. Young people have no inclination whether their mother, father was Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, whatever. They're going to go out and vote. A lot of in the 20s, a lot of young people have no interest in politics. So I just think the whole dynamics of Ireland going forward is going to hugely change.
Yeah,
and I think it's getting away from maybe the party politics, and it's just okay. Council elections are about personal votes and what you do on the ground, and what people see you do on the ground. But I do think that the party politics is definitely going to change in Ireland going forward.
No interest in politics, or do you ever say does it need maybe more of the likes of the James Gilmartin type figure, somebody young, vibrant, a teacher that would relate in so many ways? So does it need more people like that coming into politics to almost act as a catalyst for getting young people interested in it?
Well, yeah, but I always found from day one, and I had this conversation with Jerry Reynolds before I ever ran, that there wasn't enough people from businesses, business background, running in politics. And I mean, it's very easy for an accountant, a solicitor, a teacher to make legislation. But it's the actual people from the business backgrounds that's trying to keep people employed in small businesses. And you have to remember here, and you've heard me this from day one, 70% of the jobs in the economy are from small businesses. And that's something that message hasn't got out there. And if you affect the business community and you affect the farming community, which has happened now, right, you're going to get a backlash. And that's the backlash that has happened in this campaign that I think right across the board, because the farming community has been crying out there for years. And in fairness, the farming community come out to protest. The business community doesn't come out like that. But politics is a funny game. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of effort, and it's 24/7. It's non-stop. The council staff is 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, phone switched off. It's the councillors that's dealing with the problems at the weekend. We are the front line. So that's why a lot of people, they don't want the hassle of that. And plus now, compared to years ago in John's time, now we have a new influence, social media. You have harassment of politicians. That's all changed.
And just on that, the lack of business brains on the local authority, if I can be blunt and put it that way, people with experience in businesses, in running businesses, to attract those people in. Because if you have somebody that's successful in business, and I know you do it, you run a business, you're a councillor, you're full-time on call for your constituents, but there's an awful lot of people would say, not a wise course of action in the sense that let's consolidate, let's concentrate on the business, let's make sure that goes well. And as a result of that, they're more likely maybe to turn their back on political life.
Well, I know my business has suffered because I'm not there 24/7, hands-on like I used to be. But I had to do this, and I had to run in politics to get things done. And I had to run to try and get, as you know, you've heard me say this, me and Sean there a while, to get the SLNCR across the line. I came into this to try and promote tourism, and I still think we have a great brand. But like here at Carrick tonight, you see the huge footfall. Back 25, 30 years ago, Manorhamilton was on par with Carrick. And the building that we're in now, the Landmark, was the footfall for Carrick developing the way it has with stags and hens. We know we have a greenway coming in less than 4 years, and now to get to get the benefit of that, we have to get beds and footfall into our small towns and villages.
And you need that.
And we need that. But business people, John, as you know, haven't got the time to go out there to be in politics.
Just give me an indication. I know it's something that some of our other guests brought up today, and the council units and municipal districts working collectively. The municipal district working collectively in Manorhamilton maybe even more so important than anywhere else in the county, in the sense that there's almost regional imbalance or a north-south divide that's conceived to be there, that maybe South Leitrim is prospering that little bit more than North Leitrim.
Well, there was always kind of that, and I'm not going to say that hasn't happened. I think the problem with that from day one has been that a lot of the council staff live and work in Carrick, and I suppose that was probably a problem that we've always had. But I would say in Manorhamilton we have a population of 1750. We have a huge employment base of 12 or 1300 jobs. We have the HSE. We have factories that have been there 50 odd years. We're on a major route, N16 Sligo to Enniskillen. We have a lot of pluses. We are the second biggest area in as regards municipal areas. But I mean, I have to laugh at certain things today. Our quota in the Manorhamilton Municipal is 904. And Carrick and Ballinamore are less. You know, so where is it at? But when we're giving out budgets, Carrick is always ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, just an even that part. So I mean, it's 904 for the Manorhamilton Municipal, and I think it's 820 or 830 for the Carrick Municipal. But we're giving out allocations.
How difficult is it to change that?
It's very difficult, but listen, I understand, and it was explained to me years ago by a county manager, and I have no problems. You have to have your capital town in your county looking well, and with that, it springs out in benefits. So after Carrick, it's kind of Drumshanbo has got a huge benefit in the last couple of years. Manorhamilton will be next on that list. Ballinamore will be next on that list. Drumahare will be next on that list. And in fairness, the money that has been spent by the government in regeneration of our towns and villages has made our towns and villages a lot more attractive. But it's to get the footfall back and the business operations on our main streets. And that's down to trying to talk to engineers, which make wrong decisions at times about parking in our towns and villages. And we're fighting with them all the time, that they don't really understand that if you reduce a parking space outside so many businesses, or you change a one-way system in the town, that it actually can close a business.
All right. Just a quick recap again for our viewers, for our listeners. At this state of play, we've had two counts in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. We have James Gilmartin elected at this stage, where he has topped the poll. At the moment, eliminated, we have Bernie Lennon, Blahin Gallagher, and also Jimmy McConville have been eliminated at this stage in Manorhamilton. Carrick and Shannon count 4, I've been told, is coming up very shortly. Carrick and Shannon count 4 is where we're going to be going to next in relation to counts. So let me tell you, in Carrick and Shannon, without stating the obvious, we've had 3 counts already. The Carrick and Shannon, nobody elected there. The quota was 824. A number of candidates moving obviously in the right direction, but a number eliminated already. Leslie O'Hara was the first to go, followed by Michael McManus, followed by Lola Gonzalez, followed by Sharon Gartland. And very much what we're watching here with great interest, Pádraig McGorty, is to recap on it, is that potential final seat that we see going between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King. And before that, we expect Paddy Farrell, we expect Des Guckin, we expect Sean McGowan, all to be, Maeve Reynolds and Inda Stinson, all to be returned.
Yeah, that's what we would expect. So this next elimination, or the distribution of these next votes, will tell us a lot about that gap between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King. I suppose what will be interesting to see is whether those votes stay in the general Carrick and Shannon area, which may favour Stephen King to a certain extent, given he's based here in the town,
or whether they go, because we have still independents left in the field. We still have Enda Stenson and Des Guckin left there looking for. Enda needs about 30, just under 40 votes to get a quota. Des needs slightly more. He needs over 40 votes to get to a quota. So in order to get elected, so you would imagine possibly what the trends we're seeing, some of those independent votes may go to them, and then it's what portion of them goes to Stephen King and Carrick, and what that gap is. I think John Ellis is right when he says that Stephen King would need to be ahead of Cormac Flynn when Lisa Mulligan's transfer is distributed, and or Lisa Mulligan's votes are distributed to have a chance of taking the seat. But the gap is very tight, and we remember this is why we came back on Sunday last year in this area, this sort of tight gap. So we'll see where we.
Fenton Thompson and Paddy Farrell went all the way very much down to the wire in that one. And of course, we had a similar situation in Bandamore with Jerry Dolan and the late Pat McHugh as well.
Paddy's a bit more relaxed tonight.
He's more relaxed, exactly.
That's better.
He's actually somebody, Paddy Farrell, somebody we're hoping maybe to grab a word with at some stage as well. He'd be one of those Fianna Fáil candidates that's going to be returned in this municipal district. We are just waiting for that count to take place, that this latest count to take place in Carrick and Shannon. We expect that to come into play shortly. The other update from the Bandamore Municipal District, just to update you on what has taken place there. Paddy O'Rourke and Enda McGloin have been elected on the very first count in that municipal district. Paddy O'Rourke's surplus was transferred. It didn't do enough to elect anybody else, and Enda McGloin's surplus vote is currently now been transferred in the Bandamore municipal district, and that is going to very much focus on the count 3 when that takes place inside the next few minutes or so. We've been talking about, I suppose, the role of independents and the makeup for the new council next time round, and the control of the council, Phelim, is obviously going to be something that's of interest as well to a lot of people. We'll have 3 candidates looking like it's going to be coming in, 3 independents from Manor Hamilton, 2 in Carrick and Shannon. They are 5 in total, and you know, there's again a school of thought and maybe an argument there that a combined approach from the independents could be significant there, and could maybe be advantageous to what you'll be, I suppose, all looking maybe with some individual concerns and some individual issues that you'll want raised. But do you think you'll be able to get that consensus there from all the independent candidates?
Yeah, I think, listen, Enda Stenson has been in this game a long time, and he's a guy that will be able to talk on behalf of some of the independents, so, you know, we'll follow his lead, you know. So it's just about educating the other independent guys and having conversations and seeing what's best and what's the best way to go, you know, whoever it's with, whether it's with Fianna Fáil, whether it's with Sinn Féin, whatever. Or as I said earlier, it could be possibly Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, who knows what's down the line.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting council. I suppose each and every council brings its changes, and indeed brings its new challenges as well. You've touched on an interesting point here already, Philip, that the power has been afforded to councillors. For instance, we have a directly elected mayor now this time round in Limerick. Just those powers for that's been afforded to councillors, have they been diluted significantly even in your time in the council?
Listen, they've been diluted from day one. Anybody that thinks that being at this now and going into another 5 years, anybody that thinks that a councillor is there 5 years, a TD is there maybe max 3 to 5 years, a minister is there 3 to 5 years max, and that's if a government lasts. But that civil servant behind the scenes, he's there a lifer. He's there 20, 30 years. So he's the guy that's controlling everybody behind the scenes. He's seen councillors go, TDs go, ministers go, and he's a major influence, or she is a major influence. So our powers have been diluted, 100%. And I do think It's time that we get some of them powers back. I do think it's time that we start taking on. What people don't understand when you get into politics, emotions, you put them in 2 or 3 weeks before in advance. There's an answer to that. That's read out. That's whether you're on HSE, whether you're normal municipals, the major council meetings, and that has to be gone to the department, and that's the answer the department gives back if they can't answer in the council. So I do think that we have to get our powers back. As I said before I got in the council, the problem with one-off housing started 15,
Mary Quinn
20
is
years
just coming to the podium. Sorry to cut across your field, and we're looking at count 4 now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Carrick and Shannon.
the following is the result of the fourth count for the Carrick and Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Sharon Garland's 252 votes and Lola Gonzalez 155 votes. Total votes distributed 407. Farrell Paddy Fianna Fáil plus 18, 739, 739. Flynn Cormac Sinn Féin plus 56, 600, 600. Gucky and Des non-party plus 59, 837, 837. King Stephen Fianna Fáil plus 48, 572, 572. McGowan Sean Fianna Fáil plus 7, 804, 804. Mulligan Lisa Sinn Féin plus 40, 460, 460. Reynolds Maeve Fine Gael plus 59, 828, 828. Stenson Enda non-party plus 75, 863, 863. Non-transferable papers not effective plus 45, 63, 63. As the votes of Des Guckian, Maeve Reynolds, Enda Stenson exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Enda Stenson's surplus of 39 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, can elect a continuing candidate. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Mary Quinn, our returning officer here once again in Carrick and Shannon. So a significant developments there on count 4 of the Carrick and Shannon vote. We have 3 candidates returned now to the council. The first 3 councillors elected. Des Guckian back again for another term. Maeve Reynolds, the only Fine Gael candidate, and independent candidate, Enda Stenson, all elected there. We were looking at where possible figures would go from those Carrick and Shannon candidates that were eliminated in Sharon Gartland and Lola Gonzalez. Just looking at the figures that were picked up from them, Cormac Flynn picked up 56 votes in that particular surplus, and looking at it from Stephen King's perspective, 48. So Flynn 600 and Stephen King now at 572. So John Ellis, we're probably jumping onto that final seat again, but the significance of that, Cormac Flynn staying ahead of Stephen King.
Exactly. That seems to be the significant, and that's the way that looks as if the way it'll finish. That he will be able to stay ahead, because there's no big transfer to come or surplus for anybody. And you see, you're at the stage now that after this, the bits of transfers that are there, that might actually have to go through them all, believe it or not. But if somebody were to get elected on the next one, then you're heading towards Mulligan's distribution, and that's going to guarantee Cormac.
That's going to guarantee Cormac Flynn the place. Yeah, I think it's significantly. Pádraig, you would back up that. It's probably hugely significant here that Cormac Flynn is ahead of Stephen King at this moment in time, with the Lisa Mulligan vote transfer to come down the line.
No, he has it.
Yeah, he's 28 votes ahead of him. There's only a very small surplus. Enda Stenson has a surplus of 39 votes to be distributed now. Des Gucking has a surplus of 13 votes, and Maeve Reynolds has a surplus of 4 votes, which is only 27 votes between those two. And then you have the Lisa Mulligan, which we know, or we have evidence that Cormac Flynn is going to get around 140 of those, leaving 2. That will put him 140 and 28. You call it 30, 100. And that'll put him well ahead.
Yeah.
That there's not enough votes there to get King over the line.
There's real daylight beginning to appear now in Carrick-on-Shannon after that, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, we always said that was going to decide it.
Yeah.
And none of us knew what the breakdown was going to be.
And
the only one now that's left, that's a toss-up, is whether it's John Cornyn or Roisin Kenny.
Everything else is pretty much nailed down at this stage. In your view,
you can call the rest.
You can call the rest at this stage. You can have, and you're confidently predicting now at this stage is going to be Eddie Mitchell in that final season.
No doubt, but I said that early this morning.
Well, in fairness, you did.
So many seats Johnny is saying that Fianna Fáil.
Phil, I'm just bring in ever so closer.
Johnny is saying that Fianna Fáil is going to take.
Fianna Fáil
Sinn Féin's going to take.
Fianna Fáil will have 2 in each.
Right.
Sinn Féin will increase by 2.
So they'll go up to 4.
They'll go up to 4. Fine Gael will have 3.
Yeah.
So that's how many? 6 and 4 is 10, 13, 5 independents.
And that's very much looking like the makeup of the council, and indeed there's a lot of, I suppose, conviction in those predictions at the minute. You wouldn't argue with anything there, Councillor Fennimgard.
No. I think John has called it right, and I think that's the way it's going to be. So I think the biggest loser here, overall for the day, is Fine Gael, and I suppose if you look at it, the biggest increase is independence, but Sinn Féin has gone up 2 compared to the last term. So they've got 2 seats back.
Sinn Féin have been lucky this time.
Yeah.
That last time they missed out to Jerry Dolan by a fraction. Now they increased it. They've just 2 quotas, and they're getting home. And the reason for that, Keelan being out of the arena has left that bit of space for them that Gary Pryor didn't pick up. You know, there's that type of element that gets very small, but it's the small margins that count. And when you go into Carrick-on-Shannon, the last time out, Logan didn't make any impression. He hadn't made any impression as a councillor either, I don't think. Well, he was there. Nice fella, but
it was good. It was funny.
Yeah, he was decent old scout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in fairness,
he used to fight his battle.
He fought his battle, and he won a seat, in fairness to him, back in 2014.
But nobody gave him a pup's chance.
Yeah, which was a historic election. Now, Thomas Mulligan would have argued at that time that even when he lost the vote, even when he lost the seat to Shane Logan, that his vote very much stood up at that time. So it was the crest of a wave that Sinn Féin were on.
Oh, yeah, but that happens. But you see, the long-term consequences of this, the next election now you look at is the general election. And going on today, Sinn Féin would only have 3/4 of a quota between Sligo and Leitrim.
Yeah.
Now there's going to be a big rag smash again, like the last time those two candidates to be, but then they changed it.
All right, but we are going to stay with the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District for the time being. Maeve Reynolds is joining us here, one of the candidates who has just been successfully elected to the Leitrim County Council. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thanks
well
very
done.
Much.
Congrats.
Well Thanks done. Very much. Thanks a million.
Congratulations, new councillor. Looking forward to obviously working on the local executive in Leitrim. Can I just maybe start by asking you, the fact that you were the only Fine Gael candidate running in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District, there was a lot of speculation leading into the elections that, well, just one candidate going, hold on to the vote of Finola Armstrong Maguire in Carrick-on-Shannon, and the Thomas Mulligan vote in Mohill, and she's as safe as houses. And that's always a dangerous way maybe to go into an election, particularly for a first-time candidate. So was that a worry?
Absolutely. The worst thing that can be said about you going into an election is that you're safe. And we knew that I wasn't. It's very difficult to come out 6 weeks before an election and say that you're seeking election, you're looking for people's votes. And the word on the street was that I was safe. We knew that wasn't the case. And I'd just, first of all, like to take the chance that I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everybody. I had a big campaign team behind me that gave me a lot of help, and I'd like to thank the people that put their faith in me, and I'd like to thank most of all the people for engaging with me so much on the doorsteps. People were very good. People took a lot of time to discuss a lot of issues, and it was heartening to see the engagement that was on the doorstep.
Yeah, and again, I suppose there was maybe an element of confusion, where you're a Carrick-on-Shannon based candidate. I know you're close to Jamestown, you have the added Duff connections, maybe the Mohill connections where you went to school as well. So in many ways, maybe for the fact that they were just running one candidate, you were probably the ideal candidate, and that you had a foot in so many different parts of the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District.
Well, I suppose the Carrick Municipal District isn't that big from beginning to end, and I was born and raised in Annaduff, living in Jamestown, went to secondary school in Mohill, and I represent all the people of the Carrick Municipal District now, and I'm very happy to represent all the people of the Carrick Municipal District.
How difficult was it in the sense that you were ploughing that lone furrow as the only Fine Gael candidate?
Well, I think the fact that it was a 6-week campaign, it didn't give you much time to think about things like that. But I was not ploughing a furrow on my own. I had a very strong campaign team, and I'd like to thank outgoing councillors Finola Armstrong Maguire and Thomas Mulligan, who gave me unbelievable help, along with everybody else that helped me along the way as well. And
I presume at this stage now very much looking forward to getting to learn the workings of the council and all that's involved with that. And, representing Carrick-on-Shannon, it's important that there's representation here in the town. Big challenges ahead, lots of objectives to achieve.
Absolutely. I think I set out with the objective of I didn't get back to work due to childcare constraints myself. And when I seen the council and the current councillors that were sitting on the council, I do think that there is definitely room for a female voice, a young female voice, a young family voice. And I'm delighted to represent that now on the council as well.
All right. Well, look, congratulations again. Well done. Thank you indeed for joining us.
Thanks
and good luck
very much.
ahead for the 5 years. Mayor Reynolds, thank you very much indeed. Already there's rotating seats here. I know Des Guckin is going to be joining us. But first of all, Enda Linda, congratulations. We can officially at this stage shake it.
Thank you very much, John.
Back again for another term. You had us believe earlier on, back for the final term. Before I start, obviously disappointed with what took place up in Pearse Park, Glennon Brothers Pearse Park.
Hugely disappointed. After being 3 points up at half time and just ran away from them in the end, and disappointing. What more can we say?
Wicklow always difficult to beat.
Yeah,
always difficult to beat.
A bigger, physically strong team, and
and they were very close to Kildare, in fairness, in the Leinster Championship.
But it's just disappointing.
All right, we'll no doubt talk plenty GA in weeks, months, and years to come. Let's talk politics and the significance of being returned here at the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District, along with Des Guckin, who's sitting here beside you, and Maeve Reynolds. Sum it up for me. How are you feeling at the minute?
Absolutely thrilled to be re-elected. Everybody that puts their name on the ballot paper, that's their primary aim, to be re-elected, because everybody has goals and everybody has things they want to do. I know I'd be particularly looking forward to complete the whole ETB work on the vocational school in Mohill, things such as that, and like, it's never easy to get things done, because at times local authorities are starved with cash, and you would expect that central government would I think give greater powers to local councillors, that they are the people on the ground, they're the people that knows what has to be done within a county, and they're the people that should be funded to do so. And I know that's all grand talk, but I think that we have got to still continue to do that. I know we get funding for our roads, maybe not enough, Like we need a lot more funding for drainage, things like that.
LIS
have got to be-
schemes, yeah. So,
they've all we're getting some, but we're only getting piecemeal funding at times, and we need a lot more.
All right. How is everything else going to work out there in the Carrick and Shannon Municipal District at this stage? It seems that Paddy Farrell will be taking a seat there as well.
Sean McGowan will probably take the next
obviously.
one. Paddy Farrell will take the 5th seat, and then at the moment, like it's between Stephen King and Cormac Flynn, and I would have to say that the weight is swayed in Cormac Flynn's favour at this stage. It looks like that after the last set of transfers. So
that seems to be the
gist of it at this stage. I think everybody's resigned to that fact now.
All right, stay with me for a moment, if you will. Des Cooking, first and foremost, Des, congratulations. Well done. Returned again to it. And I have to admit, when I was doing my research ahead of this, I sounded out various people in relation to who was going to be doing well, who was likely to be the big stories. And I have to say, I was getting a somewhat of a mixed response. Some people were telling me, Des Cooking, yeah, he's going to do it again. Other people were saying that you might be under pressure. But a very solid campaign. Your vote has held up well, and you're eager to go in there and maybe offer an alternative again in the council chambers for the next 5 years. Am I right in saying that?
Absolutely, John. I definitely had a tough job ahead of me. I knew I worked very hard. I worked hard for the last 10 years. I was up against the big parties and indeed some others that were not independents. And I'm happy that I have achieved what I have achieved. And I want to thank my family. I want to thank my supporters, who are great people indeed. And indeed the County Council staff who worked so hard here this evening and all day. And they really deserve a lot of credit for the way they have run this session all day. And one thing troubles me a bit. The vote really in this area in Leitrim was relatively small. Anything that's at about 50% or less, that is troubling, because to me it's shows that people are very unhappy with the drift of politics, and I'm afraid that in time Leitrim County Council will be disbanded, and there'll be a regional set up, and we'll be back to the British or the American system, which is totally unsatisfactory as far as I'm concerned.
But we've heard a number of councillors, indeed, in the Stinson and before that, Phelim Gurran, lament the dwindling powers that councillors have and how they are being diluted. And you would see that as a genuine and a real concern in the future.
I do indeed. When we were putting together the county development plan, we were told by the county planner that we'd either conform to the directives given by the central government or that the central government would actually implement a plan for us. And I think that's totally against democracy. And I'm condemning it outright.
Yeah, I know it's something that doesn't sit well with you. How can that be changed, Des?
Well, I would hope that councillors will this time take on the central government and tell them that we have to have our share of the democracy. It has to be decisions that are local, have to be passed locally and implemented locally, and not by directives from either Europe or Dublin.
You've been vocal in the past in the sense that, you never had a term as Cathaoirleach and
yes.
You feel, I suppose, frozen out as an independent when it comes to taking up those positions at municipal district level and ultimately as Cathaoirleach of the council. With more independents been returned in Manor Hamilton this time round, looking at like 3 at the minute there.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, yourself and Enda Stinson going in here as independents in Carrick and Shannon. So you're going to have 5 returned. This time round, can you see that changing now?
Well, for 10 years, I have been excluded from any of those posts you've been talking about, John. I have been very critical of that kind of thing. I think it is certainly not democracy. It's dictatorship by a committee or by a small clique or group. And it's the end of democracy if that kind of thing is going to continue. And I do condemn it totally.
All right. I just want to talk to you about the election just gone by and the sense that Maeve Reynolds, the only Fine Gael candidate, was running with very strong Anna Duff connections there as well. Well, I presume you've seen that as a major threat again to your vote.
Well, I knew there was a challenge there because the Fine Gael organisation in Anna Duff is about the strongest in County Leitrim. But I congratulate her and I congratulate all who are being elected at the moment, and I hope we can all work together for the betterment of County Leitrim, and get rid of these all these barriers or these constraints that are on the parties. They have to come out of their trenches and start working for Leitrim and not being directed by a central party system.
And just in relation to what else is going to be taking place here in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District, you would be expecting, I presume, Paddy Farrell and Sean McGowan to be going in very shortly. And then we're looking at that final seat, which seems to be coming down between Stephen King and Cormac Flynn. And Cormac Flynn, with the way those transfers have gone, and Lisa Mulligan's transfers still to come, will be seen very much as being in the box seat at the minute.
Yeah, well, really, I can't comment. I don't know enough about it. I wish them well, anyway, that's all I can say.
All right, okay. Well, look, well done once again. Congratulations to you, Des. And you have stayed with us there. I know we spoke briefly to you about that. The more and more evidence and the more numbers that you look at there would be suggesting at this stage that Cormac Flynn would be probably taking the sixth and final
it's
stage.
looking that way, and I don't think that's going to change now or any time in the next hour or so. I couldn't imagine it.
Okay. Just so from
and they're two good candidates, and what do you do? That's what happens.
From the sense that you're getting inside there and speaking to council officials, are we looking at trying to get all this completed tonight?
I think so. I think it's going to be complete tonight. That's the aim at this stage.
That's the aim. All right. Des, you heard anything like that that's going to be completed this evening?
I expect so, even though it's been an extremely tiring day for the staff out there. I think they may persist and try to finish it off.
All right,
so that they get the Europeans tomorrow.
I think it's going to be complete tonight. That's the general.
That seems to be the general consensus.
Well, there's no major hitches out there, and there's nobody. There's no threat of a major recount or anything. So that seems to be the way it's going to be. So look at. It's a happy day for us. It's not a happy day maybe for our GA friends, but sure, those things happen.
Yeah, that's life, and obviously disappointing. Bandamore Count 3 is coming up, by the way, in about 10 minutes' time. Bandamore Count 3 in about 10 minutes' time. All right.
Gentlemen.
Yes, in the sense, and thank you very much, Des Cookie, and thank you very much. Pádraig McGorty is going to be coming back in here to join me in relation to some of the numbers and the what's happening now in the various municipal districts. Just interesting what Des and Enda was saying there. There seems to be the whole, and it backs up what PJ brought back from the floor a little bit earlier on there. And by the way, I just extend our gratitude to PJ, who's been bringing in all these candidates to us here all day. And it's a vital element of our programming here and coverage of the elections to hear from the candidates so soon. It looks as if we could be looking at trying to get through this evening. Has your view changed on that now?
Well, I think that the reason the returning officer, Mary Quinn, decided to stay till 3 o'clock is that she obviously can see a pathway to us finishing tonight and being done. There's probably no, going on the analysis that both John and myself were looking at there is probably no real recount. No chance of a recount unless something.
You feel, for instance, we're moving away from any possibility of a recount, say between the two Sinn Féin candidates, Joanne Kernan and Roisin Kenny.
That might be the only one, but I suppose the interesting one there will be when we start to. We might see a small trend from Enda Madlone's surplus. If we see Joanne Kernan get maybe some more of those compared to Roisin Kenny, it's an indication that geography
613 and 574 at the minute, isn't it? Roisin Kenny 613.
It's not a big gap at the moment there. It's 39 votes. The candidates that are left, particularly Karina Charles Lynch, Adam O'Callig and Sean Wynne, would probably be closer geographically to Joanne Kernan than Roisin Kenny. So it would suggest that maybe Joanne Kernan will get ahead of her. That's the only one where it depends on the degree of transfer there. That's probably the only one that we might see a little bit of a chance of a recount, but even at that...
Pat Feely has rejoined us here. We're just discussing the fact now that there seems to be that Mary Quinn, the returning officer, seems very much to have a roadmap to getting everything done tonight, this morning at this stage. Now, goodness me, what are we at the moment? Just 4 minutes away from 1 o'clock. Is that...
That seems to be the...
That's what you are hearing as well, Pat.
That's what I'm hearing in there, yeah.
Okay, well, that's again is interesting. We're looking at this stage, and probably with interpretation, and you look towards where you could possibly see maybe recount territory, but we seem to be maybe moving a little bit further away from that. I know the two Sinn Féin candidates in Bondamore, there could be a very close finish there. It seems that Cormac Flynn may be just stealing a little bit of an advantage on Stephen King in Carrick and Shannon. And as we keep going in Manor Hamilton, maybe this is where we should start off and talk to you about initially. It seems that Eddie Mitchell is putting a little bit more daylight between himself and Kevin Comiskey. And I had to feel for Kevin Comiskey here. I've seen him was talking to you there just behind us, but
yes.
we were doing this analysis, and what he was hearing probably was far from what he wanted to hear. But is that your take on it now, that Eddie Mitchell is edging ever closer?
I believe so. And just from what I was observing in there, just from an observation point, I feel that Mary Bohan is going to get across the line
in the next
in the next count, and Eddie Mitchell will get a sizable
transfer from Mary Bohan.
No, from the distribution.
The distribution of
coming from the Gallagher vote, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I may or may not be right, but it could be someplace in the region between 75 and 80 votes.
And you're basing that, and logically basing that, I would presume, on Eddie Mitchell's environmental beliefs and how that ties in with the Green Party.
Yes.
Yeah. That on our information, then probably what we know maybe about the Katrina Bergen transfer, which she'll be probably the next person eliminated. So that probably will put Eddie, won't put him further ahead, but there won't be enough votes there to close the gap. It's unlikely that Michelle Brennan will transfer in any great degree more to Kevin Comiskey than Katrina Bergen. So I think that will it's looking ever likely that Eddie Mitchell is going to take the final seat.
I think so. I would agree, because Phelan, he needs 61 votes. From what I see in there now, in the next count of the distribution, he probably get less than 20, so that leaves him 40 short.
Yeah. So we're very much, it's amazing the difference an hour or two makes in a couple of counts and a couple of distributions of surpluses and the votes of candidates that have been eliminated. But we're very much now making significant progress in the three municipal districts at present, aren't we?
Yeah, particularly in the Manor Hamilton.
Yeah. Well, the James Gilmartin surplus was always going to be the big one there, wasn't it? That was going to set the tempo for so
That was the decider. And we said that from early in the day. Like you were asking for a prediction earlier, I said it would totally depend on where that surplus went. Okay, we got a sizable piece of it in Phelan's camp. We got 112 votes, and we needed them.
Oh, absolutely, and it's obviously that Manor Hamilton vote going back there was huge.
And Eddie Mitchell got 73 of them.
Yeah, just momentarily to go back to Bondamore, and I know we keep speaking about the two Sinn Féin candidates there in that final seat. At this stage, would you be writing the obituary for Sean Wynne, Warwick McCourty?
Yeah, he's 130 votes behind Joanne Kernan. I don't know. I don't know will he get a sizable enough transfer from Adam O'Callaghan or Karina Charles Lynch. He probably might get a reasonable transfer from, given her location.
Then Adam
O'Callaghan, but he's not going to get enough to close the gap to Joanne Kernan. So that means that.
One of the interesting things just there on that as well, and it would be in relation to the votes of Karina Charles Lynch. Just how much of that was picked up actually in Bandaglair, and I'm working here off memory.
Not a lot, not significant.
Not significant, and the reason I'm asking that is that if her vote, may not have necessarily come from where you would imagine it would have come from in Bandaglair, that as a result of that would probably even dilute maybe even more the amount of transfer Sean Wynne will be picking up.
It will, yeah. It's like her vote is 3, 4s, 5, 6s in nearly every box in the so the vote will be diluted. So
that would suggest to me Sean Wynne isn't going to pick up any type of a sizable transfer there.
From Adam O'Callaghan picked up
49 votes in Drumshanbo. So again, not likely to transfer in any major degree there either. So yeah, look, it'll probably take another 2 counts for us to get to there. I would imagine that after Enda McLone surplus is distributed, that the next stage will be Karina Charles Lynch and George Heslin will be eliminated because their combined vote doesn't equal the vote of Adam O'Callig. So I think they'll be eliminated together.
All right, okay. The nightclub seems to be getting every louder.
Yeah,
anyways. That seems to be in full swing in there. Whatever about council.
They're not worried about the count, I don't think. No.
I tell you, look at it's hard beaten. We're combining political life with nightlife on a Saturday night here in the Landmark Hotel in Carrick and Shannon. But going back to it, so we've got that very clear idea now in Manor Hamilton. I would argue a fairly clear idea in Carrick and Shannon. I think that we're nearly all in agreement that Cormac Flynn is probably going to be maybe the 6th and final candidate in there. And then in Ballinamore, just basing it on numbers at the minute, is it still too tight to call between Joanne Kernan and Roisin Kenny?
I think it is until we see a couple of more eliminations and transfers to see what the pattern is. It's too close to call that one. That's probably our
one seat at the moment is probably that final seat in Ballinamore that we would have maybe a fair amount of maybe speculation and maybe uncertainty over at this stage.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Everything else beginning to take shape. All right, let's break it down and let's maybe predict what's going to happen next in the 3 municipal districts. We're waiting for some word to come in from the council. So let's go back to Manor Hamilton first and foremost. We've had 2 counts in Manor Hamilton at this stage.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting some word maybe in relation to what will be happening next. Are we? Manor Hamilton count 3 coming soon. Manor Hamilton count 3 on the way. So we'll be going for look at bang on cue. I was just going to say what's going to happen next to Manor Hamilton. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, and from what I was seeing in there, Mary Bohan will be elected on this count. Yeah.
Porrick concur.
Yeah, she needs
18. I think
18 votes. 18 votes to get elected.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And I would imagine she will pick up some from Blahin Gallagher, given that Blahin's.
And I would like to see eliminations now at this stage as well after this.
You will.
Yeah, because there will only be a very small surplus there.
I think it will be Katrina.
And Katrina Bergen will be eliminated.
Or who's? Yeah.
No. So Katrina Bergen will be eliminated, which will give us probably the definitive indicator on the battle between Kevin Comiskey and Eddie Mitchell.
But really, at this stage now, there will be a lot of predictions. Okay. So that's where next count up is going to be. We'll be going back to Manor Hamilton for count 3. That's going to be our next count. John Ellis has rejoined us here. John has been out.
We thought you'd gone to the nightclub, John.
We're working the room. We did. We maybe thought you were going in for a while next door here to
here now.
Pulse or whatever you call it nowadays here at the nightclub at the Landmark Hotel.
Now, do you want me to make a comment?
It's very dry table here at the Ocean FM.
I'll tell you one thing.
Very dry table.
If I made the comment, poor old Lynch could be in trouble when the lady gets him Monday morning. And the only thing is, we have a witness, poor old blessing. Even he's a kind of a half phenomenon, you know.
Yeah, well, exactly. He's got those connections there all over Leitrim. We're going to be going back to Manor Hamilton.
I remember when his grandfather and his father lived in Fena.
Right. Well, there you have it. So yeah, the famous Callian's connections. I tell you, you should have held on to him there in '99. He could have made the difference there for that county championship against Manor Hamilton.
Where were you?
That you stole from them all those years ago. John, let me go to. Let's talk about Manor Hamilton next. And Pat was making the suggestion there. You've had a look at the figures as well. That we could be looking at Mary Bohan being confirmed as being returned to the council in the next count.
Yeah, I think that she might be able to get enough to get her over the line. But look, it's over. Manor Hamilton is over because there's no way Keskey is going to be able to close the line on Mitchell. The bird is flown.
There's 80 votes in it.
The bird is flown. But remember, there's 80 votes in it. But that
Bergen's vote.
like let him get 50% of Bergen's votes. Keskey. That's 100 or 100 and whatever it is.
Yeah.
Where does the other 100 go?
Yeah.
Because who's left? Only himself and Mitchell.
Yeah.
And Warnock.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult to see that. We're also feeling that there's even more. Mary Quinn is returning to the podium, so we're going to have confirmation of the next county, Manor Hamilton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the third count for the Manor Hamilton local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Bohan Gallagher's 132 votes, Bernie Lenan's 111 votes, and Diarmaid McConville's 37 votes. Total votes distributed 280. Bergen Katrina Fine Gael plus 32, 335, 335. Bohan Mary Fianna Fáil plus 36, 925, 925. Brennan Shaibu Michelle Sinn Féin plus 37, 462, 462. Keskey Kevin Fine Gael plus 11, 513, 513. Fallon Porrick Sinn Féin plus 19, 831, 831. Gern Phelim non-party plus 18, 864, 864. Mitchell Eddy non-party plus 70, 655, 655. Warnock Justin Fianna Fáil plus 7, 804, 804. Non-transferable papers not effective plus 50, 50. As the votes of Mary Bohan exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. Mary Bohan 18 surplus. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save expense of the lowest continuing candidate, save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will therefore now proceed to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Katrina Bergen, 335 votes. Thank you.
All right, that is Mary Quinn, the returning officer here in Leitrim, and just confirmation of what we've heard there in count 3. Mary Bohan, as Pat and Porrick and John has been predicting here, been returned to Leitrim County Council on that count. Significantly as well, we were expecting a sizable transfer to go from maybe Bohan Gallagher in particular towards the direction of Eddie Mitchell, and that has materialised 70, bringing Eddie up to 655, as opposed to the vote for Kevin Keskey, which was plus 11. Porrick McGorty, if I could maybe...
Yeah, that just confirms, I suppose, what myself, John and Pat were predicting there, that essentially the seat is Eddie Mitchell's, the last seat.
So, yeah. It's very much nearly as close to a certainty at this stage, Pat.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, because he's going further away. The gap is widening. Yeah.
Now, maybe some people will be listening to this and watching this and say, well, hold on for a second, guys. His Fine Gael running mate, Katrina Bergen, has now been eliminated, and surely the surplus there is going to maybe go to Kevin Keskey, and that could change things. But John Ellis, you've been very adamant from an early stage today that the Katrina Bergen vote, there's no guarantees in any shape or form, is going to go significantly to Kevin Keskey.
It doesn't matter now. You can look at it this way. The gap between them is what, 100 and 143. There's 335 to be distributed. So let Kevin Keskey do a record and get 50%. That's 170. and Eddie Mitchell to get nothing. And we know that Eddie Mitchell is going to get as much out of it as Kevin Cummesky. Because they're both from out beside Eddie Mitchell. They're not both.
14 votes between
And yes.
Pat, give us the local breakdown. Where would you be seeing? You'd be backing up what John Ellis is saying there.
Yeah, I would agree. See, Katrina is Ballamy based, Resinver, Glenanna area. Eddie Mitchell's late mum comes from across the road in Kilty Clogher, and he'll pick up a lot of votes there. He will. He'll go further ahead.
Warwick, it's done and dusted, is it?
He'll at least maintain the gap, if not go further ahead.
He'll go for it.
Yeah.
It'll widen.
Yeah. That's very much, I suppose, consolidating what we're expecting in Manor Hamilton. So there's a very clear picture now in Manor Hamilton. Mary Bohan been returned. We'll get a quick interview hopefully with her very shortly as well. Indeed, right on cue for play against EJ Lenny. He's just after bringing Mary Bohan into us here. Mary, you can take a seat. I know at this stage we were talking to you a little bit earlier on today. First and foremost now, let us officially at this stage congratulate you in relation to that. Bandamore, by the way, is going to be the next. Well done, Councillor Bohan. Congratulations. I know we spoke in detail, but a little bit earlier. But it's great to, at this stage, have it all done and dusted from your perspective here on a Saturday night at 12 minutes after 1.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted, John, and very grateful to the people that have stuck by me. First of all, my family. It's people don't realise, I suppose, the toll that it takes on.
And there was leaving certs and everything going on at the same time as well.
Granddaughter doing the leaving cert, and to the people that helped me with the canvas, both people behind the scenes and people that canvas with me, and we spent long evenings and days, and I'm very grateful to the people that have supported me, because they had 12 candidates to choose from this time, and I'm delighted that they've chosen me, and all I can say to them is that I'll work very hard for them and continue to do what I've been doing.
Can I interrupt you momentarily, because I think we have another count of Mary Quinn here at the moment.
And the result of the third count of the Ballinamore local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Enda McLean's 89 votes. Total votes distributed 89. Barry Brendan, Sinn Féin, plus 35, 913 votes, 913. Charles Lynch, Karina, Independent Ireland, plus 3, 121, 121. Kernan Joanne, Sinn Féin, plus 2, 576, 576. Heslan George, non-party, 0, 62, 62. Kenny Roshin, Sinn Féin, 0, 613, 613. O'Keally Adam, Green Party, plus 9, 356, 356. Prior Gary, Fianna Fáil, plus 8, 776, 776. Reynolds Flynn, Isha, Fine Gael, plus 17, 840, 840. Wynne Sean, non-party, plus 15, 459, 459. Non-transferable papers not affected, 0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes in one operation, as the total of their votes is less than the number of votes credited to the next highest candidate. George Heslan, 62 votes. Karina Charles Lynch, 121 votes. Thank you.
All right, so confirmation of what we're very much expecting there in Enda McGloin's surplus transfer. It's led to the elimination of Karina Charles Lynch, and just before her, George Heslan. Pádraig and John are just having a look at those numbers, but before I go back to them and we reflect on that, just to finish up on the interview that we're conducting here with Councillor Mary Bohan. As you mentioned, a tough campaign, but you're in there, you're continuing this long, remarkable record of in local politics in Leitrim on the council executive at this stage. How does it feel?
Absolutely great. As I said earlier, I wouldn't have put my name forward if I didn't have the energy and the enthusiasm and the same interest as I've had for the last 45 years in representing local people. And it's just like that over the last few weeks, going out and meeting people on the doors again. And, there are a lot of issues to be dealt with, a lot of issues that we deal with as councillors, but then we get the national sort of issues as well, and waiting lists and various other things. So there's a lot of work to be done. So I'm looking forward to working with the new team. I don't know who all that's going to be yet until the count is finished, but the important thing once the election is over, that we put on the Leitrim jersey again and fight for the resources and everything that we can for the county.
Just in relation to that new team, it's very much, I think, home and host at this stage. Now we can make a fair shot that Eddie Mitchell will be taking the final seat.
It looks like that. Now, I haven't, as I said, we've been watching our own figures, so we haven't had an exact look at the figures, but from what I gather from the people out there that are watching them, it looks as if Eddie will take the seat.
It seems to be very much the case. You mentioned just a little bit earlier there, just in relation to, and by the way, at this stage, I want to welcome our listeners on the FM frequency. Good evening to you, and welcome along here to the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon. We're in the middle of interviewing Mary Bohan here, who has been returned to the executive in Leitrim, to the county council, and one of the things that you mentioned earlier when we interviewed you on our online coverage was the emergence of a rumour that Mary Bohan was going to co-opt somebody onto the local authority in our place. She was going to do the groundwork, get them in, get the seat, and then co-opt somebody. And that was something you went to great lengths to dispel, and that you have no intention of doing that. So let's go back to that for a minute when we have time to talk. Sure, it's only what in the morning, 17 minutes past 1 now at this stage.
Well, I suppose, John, during election campaigns, rumours circulate, and sometimes there can be some truth in them, and sometimes they can be, for a better word, concocted to maybe cause mischief. And I don't know what the reason for this was, which one of this category this fell into, but as I said earlier, I have no intentions of I intend to work hard for the next 5 years, and I don't intend to be handing my seat over to anybody. I've worked too hard for it, and the people have voted for me, so I'm there to represent them. So unless I'm knocked down with a bus or some other awful thing happens to me, I'll be representing them for the next 5 years.
Carrick-on-Shannon Count 5, by the way, is going to be the next one that we're coming. That's going to be coming up here in relation. So at this stage, and again for the benefit of our listeners at FM, just to recap on what we have in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Obviously, James Gilmartin, one of the big stories here of the day, right across all the municipal districts in Leitrim, being elected here on the first count. Mary Bohan also elected here in the Manorhamilton area. We're calling at this stage that it's very much going to be a case of Pádraig Fallon being returned, Phelim Curran being returned, and we and Justin Warnock being returned, and we fully expect Eddie Mitchell now, the way that the figures are lining up here, to take the final seat. And those again who have just joined us at FM will be realising from that there will be a loss of 2 Fine Gael seats in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Mary Bohan, not many people would have predicted that at the outset. 1 seat definitely we felt was in jeopardy, but they were very much expected to retain one of their 2 seats.
Absolutely, and I suppose for any party to lose 2 outgoing councillors, 2 very well established councillors and 2 very hard workers and people of the highest integrity in an area is a big loss. But as you say, we did think that maybe they would lose 1 seat because of the strength of the independents, but I don't think anybody expected that they would lose 2 seats, so I'm sure it's come as a great shock to Fine Gael supporters.
Maybe one slight downside today was the fact that Leitrim were beaten up in Longford.
Absolutely, and that was unexpected. We were hoping that they were going to win that one, but anyway, it's unfortunate that they lost, but I think they didn't have a good second half. So.
Yeah, we'll be meeting you at the games again
we'll
next
be back
year,
again.
no doubt. Mary, for the moment, once again, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Well done on a great campaign, and good luck to you in the 5 years ahead. That's Councillor Mary Bohan, returned to the local executive here, the local authority in Leitrim, and thank her, a big thank you to Mary for joining us. Now, let's go back to Pádraig McGuirty, who's been doing a fantastic job. And by the way, the tally figures have been unbelievably accurate here, again, this time round in Leitrim. And to Pádraig and everybody involved in tallying, take a bow. It's giving us a fantastic indication from early today in relation to how these votes are going to go. What's happening next now? We're in Manorhamilton. We're looking at the distribution of some of the votes of the councillors there, that are the candidates there that have decided to eliminate.
Katrina Bergen's votes are being distributed, and
Katrina Bergen was what, the 335, wasn't it? Yeah, that's going to be distributed
and
there.
We are, I suppose.
You've a lot left waiting.
It's just
John Ellis, by the way, is with us here as well. John,
going to have to go through the process of eliminating her and then eliminating Michelle Brennan and to finalise the result. But the result is
the result is a foregone conclusion. Because the more you look at it, it's only a case of to see how much of Bergen's vote goes to Mitchell and to Warnock vis-a-vis what goes to Keskey. And as I said at the start, the most exceptionally 40% of it is the max he could ever hope to get, and 40% of that is 130 votes roughly. So if you take it, add 130 to 513, it only takes them to 640, 650.
Mitchell's on 650 already.
Eddie Mitchell's already on 655.
Okay, again, for the benefit of predominantly maybe those who would have joined us at FM, you will be wondering as well what's taking place in the Ballinamore Municipal District at this stage. Well, as expected, Paddy O'Rourke was elected on the first count in Ballinamore, as indeed was Enda McGloin, the Drumshanbo-based Fine Gael councillor. So one Fianna Fáil, one Fine Gael returned there so far. Eliminated thus far out of the contest is Karina Charles Lynch, based in Ballinaglara, running for Independent Ireland, first time candidate here in Leitrim. Also, at the moment, Paddy O'Rourke, as we mentioned, elected, and we're very much confidently predicting that Brendan Barry is going to be returned. We're predicting as well at this stage that Gary Pryor is going to hold on to that second Fianna Fáil seat. We're predicting that Ita Reynolds-Flynn, Fine Gael, is going to be returned as well. And perhaps the final seat was very much a battle between two more Sinn Féin candidates in Joanne Kernan and Roisin Kenny, sister of Deputy Martin Kenny, and that there would be a little bit of a battle developing there for that final seat. Now, when we look at some of the latest figures that we have in Ballinamore, just looking at that at the moment, Roisin Kenny 613, Joanne Kernan 576. John Ellis, is that gap still small enough to suggest there could be a swing there?
Oh, very, very much so. And why I'm saying that there could be a swing is it's where the eliminations and transfers are coming from. Roisin Kenny is a vast base. So in other words, she's side Paddy, or close enough to Paddy O'Rourke, Kerry Gallen. And Joanne Cornyn is based in Ballinamore, or Corlehan. And she would be more aligned towards the votes that are due to be distributed, which are all, as I call them, the Drumshanbo bit. But remember, Brendan Barry needs a few as well.
Yeah, at this stage, we're very much ruling out the prospect of Sean Wynne getting in there.
He's not going to get in. He's not going to get in the battle, no.
Okay, Sean Wynne, Drumshanbo-based candidate.
Unless that he gets a clean-up out of O'Kelly and who else is there?
He picked up 15 votes of that in the McGloin surplus.
No, he's not hacking it.
Okay, Ita Reynolds-Flynn, by the way, picked up 17 extra votes on that as well.
That's proof of the fact that them votes are staying in Drumshanbo.
Brendan Barry, the big winner, 35.
Yeah, but that proves that the votes they're Drumshanbo votes and they're staying in Drumshanbo.
They're not.
Because Ita Reynolds is the same party as Enda, but she was only able to get 17, and Brendan Barry got what, 30 odd.
And you would, and eventually when Brendan Barry is elected, and we expect that's going to happen before too long, any transfers, Adam O'Kelly as well, any transfers that will be moving from Drumshanbo towards those Ballinamore or Havas-based candidates are probably going to be limited enough and little enough at this stage, Sean, aren't they?
But they have to go somewhere.
They have to, but are you saying that they could yet have an influence?
Of course they're going to have an influence. Because where they're going to have an influence is that there'll be nobody left.
Nobody else left in the race.
Once Brendan Barry is elected, there's nobody else left in the Drumshanbo pot.
And of course, it's a Sinn Féin vote, Brendan Barry as well.
There's going to be 600, maybe 700 votes to be distributed.
Okay, Carrick and Shannon count 5 we're hearing is going to be the next count that's going to be coming our way. So the 5th count in Carrick and Shannon. We had a long time waiting for any counts to take place here, but my word, there's been a frantic move in activity over the past while. It was widely suggested and expected about maybe 3 hours ago or so that we could be packing up around midnight or 11 o'clock. Then the word emerged that we're probably going to give everything a shot maybe at getting completed in one night, and that very much seems to be the case here at the minute. So count 5 in Carrick and Shannon is where we're waiting for. I'm delighted to say that Jerry Reynolds has joined us here as well in our Ocean FM studios here for the election coverage. Jerry, thank you indeed for coming in. I suppose the first and obvious question is, let's go to the Bandamore Municipal District and the performance of Ita Reynolds, Flynn.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you. She was, I was happy enough that once she gets elected, once you get over the line, that's the main thing, John. So hopefully in the next count or two, she'll get elected. And I felt that it was always going to be 2 Fine Gael, 2 Fianna Fáil and 2 Sinn Féin.
And it's very much looking that way.
Seemingly that's going to be
if you would call that final Sinn Féin seat at this stage, would you be saying McKinney at this stage, Roisin Kinney?
I think so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks most likely.
All right, that's how it's looking likely.
Yeah.
I'll come to Carrick and Shannon in a moment and the success of Maeve Reynolds, but the big story from a Fine Gael perspective, Jerry Reynolds, today has taken place in Manor Hamilton, and the fact that no Fine Gael candidate was successful in Manor Hamilton. Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan, the 2 outgoing councillors, have decided to retire. Kevin Comiskey and Katrina Bergen. Katrina Bergen has already now been eliminated at this stage. That must be a major disappointment for the party.
Very much so, because in Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott, we had 2 excellent councillors who've been there for a long time. And, at the worst time, I felt that we would get 1 seat if we didn't get 2. So it is very disappointing that we haven't got any representation at all in the Manor Hamilton area. And I suppose I was just making the point to somebody, especially in the time, when a lot of investment has happened in the Manor Hamilton area, and indeed Leitrim by the government over the last number of years. And, when you don't have representation with a government party in the area, as John Ellis will tell you, it is a disadvantage. And you can have all these people complaining about everything, but it's to try and get stuff done. But that's what the people in that area decided. So
they decided very much to go at independence. The big story, I don't know if you were tuned in or listening to us from any stage earlier today, but it emerged very much so that James Gilmartin from a very early stage was really...
Yeah, he got a tremendous vote, and I wish him the very best of luck. And but look, that happens sometimes. There's a surge to independence. I'm not a fan of independence, but that's the way it is. But I've no doubt that James Gilmartin will be a good councillor. He'll try his best to make representation of the people he represents on the council. But then again, if you're trying to impress government ministers and trying to get funding into an area, it's very difficult from an independent perspective rather than being a member of a party that's in government.
The irony of all this is Fine Gael are losing 2 seats in the Manor Hamilton Municipal District. That you could say there's one of your own now very much in a strong position to take an independent seat in Eddie Mitchell, and almost immediately here, except from Kevin Comiskey, probably in a fight for that last seat, but all the evidence, all the stats is suggesting here that it's going to be Eddie Mitchell ahead of Kevin Comiskey, and that's going to inevitably lead to questions being asked, why didn't Fine Gael run this guy? He's got the Fine Gael connections. He wanted to run for the party. He, as he said himself, was overlooked, more or less told not to go for convention. And as a result, Fine Gael find themselves in this situation. I know we have hindsight now and it's 2020 vision, Jerry Reynolds, but that's going to come up inevitably, isn't it?
Yeah, but that happens. That story has been written numerous times in numerous political parties that they overlooked somebody and they went as an independent and they got elected, and that's just one of those things. Like Fine Gael in the Manor Hamilton area have to go back to the drawing board and put in a lot of work over the next 5 years to try and make sure that they have representation in the areas. There's no nice way to put it. I mean, it was a very poor result for us, and that's just the reality.
Maybe let's look at something perhaps whether intentional or not, but seems to have worked out okay for the party in the sense that you have just ran one candidate in the Carrick-on-Shannon area, but at the same time Maeve Reynolds has been elected here in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. And give me your reaction to that. The fact, for a start, that the party were only able to find one candidate, is that a concern about how the way politics is going in general, Jerry, that it's difficult for the main party to get candidates?
If you look at the results all over the country, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have been doing quite well, not as bad as the media would suggest that we're going to do, and most likely Fine Gael could end up as the largest party and Fianna Fáil the second largest party, or vice versa. So I still think there's a strong amount of people, or there's a large amount of people still voting for the two main parties, and that's been proven in this election. Sinn Féin, seemingly, according to media reports, are having a poor day. They've sort of bucked the trend in Leitrim, and the Independents have bucked the trend in Leitrim. So, sometimes people have to think about it, but that's the way it is. We had two Fine Gael councillors in Carrick-on-Shannon, long-serving Thomas Mulligan and Finola Maguire, and they decided to step down. So it's always, I mean, the other thing that local elections show you, the incumbents do have a better advantage, or a lot of them get re-elected. So, and in fairness, in the Baldamore area, Gary Pryor has done well to get re-elected or to get elected.
Just stop you for a moment, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fifth count for the Carrick-on-Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of indecisive 39 votes. Total votes distributed 39. Farrell Paddy Fianna Fáil plus 11, 750, 750. Flynn Cormac Sinn Féin plus 8, 608, 608. King Stephen Fianna Fáil plus 8, 580. McGowan Sean Fianna Fáil plus 6, 810, 810. Mulligan Lisa Sinn Féin plus 6, 466, 466. Non-transferable papers not affected plus 0, 63. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will therefore proceed to distribute Des Gucking's surplus of 13 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you very much.
All right. So, again, nothing really significant there in that. Pádraig, you're looking at those figures from count 5 in Carrick-on-Shannon. What we're very much, I suppose, looking at to see the distance between Cormac Flynn and Stephen King, and that's 608, 580. So there's 28 votes there on the difference.
28 votes is still the same. It hasn't changed as a result of that. And still our contention is that Lisa Mulligan's transfers will probably elect Cormac.
Cormac Flynn. John Ellis?
I'm inclined to agree with Pádraig, because there's 140 votes we know going minimum from Lisa Mulligan to Cormac Flynn. So that has to be enough.
So it seems that Cormac Flynn is a healthy advantage, and with that Lisa Mulligan transfer to come, it will be enough to see him across the line. Jerry Reynolds?
I agree with that.
Yeah, it just seems to be what the general assumption is on it. For Maeve Reynolds, I suppose, a big day for her.
Yeah, it was a great day for her, and she did very well. First time out, she was very brave to put her name down. We were struggling to get candidates to stand in Carrick-on-Shannon, and she came and decided for a young woman, a young mother, and she polled quite well, and she got elected. Yeah, so it's a great day for her, and I've no doubt she'll be a very good councillor.
Absolutely, and she's in there as the standalone councillor. So as we're just talking about, obviously the Fine Gael representation will have been reduced from 6 to 3.
Yeah, 50% is half. Yeah, no, it's a bad day for Fine Gael. I mean, there's no way to dress that up. It's a disappointing day, and that's the people have spoken, and that's I've sat here in front of microphones too for many years, and I lost and I won, and that's democracy speaking. But it was a very disappointing day from the party's perspective in Leitrim.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Pádraig, let's look at what those latest counts there in Carrick and Shannon of what is taking place and what's going to happen next now.
Distributing Des Cooking surplus of.
And Des surplus vote is
13.
I'm not sure why you were doing that.
There must be less votes between the last remaining candidates.
What vote has Sean? 810. He needs 14 to get to a surplus, to get to a quota.
How many is Des Cooking surplus?
13.
Doesn't make sense.
824 is the quarter, isn't it?
Yeah.
And 837 with that.
And what's between the bottom two candidates?
Unless, she may be including Maeve Reynolds' 4 in that as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's why. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so that's why that's been distributed at the minute. So, is that going to make any?
No, it's not. It's formality because it could if Sean McGowan was to get all of them, he could get elected, but or the vast majority, he'd need 90% of them, which, as John has told us, very rarely happens.
At the minute, we're very much maybe going through the motions on that. We at this stage, let's switch back to Bondamore just for a couple of minutes. We've had 3 counts completed at Bondamore at the minute. But Jerry Reynolds, just to bring you in on this, Paddy O'Rourke would have been very much expected to top the poll. The performance of Hilda McLean in the Bondamore area, being elected on the first count as well as Paddy O'Rourke, and the fact that there was 4 candidates running from the Drumshanbo area, you'd put this down as a very good performance from Enda.
Excellent performance from Enda. But, I mean, if there's any justice in politics, he received it, because Enda McLean is a very hard-working county councillor, and he got a tremendous amount of funding into the whole Drumshanbo area, and he deserved every vote he got. And he's a very hard-working, diligent councillor. And, I wasn't surprised that he got a vote, and he got over 50% of the vote in Drumshanbo. And when I was growing up and on the council, as John Ellis will tell you, it was a Fianna Fáil town. So you can see how things change, and Enda McLean has made it his own, and he's worked extremely hard, and he has been involved in everything that's positive about the town and about South Leitrim. And that's why I say, it's so important to have representatives from government parties on the council, so that whatever funding becomes available, they have a better chance and opportunity of getting it. But no, Enda did very well, and I have to say the vote that Paddy O'Rourke got was extremely impressive, and you have to take your hat off to him. And obviously Paddy is a very hard-working councillor. He didn't put up a poster. He canvassed it all on his own. And it's quite an astounding result, 1,400 votes.
Yeah.
So, you can only congratulate him and say that it's an amazing result.
Yeah, those 2 poll toppers there, wonderful performance indeed from them. We've already spoken about Ita, your sister Ita Reynolds Flynn, moving ever closer to it as well. Plus 17 has her up at 840 now. So what's going to happen next, Pádraig, in relation to Bondamore? What will we expect to see taking place here?
We're now distributing Heslin and Charles Lynch's votes. There's 183 votes. There's the potential that we could see Brendan Barry elected. He needs to get 31 of them.
And with Karina Charles Lynch being...
He's been Karina Charles Lynch. When we looked at Karina Charles Lynch's votes, they're in every box. I don't know, can you... you can't, I suppose, extrapolate that they're going to go near Brendan. Yeah.
She was taking as many votes from outside Ballinadera more so than from inside.
She got 11 in Ballinadera. She got 8 in Ballinamore and 6 and 5 7 in Carrigallen. And well, of course, she would have relations back in Carrigallen.
And she'd have those Cavan connections in Ballyconnell as well. So that would make sense where she's moving closer towards, I suppose, her homestead. In that sense, maybe you could almost see more of those votes going towards the candidates up at that end of the municipal district.
I think they'll probably go everywhere, given that they're so. I think
they could be looking maybe at them picking up more from the Barry.
Brendan Barry will do well to get elected out of that.
Okay, Brendan will
probably have to go again.
Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be interesting there on that. And again, for the Manor Hamilton proceedings, again for anybody maybe who has just joined us, we've had 3 counts in Manor Hamilton. We had James Gilmartin obviously elected in the first count, Mary Bohan elected in the second count. Eliminated now at this stage, we had Dermot McConville, Bernie Lennon, Blaheen Gallagher, and Katrina Bergen. Talk to me about Katrina Bergen, Fine Gael candidate. That was, I suppose, disappointing for again a formidable candidate. But in interviews and stuff came across very well. But it's making that connection locally.
She's living in the area, I think, about 10 years. But she has no family connections in it, and it was always going to be difficult because Rossenver is a rural area. She doesn't have a base of votes, and but she was an excellent candidate. But that's the way politics goes sometimes, probably if she was living in Manor Hamilton, she might have had a better opportunity. You have to be where the votes are, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, some of her votes will be Fine Gael, but I have no idea where they'll transfer to. Who's left? Who's left in Manor Hamilton?
Eddie Mitchell, Keskey, Warnock.
I think is Warnock elected?
No,
that is a yes.
No, not as yet.
Yeah, that is a yes.
Yeah, well, he can get some of them, and I suppose Eddie Mitchell and Keskey will get some of them.
There's a base of them as we said, there's a base of those votes in Glenfarne and Rossenver. So, given that Eddie Mitchell polled quite well in both of those polling stations, I would expect him to take a significant portion of those Glenfarne transfers to start with, and probably given his connection with Kilty Clogher, a good portion of those Ballamy and enough to.
And how many votes are there between Eddie Mitchell and
Eddie Mitchell will be on 655 now, and Kevin Keskey, I presume, will be 513.
Ah, yeah, no.
655.
100 votes in the local election is a lot of votes.
Talk to me a little bit about Kevin Keskey, Jerry, in the sense that, perhaps there was maybe more expectation on him than there might have been on Katrina Bergen coming in, as if Fine Gael were going to take a seat. It was regarded perhaps that maybe he stood a better chance due to what you've just mentioned there, being in the area longer, having a more profile on the ground. We've seen him here earlier on, we've interviewed him, we've spoken to him. In fairness to him, he wasn't raising the white flag, but God, you can see the look of disappointment on his face. It's a tough spot to be in.
Very, yeah. No, I mean, within Fine Gael, we would have had assumed on a poor day we would elect one councillor, and it was always Kevin Keskey that we thought would be elected because of his involvement in the IFA, and his brother Michael was a senator, and so it is very disappointing, and it must be very difficult for Kevin to accept what the result was, and because I have no doubt that he would have felt that he was going to get elected, and I would just think that is it James Gilmartin took a lot of votes off where Kevin Keskey's base was, and that created a problem for him. But I don't see him making 146 votes up. It's just too many.
All right, I feel at this stage probably it would be it's almost an impossible task. So we're pretty much, very much, Jerry, at this stage have a very clear picture of what's happening. Would you be in agreement that maybe the greatest uncertainty at the minute surrounds that final seat in Bonnamore, whether it's going to be Joanne Kernan or Roisin Kenny? I'll bring you in a bit closer here to our microphone.
Sorry, I just feel that Roisin Kenny is going to win that seat. I just think Joanne is too far behind her to catch up, and the transfers of, like, she got a very good transfer from Paddy O'Rourke surplus, and that brought her up, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but I just feel that how far a bunch is she ahead for?
37 votes.
37 votes.
37.
Yeah.
And most of those transfers are coming from the Drumshanbo area.
Yeah.
Now that could, Roisin,
it could clear the pitch.
It could, yeah. I thought there was more in it. Sorry. So it's hard to call, really. It is hard to call. I'll change my mind on that one. It is hard to call.
It's hard to call.
Yeah, because it's the Drumshanbo-based candidates, but then you have the O'Kelly. He got his votes all over the place, and he got a very good vote. But then you have Sean Wynn's vote, which is quite substantial, and he got a vote all over the area as well. So anything is it's difficult to call that one.
All right, okay, that's probably the one big question mark that's hanging over the count at this stage, Mark. Everything else, more or less.
Yeah, it's the one that's the closest fight at the moment. We think we're in agreement that Cormac Flynn is ahead by enough to at least
see him home.
To see him home. And Manor Hamilton, as we said, Eddie Mitchell is ahead by 140 votes, so he's going to get elected.
All right, okay. Again, we're just waiting in relation to see what the council is going to do for the next count here, but we're very much getting the sense now at this stage that they're going to try and keep proceeding here at this stage until at least 3 o'clock. We're about an hour and 13 minutes away from that at this stage, but with significant progress being made, there seems to be a real feeling here now that they're going to try and keep motoring on at this stage and complete it all in one sitting. Jerry, just to those figures, I know you've already looked at them briefly. Anything suggesting recount there? Because that's what we're always dreading at this stage, and maybe Ballymore more so than any place else, although albeit two Sinn Féin candidates.
Yeah, I at the moment, 37 votes. It's still a lot of votes in the local election, and then when it's the same party, there's a tendency maybe not to create a recount. So it's up to them. But it's difficult to call because the transfers are all coming from the Shambo end. But as I say, a lot of those people got votes all over the place.
All right, Ballymore count 4, about 5 minutes away now at this stage. So Ballymore count 4 will be what we will be going through next year. We'll be hearing next. Already in Ballymore, a quick recap of what has taken place there in Paddy O'Rourke. Elected and Enda McGloin on the first count. A number of candidates are already eliminated there from that area, in George Heslin and Karina Charles Lynch. And that's what's been happening there in Ballymore. Indeed, we've been speaking about it there. And Pádraig, from what we're going to be getting here on this latest set of figures, is it going to move us on anywhere significant?
Probably not. It'll just probably move Brendan Barry a small bit closer to getting elected. Other than that, we're feeling, given the nature of the two cohorts of votes, that they're probably going to spread everywhere, and we're not going to really move a huge amount further. We might, I think just judging by the boxes, we're probably not going to move a whole lot further on. We'll be waiting for the next elimination. Will be the Adam O'Kelly elimination, which will be a decisive one. Yeah, and an interesting one.
Yeah, well, that should elect 2 people anyway. That should elect Brendan.
If Brendan Barry isn't elected, it's going to elect him anyway.
Yeah, and it's probably elected.
It should probably pull Gary Pryor close enough.
Yeah.
So, and then of course we'll probably have the Sean Wynn vote after that. Then we'll probably, this is looking.
Yeah. Sean Wynn will be the
Yeah, Sean Wynne would be the final elimination.
Will be the final elimination, and the transfer of his votes could be.
Yeah.
Again, you would surely say Brendan Barry if he's not in at that stage.
But Brendan Barry is gone, you see.
Yeah.
Brendan Barry.
You see, at that stage, most likely the only two candidates are going to be the two Sinn Féin candidates.
Yeah, at that stage.
And that'll decide it.
We'll decide a lot on that. Okay,
Yeah.
so at this stage, we're approaching 9 minutes away from 2 o'clock now in the morning. At this stage, we're waiting on the returning officer Mary Quinn for that next count in the Bandamore area. That's where we're going to be going to next. Just while we're waiting on that, Jerry, we're going to hop back across to Carrick and Shannon at the moment, and we're talking about, I suppose, a town candidate, and whether you would class or describe Maeve Quinn as a Carrick and Shannon based councillor. She's got a foot in a lot of caps geographically, but we're looking at here Cormac Flynn and Stephen King. Cormac Flynn in the box seat at the moment there. Both polled fairly well around the Carrick and Shannon area.
Sorry?
Cormac Flynn and Stephen King both put in an impressive performance, first-time candidates.
Well, Carrick and Shannon town is a unique sort of town. There's a lot of votes in it, but only 50% of people vote in it. And that has always been the way. And I mean, for years, there was always only one councillor. Farrell McElgunn was on the council for years, and Carrick and Shannon always had the opportunity to elect two councillors.
Yeah.
And when I moved from Ballamore to Carrick and Shannon, Liam McElgunn and myself got elected, and then Finola Maguire and was there somebody else elected with her in the town? No. So it reverted back to one councillor. So it's and then a lot of candidates come out and take votes out of the town, and then but if you have 50% of the electorate of the town not voting, they can't, they'll complain and they'll say, well, we should have more councillors, but if they don't come out and vote, they're not entitled to any more councillors.
And that's a traditional level of lack of engagement, isn't it?
And traditional, as for years. Whereas in fairness, in the general election, you'll get the vote up to 60%, but local elections, which I can't fathom it, to be honest. I don't understand it really, but that's the way it is, and it's Cormac Flynn, in fairness to him, has been born and bred in the town. He lives in Kilnagrass, which is the parish. Stephen King lives in the town, and he was born and bred in Clifton, but he's here 25 years and involved in so many organisations, and there was enough votes in Carrick and Shannon to elect both of them if the people came out and voted for them, but they didn't do that, and I think they're missing that. I think it's very important in the county town, and especially the way it's going to progress over the next 20 years. I would see the population of Carrick and Shannon growing from 6,500, 7,000 to 15,000. And if you don't have a councillor living in the town, that's a big disadvantage, because most of the decisions that are going to be made in a planning aspect, and they're going to be done by Leitrim County Council and the Carrick and Shannon Town Plan. So people have to wake up and say,
the town's interest of more representation there. John Ellis, again, you're an experienced political observer, and Jerry has painted a very interesting picture there, the difference between general election and local elections in Carrick and Shannon. Would you have any theory on that, why the engagement level is so low?
They're two totally different elections. Local elections are local, and they vote local. General elections are either following a party or following a candidate. It's either one or the other. But Carrick has never changed in my time. The turnout in it has always been low in council elections. General election, you get a better turnout in it, but even then, it's still much lower than the rest of the county. It's an unusual place.
Yeah, unusual to see.
You see, you have a lot of transient people in it. You have a lot of people who may be registered here and registered at home, where they come from and they go back home to vote. There's a bit of that in a town like Carrick.
There's a bit, John, but not that much of it though. You know,
it would be only a bit, but
yeah, I don't understand it, and you know, like my kids are born and bred in Carrick and Shannon, and they consider themselves Carrick and Shannon, and my son is captain of the Carrick and Shannon St. Mary's football team, and you know, and Stephen King's boys play with St. Mary's and play with the rugby team, and you know, very involved in the whole community aspect of the town, and it's unusual. You would think it would be the other way around, that you'd have a bigger turnout in local elections because they know the candidates rather than a smaller one, and a lesser turnout in general elections. So it's a bit of a quandary that I can't resolve anyway.
Yeah, it's
so I can't. And I'm not going to solve it at 2 o'clock in the morning. Let me tell you.
You better go for a battle.
At this stage, I think we could nearly put all the wrongs right in the world. Paul, just on that one, I suppose that voter turnout in Carrick and Shannon, and I suppose how that reflects on when you have maybe two candidates now that are battling for the one spot, maybe with a higher turnout, you could easily have the two of them secured home and dry.
Yeah, obviously a higher turnout would be a higher quota, but yeah, I suppose the turnout. Funnily enough, our turnout here in Leitrim overall seems to have bucked the national trend, in that RTE reporting a turnout of less than 50% nationally for the local elections, whereas the three LEAs in Leitrim returned a turnout of over 60% each. So our turnout in general in Leitrim is quite good at local elections. So Carrick is obviously an outlier in that regard, and I suppose you'd probably have to look at maybe the demographics in town and stuff like that to maybe get a better understanding of it. But Leitrim in general seems to turn out.
Drumshanbo had an 80% turnout, hadn't they?
Yeah.
But they were right to have an 80% turnout because the town has been turned around, and economically it is doing very, very well. And in fairness to the people of Drumshanbo, they have recognised that, and they have voted for the candidate that they feel was responsible for bringing most of that economic benefit to the area, and that's the way.
Candidate or candidates?
Well, the candidate.
There's two returned from Drumshanbo.
Well, there's two. Oh, sorry, there are. Excuse me. Yeah, Brendan Barry. Yeah, but yeah, they did. In fairness to them, and you know. And I mean, if you look at Carrick and Shannon, the way that it has improved over the last 10, 15 years economically, and you know, that's partly due to the private sector investing money, but the government has played, and Leitrim County Council, in fairness to them, have played a major role in helping the whole development of Carrick and Shannon. But I think people just seem to take it for granted, and that is continuing to happen. But anyway.
One of the things that was brought up here by some of the North Leitrim councillors, maybe that would have interviewed as well, is going back to this age-old issue of the North-South divide. You're looking up at the start and seeing it when I mentioned it, but please take into consideration it's 2 o'clock in the morning at this stage, and I'm going to ask you in any case about it, Jerry. You know, but even you mentioned there Drumshanbo, Leitrim Village, Drummond, there's so many areas here that are improving. Now you could say is Ballinamore, is Bohan keeping up at the same pace, and they're in South Leitrim. But was that always a problem in your time in the council as well, this perception of the North-South divide?
Oh, it certainly was, yeah. It certainly was. I mean, there was an attitude that North Leitrim wasn't getting anything. But I mean, you go into I remember in the 2016 general election, canvassing Manor Hamilton, and I was so impressed. I mean, there's a lot of positivity happening in Manor Hamilton, and a lot of you know stuff, a lot of employment in it, and it's doing very well, and you know, and it has continued to grow, and you know, the amount of jobs in Manor Hamilton for a small town is quite, you know, but I don't know what the rationale is. Yeah, it's. I think we're getting into very philosophical conversations, and it was my fault. I raised it, so.
Not at all.
But Jerry is right. There's an awful lot of employment in Manor Hamilton that people don't see. You have the health board offices in Manor Hamilton, which is a major employer. You have a number of industrial groups in it, which are big employers.
Yeah.
you would have to come to Carrick and Shannon probably to get Vistamed would probably be bigger and Avant. But no, there's an awful lot of employment in it. And there's an awful lot of people in North Leitrim go to work in Sligo.
Yeah, there's a transient, like in fairness, I suppose there's a lot of people working in Manorhamilton that might reside in Sligo and
vice versa.
Yeah, and there's a transient sort of a population in it. But yeah, it's a funny part of the county, you know. It's
Anthony coming now.
Carrick and Shannon, where are we going to next? Manor Hamilton, count 4, coming now about 2 or 3 minutes away. Manor Hamilton, count 4, 2 or 3 minutes away. So that's where we're going to be going to next. One thing that they're crying out for in Manor Hamilton, and speaking of offices and employment, is council offices down there.
Yeah, well, in fairness, it was a decision that Leitrim County Council made a number of years ago. Frank Kern, who was the county manager, I was on the council at the time, was very determined to open a council office down there. And I'm not on the council now for the last 10 years, so I don't know what the rationale is that hadn't been continued. My understanding that there was a deal done with the developer who owned the buildings down there, and but of course in the financial crisis that all changed. And but I think it's something that is certainly worth considering, you know.
Okay, and I know it's something that the councillors will be very much eager to achieve in the not too distant future. Just again, for the benefit of our listeners, Manor Hamilton count 4 expected here inside the next couple of minutes or so. So that will be again the next step here in the distribution of the Katrina Bergen vote, isn't it, at this stage, Pat, that we're looking at that's going to be distributed next? Pat, Vinny joins us here once again.
We were just tallying there of Katrina's distribution, and for our estimation, Brennan Shabo is be getting 31.
Okay.
Keskey will get 79. Fallon 31. And Phelan 70, 71, we're not sure. If he gets that, that's him across the line.
That's significant.
And then we have Eddie Mitchell with 66. That brings him to 731. And Justin gets 23.
And it's putting even more, but reducing ever so slightly the distance between Eddie Mitchell and Kevin Keskey. But again, you would have hoped that the Fine Gael vote there, but it's backing up what John Ellis, in fairness, has been saying here from an early time this morning, that there's no guarantee that vote was going to be going along party lines, and it's very much proving to be the case by your tally figures.
Yes, that's what we're seeing.
So you'd expect this to go to put Phelan Garn very close?
Yes, that'll put him across the line. It puts him across the line.
All right.
So then we have Brennan Shabo will be probably next to be eliminated, and her votes, I would see putting in Corey Fallon.
Where is she from?
She's from Kinloch.
Yeah, Kinloch. Sinn Féin.
Oh, she's the Sinn Féin. Okay, sorry.
Sinn Féin. Yeah. And Porrick is running at, if our tallies is right, in around 860.
Okay. And what's the quota, Pat?
The quota is 907. Is it 904? 907. 907, I think it is.
Yeah.
So
that should
get him across the line.
Yeah.
So Justin is creeping closer as well, and I definitely say in the Brennan Shabo, she's based in Kinloch. She'll elect Justin.
That will put Justin.
What vote did she
what do
get?
you think, John?
Well, she'll elect him and she'll elect Fallon.
Fallon, yeah. She should get them two across the line. And
so there's only one seat left after that, is it?
Did he?
Yeah.
That's
tell you, your big problem then is you've under two surfaces.
That's right. Well, now you have a.
Well, it depends, though, John. It depends what's between the two candidates.
Yeah.
You know, there may be enough between the two candidates that the surplus
or they might only have to do one surplus, and it would leave the gap.
Yeah.
That the next one would be excluded.
Yeah.
Mary Bohan, she had a small surplus, hadn't she? And Phelan was going to have a surplus. So I don't know what her surplus was. I just can't remember now.
What did Mary Bowen finish? I think 925 she finished with.
Sorry, 925, yeah.
925, yeah.
Yeah.
36 she received on that last
so
one.
there's 18 of a surplus. Mary Bowen is 18 of a surplus there.
And if Phelan goes over the line, they might put the two of them together.
Yes.
And transfer.
But still, I can't see it making
But they're
They'll eliminate Brennan first, and
yeah.
the surplus makes no difference.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
it's imminent.
It's a housekeeping exercise. Is all that's left in it.
We would think so.
Yeah, it's very much going through the motions from here on in, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Manor Hamilton. And
well, in fairness, I must say, here's me that only rocked up here now at 1:30 this morning. But in fairness, the count staff and Mary Quinn as returning officer have done an excellent job, and if they're going to finish this evening, that'll be
here we go. Mary Quinn is just returning to the podium as we
Ladies
speak.
and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fourth count for the Manor Hamilton local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Katrina Bergen's 335 votes. Total votes distributed 335. Brennan Shiabo Michelle Sinn Féin plus 31, 493, 493. Keskey Kevin Fine Gael plus 79, 592 plus 592. Fallon Porrick Sinn Féin plus 31, 862, 862. Gern Phelan non-party plus 71, 935. Mitchell Eddie non-party plus 66, 721, 721. Warnock Justin Finnefall plus 23, 827, 827. Non-transferable papers not effective plus 34, 84. As the votes of Phelan Gern exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Phelan Gern's surplus of 28 votes. As it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay, so congratulations to Phelan Gurran, Pat. Confirmation of it.
Yes.
I know you're a member of his team here. We've been expecting it from an early stage, but he's done it again.
Yeah, so we'd like to, as part of his team, like to thank the people of the municipal area in Manor Hamilton for their continued support. And it wasn't easy this time because Phelan was a sitting candidate and had two new independents, each running a mile either side of him. James Gilmartin, a fantastic performance, and Eddie Mitchell coming in against all the odds there. So I'd say thanks again to all the people that supported Phelan on his canvas and on the ballot box.
And if you are quantifying the significance of this in light of what you just mentioned there, where would you rank this success for Phelan?
I think this is one of his best performances. Phelan's vote is up on his last time out. And particularly with James Gilmartin polling so strong and Eddie Mitchell, we would be very happy. His vote is up, and we have got votes this time. I could stand corrected in every booth in the municipal area, and that didn't happen before. So we picked up votes in Glenfarne and Kilty in the absence of Sean McDermott, and we would be very happy with it.
It's been a very solid performance all round from him here, and indeed outside of Manor Hamilton. But we have to go back to the Manor Hamilton vote that he secured, even with the phenomenal that was James Gilmartin.
Yes.
That Manor Hamilton vote, when the tally figures were open, that's what gave him the breathing space.
Yes, it did. He polled very well in Manor Hamilton.
And that was always.
We had 430
votes.
In Manor Hamilton.
Manor Hamilton town.
And the people in Manor Hamilton really came out and supported them. And we needed it. We needed it to get across the line. So, again, thanks very much to everybody who supported us.
Let's look at any other significant trends from that. Remember, we're looking at the Katrina Bergen transfer there of her votes, and immediately we're going to be looking at Kevin Keskey. I thought was it plus 79 made the transfer?
Yes,
so
plus 79. He is
brings him to 592.
Yeah. So
again, would he be disappointed with that transfer, or was it as good John Ellis as he could probably hope to expect?
Yeah, it was never going to work because the votes weren't. They were coming out of Ross Inver, Glenfarne, Kilty back there.
Yes.
So it was never on. Because if you take it, she had 335 when she went out.
335.
So he managed to get 70. He got the 20%.
And succeeded in doing so. Obviously, the vote there to Eddie Mitchell as well. 66 votes going to Eddie Mitchell. By the way, at the moment, Independent Councillor Phelim Gurran has just arrived here with his, I suppose you could say, probably with his entourage maybe at this stage, and they're just making sure that everything, just reflecting on the news, taking it in. Phelim Gurran, congratulations. It's official. Jerry Reynolds is here with us as well. We were expecting it from I was making the point there to Pat just a couple of moments ago. From the very minute we got the tally figures in the Manor Hamilton box, we kind of knew that you were safe. Did you get a similar sense?
When I started opening up this morning, I wasn't too safe. I says, what's gone wrong here?
Yeah.
And to be honest, you do, and listen, found two TDs here, two men that know politics more than me. And John had said to me years ago, and Jerry said to me, it's the small, simple things you do, and the phone calls you do, and the work on the ground. And then you're scratching your head and you're saying, I delivered a public run, I delivered stuff through Leader, I delivered in different communities all over. I'm scratching my head and I'm saying, how is this backfired on me this morning? And then just as the area started coming in, and like every candidate puts in hard work on the doors, and this was totally frustrating, this one, because we're knocking on doors and people weren't answering doors, and they might be inside, and you were trying best to communicate with people. And I think COVID has changed society huge. And then you were on at night, you were very aware of knocking on doors of elderly people, and you kind of cut yourself off at 9 o'clock, that was it. And you were trying to interact with people.
Yeah.
You were saying COVID has changed the world here. And you were saying, how can I get my message across? And I suppose the big aspect of this is I would have done a lot of stuff on social media and trying to communicate with that generation, your Facebook, your TikTok, your this and that, and banging out videos and stuff. And really, we weren't putting up any posters until somebody said, I actually run in this election. So I scrambled to do that for the last 2 weeks because I had posted a poster on my gable.
Yeah.
We were 60 years in business, and as Jerry knows.
Paddy O'Rourke actually had a very similar comment that people were asking him as well, was he running when they didn't see his poster? So it shows the importance of it. You spoke about social media there as well, and how you engaged with maybe the younger voters as a result of that. But one thing I'm interested in there, Phelim, were you genuinely worried or concerned at one stage there early this morning?
I was, because I was canvassing the areas. And as somebody said, somebody ran in politics and said, after the last election, he says, you know, I didn't realize there were so many good liars out there, you know. And as somebody else said to me today, I said, it's bad enough when the priest says he's going to vote for you. And he doesn't vote for you. So, I mean, where do you go after that one?
Talking to John Dolan.
No. So, I mean, the whole landscape of politics has changed. Listen, my oldest son is 20s. You're trying to hammer into him. Your friends go out and vote. They've no interest in it. So you're trying to hammer.
Well, Carrick and Shannon count 6 is going to be coming up.
So you're trying to hammer the vote. You know, you're trying to hammer the people here. Listen, get out and vote. And what the difference in this demographic and other elections is, you can be in Ireland, which we didn't realise. You can be in Ireland 6 months and you can vote in our elections. And it's a huge thing to vote in any elections in any country, right? And I think that changed the demographics of this election, you know, big time or whatever, right? So I always said to people, whatever you do, you know, if you've no interest in politics, whatever, get out and vote. Doesn't matter. Get out and vote. And anybody that puts a name forward in any ballot paper is a brave person. And I feel sorry for the candidates today that didn't get elected. And listen, it's a hard one to take. And listen, you know, there's always another time. I go back to, I didn't realise myself, my Uncle Larry, the first time he went, didn't get elected. So I've been lucky. I went for election 3 times, I got elected. So I thank the people of Manorhamilton municipal area, and I represent them as best I can.
5 huge years ahead. I know there's other requirements and other people are looking for you here at the moment as well. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. Congratulations again. Jerry, John, that you might want to say something just before we let Phelim go.
I'd just like to congratulate you, Phelim, and you're a great addition to Leitrim County Council. And it's good to see business people in it, because there's a lack of business people, and you've always articulated the view of the business community in this county, be it Manorhamilton or South Leitrim or North Leitrim. And I'm delighted you're back in Leitrim County Council, and continue the good work.
The first phone call that I made after I was running in any election was this man.
That's right.
And he says to me, he says, Ron, he says, because there's not enough business people on the council.
Yeah. And that's important.
And that emphasis has to, and I had to sit there at meetings in a budget meeting and put up the rates of business, and I know business out there and myself struggling. And that's part of what you have to do as a council. But this one man, they give me advice on the business community.
All right. John Ellis, do you want a word there before we...
No, I have to agree. Phelim has always defended the ratepayer as such, because he knows what it's like. And business out there is tough at the minute, because while certain areas of the economy seem to be flying it, and Phelim mentioned it earlier, the minimum wage, while everyone wants to pay as much as they can, it is now beginning to have an effect on, especially on the hospitality business, because it is labour intensive. And on top of that, especially once you're in food, it really makes it that you have to be on the ball 24/7, 365, because to prevent losses, prevent wastage, and to make sure that you're maximising what you're doing. And people will say, okay, food is in pubs and restaurants is dear. If they look back and see the cost of the ingredients, the cost of providing it and landing it in front of you, there's no bonanza in it.
Absolutely. I know you.
And I just leave it at this.
Yes.
What they don't realise is that there's damn old businesses out there that make money in food. It's just entice people in the doors, but it's labour intensive. And that message needs to be got across to all government parties. And we got to kickstart our tourism business, bring the VAT back down to 9%, and we got to get beds out there for people to start enjoying Ireland with a serious Wild Atlantic Way. Was one of the best things that ever happened in Ireland, and now we got to get our hotels back and start capitalising on it again.
All right. Okay. Phelim, congratulations once again. Well done indeed to you, Councillor Phelim Gurran. Well done, and Phelim Gurran. Third election and successful again, 2014, 2019, and 2024.
The coverage that Ocean FM give on this campaign has been outstanding, and support our local radio stations. Outstanding work by John and his team here today. And Niall will try.
Phelim, thank you very much indeed for those kind words. And really, I suppose from all our perspective, it's a privilege to be here. I know it's a big day, it's an emotional day for some, it's a sad day for others. And, we're probably privileged to be here and have a ringside seat as everything unfolds here at this stage. So that's the election of Phelim Gurran, signed, sealed and delivered in Manor Hamilton. Let's stay in Manor Hamilton for the moment. Pádraig McGorty, talk us through what's going to be coming up next here.
They're distributing Bohan and Gurran surplus. So Mary Bohan had a surplus of 18 and Phelim had a surplus of 28. Yeah. So that's
getting late now. 46 votes.
So it's Jerry. I'm here to 9 o'clock.
I wouldn't be able to count that.
Yeah, they have to. There's something they're going to do it because they could elect Pádraig Fallon.
Yes. Who, in fairness, and put yourself in the shoes of a candidate like that, or a councillor, outgoing councillor, and a candidate who's waiting. It's a long time waiting around, knowing that it's going to happen, but still waiting.
He has to get 45 of the 46 to get elected.
So that's not going to
take place for another one.
It has to be done.
Yeah, it's
formality.
to get them all.
Yeah. The wait is going to be a little bit longer. Just on the correspondence that we're getting here from the council. The last we heard was Carrick-on-Shannon count 6 was what we're going to be looking at next. So maybe that's as good a place as any to go and set the scene in relation to that. Carrick-on-Shannon count 6 coming up next. Pádraig, again, from the look of the numbers there, what can we expect to see taking place here? We've nobody elected here yet.
Change here. We're going to see a small surplus belonging to Des Gucking get distributed, and Maeve Reynolds had a small surplus. Again, it's a bit like what's happening in Manor Hamilton. It's a matter of process.
You can't see anyone being elected on this count.
Stenson surplus is gone already, so it's Gucking and Reynolds' surplus, and that's 13 votes plus 4 is 17 votes. Again, Sean McGowan would have to get 14 of the 17 to get elected, so it's a formality again, is what it is.
It's very much just going through the motions on that. So we'll wait and see when that takes place here in Carrick-on-Shannon, and of course Bandamore, we're keeping a very close eye on all of the